cose sopra il tavolo.
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. You may have read that there arrived in South Africa recently a leading member of Scotland Yard for consultations concerning a trial which cannot be commented upon at this stage. I remembered him as a young constable who was present at one of the most sensational murder trials ever to take place. It was the culmination of my investigation into the death of a well-known member of the underworld, Lawrence Ritchie. I've called my story Murder on the Brain. When news came through that Larry Ritchie was found on Clapham Common with a .38 bullet in his head, I was neither surprised nor, it must be said, perturbed. You say operations that Ritchie was found 10 minutes ago?
Yes, sir. He was recognized at once by Sergeant Wood of the Clapham Manor, and he thought the squad should be informed.
Quite right. Looks like gang warfare. Some other thug belonging to some other gang will want his revenge. It looks as though we're going to have a busy time. Where's the body?
At Clapham Mortuary, sir.
Has the murder weapon been found?
No, sir.
All right, I'll send Sergeant Jackson out. Have the local boys found anything, do you know?
If they have, they hadn't reported it, Inspector.
Right, thank you.
Now, here's the file on the Wilson case you wanted, sir.
Thanks, Jackson. Oh, you'd better put it in the pending file. Something more urgent's cropped up.
Oh, sir?
Remember Larry Ritchie, the one that went in for grievous bodily harm?
Do I, sir? I gave evidence. Do you see that file from X-Branch? They say he's now working with the Lambeth mob.
Was, past tense. He's dead.
Murdered. Well, he certainly had it coming to him, sir, didn't he?
Certainly had. I still believe he's the man who bumped off light-fingered Morris. Shot with a .38.
That'll cause a rumpus, won't it, sir?
Certainly will. If we don't find the killer, and fast, the metropolitan area will become a shooting target for every light-fingered, trigger-happy thug. All right, Jackson. Ops has got the location, Clapham Common. They're expecting you. Go out there and see if there's anything the local boys have missed.
Righto, sir.
I'll get hold of Dr. McPherson. Take a look at the body. Accompanied by the senior police surgeon, I went over to the mortuary to take a look at the lifeless body of the man who had caused us so much trouble and worry in the past. Even in death, his features could not be robbed of their coarse brutality. Ugly-looking customer, isn't he, Mac?
He certainly is.
All those powder marks.
He was shot at close quarters, all right. Right through the temple. Take a look at the wound, Inspector. You see how easy it was to extricate the bullet.
Well, what does that mean, Mac?
Without going into the gruesome details, the gun was so close to the forehead as to cause a tremendously wide hole in the bone structure. I doubt if the gun was more than an inch from the man's forehead.
When did he die?
Well, I understand that the temperature last night was pretty moderate. I would say that he was shot somewhere around about 1 o'clock this morning. By the way, here's the bullet. The local surgeon handed it to me.
Thanks. And I'll send it over to ballistics, but I don't think it'll do us much good. If it was a gang killing, the weapon's sure to be stolen.
True enough. I wonder what he was doing on the common at that time of the morning.
Somebody lured him there. Somebody he knew, obviously. He wouldn't have allowed anyone to be so close unless it was someone he knew. An ideal rendezvous for a killing. Clapham Common's still one of the few lungs of London that isn't enclosed with railings and gates, except for the northern sector.
You're looking a bit despondent.
Oh, wouldn't you be, Mac? My suspects are the hundreds of mobsters in the underworld. It means thousands of questions, dozens of foot-slogging constables getting all those informers on the job. Oh, well, it's no good moaning. Back into the fray. I wasn't exaggerating. Every available man in plain clothes was detailed to mingle with the regulars at every known haunt of the gamblers, the mobsters, even the petty thieves. In the meantime, the murder squad got busy on the higher level.
Blimey, look who's here. Ah, shut up. Hello, Inspector Carr.
Hello, Lofty. Do you want to talk here?
Oh, let's use the manager's office. Here, take my cue, Bill.
Right.
You're on the wrong track, Inspector.
I'll be the judge of that. Seen the papers?
Yeah, the racing edition of the Messenger said he was found shot through the head on Clapham Common. Here, through here. Sit down, won't you?
All right.
A cigarette?
Let's not be polite to each other. I hate your guts, you hate mine.
Hate me enough to frame me?
Oh, you know better than that. Lofty, one of our informers tells us that he witnessed a little scene between you and Larry Ritchie at the Cock and Sparrow.
Oh, so what? He had it coming to him. I dressed him down a little. I told him to stop getting into my hair, that's all.
All right. You tell me what happened.
Well, I received information that this two-bit punk was getting ideas above his station, so I went over to the Cock and Sparrow where I knew he'd be.
So I said to this bookie, I'll back Tiger's eye for £5. At 10 to 1, you owe me £50. And he says to me, where's your ticket? And I says to him, I haven't got a ticket, but I've got a nice knuckle duster to dust you down with. And he says to me, oh, so you lost your ticket, did you? Well, here's your money. I then says to him, I look like having that 10 to 1 winner every Saturday.
Oh. What are you talking about, my friend Harry Blake?
Now, listen, Lofty.
Well, tough guy. How'd you like having your face slapped?
You can't do this to me.
That's funny. I thought I could. Like this.
No.
Tony, I think some of these gentlemen don't like the way I'm treating their friend. Now, look, we ain't got nothing to do with it. Now, look, this is only the hors d'oeuvre, so to speak. You try running an agency in Notting Hill, and you'll find yourself in the bottom of a sewer where you belong. And you can tell your boss, Jimmy, I said so.
I see. Shimmy Evans?
Yeah.
You're too smart to start a killing in the top league. You bumped off Larry Ritchie as another hors d'oeuvre. It was warning the head of the Lambeth mob to stay in their own preserve,
Now, look, I've been expecting it. Now, I know what you think, Inspector. It isn't true. That was enough warning for Shimmy. The pasting I gave Larry.
Do you think that Shimmy Evans is going to take this lying down? Did you do it yourself? Look, Judd, I'm warning you.
I'm as surprised at this as you are. Now, why should I get him bumped off? What happened at the Cock and Sparrow was only 2 days ago. Why shouldn't I have bumped him off then?
Or arranged for someone else to do it?
You know better than that. Killing's not my line,
Isn't it? I'll tell you this. If it is, the Notting Hill boys are going to be looking for a new leader very soon. Over the years, a senior police official learns never to discount his hunches. My hunch was that Judd was telling the truth, that in fact his look of concern and anxiety over Larry Ritchie's killing was genuine. I thought I'd better have a word with the leader of the Lambeth mob.
What do you want with me, Inspector?
Take that holier-than-thou look off your face. Didn't you expect a visit from the murder squad? Don't you read your papers? Aren't your gambling dens humming with the news of Larry Ritchie's slaying?
Well, of course they are, but why come to me? One of your boys will have told you what happened at the Cock and Sparrow. Lofty Judd doesn't work over one of my boys and get away with it. I don't mind telling you that we were going to do a little dusting down ourselves. We were going to pay a call on one of the Notting Hill mob.
And now?
Well, things are too hot. But if you don't send Lofty Judd for the big drop, we'll do it ourselves.
Come on, Shimmy. Are you telling me, a police officer, that you intend to take the law into your own hands?
Come off it, Inspector. This is too serious.
What you mean is that if Larry's killing isn't avenged, your gang will think you're yellow. Now, let me tell you something. Judd wasn't responsible for Ritchie's death.
Come off it. Look, Inspector, you and I know each other. I'm not threatening to kill anyone. I'm too smart to think that I wouldn't get away with it. But something will happen to Mr. High and Mighty Lofty Judd. You know, An accident? Won't be anybody's fault but his own, and no one will be able to say the Lambeth boys were concerned in it.
Is that a threat?
No. It's a fact. What does he want to go kill him for? Do you know that not one of my boys has ever carried a rod?
I think I ought to warn you that I am still a police officer, you know.
I know. It's your murder squad.
Listen to me, Shimmy, and take heed of what I tell you. I don't want any violence while this murder investigation is going on. I need every plainclothes man I can get. You start anything that weakens my investigation and you won't know what hits you.
You've been funny, Inspector. Weaken your investigation. Larry was my pal.
Shimmy, supposing I give you my word that I am convinced that the Notting Hill boys had nothing to do with the shooting of Larry Ritchie. Would you accept it?
Yes, I would.
And I'll do a deal with you. No monkey business. Tell your boys there are to be no skirmishes with the Notting Hill gang. None at all. And if anything comes to light proving me wrong, you will be the first to know. Fair enough?
You got my hand on it, shake.
You misunderstand my attitude. I want to avoid a shooting war, and I want to find the killer of Larry Ritchie, but I don't shake hands with bullies, thugs, and racketeers. Good day to you.
Darling, have you seen the paper? Larry Ritchie's been bumped off. Huh? Am I interrupting something?
I'm just leaving.
Aren't you going to introduce me?
Oh, what for? Don't you recognise a cop when you see one?
Cop?
Inspector Carr, murder squad, New Scotland Yard.
Oh, you come about Larry. Well, I'll tell you who killed him. That swine, Lofty Judd.
Amazing you keep out of it.
Why should I? Larry was as much my friend as yours.
Your friend, was he? Mind telling me your name, madam?
Didn't you know? Go on, Shimmy, tell him who I am.
This is my wife, Maisie.
How do you do, Mrs. Evans?
Oh, dear, I hope this isn't going to start something.
Unless you say the better.
You remembered your promise?
No, don't worry. There ain't going to be no trouble.
Trouble? What trouble?
Inspector Carr's given me his word that he doesn't think the Notting Hill mob had anything to do with Larry's killing.
But it says in the paper that he was found shot in the head on Clapham Common early this morning.
Duck! It's all right. No need to duck. It's a brick. It's a message. Piece of paper tied to it. Shouldn't be surprised if it wasn't a message from the Notting Hill mob. It was obvious from the white, blood-drained faces of Mr. and Mrs. Evans that they expected something much more lethal than a brick being hurled. I bent down and picked up the missile. Now, let's see what this says. We did not bump off Larry Ritchie. Don't start anything you might be sorry for. Still think Lofty Judd was responsible?
I don't know what to think.
It's easy for him to write a note like that. Every killer says he didn't do it.
Seems you're not versed in the etiquette of gang warfare, Mrs. Evans. When one gang causes damage to the member of another, it usually is a challenge. There's nothing challenging about that note, is there?
Oh, that's true.
The two of you must be mad. Who else would bump him off? Who else had reason to?
If I may point out to you, madam, it was your husband's gang which trespassed on the Notting Hill territory.
Don't tell me about Judd. He's a killer. Can't you see I'm scared stiff for Shimmy? If you don't put him behind bars, what's going to happen to my husband?
Nothing. If your husband is innocent. But was he? There could have been a dozen hidden motives divorced from the obvious run of gang reprisals. Messages came pouring into the yard from our placed plainclothes men and informers, telling of the seething excitement in the underworld at the possible repercussions. What were the big boys going to do? Was Larry's death about to trigger off a new wave of lawlessness? I was thankful that as the hours and the days passed, there was every indication that Evans and Judd had kept their mobs in check. And during this time, the exasperatingly slow gathering together of all the threads to make a pattern was taking place. What do you think of Judd's alibi, Jackson?
Not very good, is it, sir?
No.
There's only his wife willing to swear that he was home in bed when the shooting took place.
True, but he didn't do it. I'm convinced that neither he nor any of his lieutenants were responsible.
But somebody did it, sir.
Of course somebody did it. Sorry, Jackson. This thing's getting me down. Reams and reams of paper, checking on the movements of every possible suspect. Look at this. 24 people willing to swear to seeing Shimmy Evans at the Cock and Sparrow between the hours of 1 and 3 on the morning of the 27th. At least 4 of them have unimpeachable characters.
Yes. We seem to be getting nowhere fast, to use your phrase.
That's true. What was he doing on the common? Thug like that's usually at a spieler, or... Here, wait a minute. Why wasn't he at the Cock and Sparrow with the rest of the gang? I think I'll have another word with our friend Shimmy. Tell me, Shimmy, I want the truth. And I promise it won't go beyond these 4 walls. Was Larry on a job for you? Now, don't give me that holier-than-thou look again. If you're genuine about wanting his murder avenged, you'll come clean. What was he doing on the common? Was he on a breaking and entering job, one of the big houses Clapham were?
Come off it, Inspector. Breaking and entering? Do you think he'd go for small stuff like that? No, he came to me and asked me whether I was going to be at the Cock and Sparrow, and I said yes. Well, he then said that he wouldn't. He was going to play cards at the Spieler in Kennington.
Oh, which one?
Tony Savilli's place.
But he no play here? Not all night, I see him.
But of course he couldn't have been here all night. He'd been murdered in the early hours of the morning, you know that.
Now look, Senior Carr, I'm a respectable spieler.
Oh, that's funny. A respectable spieler. What do you think of that, Jackson?
Respectable spieler. Tony's joint.
What are you two trying to do? Give me the big frame up.
He was here early on, wasn't he? Now, don't stall. He was singing...
He come here, yes. He come here. He not to stay long, though.
Did he play cards?
No. Stay a while, and then he go.
Do you know what the penalty is for withholding information? This is a murder inquiry, not a petty fogging visit under the Gaming Act. I'll tell you why he came here. He asked you to say that he was gambling in this joint should his boss ask.
But how you know?
Did he or didn't he?
See? It did.
All right. Talk, Tony. Take it all down, Jackson. We'll get him decided. Tony's signed statement instilled in me the feeling that every detective waits for, the instinctive knowledge that at long last one is on the right track. I knew all along there was a girl in the case.
Did you, sir? Why?
Oh, never mind that now. Yes?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes?
A 38 has been found by the LCC Refuse Department. They believe it came from one of the refuse bins in the Clapham area.
Any joy?
I don't know, sir. The registered number is...
Never mind that. Is it going to help us?
I'm afraid not, sir. It's one of a consignment of guns stolen from Hunting and Fishing Limited, Dover Street, about 2 years ago.
Hunting and fishing? What are they doing selling pistols?
I wouldn't know, sir.
I don't suppose you would. All right, Ops, thank you. Let me have it. If the number's on it, it's going to prove quite useful.
But it's been stolen.
I know. Don't you worry about it. Send it over to the murder squad right away.
Very good, sir.
They found the gun, Jackson, as you no doubt gathered.
Won't help us much, will it?
Of course it will. It's going to be Exhibit A, as our legal friends would say.
But I don't understand, sir. It was stolen from a reputable...
But when? 2 years ago. Now, where's it been since? And how did Mrs. Evans get hold of it?
Mrs. Evans? You think she's the killer?
I'll stake my non-existent bowler hat on it.
I don't see why.
I don't see why either, not at the moment. Listen, Jackson, it all adds up. Why did Larry Ritchie tell his boss that he wouldn't be at the Cock and Sparrow because he was going to be busy at a spieler? That's number one. 2, why did he take the risk of involving Tony Savilli by asking him to act as cover-up unless there was some possibility that his boss might become suspicious? Suspicious of what?
Mrs. Evans?
Yes, Jackson. Mrs. Evans.
Inspector, I can understand Shimmy wanting to bub off Larry if Larry was two-timing him with Mrs. Evans. But why,
on the other... coming back to the motive. Now, this is one of the exceptions to the rule. This time we find the killer, and then we determine the motive.
Fair enough, sir. What do we do? Pull him in for questioning?
No. I want her trailed night and day, but she mustn't have the slightest inkling that we suspect her. She's a shrewd young woman. We haven't got a shred of proof. In fact, she's made one mistake so far, or perhaps two.
What are they, sir?
Well, for the moment, we'll concentrate on the second one. Being a woman, she didn't bother to file the number off the gun. She knew it was hot, and the chances of it being traced back to her were remote.
Yeah. I still don't see it, sir. How can we trace it back to her?
With the aid of her husband. You lied to me. Shimmy Evans, thug that you are, strong-arm hoodlum and bully that you are, I believe you.
Inspector, I can take so many insults and no more. What are you talking about?
This I'm talking about.
What?
Pick it up, Shimmy. By the laws of the underworld, it's yours.
What is this? What game are you playing?
Remember that job in Dover Street, Hunting and Fishing Limited? Why didn't you file all the numbers? I'll tell you why. You flogged the rest, but you kept this one. Oh, I don't say you were going to do a murder with it. Otherwise, you'd have filed this one as well. Which of your gang did it? Who did you instruct to bump off Larry Ritchie?
Me? You're crazy. He was a pal of mine.
Was he? Don't tell me you didn't know about Larry and your wife.
What? I got an alibi.
I don't care about your alibi. I'll break it.
What did you say? What did you say about Larry and Maisie?
I was grateful for the change in the law which allowed a police officer to apprehend a suspect for 48 hours. It had to be either Evans or his wife. Could there be collusion between the two? In the eyes of the law, they'd both be guilty. I didn't think so. I had to take a high-handed action as far as Shimmy Evans was concerned in order to get some proof against his wife. Evening, Shimmy. I was expecting an outburst. None?
Were you? I've been thinking, Inspector, about what you said about Larry and Maisie. What are you trying to do? I didn't kill Larry, you know it.
Let me show you something. That's a signed statement by Tony Savilli. If you were to inquire from Tony, he was to say that Larry played cards at his spieler all night. Why the need for the cover-up?
Maisie?
Right so, Shimmy. Now, see my difficulty? We know that you had that gun. It was found in a refuse bin by the common. Ballistics say that there's a slight flaw which proves that the bullet that killed Larry came from that gun.
After all I did for him and Maisie. Oh, no, I come to look at it. Why, that dirty little trick.
We have a strong motive, haven't we, Shimmy?
Not that again, Inspector.
Don't say it. But what about Maisie? You know that this gun was in your possession. She could have taken it and used it on Larry.
It's no go, Inspector. You heard what she said. She was asleep in bed when the shooting took place. You can't prove otherwise. You'd have put her in by now if you could. You better look elsewhere for your killer.
Oh, well, if she's innocent, you're guilty.
You can't keep me here more than another day unless you've got a strong case and you know it.
We'll see. All right, Sergeant Jackson, let's go. Oh, let's hope it works.
Think it will, sir?
Shimmy knows the ropes, but he's pacing up and down that cell with a murderous rage. He hasn't had a chance to speak to his wife. The sight of her expression of bland innocence is likely to trigger him off, and her. Anyway, let's hope so. Oh, is this where she is?
This is the office.
What have you done with my husband? You must be mad.
No one's laid a hand on him, Mrs. Evans. A constable, take Mrs. Evans to her husband.
Very good, sir.
He's got a dozen witnesses.
I advise you not to say anything, Mrs. Evans. You've asked to see your husband. Kindly go along with this, constable.
You wait till I tell the papers, shoving an innocent man in prison.
Come along, madam.
I'm coming. I'm coming. You're a rotten lot of...
Oh, yeah. I don't think she approves of us.
Breaks my heart. All right, constable, get ready to switch on. Got the recording machine ready, Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Go through.
Oh, darling, what have they done to you?
What are you standing around for? I'm not a convicted criminal.
All right, keep your head on. I'm going.
Darling,
Shut up. Wait till he goes. You see what you've done, you rotten little Tommy.
what are you talking about? You shouldn't have done that, Shimmy. You shouldn't have hit me like that.
Think I'm going to swing for the murder you committed? How long's it been going on? How many times did Larry make love to my wife? Why?
You're wrong. You don't know what you're saying.
Throwing that gun in a refuse bin. Didn't you know it was hot? Didn't you know the number had been filed? I'm not going to swing for the murder you committed, you slut.
Shimmy, I had to kill him. He forced me. I didn't want to. And then he kept saying that if I didn't let him make love to me...
Wait a minute. Why are they left us alone like this? Hey? What's that? They bugged the cell.
That's it. Come on.
Well, it's all here, sir. We played over the recording and she signed a confession.
Well, she's no fool. It's likely to get her a recommendation for mercy. Still, just as well, it'll shorten the trial. What's worrying you, Jackson?
Just this, sir. You said you knew the killer was a woman right from the beginning.
How could you have done? I didn't say I knew. I said I was reasonably convinced, although the clue stood out a mile. You see, Jackson. Well, have you worked out why it was a reasonable assumption that Larry Ritchie was shot by a woman? Not sure? It was this.
I doubt if the gun was more than an inch from the man's forehead.
You see it now? How else could the killer get so close to the victim unless it was in a lover's embrace? The moral of the story? Girls, if you're being importuned by some gangster, don't go putting a bullet through his head on Clapham. It's so common. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblet Cheese Twists, with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook.
Cose formidable.
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblet's Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. Although I've now been a South African citizen for over a score of years, I still relish what I regard as the finest climate in the world. Here we are now in the midst of winter, and yet, despite the cold wind, the sun is shining, and the skies are quite beautiful blue. Or at least it is as I sit in my garden writing these notes for my program. Strangely enough, when I first set foot in South Africa, I was most disappointed. A rather unpleasant drizzle of rain being whirled and swirled by a vicious east wind. And when my friends who had come to meet the boat endeavoured to reassure me that although spring had arrived officially, the weather they were experiencing was most unusual, and that soon the clouds would disperse, the wind would subside, and I would get to know the joys of South African sunshine, I remained unconvinced. But not for long. The first few days of disappointment had a salutary effect. For, as my friends predicted, when the sun did shine, I knew then that I had arrived to live in a country with one of the best climates in the world. Why all this? Well, one of the persons meeting me on my arrival was an ex-colleague of mine who had retired, and who, in fact, influenced me to emigrate. It was thinking of him that called to mind a spring day in London. I was walking across Trafalgar Square, en route to New Scotland Yard, when a paper boy shouted the news of a murder that was to create quite a sensation at the time. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story The Traffic of Death. it was a pleasant spring morning, all right. A shower of rain had given the air a touch of brilliance. The sun was causing a million sparkles, as if each raindrop were a diamond. The thought of sitting at my desk wading through the police reports, Interpol's list of wanted murderers, etc., made me wish I'd taken up farming or market gardening. And then I heard the youngster.
Read all about it! Read all about it! Murder on the M1! Man's body found mangled! The paper, sir?
Yeah, you, my young friend. Are you the harbinger?
The what, sir?
Oh, never mind. No, here you are.
It's in the stop press if you want to know about the murder, Inspector Carr.
Oh, well, such is fame. And so it was. A saloon car had been found telescoped against a pylon on the M1. A patrolman went to examine the car and its occupant, a middle-aged, prosperous-looking man in a dark suit. He had brownish-grey hair and a heavy moustache. His face had been badly cut and he was unconscious. The patrolman rushed to the nearest first aid kiosk. Having ensured that an ambulance and medical assistance were on his way, he returned to the car. The man was missing. Instead, slumped against the wheel, was a young man in his late 20s. He was dead. Scotland Yard had been alerted. Spring. Raindrops in the sun. Oh, well, even a detective can dream. Carr?
Murder on the M1, sir.
Yes, I've been reading about it in the stop press.
The county police have asked for our assistance, sir.
Fine. Anything further since the newspaper story?
Yes, sir. The body's been identified. His name is Arthur King.
Anything else?
Yes, sir. 28 years of age, married, police record, released from prison nearly a year ago.
Married, you say?
Yes, sir.
Address?
26 Stepney Green.
Well, what about the man, this middle-aged man now missing? Was he alive when the highway patrolmen saw him?
The patrolman says he was unconscious. He thinks he was still alive because his cut face was still bleeding.
Well, that's conclusive enough proof. Oh, and the car. You traced its origin?
Yes, sir. The owner reported it stolen early this morning.
Where's the body?
It's the Luton Hospital. I've got the report here, sir.
Right, read it to me, please.
Casualty report signed by Dr. Stevens says examination of the body shows that the casualty did not die from injuries resulting from a motor collision. Cranium wounds clearly indicate that the victim was struck with a blunt instrument.
The medical report disposed of the theory that the young man met with an accident whilst driving north in order to dispose of the stolen vehicle. I gave instructions for the patrolman who reported the incident to await my arrival at the scene, where he came across the car and the body. Is that it over there, Sergeant Wilson?
Yes, sir. That's a patrol officer, sir, standing by the car.
Oh, yes, thank you.
I gave him your message, sir, that he wasn't mistaken, that it was murder, all right. Morning, George. This is Chief Inspector Carr.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Moxted. I'm sorry we're a bit late.
That's all right, sir. I don't know whether I'm Arthur or Martha. Honest, I don't, sir. Some of the reporters are trying to suggest I had a drop too much to drink.
Oh, I shouldn't take too much notice of them. Well, we're lucky it hasn't rained.
Yes, sir.
Now then, you came by here, I understand, at 4 o'clock this morning, eh?
That's correct, sir.
Now, take a good look around. Anything altered appreciably, apart from the fact that the body has been removed from the car?
No, sir, no. I made a drawing for the association.
Yes?
The skid marks are exactly the same. Look, sir, see? Where the sergeant's made the chalk circles.
As the patrolman said, the skid marks were still clearly visible. It seemed that the car had skidded for about 20 yards before hitting the pylon standard. Patches of oil suggested a contributory factor to the skid. The entire bonnet had stove in. I don't want to keep you, Mr. Moxted. I'm sure you could do with some shutter. How is it you were on this road in the first place?
Well, sir, it's my job to patrol this stretch of the M1 from Linsdale to Luton.
Yes?
At approximately 10 minutes past 4, I was on my way back to Linsdale when I noticed this car here. I went over to examine it. There was a middle-aged gentleman sprawled across the wheel. He looked in pretty bad shape.
Did you touch him?
No, sir, I didn't. As soon as I saw him bleeding like that, I rushed to the nearest kiosk to ask for the ambulance.
Now, you were travelling in the opposite direction. Did you see anything of an accident?
No, sir. But you'll notice about 10 yards further on there's a steep rise in the road. It's impossible to see the oncoming traffic. That's why we've got that warning sign up there.
Yes. Have you any idea when the accident took place?
Well, sir, it could only have been a few minutes before I come along. The car was quite hot and the skid marks was clearly visible.
Engine running?
No, sir, no.
Well, then what happened?
Well, when I got back to the car, I got the fright of my life. There was someone else at the wheel.
Yes, I see. How long had you been away?
Well, now, the telephone kiosk is 8 miles going north. Well, I couldn't have been away more than a quarter of an hour, sir.
Mm-hmm. And then what happened?
Well, for a moment, I thought I'd been dreaming. I reported the matter to the police sergeant. They took the youngster away in the ambulance and told me that he was dead. And I should call later the Luton Central Police Station and make a statement. I did that later this morning. Then they asked me to be here at 10:30.
Now, are you absolutely sure that someone else was at the wheel when you arrived on the scene?
Well, I take my oath on it, sir.
Well, thank you, Markstead. Oh, one more question. You're quite sure that the other man was alive when you saw him?
Positive, sir. The blood was pouring all over his face. He was sort of breathing and groaning, if you know what I mean. Oh, it's all so confusing, sir.
Oh, well, we're indebted to you. If you hadn't arrived on the scene when you did, it would have appeared as a simple accident. Car thief skidding into a pylon while driving his loot.
Oh, you believe me, sir? You don't think I've got something wrong with my top story?
Oh, no, of course I don't. Now, you run off home and get some sleep.
Oh, that's if I've been able to sleep after all this, sir. Well, goodbye, sir. Goodbye, Harry.
Bye.
Bye, George.
Nice chap, then. Intelligent, too. No wonder he's bewildered. All right, Sergeant Wilson. I want this area cordoned off. Someone placed on duty day and night until we remove the car. From now on, you're my assistant.
Oh, thank you very much, sir.
Now, those notes I gave you. What time did your local doctor on duty say King died? 2:30, was it?
Yes, sir. Here it is. Casualty report. Examined corpse 5:30. Casualty killed instantly. Estimated time between 2 and 2:30 a.m.
Doesn't make sense, does it? How does a badly injured man get out of a car and disappear? And for that matter, how did the young man get into the car? If the times are accurate, the occupants were switched all in a matter of 15 minutes.
It's a bit of a problem, isn't it, sir?
Yes, it certainly is. Well, you better get back to your manor. Phone and ask operations to send out an alert. I want to know everything we can about the movements of this car from the time it was stolen. And I want every hospital doctor and everyone concerned to let us know if they had to treat a middle-aged man for serious injuries. Oh, and while you're about it, Sergeant, we'd better take a look at the hospital morgues, see if they've admitted any middle-aged dead this morning.
Very good, sir.
Meanwhile, I'll have a word with Mrs. King. If I'd expected Arthur King's wife to be the usual gangster moral type of companion to a hoodlum, I was in for a surprise. When I knocked at the door of a neat little terrace house that seemed to defy the squalid, paint-peeling tenements on either side, it was opened by a gentle-faced young woman, fighting hard to hold back her tears.
I suppose you're from the police?
Yes, I am. My name's Carr, New Scotland Yard. Oh, may I come in?
Oh, sorry, of course.
Thank you.
Please sit down. Can I get you a cup of tea or anything?
No, thank you, Mrs. King.
They say the car was stolen. Seems I've lost the battle. Yet he was so kind and loving. In the 8 months we've been married, he's never raised his voice in anger. He's always kind and... I'm sorry. Come to ask me questions.
Yes. Your husband's been murdered, Mrs. King. It wasn't an accident. Did you know that?
Yes, I saw it in the paper. Besides, I've just come back from the hospital.
Yes, I know. They told you were there, identifying your husband. You say that you've been married 8 months?
Yes. I didn't know I'd married a crook. I didn't know I'd got myself a husband who'd end up with his head bashed in on the M1. I tell you this, Inspector. Now it's happened. I'm glad, do you hear? I'm glad he's been killed.
As Mrs. King poured out her bitterness, I began to wonder whether I would ever find the correct pieces to complete this extraordinary jigsaw puzzle. An unidentified, missing, middle-aged man who could be alive or dead. An embittered Mrs. King, expressing pleasure at the thought that the corpse of her husband was found in the stolen motor car. What had embittered the young wife in the space of a few months? Mrs. King, you can't really mean what you just said.
Can't I? Look, Inspector, when I met Arthur, he told me that he was a stuntman with a film company. And he told me he was doing some secret service work. What's the use? I was gullible. I suppose I was a sitting duck, really. It seems I'm fated to be involved in road accidents.
Huh?
My fiancé was killed not more than 10 miles from where they found Arthur.
See.
He was riding a motorbike. Some drunken driver went into him. And yet...
You say you're glad your husband is dead. And you say that he was gentle and kind.
Oh, you're a man, you wouldn't understand. A woman can forgive almost anything, but she can't forgive lies. I had to find out about him for myself. When he'd come to me and said, look, I've been kidding you, I've served time in jail, don't you see, Inspector, I'd have helped him to go straight.
Yes, I do see. When did you see your husband last?
Yesterday morning. He said he was going out on a job. When I asked him what job, he said I wasn't to worry. But I did worry. You see, his friends had dropped hints, but he wouldn't ever once admit that he was doing anything dishonest. I half believed him, because I wanted to.
Now, you say he went out yesterday morning, wouldn't tell you where he was going?
No, he wouldn't.
All right, Mrs. King, I won't bother you any more this morning. You've been under a great strain. I'll keep you informed if anything turns up. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Oh, yes, Ops. What have you got?
Ex-branch just come through, sir. All rather negative, I'm afraid.
Oh.
Well, sir, there were 37 cases of admission to hospital this morning, but none of the casualties were driving on the M1 road.
Well, that helps.
There were very few cars on the road at that time of morning, sir. The owner of the stolen car...
Yes, what about her?
Mrs. Marjorie Cunningham. We've got the background on her, sir. Lives at 37 Lowndes Square.
Yes, we've got that. What do you know about her?
Well-to-do, age 38, divorced.
All right, thanks. Oh, hello, Wilson.
Huh?
Let's hope you're more forthcoming than Ops. What have you found out about King?
As far as we know, sir, he was last seen alive at the Queen's Elm, Fulham Road, about 10:30 last night. From then on, it's an absolute blank. So far, sir.
Yeah, well, there's no point in my sitting here hoping for a revelation.
No. They must find that missing man sooner or later.
There's no such thing as must in the police vocabulary. You know that, Wilson. Oh, I think I'll have a word with the owner of the car.
I'm delighted they found the car, Inspector, even though it seems badly smashed. I got quite attached to it.
Well, as far as Scotland Yard's concerned, madam, we didn't find the car found us.
I don't think I know what you mean.
Well, our job is to try and find the killer. Now, Mrs. Cunningham, when did you see your car last?
Oh, about 4:15 this morning, when I got back from the Nightingale Club.
I see. Where'd you leave the car?
Outside. I was too tired to take it round the block to the garage.
And when did you discover it missing?
About 10 o'clock this morning. I looked out of the window and it was gone. What was that young man doing in my car?
That's what I intend to find out. Now get to it, Sergeant. Our only lead is the car. I want to know the garage that sold it, everything about its owner, Mrs. Cunningham.
Very good, sir.
And the only thing I've got at the moment is that she's 38 and divorced. Here, wait a minute. Find out about the divorce. Get on to operations. Carr?
Here's the information you want, sir.
Yes?
Mr. Richard Cunningham was awarded the degree Nice Eye. Mr. Herbert Lacey was cited as co-respondent. There's another interesting piece of information, sir.
Well?
This Herbert Lacey, he went in 8 years ago, 12 months for fraudulent evasion of taxes.
Thank you, Ops. Thank you very much. What's he doing now?
He and his brother run a thing called Lacey Imports Limited.
Quick work. Thanks very much. Wilson, go to the Rogues Gallery, have a look at the Lacey brothers. See if there's anything there.
Very good, sir.
Oh, and while you're at it, find out where Mrs. Cunningham has her car serviced.
Right, Inspector.
Whether you find anything interesting or not, as far as the Lacey brothers are concerned, I want them brought in for questioning.
Now, look here, Inspector, I'm a busy man. What is it all about?
All in good time. Do you know that a young man was found dead in a motor vehicle owned by Mrs. Cunningham?
And what has that got to do with me?
Well, here's a picture of a young man. Ever seen him before?
Never. Now, look, Inspector, I have an appointment.
Yes, you have, with me. The man was killed some 38 hours ago at 2:30 in the morning. Where were you?
Now, look here, you're not...
Where were you, Mr. Lacey?
At home, in bed.
What car do you drive? All right, don't tell me. I'll tell you. The number is MFH 236. It's an Imperial. Right?
Since you seem to know all the answers, I don't know why you bother to question
Where's
me.
your brother?
My brother?
Oh, come. Don't tell me you don't know you've got a brother called Peter.
He's away. He's gone on holiday.
A motoring holiday?
He doesn't drive, Inspector. Now, look here, I've had enough of this.
So have I. Now, we've extracted this from what we call the Rogues Gallery, Mr. Lacey. Ever seen this picture before?
Where did you get this? This is my brother Peter.
Wilson, ask Patrolman Moxted to come in. Yes, sir. Now, Mr. Lacey, do you deny that your car, MFH 236, was on the M1 highway on the night of April the 25th or the early morning of the 26th?
If it was, I wasn't in.
Now, supposing I told you... Oh, come in. Do you recognize this gentleman?
Yes, I do. No, I don't. I'm sorry. You looked a bit like the bloke I saw best about in a motor car. As a matter of fact...
Stop worrying, Marksted. Have a look at this picture. Recognize that?
Oh, yeah, that's him, sir, yes. That's the one I saw in a car. I swear it's...
This is nonsense.
Is it nonsense, is it? Wilson, sir, get on to operations. One or two things I'd like you to find out. It's urgent. Tell them I want to know where Herbert Lacey of Chester House has his car serviced, whether it's been washed lately, how much petrol has been bought in the last 3 days, whether it's been seen on the road either yesterday or the day before.
Right, sir.
What is all this about?
Murder, or an accessory to murder, which is the same thing. I knew that at long last I was on the right road, that my investigation was beginning to show results. But that wasn't enough. Why? What was it all about? Why was Arthur King murdered? And what connection was there with Mrs. Cunningham and the Laceys? I knew that I'd never get the answer to these questions until Peter Lacey was found.
Not a trace anywhere. Do you still think...
Don't ask me to supply the answers now, there's a good chap. I must be on the right road. If I'm not, then I might as well resign from the murder squad. There's no other possible avenue to explore. And where is he? Where is this Peter Lacey? Of course. Where else can he be? Most logical place. Mrs. Cunningham's.
What on earth? Inspector, it's 10 o'clock at night.
I realize that. Mrs. Cunningham may come in.
No, I'm tired. Anything we have to say to each other can be said in the morning just as well.
I have a search warrant, Mrs. Cunningham. All right, Wilson, go through.
This is outrageous.
You'd better close the door if you don't want the neighbours to hear. Now, I may as well tell you, Mrs. Cunningham, that we have reason to believe that you are harbouring someone we wish to question in connection with the murder of King.
What on earth do you mean?
All right, Wilson, take a look around.
Right, sir.
I shall speak to my Member of Parliament about this. Hasn't anyone any rights in their own home?
Here he is, sir.
At last. Our accident victim, Peter Lacey.
What do you want?
You. I'm a police officer. I'm taking you inside on suspicion that you are implicated in the murder of Arthur King. Who did your bandaging?
Peter, you are not to say a thing.
I hope that the doctor who bandaged you isn't as involved as you two are.
You're talking absolute nonsense. You have nothing on us.
Oh, what's the use? It's not your fault, Marjorie. Leave her alone. She had nothing to do with it. The state I'm in, you'll never get me to the gallows.
Why did you do it?
Well, he asked for it, opening his big mouth. 40 quid a week he was making out of us, just driving to the docks and helping us in load. Then he began to tell me that he was Marge's lover. I was a bit drunk, and I let him have it with a spanner.
I see. What were you going to do with the body?
Oh, take it to an old chalk pit we knew. Then we had a skid on the M1, but she had nothing to do with it. I swear she didn't.
Better not say any more. You'll all be charged with complicity in the murder of Arthur King, and I must warn you that anything you now say will be taken down. Well, that's the story, Wilson.
Oh, it's almost unbelievable, isn't it, sir? To have him killed at the docks like that.
Well, they'd just taken some delivery of some contraband. Apparently, both young King and Peter Lacey had too much hooch on the ship that was smuggling the stuff into England. We found blood patches just by E Wharf.
Oh, I see. So they shoved the dead body into the car?
That's right. They were going to bury him in a chalk pit. Safer than throwing the body into the sea at the docks. I suppose the oil patches on the road were not the only cause of a skid. Peter Lacey must have been in a highly emotional state. Anyway, he crashes into the pylon standard. They could hear the noise of the approaching patrolman. Mrs. Cunningham gets out of the car, drags the dead body of King with her. Moxted arrives, sees the injured body of the driver, goes off to get first aid.
I wonder whose idea it was to substitute King for Lacey at the wheel of the smashed car.
What does it matter? Fact is, the two brothers and Mrs. Cunningham returned to London, hoping that the switched bodies wouldn't be noticed. They'll get their deserts, thanks to the patrolman, and Mrs. Cunningham.
Mrs. Cunningham?
Yes, of course. She gave the game away.
At approximately 10 minutes past 4, I was on my way back to Lindale when I noticed this car here.
And yet, when I questioned Mrs. Cunningham... When did you last see a car, Mrs. Cunningham?
Oh, about 4:15 this morning.
Which, of course, was impossible. How could a car found smashed on the M1 at 4:10 be parked by its owner in London at 4:15?
Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblets Cheese Twists, with Hugh Ross as Inspector Carr. Epic Casebook.
Springbok Radio presents Inspector Carr Investigates.
Good evening. Over the many years that I've been coming into the studio to present these dramatized investigations taken from my casebook of crime, I have, on occasions, expressed my very real pleasure at being able to relive episodes from the days when I was Chief Inspector at New Scotland Yard. However, I'd be less than human did I not go searching through my notes for tonight's story with very mixed feelings indeed. Of course, all good things must come to an end sometime, and as most of you know, tonight sees the last in this series. Having uttered this valedictory comment, let's get on with the investigation, which I think you'll find most interesting. At least I hope so. I've called it Murder Anonymous.
there must be a reason why, all over the world, Rothman's King Size is offered with pride, accepted with pleasure. It's simply this. Rothman's extra length, finest filter, and the best tobacco money can buy give you true king-size flavor. Rothman's King Size really satisfies.
Although many of the members attending the Whitefriars Club were known to us because of the huge stakes they wagered, and the Yard's always interested as to the source of such large amounts of money, the owner himself, a man named Andrew Bellamy, was of no interest to us at the CID. While he was alive, that is. I hope it isn't what I think it is, Ops.
I'm afraid so, sir. A man identified as Andrew Bellamy found shot dead. Emergency call just came through, sir.
Well, who reported the incident, Ops?
Named George Hopkins. Apparently he and his wife worked for the victim.
Address?
It's a house called Heathcliff, Little Missenden Bucks.
Just inside the metropolitan area. You checked with the Buckingham Manor?
Yes, sir. They've sent a Dr. Botting. He's the local police surgeon.
OK, Ops, organise transport. Tell Bucks I'm on my way.
Very good, sir.
Did you hear, Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Oh, then time being of the essence, let's get cracking. If their directions are correct, should be the next lane on the left.
There is a signpost of some sort, sir. Oh, yes. It says Heathcliff.
Must say the house looks isolated enough from here.
We've got a reception committee, sir.
Mr. and Mrs. Hopkins, no doubt. Oh, that'll be the local police surgeon's car. I assume he's inside with the corpse. Good morning, Mr. Hopkins.
That's right, sir. This is my missus. They phoned to say that you were on your way. I just can't believe it. He was such a lovely
Oh,
gentleman.
it gave me quite a turn, you see. I went to call him.
My
and
missus...
Well, I don't think there's any point in standing here. Let's go inside. Oh, by the way, my assistant, Sergeant Jackson. Take a look around the grounds, Sergeant. See if there's anything untoward.
Very good, sir.
Mr. Botting's in there, sir.
Thought I heard voices. Chief Inspector Carr, I take it. Botting. Poor devil, shot right through the heart.
Any idea of ETD?
I hate to hazard an estimated time of death. Certainly several hours. Care to take a look at him?
The victim's crumpled body lay in what must have been his study. Only when I took a closer look at the body did I realize that he was the Andrew Bellamy who owned the Whitefriars Club. Good heavens. So he's that Andrew Bellamy.
You know him?
Oh, not personally, no. His picture's been in all the glossy magazines, of course. How well do you know him, Doctor?
Not frightfully well. Awfully nice chap. They tell me that the Whitefriars are a little too expensive for the likes of me. Besides, I only go to London when I have to, and certainly not at night.
John.
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, Niblets Cheese Twists, Halverine Bread Spread, and Blossom Yellow Margarine present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. I don't think that there has ever been a newspaper account of a murder trial that has haunted me for so long as the recent case of a young South African girl who was thrown overboard from a British merchant vessel, and of the young merchant seaman named Stephen Marley, who was charged and convicted. The trial was given full coverage by the South African press, and rightly so, not because of the victim's nationality, but because the whole dreadful story contained circumstances almost beyond belief. Obviously, I don't propose to dwell on the sensational and garish evidence which came out at the trial, but one cannot help wondering as to how these two girls, for if you've read the account of the trial, you will know there was another stowaway on board, how they came to choose the sort of life they were leading before they boarded the vessel. The judge commented on the fact that these two girls could stow away on a vessel with such ease, and understandably suggested that stricter precautions were necessary. Yet, keeping away unauthorized persons from a boat which is about to sail is not easy. I'm not claiming to be an authority on a ship and those that sail in her, but I did have to investigate very thoroughly the procedure and routine adopted when a ship leaves harbor. What's more, a stowaway figured prominently in my investigation. You see, the master of a vessel called the Dolphin was found murdered whilst the vessel was still on the high seas. She was sailing under a British flag, registered at Southampton. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story No Holds Barred.
Pick a pack of Blossom, get its farm fresh taste today. When your breakfast gets them waking in the morning. Blossom. For the sandwiches you're making in the midday. Blossom. For your roast and baking in the evening. Blossom. Pick a pack of Blossom.
Blossom Yellow Margarine.
Pick a pack of Blossom.
For sandwiches that burst with health and farm-fresh taste.
Pick a pack of Blossom.
For frying eggs to a golden turn. For dabbing on your vegetables, carrots, peas, potatoes.
Pick a pack of Blossom.
For baking and roasting and spreading on crisp, warm rolls. And satisfying your family with its farm-fresh taste.
Blossom helps a busy mum. Make sure today you're choosing it, using it. Blossom. Blossom. Pick a pack of Blossom.
Pick a pack of Blossom.
The Dolphin was a cargo ship returning to home waters from New York when the murder was discovered by one of the crew. The incident was radioed to the head office of the Transatlantic Shipping Company, who in turn communicated with Scotland Yard, since their head office was in Leadenhall Street. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector. Murder on the high seas, sir.
You reporting an incident or telling me of a movie you've seen, Ops?
Sorry about that dramatic opening, Inspector. Couldn't resist it. The general manager of the Transatlantic Shipping Company has telephoned to say that the master of the vessel called the Dolphin, he's been murdered 6 miles out of sea, sir.
Yeah? Where's the Dolphin based?
Southampton, sir.
Well, it's a matter for Winchester. Surely it comes under Hampshire CID.
Mr. Hamble, he's the general manager, sir, says that he communicated with the Southampton police who say that the murdered man's home is in Barking. That comes under the metropolitan area. And he thought it was a matter for the murder squad, sir.
Case of passing the buck, if ever I heard one. All right, when's she due to dock?
According to Mr. Hamble, in about half an hour from now, sir. The docks are heavily congested and they expect some delay.
Oh, I'd better get down to Southampton docks right away. Are you the pilot ready to take me out to the Dolphin?
That's right. If you're the man from Scotland Yard I've been told to look out for.
Good, then let's away. My name's Carr.
Captain Hanley, at your service, sir. Yeah, let me give you a hand down.
Thanks.
Right.
Yes. Very misty, isn't it?
Certainly is. Look at them through the mist. They're waiting their turn to enter the docks.
The Dolphin among that lot?
No, she's been told to drop anchor and await your arrival. There she is. See where I'm pointing?
Huh?
About 45 degrees in the starboard bow.
Oh, good, then let's go.
All right, Harry, we're away.
I don't know how you can see in all this mist.
Oh, this is nothing. You should see it when there's a real pea souper. Then it gets tricky. She's getting a bit clearer now. See that yellow funnel through the fog? That's her.
Do you know why we're going out?
I'll say it's all over the docks. They say there's been a mutiny and the skipper's been done in. Wouldn't surprise me. Real old martinet is Bill Timbled.
Oh, is that the reputation he had?
So they say. There's many a man who's refused to sign on the Dolphin because of Timbled. Mind you, they also say there was no finer sailor on the seven seas. Oh, now you can see her, that's her. There's 3 black stripes on the funnels. That's a transatlantic shipping company's ensign. Righto, easy as she goes, off ahead. Off, ready, steady. Right. Can you climb a rope ladder, Mr. Carr?
Well, reasonably well. I don't know whether that's the right answer in these choppy waters.
All right there. All right. Port 5. Stop. Stand by to take a line aboard. How are you, Charlie?
How would you be? That a cop, did you?
Cop. 1. Chief Inspector Carr, New Scotland Yard.
I see. That's Charlie Hughes, first mate. Up you go, sir. I'll steady the rope ladder. Yeah. My instructions are to await a radio message. Looks as though the Dolphin will be held up here for a couple of hours.
Well, thank you, Captain Hanley. I'll send the message through as soon as I'm ready to return.
Course off.
There was a distinct swell, and the slight sway of the rope ladder didn't help matters. But within a matter of a moment or so, I was aboard the merchant vessel Dolphin. Hughes was a big, burly man in a rather dirty jersey and a uniform cap on the back of his head. As we shook hands, I could see groups of sailors staring at me. Was it the fact that one of the crew was a murderer and therefore all were suspect? Was that the reason I sensed an atmosphere of hostility bordering on hate?
I wish I was welcoming you aboard under more personal circumstances, Chief Inspector. All right, what are you all staring at? You haven't been paid off yet. Get back to your duties. Not the lazy swine. You there! Tell Sparks the radio the Chief Inspector Carr's aboard. He's got to tell the Southampton police. Aye, sir. The skipper's lying over there. Covered him with a tarpaulin. There's somebody else aboard you'll want to question.
I don't understand that cryptic remark, Mr. Hughes. I'll need to question everyone.
There'll be one more than you bargained for. Stowaway. How they managed to smuggle her aboard.
Do you mean there's a girl aboard this vessel?
Girl? More like a grandmother. She's mixed up in this somewhere or another. You mark my words. Things weren't like this in my day. Here, I'll take you to see the skipper.
All right.
He's over there, bottom of the ladder. By the forward well deck.
Anybody guarding the body?
Aye. Able Seaman Drake. All right, Drake. Back to your quarters. Well, this is the skipper. I decided not to move him until I got your instructions.
Quite right. Let's take a look. Oh. Gosh, eh? Whoever cracked that skull must have used a lot of force. Should look around for a murder weapon. Not that anyone's likely to leave it about when it would be a simple matter to throw it overboard. All right, Mr. Hughes, let's start from the beginning. When and how did it happen?
Just about halfway through the middle watch, I decided to go on deck.
Middle watch?
Yeah, about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Sure, go on.
And I saw someone in oilskins running away. I didn't know why he was running or who he was. I come here to investigate. I saw the skipper. He'd obviously just been attacked. That crack on the skull must have killed him instantly. I shouted to the lookout to raise the alarm.
All hands on deck! All hands on deck! Come on now!
Someone's covered the skipper. He's dead. Look at him lying there.
Great suffering catfish.
Now I know the skipper got his number because of the stowaway. It's murder now, and if you won't talk, she will. You, George Ramsey. Where have you been for the last half hour?
On me bunk where I should still be. I've told you before, I know nothing about that woman, and I'll tell you again.
You address me respectfully. I'm in charge of this vessel now. If you don't watch your step, I'll have you in iron. Of course, no one admitted to cracking the skipper's head wide open.
Now, this stowaway, where is she?
The skipper gave instructions for her to be kept locked up in the Sparks' cabin. He's bunked in with the chief engineer.
Is she American?
No. We searched her handbag. She's got a British passport. You want me to take you to her?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I unlocked the cabin this morning. There's no point. I mean, there's nowhere she can go. I just told her to stay put.
What's all this talk of mutiny?
The old man threatened that everyone would lose their seaman's ticket when he found out about that stowaway. We're on a straight run from New York. She must have been smuggled aboard then. She's in here.
Don't you knock when you enter a lady's apartment.
I understand that you're an unauthorized passenger on this vessel, that you left New York without going through customs and immigration.
What's that got to do with the price of eggs? I'm a British subject, and I've got a British passport.
Well, never mind that now. How'd you get aboard this vessel?
I just waited until no one was looking. Then I just ran up the gangway and hid.
She's lying. Somebody must have brought her food.
Was this cabin locked all last night?
Locked? The rotten swines kept me in here like a caged animal.
Yes, it was locked.
Well, who locked this woman in?
I did. An instruction on the skipper. I come and unlocked the cabin door.
And about time, too.
Where was this woman hiding when she was discovered?
She was in the hold. We ran into some bad weather. The skipper was told that some of the cargo had shifted because of a bad list to port. It's one of the worst squalls I've experienced for years. You there. Go on, George. Secure those cracks over there.
If that stuff breaks away, we've had it.
Well, what's that doing over there? That looks rather dicey. You don't think we ought to lash?
Blimey. How'd you get in here? Hey, we've got a stowaway, Miss Hughes. What are you doing in here,
Oh, leave me alone. Just leave me to die.
Poor old girl. You'll be all right, Ma. The worst of the squall's over. You'll feel better once you get up on deck.
Better? Wait till the skipper hears of this.
How did you get aboard?
Don't question her now. She needs a doctor.
She's going to be a bit pushed. You ain't got no ship surgeon.
Water. Water. I need some water.
You were in a bad way, weren't you?
Bad way? I thought I was never going to get out of the hold alive.
What happened? Were you taken to the captain of this vessel?
I wasn't taken to him. I was dragged. The way he carried on, you'd have thought I was trying to blow up his wretched boat.
When did all this take place?
Night before last.
So, you've been aboard the Dolphin ever since she left New York Harbor?
Well, I wasn't dropped onto the ship by parachute.
I don't think there's any need to be funny, madam. The captain of the Dolphin has been murdered, and you are implicated.
Pick a pack of blossom, get it farm fresh taste today. When your breakfast gets them waking in the morning. Blossom.
Whether spread on toast or frying eggs to a golden turn, Blossom Yellow Margarine tastes the way your family loves it. Light and fresh.
All the sandwiches you're making in the midday blossom.
Give your busy, hungry family their sandwiches with Blossom. They can taste the farm-fresh flavors, good and healthy.
For your roast and baking in the evening blossom.
When your family is at supper, they'll enjoy a roast with the touch of Blossom. They'll love it on their vegetables and spread on crisp, warm rolls. So give them all the farm-fresh taste of Blossom.
Blossom helps a busy mum. Make sure today you're choosing it, using it, Blossom. Blossom, pick a pack of blossom.
Pick a pack of Blossom.
For the first time, this very tough-looking lady, if lady is the right word, showed some signs of fear. Although, had she been locked in the cabin, as the first mate stated, the woman could hardly be accused of murder.
You don't think...
Never mind that now. I understand you have a passport. Please hand it over.
It's my property.
Madam, I don't think you realize sufficient of the situation you're in. I'm a police officer, and it's my duty to arrest you for illegally boarding and travelling on this vessel. And no doubt, by the time the Dolphin arrives at Southampton docks, more serious charges will be levelled at you. Now, where's that passport?
There, in my bag.
Thank you. Oh, I see that your name's Sadie Bowden, that you're a widow, that you're born in London. How long were you in the United States?
5 years. I went out to join my sister. Then I decided to come back to Britain. Look, all right, so I tried to get a free trip back to Southampton. Is that so terrible?
I'm taking possession of your
Give
handbag.
it back to me. You can't do that.
Dear me, you seem to have a considerable amount of dollars for a woman who needs to hide in a ship's hold. As I say, you can consider yourself under arrest.
You mean I'm not going to get locked up in here?
There's no point, unless you're the suicidal type, and I don't think you are. Where's the wireless cabin, Mr. Hughes?
Which of these messages would you like me to send first?
This one, to New York, and then get through to the Southampton CID and give them this message.
Right, sir.
Before you start sending these messages, Sparks, there was a rumor in the docks that some kind of mutiny was taking place aboard this ship. Now, you're the only one who could have started that rumor. Unless somebody else has the use of your wireless cabin.
I'm sorry about that, sir. I'm in hourly contact with our Southampton office. Once we're in the 3-mile limit.
Yeah?
I reported the stowaway, and as Fred Challen was receiving the message, I jokingly said that the ship's crew were mutinous because the skipper was locking this beautiful girl in the cabin and having her all to himself.
Have you seen the stowaway?
No, sir. But 3 of the crew did. I understand she's no chicken, but something of a hellcat in spite of her age.
So there's no question of any of the crew being mutinous?
Well, I wouldn't say so, sir. Naturally, some of them resented being accused of helping her to stow away in the hold.
What chance would she have had of getting ashore if she hadn't been discovered?
Oh, not very difficult. It was 1,000,000 to 1 for the cargo to have shifted as it did. The crew would have been signed off. The immigration and customs would come aboard. Well, they wouldn't have started unloading for at least 24 hours. Whoever was helping her would wrap a great sou'wester around her, and what with all the mist and the fog, well, she'd have got ashore all right.
You talk as though this sort of thing's been done before.
Of course it has. Well, I don't say it's done often, but you go and mix with the ship's crews along the dockside pubs. You'll hear some stories that make your hair stand on end. Well, if you excuse the expression, sir.
All right, Sparks. Send off those messages as soon as you can.
Right away, sir.
Oh, and let me know as soon as you get a reply from New York.
Right, sir. Oh, excuse me, sir. There's a message coming through.
Ah, there you are, Mr. Carr. I've arranged for you to use the captain's cabin.
Good. I want to question every single member of the crew.
Very good.
Have your ship's plan, you know, where the sleeping quarters are, galleys on?
Aye. Yeah, in fact, you'll find it on the wall of the cabin. It's a chart of the Dolphin.
Good.
A message for you, Mr. Mate. Harbour Master says that we can get ready to weigh anchor. We can expect the signal to proceed in about a matter of minutes.
Right, Sparks. I take it the tugs are standing by.
Yes, Mr. Mate.
Well, if you'll kindly show me to the captain's cabin. My aim was to question every member of the crew, particularly as to where they were and what they were doing at the time when the captain was murdered. But in so doing, I hoped to find out which of the crew conspired to get the woman into the hold.
I was fast asleep on my bunk, to be sure. There was 4 of us in that cabin. Myself, Taffy Evans, Monty Fisher, and Harry Fraser.
Were you dressed for any emergency?
Dressed? If you mean was we wearing pyjamas? Oh, no. Our vest and underpants are good enough for the likes of us.
I didn't mean that, Mr. Collins. As soon as Mr. Hughes realized what had happened, he raised the alarm. What happened? Who woke first?
It was Taffy Evans, to be sure. When I'm asleep, it takes more than an alarm bell to wake me.
4 of the crew able to give each other an alibi. And so it went on. And with the interrogation came the depressing thought that finding the culprit was going to be no easy task. I left George Ramsay to the last. I understand it was you who found the stowaway.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have noticed her if I didn't hear some strange voices coming from behind those crates.
Well, that means you're in the clear as far as the stowaway is concerned. Who brought her aboard?
I don't know. Honest, I don't.
But you must have heard talk. She'd been down in that hold for over 8 days. Somebody must have brought her food, water. Well, come on, who was it?
I'll tell you, Governor, no one goes down into the number 2 hold. It was only that the cargo was in danger because of the ship's list. I've never seen a storm like it.
But how did anyone know that the cargo was in danger of becoming loose?
We didn't. That is, no one except the skipper. It was a hard man was Captain Timbolt, but no finer a sailor existed. I was on the forward deck during the storm. We were all making fast under the supervision of the first mate.
Captain, she's rolling heavy, Mr. Hughes. I'm worried about the cargo in number 2 hold. I suggest you take Ramsey to Freeman. Just make sure everything's all right. The starboard sides receive quite a hammering. Right, skipper. Come on, you two!
I see. You say you respected your skipper. Well, who hated him? Who hated him so much as to kill him?
No one. I don't believe it. They say he was found at the bottom of the ladder. The game was pretty rough. He might have fallen.
You wouldn't say that, Mr. Ramsey, if you saw the body. All right, thank you. I seem to be getting nowhere fast. Oh, tell Mrs. Bowden I want to see her.
Aye, sir.
Mrs. Bowden, I now know why you had to stow away on a ship. Although you've got over $2,000 in your bag, this has just come down from the wireless room. I'll read it to you. British subject Sadie Bowden disappeared New York precinct whilst awaiting charge being concerned with attempted extortion conspiracy, bail forfeited. The rest doesn't concern you.
Listen, I can explain. It was all a mistake. You see, this girl
Now,
went
save
to...
your breath, Mrs. Bowden. If the New York police want you for an extortion rap, that's their affair. I shall be handing you over to the Southampton police on stowaway charges. Or I might take you with me to book you on a charge of conspiracy to an act of murder.
Murder? Murder? Well, you're crazy.
Am I? One night you're discovered by the master of this vessel acting as a stowaway. The following night he's found with the back of his head stove in. It's no good, Mrs. Bowden. It's too great a coincidence.
I swear, it isn't true. All right, I'll tell you. These 2 sailors were in the Blue Domino on the battery.
The battery in New York?
Yeah. I knew that if I tried to skip the country, I'd have been caught before I got to a railway station, let alone an airport. I was on bail, on condition that I didn't leave Brooklyn. So I got 2 of my girls to chat these sailors up. They were off the Dolphin. Told us it was due to sail at dawn that morning.
Gone?
Well, they got me a jersey and trousers and a cap, and the 3 of us staggered onto the docks, all pretending to be drunk. One of them went up to chat the lookout, and the other sneaked me aboard and took me down to that terrible place where they kept all the cargo.
What are their names? Oh, come on, woman. Can't you see the position you're in?
I don't know their full names. One was called Chips. Suppose he was a carpenter.
The other?
He was called Harry.
Sam Hart and Harry Lester. Well, they've admitted it. I got them both on a close arrest.
I understand you're ready to sail.
Yeah. What are you going to do with these murderers?
We don't know that they are the murderers.
Why else should the skipper be killed?
Well, my difficulty is that there doesn't seem to be any motive.
Motive? You realize what these men can get for assisting a stowaway?
The point is, Mr. Hughes, that had they killed the stowaway, then their guilt might never be known. Why kill Captain Timbolt? They were safe so long as the woman never talked.
Yes, Sparks?
Orders to sail, sir.
Excuse me, Inspector Carr. I want it up the bridge.
And so the merchant vessel Dolphin sailed into Southampton harbour and was then guided by 2 sturdy tugs into the docks. The stowaway was handed over to the Southampton police, and I felt that there was no point in keeping the ship's crew on board. It was with a certain amount of reluctance that I told the first mate that they could go ashore, providing each member of the crew left an address where they could be contacted. I set up headquarters at the Transatlantic Shipping Company's dockside office. Well, there's no need to keep you any longer either, Mr. Hughes. I understand the Barking police are breaking the sad news to Mrs. Timbolt.
They should have done what I suggested. Buried him at sea. That's what he would have wanted.
Possibly, but that would be impossible. At this very moment, the senior police surgeon at Southampton is examining the body. Carr?
The
this is Southampton General Hospital.
Yes?
The result of the examination is you requested, Chief Inspector. Estimated time of death between 8 and 10 p.m.
Repeat that.
Between 8 and 10 p.m.
Thank you. Mr. Hughes, I think it'll save time if we go over your statement again. You've got quite a long journey in front of you. Now, you say that about halfway through the middle watch you went out on deck.
Now, look, can't I do this some other
No,
time?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Hughes. If I can complete your statement, I can get back to London. Now, you say that you were on deck halfway through the middle watch when you saw a man running away.
Right, yes.
And it was obvious to you that your captain had just been killed.
Yes.
Impossible. We've just heard that Captain Timbolt met his death between 8 and 10 o'clock that night. Where were you between 8 and 10?
What's all this about?
I've been asking the wrong sort of questions, that's what. You saw someone running away. What was he dressed in?
Like any sailor. His jersey, his cap. I told him it was too dark to see.
I'm arresting you, Mr. Hughes, for the murder of Captain William Timbolt, and I must warn you. All right, Mrs. Bowden. You're being moved to the magistrate's cells. Whatever you're charged with, it won't be murder. Hughes has confessed. You're not implicated at all. It seemed that the first mates and the captain quarreled violently. Timbolt went on deck and saw Hughes about to enter the cabin where they'd placed Sadie Bowden. He asked him what he was doing. Hughes made some sort of obscene suggestion, and the captain warned him that he would be reported to the shipping company. Hughes followed the captain to his cabin and struck him with an axe taken from the fire precaution cupboard. Once I proved to him that his first statement contained an inaccuracy, he made another, contradicting his original version as to how he came across the dead body. Did you notice it? Not sure? Then listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you.
Pick a pack of blossom, get it from Fresh Taste today. When your breakfast gets them waking in the morning. Blossom. For those sandwiches you're making in the midday blossom. For your roast and baking in the evening blossom. Pick a pack of blossom.
Blossom Yellow Margarine.
Pick a pack of blossom.
For sandwiches that burst with health and farm-fresh taste.
Pick a pack of blossom.
For frying eggs to a golden turn. For dabbing on your vegetables, carrots, peas, potatoes.
Pick a pack of blossom.
For baking and roasting and spreading on crisp, warm rolls. And satisfying your family with its farm-fresh taste.
Blossom helps a busy mum. Make sure today you're choosing it, using it. Blossom, blossom. Pick a pack of blossom.
Pick a pack of Blossom.
Well, we know that Hughes lied when he said that he saw the killer run away at 2 a.m., since Timbolt was murdered some hours earlier. But where did his second statement disagree with his first? Simply this. Originally, Hughes said,
I saw someone in oilskins running away.
But when we were on land, he said, oh, what was he dressed in?
Like any sailor. Jersey, cap.
Of course, his statement about quarreling over Sadie Bowden was nonsense. He knew that with Timbolt out of the way, he'd at last realize his dream and be able to use his master's ticket. He saw the stowaway as an opportunity to cast suspicion on everyone aboard the Dolphin except himself. He proved to be wrong. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Niblets Cheese Twists, Halverine Bread Spread, and Blossom Yellow Margarine, with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook.
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. Browsing through my casebook of crime, she who is dear to me asked what kind of murder story I was going to include this week. I told her it concerned the killing of a woman and that trains and railwaymen were involved. She reminded me that it was but a few weeks ago that I broadcast a story of a man who was murdered in a railway compartment. However, I justify tonight's theme of murder investigation because I believe ever since the steam engine was first invented, trains have been a source of fascination for us. Largely because there's always an air of mystery and secrecy about a train speeding past at night. And also because people who use trains become a sort of self-contained community for the duration of the journey. I think it is this air of mystery that prompts small boys to have an ambition to become engine drivers, since it means going into the unknown. Having justified my choice of story tonight, let me tell you about it. I've called it Death Among the Sleepers. The investigation began, as far as Scotland Yard was concerned, with operations reporting the finding of a woman at the bottom of a railway embankment.
Inspector, a call has come through from the Lincolnshire CID asking for assistance.
Lincolnshire, eh?
Yes, sir. All they've sent through is that a body was discovered at the bottom of a railway embankment about 8 miles south of Grantham.
How much preliminary investigation has been done by the Lincolnshire boys?
Don't know, sir. Would you like us to go there?
No, don't bother. Get through to movement control, find out the next available train to Grantham, make them aware of my arrival.
Hello there, Inspector Carr. Long time no see.
Hello, Hudson. Nice of you to meet me.
Pleasure.
Yes, it has been a long time, about 3 years,
Sorry to have dragged you all the way up here, but you boys are much better equipped to handle a complicated investigation such as this.
You're too modest. This woman was found beside the main line, wasn't she?
Yes. 2 railway gangers were walking along the line, tapping in the wooden blocks that hold the rails to the sleepers, when...
Thank goodness I'm not doing this job by myself. I go stark raving mad. Walk a yard, stop, tap, tap. Walk a yard, stop. Boy, it gets monotonous.
Never mind, Pete. The end's in sight.
Yes.
Look out there. Step aside.
What are you looking at?
Down there, the bottom of the embankment. Can you see it?
Yes.
What do you make of it?
Why, it's only some rags.
What, there's red hair?
Whoa, what do you mean, red hair?
It's a body. A woman. Come on.
Oh. Horrible. What a mess.
Must have been a pretty woman, too. You stay here. I'll go get out of the police.
men were on the scene in a matter of minutes. It's obvious that the woman, whoever the woman was, she was either pushed for the train or she fell out.
I see. And what does your police surgeon say?
Well, we checked against his estimated time of death, which was between 7:30 and 8:30 last night. We checked with the train authorities.
Any luck?
And more than that, the fast train from Crewe was travelling along that point at the appropriate time. And what's more, the train attendant says that a woman answering her description was a passenger on it.
Well, I've been looking at the description operations supplied to me. I've got it here.
Yes.
Height 5'8", weight approximately 10 stone, green eyes, auburn hair. You know, there are hundreds of thousands of women who'd answer that description.
Oh, that's true enough. What you weren't told is that we found her bag since reporting her death. It was found in a thicket just behind the body.
Well, that's interesting. It should help.
It does in one way. There was a ticket from Crewe to London, so she was on the train all right. There's nothing else in her bag that could identify her as a person.
Oh, dear, that's a pity.
If you'll come through, I'll show you.
All right.
Here it is. Here's the clothing.
Lacerated and torn. Looks rather good quality.
Well, no question about it. We'll trace the woman through these clothes, if nothing else.
What's that over there? Is that the handbag?
Yes, that's it. Oh, the usual things, you know, lipstick, powder, feminine fripperies, £3, 12 shillings in cash.
Anything else that I can use?
Not really. Of course, if you want me
No, I'll take over. I think the first thing to do is have a word with the railway people.
Yes, that ticket was issued yesterday morning at Crewe. I checked with London. They're one ticket short, which means that ticket found in this woman's bag is the one issued for that particular train.
I see, thank you. At what speed would the train be travelling at the point where she was found?
At approximately 75 miles an hour.
That's a horrible way to die. You received a report from your employees, I take it.
Oh, yes, of course.
Any likelihood of it being an accident?
Inspector, when a train is travelling at such a speed, a person will have great difficulty in opening the door against the wind. She either committed suicide or was pushed out, but not to be caused by an unfortunate accident.
Thank you. Oh, we're having one of our artists create what they think the woman looked like before her face was so badly disfigured. The copies of this picture will be in your office within an hour. I'd be grateful if members of the crew, ticket collectors, and so on were asked to identify her.
Well, naturally, Inspector, the Railway Administration will do all it can to assist you in your investigation.
However, the response from the artist's impression of the picture was of little help as far as tracing the woman was concerned. While she was unrecognized, no one could give us any information that would assist us in learning her identity or what happened on the train to cause this unknown woman to be found dead by a railway embankment. However, the artist did not draw his picture in vain. Carr speaking.
Operations here, Inspector.
Ah, what have you got for me?
A woman found on railway line, identified from picture as a Mrs. Nancy Fordley, 32 Half Moon Street, Crewe. Divorced, one child.
Right, Ops.
Very good, sir. Shall I organise transport?
Yes, please. By the time I'd reached Crewe, my local colleagues had all the information I required. The husband of the dead woman was a Mr. Michael Fordley. I was driven to his place of employment. He rose from his office seat, a tall, slightly stooping figure, somewhat balding, with eyes that had a gentle look about them. Gentle and sad. Please, don't get up. I'm sorry to trouble you at your place of employment, but time is of the essence.
Yeah, I understand. When Sergeant Henderson came to tell me about it, I couldn't believe it. I haven't told Gertrude. Inspector, I don't know what to do.
Oh, at 6 years of age, the shock won't be too much for her.
Poor little Gertie. Perhaps they'll give me custody. She's at boarding school, 4 miles from here.
Did you continue to see your ex-wife?
Oh, yes. Not by design. Crewe may be the railway junction for England, but to us locals, it's just a village. We were always bumping into each other.
When did you see her last?
Oh, no more than 7 or 8 days ago. I ran into her in a pub.
So I understand. You were heard to threaten your ex-wife.
Oh, she promised I could see my daughter regularly. She was trying to turn Gertrude against me.
According to the local police, she lived rather well. I suppose you were paying her alimony.
Yes, but I'm not exactly overpaid as chief clerk by Crew Engineering Works. She couldn't have lived on what I paid her.
What am I to make of that?
Inspector Carr, I expect you to make of it what you will. You're a man of the world.
You mean men?
I mean just that.
Well, there is a very remote possibility of suicide. Was she in any kind of trouble, do you know?
Nancy, suicide? The idea's ridiculous.
Mr. Fordley, had your ex-wife any special man friend?
I don't know if special is the right word to use, Inspector. But the whole of Crew knows that Norman Simmons was, shall we say, her protector.
Norman Simmons, thank you. Oh, do you know his address?
You must be joking, Inspector Carr. Didn't you notice as you drove down the street, Simmons Land Development Company and Simmons Garage?
Oh, I get the message, Mr. Fordley. Oh, I must ask you this. Why did Mrs. Fordley divorce you? You see, I had to look into your background.
I let her divorce me because she asked me to. It's as simple as that. I knew that she'd fallen out of love with me, kept telling me that our marriage was a mistake, so it was no good hanging on to her. I gave her grounds for divorce. Perhaps I was weak. Shouldn't have let her go. You may as well know it, Inspector. I haven't got over it yet. That's why this has come as such a shock. You see, deep down in my heart, I always felt there was a chance that we might get together again.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. I know it's silly. But somehow the fact that she was killed whilst we were divorced makes it harder to bear. I suppose you think I'm talking nonsense.
No, I don't think you're talking nonsense. I understand perfectly. Mr. Norman Simmons, you say? Norman Simmons proved to be the antithesis of the bereaved ex-husband. Where Fordley was sad and beaten, Simmons' personality was the epitome of a good-looking, successful businessman whom life had gazed upon with a kindly eye. Particularly in stark contrast was his bouncy cheerfulness.
Well, the famous modern Sherlock Holmes has descended upon us. We're indeed honored. Welcome to Crew, Inspector.
Thank you. No doubt you were expecting me.
Aye? Why should I, Inspector?
A close friend of yours is found dead by a railway embankment. Her identity has become known, causing the entire community of Crew to be seething with speculation and excitement and gossip linking her name with yours, Mr. Simmons.
Only mine.
Frankly, Mr. Simmons, your name seems to be more prominent than the others.
They're wrong. I now prefer fast motor cars to fast women. I got disenchanted with Nancy Fordley months ago. You've been described as the famous sleuth of the murder squad, but there's been no mention in the paper that murder had been committed. Was she murdered?
That's what I'm trying to find out. Most of the medical evidence suggests it was a case of murder. Have you any idea why or who?
No, not as a fact, but if you want me to hazard a guess, I'd say that if any man had reason to push her off the train, it was her ex-husband.
Why do you say that?
Well, I suppose you've been to see him. I should imagine the reason would be all too apparent. She drove him into the ground. It's these weak, pitiful men who turn out to be killers, or so my storybooks tell me.
You shouldn't believe all you read, Mr. Simmons, and by the same token, a good detective never believes everything he hears. For instance, local gossip has hinted that you were the cause of their marriage breakup. That she was in love with you then.
Oh, that's what she told him. Nancy pretended to be in love with me because she'd outgrown the poor sap. Our affair was over long before then.
When did you last travel to London by train, Mr. Simmons?
Oh, come off it, Inspector. She and I had some fun together, and that was that. I haven't traveled by train to London for over a week. If you're looking to me as a possible suspect, you're wasting your time. Why don't you check? Every booking clerk, railway porter knows my face.
It does your heart good to bake a maple cake, then see them ask for more.
Feather light, fine textured and rich tasting. That's how your cakes will turn out every time you use maple margarine. Maypole margarine is rich in flavor, rich in vitamins, too.
It does your heart good to bake a maple cake, then see them ask for more.
Maypole.
It's got lift. It's got lift. Purine pastry's got lift because purine is pure. Purine pastry is light, fluffy, and full of lift.
With Purine Pure Cooking Fat, you get the taste of your own good cooking.
Of course, Norman Simmons' attitude was just a little too forced to be true. His ebullience and overconfidence was meant to impress me with what? His devil-may-care attitude to life, his innocence. I decided to spend some time with one of the most fruitful sources of information, the landlord of the local hostelry.
It was a terrible business. She had it coming to her, did Nancy Fordley. Why, she used to carry on in a pub sometimes, making fun of poor Mike, as the ex-husband,
What about Simmons?
Oh, I think she made a match there. If you ask me, he was the only man she really went overboard for. I don't think it was money either. Ruthless swine is Simmons. He certainly got away with the women. Oh, yes.
And who was Mrs. Fordley's current boyfriend?
It's a funny thing. She didn't seem to go about with one of the locals lately. Wait a minute.
Yes, what have you thought of?
Yeah, some months ago, she asked me if I knew a district called Herne Hill, seeing as how I come from London originally.
Thank you. Thank you, landlord. I think that explains something. I think I'll have another word with the station master.
Went up to London quite a lot, she did, almost every week.
When did she return?
Oh, I couldn't tell you exactly, but I know this. She was always here for the weekends. Used to bring her daughter home from boarding school.
I see. Well, what about a suitcase? Did she used to come onto the railway platform with a suitcase?
Oh, I couldn't tell you that. Not the sort of thing anyone would notice, is it?
No, I suppose it is. Oh, how far am I from Half Moon Street?
Oh, it's not more than 3 minutes' walk from here.
Using a skeleton key, I entered the tiny terraced house occupied by the now dead woman. Whatever her morals, no one could question her pride in her house. It was spotlessly clean, and in the room that she would describe as her parlor was a framed portrait of her daughter, a smiling, happy little child. Upstairs, the bedroom gave an appearance of neatness. With the inevitable feeling of distaste, I went through her private effects. There was little of value. No love or threatening letters. No diary to reveal her reasons for the frequent trips to London. And then I came across a receipt, which was to save us many hours of questioning. Yes?
Operations here, Inspector. The receipt for 6 months' rent at Langley Flats is in the name of Oliver Danbury.
Yes?
Married, 3 children, owns the Danbury garage at Norwood.
Married, 3 children.
That's it.
Things are hotting up. Thanks, Ops.
About that suitcase.
Tell the lost property office not to bother. There wasn't a suitcase. Mrs. Fordley had a dual establishment. That's why she could stay overnight in London without having to take any accessories with her. Get X-Branch to find out whether Danbury was away from work at the time she was killed, whether he'd taken a train going north. He's obviously suspect number 1.
Very good, sir.
I think I'll be a little kind to the man. I'll question him at the garage. Mr. Danbury, I'm inquiring into the death of a Mrs. Nancy Fordley.
I wondered when the police would be on to me.
Why do you say on to you?
As soon as I saw that artist drawing in the paper, I knew that my life was over.
Because you killed her?
Because I what? You don't think I pushed her off the train?
How do you know she fell from a train?
Well, because I always go round to her flat. She never turned up. I wondered what had happened, and then 2 days later I saw that drawing of her in the paper.
When we published the artist's impression in the newspapers, we did not know her identity. Why didn't you come forward?
Well, it said that the police, that you people were anxious for information concerning her identity. I hadn't got the guts. I was afraid my wife would find out what had been going on.
What do you mean, going on? Were you in love with Mrs. Fordley?
I hated her.
Hated her? Yet you paid the rent for her flat in Herne Hill. I've been going through her bank book. She's been getting regular remittances. Weren't they from you?
Yeah, I kept her. You won't understand this. I didn't love her, I hated her, and yet I wanted her. I couldn't get her out of my system.
Was she blackmailing you, Mr. Danbury?
Sometimes. Sometimes I tell her to go away. It was a torment. I know I've been weak. I've been unfaithful to my wife, but I loved her. I've got three wonderful kids. Every time Nancy begging with my little finger, I'd be running out. Oh, excuse me.
Were you on that train?
No, Inspector.
Where were you between 7:30, 8:30 on Tuesday night?
I was having supper with my wife and kids. Please, does my wife have to know?
Mr. Danbury, I'm not concerned with your morals, nor with your domestic relationship. If I find it necessary to check on your alibi with your wife, I'll do so. Despite my threat, my suspicions concerning Oliver Danbury began to fade. It seemed extremely unlikely that he would travel all the way to Crewe, book a ticket back to London, and board the train in search of his mistress in order to kill her. And so I was back to square one. And then I remembered something that I should have taken into consideration from the very beginning. Cursing myself for being such a thick-headed fool, I started from scratch.
Yes, sir.
Put me through to Ops.
Going through. Operation, sir.
Oh, Carr speaking. Get through to Crewe. Tell them I strongly suspect Norman Simmons of killing Nancy Fordley. I don't believe she was on that train at all. But me no buts. Now, there's a good chap. We've got all our times wrong. She was killed between 7 and 8:30, but that doesn't mean that she was murdered at the spot where she was found. In the meantime, I have another word with Mr. Danbury. Now, Mr. Danbury, I want to... Relax, old boy, relax. You're off my list of suspects.
Oh, thank heaven. It wasn't for myself.
I haven't time for your unctuous self-pity. You deserve the shock you've got. Now, here are some amounts. These paying-in slips were taken from the Herne flat. There's one here for £100. Did you ever give her £100 in one sum?
£100? Of course not. I mean, I'm not that rich.
Significantly, it was in cash. Someone was being blackmailed. She seemed quite a character, did Mrs. Ford.
And to think
yes,
that I was...
my friend, if you'd carried on your relationship with this woman, you'd have gone one way. Talking about ways, I think I'd better hie me back to Crewe. I don't think I've ever seen so many passengers, Station Master.
Not surprising, Inspector. This is the main railway junction. You might call this the nerve centre of the railway system.
You remember I asked you if you were able to recognize Mrs. Fordley as being one of the passengers? You said yes, but you didn't sound very sure.
Well,
She usually caught that train to London,
yes.
But you're not sure, are you?
Well, Inspector, that's the fast train to London. Carried over 800 passengers. It's the longest train in operation, and
I
furthermore...
don't feel too badly, Station Master. According to her description, there was nothing outstanding. In fact, I remembered saying at the time many women were of that height, weight, and colouring.
Well, thank you for letting me off the hook.
Before we were able to identify Mrs. Fordley, one of our artists made an impression of her face, which was terribly disfigured. Did you see it in the paper?
Yes.
Now, when you looked at it, did you think that's Mrs. Fordley who lives in Crewe?
No.
That clinches it. Because when this was shown to the guard and the train attendants, they thought they recognized her because there must have been a dozen women on that train answering to that description. In fact, Mr. Station Master, I'm willing to wager my non-existent bowler hat that Mrs. Fordley was never on that train.
But, Inspector,
all
she was
in
fine.
good time, Station Master. I have a feeling that the answers to all the questions will soon become available. Mr. Simmons, I'm looking for an answer to a vital question. I think you can supply it.
I gave answers to all your questions, Inspector, the last time you were here. Don't tell me you haven't crossed me off your list of suspects.
Mr. Simmons, when it comes to an investigation of murder, we have at our disposal a vast network of machinery.
What do you mean?
I'm trying to suggest that we both can save a great deal of time if you answer my question truthfully. Where were you between the hours of 7:30 and 8:30 last Tuesday night?
I've already told you I wasn't on that train.
That isn't what I asked you, is it?
At home, having a drink.
All the time?
Yes.
You weren't, you know. At 7:40, that super-duper glamorous sports car of yours that you're so proud of was seen by a radio patrolman and by Sergeant Watson of the County Mobile Police to be travelling towards Grantham.
I don't possess the only Loxton sports car in the country.
No, of course you don't. Why didn't you tell me that Mrs. Fordley was blackmailing you? I have a sworn statement from a cashier at the Crewe National Bank that you drew 100 one-pound notes from your bank the same day as Mrs. Fordley deposited a like amount in one-pound notes.
I don't know what all this is leading to.
Don't you? What a horrible thing to do. Murder's bad enough, but to disfigure the woman's face to make it look as though she fell from a train.
Look here, Inspector. I've stood just about enough from you. Are you charging me with murder? You know that a sports car speeding towards Grantham isn't sufficient grounds for a prosecution. Just because you failed in your investigation, you're trying to make me a stooge, I think is the word.
You should have been a bit more careful, you know. Those wild-growing brambles. Didn't you notice the nick in your jacket?
In my jacket.
And all that soot and dust. Lucky it didn't rain. Perfect footprints. And fancy handling the woman without any gloves.
I didn't mean to. Really, I didn't, Inspector. She came round here, taunted me, told me that she was on her way to the station. She knew I was going to get engaged as Sir Robert Anderson's daughter. I picked up that brass paperweight. I just went berserk. Then she was dead. A reserved railway seat ticket fell from her pocket. It was then that I had the idea of taking an accidental suicide beside the railway.
All right, come along with me.
Well done, Carr. I might as well tell you that the railway authorities are very relieved. And it turned out to be an accident. The dead woman's executors would have a large claim for damages on behalf of the bereaved daughter. Let's see, she was found dead last Tuesday night, and it's now Friday morning. Quick work.
Quick work, you say? This case would have been solved in 48 hours if you and I had noticed a piece of evidence we'd overlooked. We wouldn't have wasted time questioning porters, station master.
Oh, what was it?
Well, you've gone through the dossier. And you, listeners, were told all the evidence gathered during my investigation. What was it that made me switch suddenly? Remember that I declared that I'd have to get back to square one? You know what it was? We're not sure? Listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you. Well, listeners, what was it? What was it that I had overlooked during the preliminary investigations? It was this. If you remember, we heard that the train was traveling at a speed of 75 miles an hour at the point where the body was found. Yet, Inspector Hudson himself told me...
We found the handbag. It's found in a thicket just behind the body.
Get it now? If a woman is thrown from a train traveling at that speed, A, it's extremely unlikely that she will still be clutching her handbag, and B, in the unlikely event that she did so, the bag would be thrown some hundreds of yards away from the body. Certainly it would not be discovered behind a thicket where the body was found. A foolish mistake on Norman Simmons' part. The moral of the story, Confucius says, fast car with fast woman cause man to lose throttle. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblets Cheese Twists, with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr.
Things you do.
Cause it's so beautiful.
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. I remember when I was a young sergeant, keeping more regular hours than I did when I became an inspector, wondering about a shriveled old lady I used to see walking down Vine Street during the winter months. As she would clutch her faded finery against the cold wind, a single ostrich feather would droop from a ridiculous little hat kept on top of her head by means of a hat pin. It seemed intent on tickling her nostril, and now and again she would make abortive efforts to push the feather back in its place. Her shoes were cracked and down at heel, and her hands, blue with cold, would clutch at a shawl that had seen better days. Being young, I began to conjure up fanciful pictures about her. A poor, lonely old woman making for the nearest public house in order to purchase a few coppers' worth of cheap red biddy. Every weeknight, as I emerged from the police station promptly at 6, from November through to the end of January, she would be walking towards me. My curiosity became so great that I wanted to speak to her or press a 10-shilling note into her palm. Luckily, I desisted. One day, I saw a picture of her in the newspaper. It told of her death and funeral, attended by over 900 scientists and research workers from all over the world. She was Professor Mary Sharpleton, and her research and books in the field of genetics is still required reading. She used to come to London to attend the Royal Society lectures during its winter term. A woman oblivious of self, dedicated to the cause of humanity. Ever since then, I've marveled at the devotion and single-mindedness of scientists and sociologists. I mention this because my story tonight concerns the murder of Professor Gustav Schultz. I've called my story The Antithesis of Life.
What are you eating?
Peanut butter sandwich. I haven't enjoyed one like this since I was a kid.
Well, they didn't have yum-yum when you were a kid.
What's the diff? Peanut butter's peanut butter.
There is a difference. I can't bear peanut butter to stick to the roof of my mouth, and yum-yum doesn't. It's extra creamy all the way down the jar.
Too smooth. Well, it's been a long time, and I must say it's very nice.
Yum Yum has changed peanut butter since most of us were kids. Smooth and creamy from the first pat to the last bit at the bottom of the jar. No wonder little boys, and dads too, enjoy scooping it out by the fingerful.
Kids today have everything better, don't they?
And there's a 4 cents off deal on Yum Yum peanut butter at all stores.
Yippee! Hey, Mom, why don't you buy me some Yum Yum tomorrow?
At the time he met his death, Professor Schultz was reading a paper at the Royal Society on the relationship between ancient taboos and modern biochemical developments.
And so it will be seen that when Freud wrote his book Totems and Taboos, he was so preoccupied with the id and the subconscious that he failed to take into consideration the ever-changing chemical structures within the human psyche. Excuse me, please.
Oh, here, let me do it for you, Professor. There we are.
Dankeschön.
Good heavens, the Professor seems to have suffered a heart attack.
But it was not a heart attack in the accepted medical sense. His heart gave out all right. Professor Schultz died from swallowing a lethal dose of poison. Professor Wilson, who presided over the proceedings, realized what had happened almost immediately. He communicated with the police. His was the solitary figure as I arrived at the hall. Inspector Carr, Scotland Yard.
Oh, thank goodness you're here. I didn't know what to do for the best. Poor Schultz. I decided to send everyone back to their place of residence. There are 75 delegates attending this Congress, most of them from overseas. I did not convey to them my suspicions that Professor Schultz had been murdered. I thought it prudent to be equivocal. So please, gentlemen, do not come forward. As you can see, Professor Schultz has been taken seriously ill. Now, there are only 5 more pages to his thesis. Copies of his paper will be distributed to you all at tomorrow morning's session. Professor Marchbanks, would you please give me a hand? As you'll see, Professor Schultz is slightly built. Marchbanks and I had no difficulty in carrying his body to the antechamber.
According to the statement you gave over the telephone, you say that this gentleman sipped at a glass of water and slumped forward. There were immediate symptoms that the water contained poison?
Oh, no question about it. As you'll see when you look at the body, it was fortunate that the platform is some 8 feet away from the first row of seats.
Why fortunate, Professor?
The delegates could not see Schultz's face as he slumped forward. It might have caused some sort of panic.
Oh.
Certainly the fact that a murder has been committed at the Royal Society and that the victim was the eminent Professor Gustav Schultz would have been broadcast all over the world.
If you're correct in your diagnosis, and I would not question it for 1 second, Professor Wilson, the Society is in for a spate of publicity. I mean, it isn't often that murder...
Oh, that's just it, Inspector. Does the news of the murder have to leak out?
These things can never be kept secret.
Professor Marchbanks is at this very moment telephoning Germany, notifying Frau Schultz that her husband has collapsed and died. If we can keep it from the public until we've found out how the poison got into that glass, I'd be grateful.
Well, I can understand your concern for the good name of the Society, and that the dignified proceedings of your Congress should not be unduly disturbed.
Good heavens, it isn't that, Inspector. Just that as President of the Royal Society, and at the same time as your most obvious suspect...
Oh, just a minute. Why do you say my most obvious suspect?
Well, I've told you. I was the one that poured that water from the jug into the glass and handed it to him. Frankly, I'm concerned for the dignity and reputation of the Royal Society, and more selfishly, my own position. I've heard of your work, Inspector, and I'm hoping and praying that before news of this murder leaks out, you'll have apprehended the monster who caused Professor Schultz's death. That's why I asked everyone to leave, including the caretaker.
Mm-hmm. I take it you've examined the jug and the glass containing the poison?
Yes, Inspector, if you'll come with me.
Professor Wilson and I left the Congress Hall and walked towards the antechamber. Coming towards us was a short, rotund, middle-aged man in his early 50s. He was as unlike a scientist as one could possibly imagine. Yet it was the famous Professor Marchbanks, responsible for the Marchbanks theory into the materialist conception of medical history.
I've broken the news to Frau Schultz. She wanted to know the cause of her husband's death. I evaded a direct answer by saying that we wouldn't know until the autopsy had been held. Are you from the police, sir?
This is Inspector Carr, Professor March.
Oh, how do you do, Inspector? Terrible business. To happen here, of all places.
How do you know, Professor?
I'm about to show the Inspector the body. What a terrible word.
Now, what have you done with the jug and the glass?
I placed them in the anteroom, knowing how vital they'll be to your inquiries.
Have you told the Inspector about the slight contretemps over the agenda?
No, I was about to.
What was that?
Well, Marchbanks and I were responsible for drawing up the agenda. There was a cocktail party last night, a traditional event on the eve of our annual Congress.
Ah, Professor Wilson. May I have a word with you, please? Guten Abend, Professor Marchbanks.
Oh, good evening, Professor Schultz.
Oh, certainly, but will you...
No. It concerns Professor Marchbanks. You two constitute, how you say, the steering committee, no?
Yes, Professor. Oh, by the way, how do you find your hotel? Adequate?
Let us not indulge in trivialities. I see that you have down here Professor Henderson to speak at 9 o'clock, and I will read my paper at 11 after the tea recess, no?
Yes, that's right. Marchbanks and I thought...
No.
But why?
Have you not read his critique of my book? The man is a charlatan. He claims to a scholarship he does not possess. Only in this country could Henderson become professor.
They reprinted his article in Der Spiegel. Now, in my country, I was made...
Before you go on, Professor Schultz, Norman Henderson happens to be my son-in-law. There's no more gifted man in his field. If you're questioning either his integrity or his qualifications...
If he speaks first, it means we are both on the platform together tomorrow evening. Tomorrow morning. Now, this I will not tolerate. I've already written to the association expressing my disgust at such cheap scientific journalism.
Now, look here. Henderson's not only Wilson's son-in-law, he's a dear friend of mine. And I'm not going to stand here listening to you running...
on, Marchbanks. You're all right, Professor Schultz. I don't want the Congress to start on an acrimonious note. I'll get a new agenda run off. You may read your paper first thing tomorrow morning. Expected this morning to have a slightly charged atmosphere. I wasn't prepared for what did happen, though.
I'm sure you weren't. Oh, should we go in?
Yes, certainly. It's just here. I took the precaution of locking the door just in case the murderer was still lurking in the building.
I cannot pretend that I find the Herr Professor a man of endearing charm, but to have this happen to him...
The antechamber was a sort of study-cum-reference library. The walls completely covered in books of heavy binding. Obviously, learned tomes ready to be used by members of the society requiring items for reference. Sprawling in a large armchair was the lifeless body of the German delegate. It did not require any training in medicine to appreciate the fact that he'd been poisoned. The blue tinge around his lips and nostrils, the slight bubbles of froth at each end of his mouth told the tale all too clearly. On a small table near the body was a half-filled jug and a glass containing a minute amount of liquid. I assume the glass fell from his hand as he collapsed.
Yes, Inspector, but there remained sufficient liquid for laboratory analysis.
Good. And the jug? If you say that you poured the water from the
Just
jug...
a minute, Inspector. Smell this jug.
Huh? There's no smell of almonds or any other kind of acid.
Now, smell this glass.
Mm-hmm. It's not almonds. That's extraordinary smell. It's almost like stale cabbage.
Yes, Inspector Carr. That's how we describe the smell of parricide. It's 10 times deadlier than cyanide. Now, do you see why I'm apprehensive for my reputation?
Honestly, Wilson, no one's going to...
Just a minute, sir. Tell me about the parasite.
Well, it was discovered during the early part of the war. Professor Coble at Oxford discovered that, given the right amount of humidity, one could produce from the fungus an acid which, when mixed with a certain agent, produced what we now know as parricide. It was used to poison wells by our special agents acting behind the lines. Many a poor blighter swallowed the capsule rather than fall into the hands of the Gestapo.
You say that the professor was giving his lecture, paused to get a drink of water. Oh, but you did it for him, You picked up the jug and the glass, poured the water into the glass.
It must have contained a minute spot of parricide.
You didn't see it?
Inspector, except for its smell, which one would hardly notice in the midst of a lecture, a parricide is completely colorless.
And so the $64 question is, who put the parricide in the glass, when, and why?
I don't know how you do it. I just don't know.
Do what?
Well, cook the meals you do on your housekeeping budget.
When you're a housewife, you learn all the tricks. Like today, I bought a big supply of Pret shortening. It's good. I know lots of girls who don't have to budget, but they won't use anything but Pret.
Well, what do you use it for?
Almost everything. Roasting, baking, and, of course, pastry. Pret is the shortening for pastry, you know.
Well, darling, I think you're a wonderful cook.
Thank you.
My mother was a great cook, too.
My mother's a better cook than your mother. Nobody can cook as good as my mom.
When it comes to cooking, mothers go down in history. And when it comes to pastry, tender golden roasts, light crispy fries, Pret shortening stands alone among women who care.
My the cooks with Prix.
There was little more I could do at the august building that housed the Royal Society. Having arranged for the corpse to be removed to the police mortuary so that our own surgeons could examine it, and the jug and glass to be sent to our forensic laboratories, I returned to Scotland Yard. By then it was almost lunchtime, with the midday racing editions containing news of Schultz's death.
Read all about it. Royal Society delegate drops dead. Sudden death of German professor. Read all about it.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Inspector.
Hello.
Some professor collapses. You'd think all these scientists would know how to live forever, wouldn't you?
A problem that has escaped man since time immemorial.
Oh, blimey, Inspector. You are being a bit...
Royal Society, yes, would you say? It does get infections.
What's that, infections?
Never mind. I'm thinking of poison.
I see, Inspector. You want to know who manufactures parricide and where?
That's right, Ops. Get through to X branch.
Right, sir.
Schultz lived at Stuttgart. Get through to the commandant there. We'd be grateful for any discreet inquiries he could make. Any enemies, that sort of thing.
Right, sir.
I also want to know from immigration how often Professor Schultz visited the United Kingdom, whether the immigration form gives references. In fact, I want as clear a picture as I can possibly get of Schultz's activities and contacts over the last 10 years.
Right, sir.
My compliments to X branch. If they don't come up with something pretty soon, it means getting to work on the background of 75 eminent scientists from 48 different countries.
Blimey, sir.
Say that again. Get weaving.
Very good, sir.
Oh, are you Mr. Matthews?
Yes, that's right, sir. You wanted to see me?
Yes, do come in. Sit down.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Don't be nervous. No one's going to eat you. You've heard that one of the speakers died this morning?
Yes, I did, sir.
You're caretaker come staff superintendent, aren't you?
Yes, sir, that's right. I see to it that the cleaners do their work properly. The attendants are on hand when the Royal Society is open for lectures, that sort of thing, sir.
So I gather. Now, Mr. Matthews, your evidence is vitally important.
Well, I can understand that, sir. Poor bloke being murdered away from his home.
Frankly, I'm trying to crack this case before the press get hold of the full facts. An incident like this can create all sorts of international frictions. Now, someone put poison in that glass. What I want from you is a complete timetable. When the glasses are taken from their storage place, who washes them, who got hold of the jug, the lot.
I see, sir. Yes.
Better still, I think I'd better go over there, and I'd like you to get the staff on parade. I want everyone to go through the motions of their activities this morning. Where were they? How far away were they from the Congress Hall? And most important of all, who handled the glass and the jug?
Very good, sir.
Listen to me, everyone. Quiet, please. You know that a guest of the Royal Society collapsed and died suddenly some hours ago. We had hoped to confine our investigations within circumscribed limits so that it is not common knowledge that foul play is suspected. It is. Vital to my investigation is the knowledge of what you were all doing when this tragic incident occurred. I want to know also who handled the jug and the glass that were placed on the platform table. And so, urged on by Matthews, the staff mimed their actions earlier that day. It seemed that one man handled the glass containing the deadly poison. Now you say, Buckley, that you took the glass and the jug from that cupboard, walked over to the sink, washed and dried them, half-filled the jug with water, placed it on that silver tray, carried it to the Congress Hall, and placed it on the table. Is that right?
Yes, sir, that's right.
And you say that you're sure that the tray was placed on the table at 8:45.
I'm sure of it, sir, yes. You see, I was due to start cleaning the West Wing at 9 o'clock, and I looked at my watch and said, blimey, I'd better get a move on if I want a cup of cha first.
And you never came back to the Congress Hall?
No, sir, I never.
Thank you.
Sir.
Well, thank you, Mr. Matthews. I think that's about all. I must check these timetables against the times given me by the President. You say, Professor Wilson, that the Congress commenced at 9 o'clock.
Yes, that is so.
I'm now convinced that the glass was tampered with at the Congress Hall. Who was the first to arrive at the hall?
Let me see. I was... Oh, no. Marchbanks. He was already on the platform when I got there.
What time did you get there?
I'd say about 5 to 9.
Did you touch the glass or the jug at all before you opened the proceedings, I mean?
No, I just made sure it was there. I didn't want another altercation with the worthy professor.
What do you mean?
Oh, he was rather Teutonic in his reminder at the cocktail party.
Auf Wiedersehen, Professor Wilson.
Here's your coat, sir.
Danke schön.
Good night, Professor. We'll see you in the morning.
Yeah, my lecture. The condition of my mouth when I speak, it gets very dry. Please make sure there's fresh water.
My dear Professor, there's always fresh water on the conference table. Is there not, Matthews?
Always, sir.
I see. And you say that Professor Marchbanks was already at the hall when you arrived?
Yes, he was.
Mr. President, don't you think we ought... Sorry, Inspector.
Oh, no, not a bit. Just the man I wanted to see, Professor Marchbanks. The President tells me that you were the first to arrive at the conference.
Yes, I was.
You saw the jug of water and glass on the table?
Yes, I did.
Did you touch the glass?
I'm afraid so. I moved a little further towards the center, handier for the speaker. I took it off the tray.
I see.
I'm sorry, but
then it must have been yours. There are 3 distinct fingerprints and one rather smudged. That makes 4 in all. Buckley, who put the tray there, yourself, who moved the glass, Professor Wilson, who picked up both glass and jug to pour the water, and, of course, the unfortunate Schultz, who drank from the glass.
So that makes 4 suspects.
One didn't have to handle the glass to doctor it. Thank you, gentlemen. I trust that neither of you will be leaving London for the time being. I'm almost certain to want to question you again. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes?
Rather negative about the late Professor Schultz, sir.
Oh?
Hasn't visited this country for 12 years. Stayed at Trumpington near Cambridge while he was attending a course at Queen's College.
That's not going to help us much, is it? Well, I'll be...
Beg your pardon, sir.
I'm sorry, Ops. I was indulging in a little self-castigation. I'm a blind, stupid nitwit.
Oh, well,
now,
sir...
you'd better not say anything, or I'll have you up before the disciplinary board. Matthews. Peter Matthews. Employed by the Royal Society. I want to know everything and anything about him, and as quickly as you can.
Very good, sir.
It had to be. There was no other reasonable explanation. For the rest of the day, I went through the motions, pursuing my investigation, checking on all the delegates, the staff, receiving reports from ex-branch. Yet deep down in my heart was the knowledge that the answer to the mystery of who killed Professor Gustav Schultz could be supplied by one man. Well?
Peter Matthews.
That's the man.
What did you say, sir?
I'm sorry. Well, what have you got?
Peter Matthews. Employed before the war as a trainee scaffolding engineer. Conscripted in the army in 1941, taken prisoner in 1943. Released by American forces in 1945.
Not enough, Ops. Not half enough. Where did he serve in the army? Where was he taken prisoner? And by the same token, where was Professor Schultz during those years? Because I want motive, man, motive. It had to be. It was beyond all credence that men such as Professors Marchbanks and Wilson would plot and execute a murder in the august precincts of the Royal Society. It had to be Matthews. It was. Carr?
I'll get in now, sir.
Come on, up with it, Ops. What have you got?
Peter Matthews, posted to the Rifle Brigade March the 4th, 1941.
Yes?
Transferred to Special Services on January the 10th, 1943. Worked behind the enemy lines. Was captured in October the same year.
And Schultz?
Matthews was a prisoner in the Fraulich camp where the commandant was Schultz.
That's it. That ties it up. Thank you, Ops. Tell ex-branch they've done a good job. Ah, Professor Wilson. Tell me, Professor, what do you know about Matthews?
Matthews? I wasn't president in those days, of course, but I was on the appointments committee. The authorities had difficulty in finding situations for some of our poor lads who had been tortured during their imprisonment. I remember when I first met Matthews, a youth with the face of an old man. He had been trained to work in structural engineering. After his experiences in Frolig, there was little he could do other than what he's doing now. But surely you don't suspect...
It's more than suspicion, Professor. It's fact.
But do you know what that man went through? He went through the agonies of hell and never once betrayed the whereabouts of his comrades. You know he was decorated by the king.
His torturer was Schultz. If he didn't do the actual torturing, he was in command.
There's no point in denying it, is there, Inspector? You figured it all out, chapter and verse. All those years I kept that poison capsule 1/3 of an inch long and 1/6 of an inch wide, and I knew that one day that parasite would help me settle a score with that swine.
Matthews, I'm sorry for you, but you've no right to take the law into your own hands. I'm arresting you for the premeditated
All right,
murder.
Inspector. You needn't finish it. I plead guilty. What is there for me to live for anyway? When they got me back to Blighty, they told me I couldn't hope to live the life of any normal man, you know, have a wife and kids and...
Matthews, is there anyone you'd like me to telephone? Anything I can get you before I take you down to the cells?
Would you please just tell Professor Wilson I'm sorry, and I wouldn't have let anyone else be charged. I really wouldn't have, Inspector.
I'm convinced of that, old chap.
You got onto me pretty quickly.
You helped me.
Me?
How? Well, you see, Matthews. Well, listeners, how did Matthews give himself away? Not sure? Listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you.
What are you thinking about?
Oh, I was just thinking about the week we spent in that dilapidated old beach shack and the fun sandwiches you concocted. You had a thing about yum-yum peanut butter, which you mixed with,
Crisp bacon. My yum-yum special.
It was great. And then there was the honey. I must say, honey and yum-yum taste very good.
It's good, healthy eating. Hey, what are you thinking about now?
Just thinking a yum-yum sandwich would taste very nice right now.
Smooth, creamy, yum-yum peanut butter. Memorable because it's the peanut butter that remains creamy, from the first pat to the last bit right at the bottom of the jar. No wonder little boys, and dads too, enjoy scooping it out by the fingerful.
Yum-yum. This is nice.
Hey, Mom, there's a 4% off special offer right now at all the shops on Yum Yum peanut butter.
All right, you little blighter. Off you go to sleep.
Well, listeners, what was it that pointed to Matthews as the culprit? Simple, really. If you remember, there was a complete conspiracy of silence between myself and the two professors. No one else knew that the man had been murdered. And yet Matthews said to me,
Poor bloke, being murdered away from his home.
how did he know unless he was the murderer? That statement, coupled with...
Here's your coat, sir.
Dankeschön.
Good night, Professor. See you in the morning.
Yeah, my lecture. It's the condition of my mouth when I speak. It gets very dry. Please make sure there is fresh water.
As soon as Matthews set eyes on the commandant of the camp who failed to recognize him, he was determined on revenge. They made his life as comfortable as they could in prison, but the ill health that dogged him took its toll, and he died in prison hospital. And the moral of the story, if you're a member of the Gestapo, don't go torturing your prisoner. He'll only get acid. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblets Cheese Twists, with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook.
Große Sophie Tafel.
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine and Niblet's Cheese Twists present the epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. The other day, I attended a neighbor's party given for their teenage daughter. They decided to make me sing for my supper. At first, we played a straightforward game of charades, and then, with knowing glances at each other, the de Villiers family shouted in unison, "Let's play cops and robbers." Actually, it proved a salutary exercise, because we changed it from cops and robbers to the investigation of a hypothetical murder. And very soon I was explaining to the guests the sequence of such investigations, pointing out that when it's not obvious, we first have to determine method. In other words, how the murderer killed his victim. And then comes another M, the second. It's for motive. You've all noticed how important that is in any investigation. Who stood to gain most by the victim's death? Was it an act of revenge, frustrated passion? But both these M's, if you like, are irrevocably linked with the most important M of all. Yes, of course, the murderer himself. Now, that seems to be stressing the obvious, yet a good detective will not only concern himself with the identity of the killer, but will want to know every characteristic the culprit possesses. So you see, all these factors are interdependent. However, I explained to my friends and their guests that unless one is on one's guard, an overabundance of motives or a seeming confusion as to method can result in the final analysis in the concealing and not the revealing of the third M, the murderer. In fact, that's what happened to me in the story I'm about to tell you tonight, which I've called Murder in the Bag. I've never understood why authors, specializing in crime stories, find it necessary to paint word pictures of country policemen in grotesque colors. I suppose describing them as buffoons highlights the brilliance of the author's central character, the man who succeeds where the police have failed. They should have met Sergeant Barnes in charge of the Dewhurst police station.
I've got all the facts and statements for you, sir.
Thanks, Sergeant. All I got from operations was the fact that a farmer called Ferguson was murdered last night when he was returning from a party in the company of a Mr. Flynn. Time about midnight.
It was right, sir. It was Mr. Flynn who telephoned for the ambulance, sir. But Ferguson was dead by the time he got to the hospital.
Ferguson was shot, correct?
Yeah, correct, sir.
All right, Sergeant. Let's have it all. By all, I mean, I think you'd better set the scene for me. I see you've drawn me a map.
Sure.
If you'd please set it for me verbally, I'd be grateful. It'll save time, too. More than that, I want all the characters concerned. Can do?
Well, I'll have a try, sir. Well, let us start with a small church just beyond the village, on the way to Chipping Sudbury.
Right.
Now, just beyond it, separated from the churchyard by a narrow lane, is an old farmhouse. And as you walk up the lane from the gate, there's a hedge on each side. Now, the left side bounds the churchyard, and the right side encloses a field that's owned by Dick Spence.
Yeah?
Now, at the top, the lane turns sharp right behind the field. 100 yards further on is the farmhouse, a Greystone farm. That's owned by the late Tom Ferguson.
You're doing fine, Sergeant. Ferguson's the man who was shot, yes?
Yes, that's right, sir. There are two other occupants of Greystone, Mrs. Vera Hammond and her son, Robert, 20. Now, she was a Ferguson before she married. Tom was her nephew. The farm had originally belonged to her brother, but when he died, Tom inherited it.
And what about Mrs. Hammond?
He left without a penny. Widow. She moved in with her son. That's Robert. And she's been there ever since.
Mm-hmm. Had Tom Ferguson any girlfriends?
Yes, named Evelyn Todd. From a neighboring farm, 20-year-old redhead. In fact, they were engaged to be married.
I see. They would have made Greyston their home. And Mrs. Hammond would have had to have left, right?
That's right, sir.
Oh, well, let's get on with what happened last night.
Well, sir, Ferguson left Greyston about 6:30 to visit his fiancée. There was a party of some sort at Todd's farm. Robert was invited, but he didn't go. The party broke up about midnight, and Tom walked a half-mile back in the company of Ted Flynn, one of his close friends. Now, when they reached the gate to the entrance to the lane, they said goodnight to each other, and Ted continued on down the road. Now, he just got round the corner, when a shot rang out. He doubled back, and he found Tom Ferguson lying unconscious in the road. He phoned for an ambulance from the church, which arrived together with Dr. Ritchie and Sergeant Tracy. As you know, sir, by the time Ferguson reached the hospital, he was dead.
Who have you questioned, Sergeant?
No, only Flynn gave a first-hand account of what had happened.
Have you the necessary search warrant?
Yes, I got it right here, sir.
Good. I think I'll call on Miss Evelyn Todd for a start. I'd like to know a little more about Tom Ferguson before I tackle the Hammonds. Oh, by the way, they know about Ferguson's death, huh?
Yes, Inspector. They were informed first thing this morning.
Fine. Let's go to Todd Farm. Sergeant Barnes and I drove to Todd Farm, which lay just beyond Greyston. As we passed the homestead of the late Mr. Ferguson, I couldn't help being struck by its bleak contrast to the surrounding countryside. The farmhouse stood gaunt, forbidding, its dark, shuttered windows seeming to enclose a multitude of secrets. On the other hand, Todd Farm proved to be a charming cottage, nestling in an old English rose garden, flanked on both sides by orchards. The door was opened by a young girl with a wealth of flaming red hair. She would have been quite beautiful, but for the dark rings under her eyes, the only outward evidence of her grief.
Can I help you? Oh, hello, Sergeant.
Sorry to disturb you. Miss Evelyn Todd?
That's right.
My name's Inspector Carr, New Scotland Yard. Can we come in for a moment?
Well, my father's out. I'm afraid there's no one at home.
I'd just like to talk to you for a little, Miss Todd, if you don't mind.
Yes, well, please come inside.
Thank you.
Now, what can I do for you? Is it about Tom?
Yes.
I don't think I could bear it.
Look, I quite understand. I won't keep you long, just a few questions, then we'll go.
Very well.
Well, first of all, what time did you last see your fiancé alive, Miss Todd?
At about 11:45. He left with Ted Flynn.
Were they the last to leave the party?
Just about. The Elliots were still there. They're friends of my father's. They left about half an hour afterwards.
That was the last time you saw your fiancé?
Are these questions necessary?
I'm afraid so, Miss Todd. Now, tell me, how well did you know the Hammonds?
Well enough. Perhaps too well.
What do you mean?
I'll be frank with you, Inspector. Mrs. Hammond did everything she could to prevent my engagement to her nephew.
Prevent? How?
I suppose it wasn't very pleasant for a woman twice my age to be ousted from her home by a mere chit of a girl. That's how she describes me. But she chose a rather mean way of showing her feelings. Inspector, for the last 3 months, I've been deluged with poison pen cards, all in the same handwriting. After a while, I showed one to Tom. He recognized the handwriting immediately. His aunt, Mrs. Hammond, wrote it.
Have you kept any of these postcards?
How many do you want? 20? 30? They're all in the desk here. There you are. Take your pick.
Well, these will do. Thank you, Miss Todd. Now, what were your fiancé's reactions?
He was absolutely furious. He and his aunt had a terrible row.
And did the cards stop?
For a while, yes. But they started coming again about a week before.
All right, Miss Todd, I won't keep you much longer. Are there any other incidents that you can recall about Mrs. Hammond?
No, I don't think so. Oh, wait a bit, yes. It was only yesterday afternoon. Robert, Mrs. Hammond's son, came over to say that he couldn't come to the party.
Did he give any reason?
Yes. His charming mother had forbidden him to come.
I'm sorry, but Mum's in an awful mood. We had a bit of a row, actually.
Oh, Robert.
I said she couldn't stop me, and then she went into a long tirade about how she'd worked her fingers to the bone for me. put me through school, and just when everything was turning out okay, well,
Go on.
well, she said that you and Tom were about to kick us out, that you schemed the whole thing between you, and it was a dirty trick. I'm sorry. You know I don't...
I know. Why don't you come anyway?
I can't. I wish I could, Eve. You know. I'd do anything for you, but it isn't worth it. I've got to live with her.
All right, Bobby. I understand. He was almost in tears. Inspector, she's a wicked woman. If it hadn't been for her...
Thank you, Miss Todd. I think that's all. Accompanied by Sergeant Barnes, I made for the scene of the crime. We reached the gate that stood at the entrance of the lane, and Sergeant Barnes pointed out the spot marked X.
There you are, sir. He collapsed just here at the foot of the left gate post.
How many shots were fired?
Just the one, sir.
The surgeon reported that Ferguson died of gunshot wounds in the abdomen.
Yes, that's right, sir.
Well, let's reconstruct the scene, Sergeant. Now, Ferguson says good night to Flynn. He turns towards the gate, and a shot rings out. So it's highly unlikely that he was shot from the road itself.
That's right, sir.
Now, if he was found by the left-hand post, it stands to reason that he couldn't have been shot from the area of the churchyard. The angle's too acute. No, my guess is that he was shot from the other side, from that field to the right.
Dick Spencer's field.
Sergeant, supposing you wanted to ambush a man at dead of night, knowing that he was coming from the direction of Todd's farm.
Oh, I'd whip in at Dick Spencer's field, no doubt about that.
And?
Well, I reckon I'd hide behind the edge. That way I wouldn't be seen.
Yeah, but the hedge is at least 2 feet thick.
Then I'd cut a hole in it, sir.
Elementary, my dear Barnes. Right. Let's see if there is one.
Mind the bank, sir. It's slippery.
Yes, it is. Had rain recently.
A couple of days ago, sir. It come down in buckets.
None last night, though, eh?
No, sir, no.
Hello. What have we here?
What's that, sir?
The cartridge case. I'll wager my non-existent bowler hat it was fired from a single-barreled shotgun.
Looks like it, Inspector. I put in my handkerchief.
There it is, Sergeant. The hole in the hedge.
Well,
It's obviously been made for a purpose. Let's have a look. Perfect. See for yourself.
You're right, sir. I can see the gate clearly. The road beyond. Why, look here, sir. The grass has been crushed. And here, sir, there's skid marks. The killer probably lost his footing.
As Sergeant Barnes pointed to the telltale evidence, a vivid picture began to form in my mind. The murderer waiting grimly for Ferguson's return, the glinting gun barrel pointing through the hole in the hedge, the finger poised on the trigger, and then, as the intended victim opens the gate, the fatal squeeze. It seemed that a visit to Mrs. Hammond would prove illuminating.
Don't see how I can help you, Inspector.
It won't take up much of your time, Mrs. Hammond. Have you ever seen these postcards before?
No, let me see. No. How appalling.
Evelyn Todd says they were written by you.
Oh, they're lying.
Mrs. Hammond, it won't be very difficult to trace the author. Save a lot of time if you told the truth.
All right. Yes, I wrote them. She deserved it. A cheap little... Inspector, we lived together 2 years. When my husband died, I was left without any means of support. Tom Ferguson invited my son and I to live here. And about 6 months ago, he told us to leave, just like that, to pack my bag and get out. I brought the boy up when my brother died. Don't you think I deserve better treatment?
It's not for me to judge, Mrs. Hammond. Sending poison pen postcards can never be justified.
But she didn't love Tom, Inspector. She was out for his money.
Tom Ferguson inherited everything when his father died, yes?
Yes.
Do you possess a shotgun, Mrs. Hammond?
No. Inspector, what would I want with a shotgun?
You sure, Mrs. Hammond?
Look, Inspector, I didn't shoot Tom.
Ferguson was killed with a single-barreled shotgun. Find the gun, and I found the murderer. Do you mind if we look over the house, Mrs. Hammond?
Is that necessary?
I have a search warrant.
Well, Well, I suppose I can't stop you. You won't find a gun, yeah?
But we did. Single-barreled shotgun. In the drawer of an old Victorian roll-top desk, we found a package of cartridges, identical with the one discovered at the scene of the crime. In another drawer, we found a pile of unused postcards, replicas of those received by Evelyn Todd. The gun was subsequently checked for fingerprints. The only prints to be found were those of Mrs. Hammond. I decided to arrest her. Mrs. Hammond, I must warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence against you. It would seem that the investigation was over, apart from some loose ends that had to be tied up. Mrs. Hammond for trial. One thing that became particularly important, the term Harold Ferguson's will. I visited Messrs. Carr and Bradshaw. Mr. Bradshaw himself received me, a donnish-looking old man with the air of a patient secretary bird.
Good morning, Inspector Carr. Sit down, please. A cigarette?
No, thanks. Mr. Bradshaw, I understand you drew up Mr. Harold Ferguson's last will.
That is correct.
And in terms of that will, everything was left to Tom Ferguson?
Quite right, Inspector. Tom was an only child and the apple of his father's eye. Yes. The estates and all monies accruing were left to him in perpetuity.
But if he didn't marry...
Then the estate would pass to his nephew, Robert Hammond, on the condition that he should marry. In the event of Tom's death before Robert was 21, the estate was to be held in trust until the latter became of age.
And to take it to its logical conclusion, if Robert died, then the estate would have passed on to Mrs. Hammond.
Oh, no, not at all, Inspector.
What? Are there any other relations?
Yes, one. It seems that young Ted Flynn is a distant cousin of the Fergusons on his mother's side. Both the parents are dead, poor boy. And in the event of Robert's death, Harold Ferguson expressly wished that everything should go to him.
I see. That must have been one in the eye for Mrs. Hammond.
It was, Inspector, as you put it, one in the eye for the poor woman. She was quite upset about it. Tried to get the will altered after Harold's death, in her favor, of course, but she didn't succeed.
And Mrs. Hammond, as it turned out, stood to gain nothing, except through her son.
Correct, Inspector. There was no love lost between Harold and his sister. Temperamentally, they were poles apart.
Huh?
Harold was a swashbuckler, an adventurer, with a lust for life. Puritanical Mrs. Hammond thoroughly disapproved of him.
You knew him well?
Oh, knew him and liked him. In fact, over the years, I got to know the whole family. I've always prided myself on judgment of character, Inspector.
How did Mrs. Hammond get on with her nephew, Tom?
Quite well until recently. Trouble over Tom's impending marriage. Mrs. Hammond would, of course, have to move out.
Yes, I know. Tell me, Mr. Bradshaw, was the will signed and witnessed in the presence of all concerned?
Yes. Old Ferguson called them all together in this very room.
I see. So they were all acquainted with the terms of the will?
Quite so, Inspector.
Well, thank you. I'm most grateful for all your help. Yet as I stepped out of Mr. Bradshaw's office, I felt distinctly uneasy. I had considered the case as a closed book. It had all been so easy. Too easy. And I now had the disconcerting feeling that I was being led by the nose. There were several who had a motive for the murder. The longer I thought, the unhappier I became. Mrs. Hammond's motive for killing her nephew was that her son would inherit. But all the evidence showed that her animosity was directed against Evelyn Todd, not against Tom Ferguson. After all, she brought the boy up. No, there was something wrong somewhere. If only I could put my finger on it. I went in search of Sergeant Barnes. Got a car handy, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. Where do you want to go?
To the home of Mr. Ted Flynn.
So, everything is over bar the shouting, is it, Inspector?
Not quite, Mr. Flynn. Still one or two things to check. You say that on Saturday night, the night Mr. Ferguson was shot, you left the Todd's farm at 11:45, walked back with Ferguson to Greyston. You left him at the gate? continued on. When you heard the shot, you ran back, and Ferguson was unconscious in the road.
That's about it.
Now, think carefully, Mr. Flynn. Is there anything else that struck you at the time? Anything, however trivial?
Nothing at all, Inspector. I've told you everything I know.
Did you see Tom Fergus Saturday morning or afternoon?
As a matter of fact, I did, Inspector. I popped round about 11 o'clock. Mrs. Hammond and Robert were on their way out to do some shopping in town. Tom was in the garage fixing a plough. I gave him a hand for about an hour, and then I left.
Mrs. Hammond and her son not returned?
Not that I know of.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. You've been most helpful. I'd be unhappy task to call on her son. I'm sorry to disturb you, Mr. Hammond.
Well, get it over with, Inspector. You've arrested my mother for murder. What more do you want?
Mr. Hammond, I'm only doing my duty, and I promise you I don't like it any more than you do.
Well, please come to the point. Do you want to arrest me, too?
No, I don't. I want to ask you a few brief questions.
Well?
Last Saturday morning, Mr. Flynn came to see your cousin. You were on your way to town, I understand.
What's this got to do with the price of eggs?
Please, Mr. Hammond, just answer my question.
Yes, he did come round. Met me as we were going out of the front door.
Did he say anything to you?
Not that I can remember. Oh, yes. He said to borrow Tom's golf clubs.
And that was all?
Look, Inspector, Ted Flynn didn't get on very well with Mother and I. He was Tom's friend, not ours. I told him Tom was in the garage, and that was all.
Thank you. Now, did you see Mr. Flynn again?
What is all this? I've told you he wasn't exactly a bosom friend of mine.
Please be patient. I've nearly finished. Did you see him again?
No, I didn't.
Thank you. Now, one last thing, Mr. Hammond. What time did you hear of your cousin's death?
In the early hours of Sunday morning. As a matter of fact, Ted phoned, told us what had happened.
What did he say?
Well, he said that although he had identified the body, the police would require my mother or me to make an official identification.
Did you?
Yes, we went down to the mortuary on Sunday morning. And that's really all I can tell you, Inspector. Now, if you don't mind...
Just before I go, I'd like to look over the house once again. I'm looking for something. I sincerely hope to find it. I did. I found what I was looking for. It was in Tom Ferguson's study. I now knew who had killed him. Sergeant Barnes and I raced back to police headquarters in Dewhurst. Sergeant, issue a writ to have Mrs. Hammond released immediately and then have a car outside the front door. Have you got a gun?
Yes, sir.
All right, now get cracking. We've just one more call to make. We're calling on Edward Flynn. Edward Flynn, I'm arresting you for the murder of Thomas Ferguson. I must warn you that anything you say may be used in evidence against you.
Arresting me? Nonsense. Exactly on what ground?
I'll tell you. You planned to kill Tom Ferguson a long time ago, but you had to wait for the right moment. About 3 months ago, Mrs. Hammond started writing poison pen postcards to Evelyn Todd. When Tom found out, he was furious. Knowing this, and knowing that Tom wanted the Hammonds to move from the house, you...
What? And kill my best friend because I wanted Tom to evict his aunt?
I haven't finished yet. There's the will. You were present when it was signed. You knew that with Tom Ferguson and his cousin out of the way, the inheritance would be yours.
You must be out of your mind, Inspector. I would hardly have walked down with Tom carrying a shotgun under my arm.
That's why you were so fiendishly clever. You planted that shotgun, already loaded, behind the hedge on Saturday morning or afternoon.
What did I do, Inspector? Jump over the edge and say, hang on a moment, Tom. Hold still, I want to shoot you.
Not a bit of it. When you left the Todd's farm, you told Tom you were in a hurry to get home. You then said good night and ran on ahead. You had ample time to position yourself behind the hole you made that day. You shot him as he came up to the gate and then sprinted home, hiding the gun, and phoned for an ambulance. Although he wasn't dead, luckily enough for you, he died on the way to hospital.
Inspector Carr, this is crazy. The gun didn't even belong to me. What do you think I did? Strolled over to Greyston and placed it under the mattress?
Who told you it was under the mattress?
Robert, I think.
Robert, eh? He knew because Mrs. Hammond had found the gun and questioned her son about it. But he swears that the only conversation he has had with you is when you telephoned him with the grim news that Tom was dead. And that was before you had time to return the gun.
Inspector, you can't prove anything.
Can't I? Edward Flynn, I'm arresting you on a charge of murder.
You sure you got the right one, sir?
Sergeant, I'm as sure as I'm standing here. Well, don't look so worried, Sergeant.
Well, I can't help it, sir. Why didn't Mrs. Hammond say anything when you arrested her? She didn't deny her guilt.
Because she thought that her son had killed Ferguson. What else could she think when I found the gun under the mattress? Or you did, to be more accurate. She's got a lot of courage, that woman. She must love her son dearly. Oh, come on, Sergeant. Now what's troubling you?
Well, I still don't know how you tumbled Flynn.
Don't you? You should. And so should you, listeners. Do you know what clue convinced me that Flynn was the killer? Not sure? Well, listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you. Well, what was the clue? After all, there were 3 suspects, Mrs. Hammond, her son, and Edward Flynn. But what made me so sure that Flynn was the murderer? Well, it was this. If you remember, I asked Robert Hammond if Flynn had said anything to him on Saturday morning. He replied,
Not that I can remember. Oh, yes, he said something about coming to borrow Tom's golf clubs.
Tom's golf clubs. That explained everything. What better place to house a shotgun than a golf club bag? Tom readily agreed to lend him them. And it would have been easy for Flynn to drop the shotgun inside while Ferguson was working in the garage. As Tom's best friend, he obviously knew where to find it. My suspicions were confirmed when Robert said that he and his mother had gone down on Sunday morning to identify the body, a perfect opportunity to return the clubs and deposit the gun under the mattress, hoping that mother and son would be arrested for the crime so that the inheritance would then be his, Ted Flynn's. That was what I was looking for in Tom Ferguson's study. The golf club bag. Oh, the moral of the story? If you must lend your golf clubs to a friend, make sure he's shooting for a birdie, not a body. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblets Cheese Twists, with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook.
Portables, hi-fis, radiograms. Now there's a Blaupunkt for everyone.
Kostet op die tafel.
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. A few weeks ago, I went to a race meeting at Germiston, at which Jolly Drummer was the hot favorite for the main race. He was beaten by Uncle Ben from the Oppenheimer stable. Now, whenever this sort of thing happens, certain wiseacres will hint darkly of sinister goings-on and what have you. Well, as I went back with friends of mine, there is no doubt that Jolly Drummer finished the race somewhat lame. What some people fail to realize is that animals are like human beings. They have their off days just as we do. Oh, don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying that the sport of kings is entirely free from malpractice. Where there are great rewards to be won, there are certain to be persons of questionable character who will perpetrate every trickery under the sun in order to get a share of the pickings. Why all this? Well, I'm going to tell you of a leading racehorse owner who was found dead under circumstances that left no one in doubt that murder had been committed. I've called my story, Death is the Victor. I've already indicated my interest in the sport of kings, and although I was not a frequent racegoer in England, one annual event I looked forward to was a minor classic in the English racing calendar. It was the 1,000 Guineas run at Sandown Park. The invitation used to come from one of the stewards, who was a friend of mine. His name was Ernest Giles. Oh, what do you think of the favourite for the Guineas, Giles?
I like it very much. I can't understand it.
Can't understand what?
The favourite. Gay Wastrel was even money a week ago. Now it's 3-1. I think it's the class horse.
I hope you're right. I've backed it.
Well, we'll soon know. It's almost time for the off.
The white things happened. They're under Stout's orders. They're coming into line now. It's a good line. No one's playing up. I don't think there'll be any trouble. And there goes the bell. Away to a flying start. Sublime is showing most of the running, followed by April Fool. Gay Wastrel, the favourite, is a handy third in the central course. Just behind her is Insulated. Insulator's making forward move. They've just reached the 3 furlong post. Insulator's taken over. The grey mare is sliding out really well. Gay Wastrel has moved up there too. Raceless seems to be in trouble. Raceless looks as though it won't take part in the race. Gay Wastrel has taken over. Just behind is Insulated. Still showing the radiant running. Insulated striding out really well. Loverboy has come on the scene. Loverboy, but there's only a furlong to go, and it's still Gay Wastrel, followed by Insulated. Looks like a match between these two. No. Gay Wastrel is surging ahead. Gay Wastrel looks like winning it now. I don't think Insulated can catch her. Yes, it's Gay Wastrel. At least the length clear from Insulated, with Loverboy third. There's no question about it. Gay Wastrel's favourite, a clear winner.
Well, did you back it?
I did. Rocked the bookmakers. I took 2-1 in £1 notes.
Well, don't let the money go to your head.
I won't.
I ought to go to the unsaddling and congratulate the owner. Care to come with me?
Glad to.
Congratulations, Scotty. Great win.
Oh, thank you, Bob. The great horse.
Meet my guest, Inspector Carr.
Oh, nice to meet you, Inspector. I've heard a great deal about you, of course.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Gay Wastrel's a great horse. I trust you're all coming to join me in a celebration. Drinks after the last race?
Delighted.
Here comes the owner of Insulated. Well done, Dawes, old boy. Ran a great race.
I thought I was going to beat you at one time, Scotty.
But you didn't, Dawes. Oh, by the way, Inspector Carr, meet Mr. Dawes.
Mr. Dawes?
Inspector.
No, I've booked the Tudor room at Claridge's for a celebration tonight, and you're all invited.
Strangely precipitant under the circumstances.
Are you coming, Inspector?
Thank you. For something like 100 years, it has been traditional that the winner of the Guineas should give a banquet for the officials and others connected with the race. First, I joined the others in a victory drink in the steward's room, and then left the course. There were 1 or 2 things to clear up at the yard before my plans to spend a weekend of leisure. As it transpired, my plans went awry. Carr speaking.
Operations here, sir.
Oh, don't tell me. Look, I'm off for the weekend. My duty ends, or it will end, in about 3 minutes. I've just come back from the racing.
Well, sir, a man has been found stabbed to death at the Percy Simpson racing stables.
Percy? What the?
Yes, sir. Killed with a pitchfork, according to the local manor. A man called Scotty Bayliss.
But I was with him less than 2 hours ago. No peace for the wicked. You say stables. Are they near the course?
Well, sir, the call came through from Westerham. I've notified Dr. McPherson.
Right, get through to transport. Tell him to have a car waiting outside with a plan of how to get to the stable.
Right, sir.
It had been many years since I visited this small country town, which nestled at the foot of the hill known as the Widow. Very soon, we were driving through a gate which said, "Danger, horses exercising."
Inspector Carr?
Yes, that's right.
My name's Simpson. We've been told to expect you. It's all absolutely unbelievable.
Yes, I'm afraid murder always seems beyond the realms of reality. I understand that you found the body.
Well, it's all such a shock to see him lying there with a pitchfork in his back. Besides, he hadn't... Well, he hadn't given me... I don't know what I'm going to do.
I realize this is a great shock for you, Mr. Simpson.
Well, it's more than that, Inspector. Mr. Bayliss said that if he won the race, he'd give me the stake money. That's 1,000 guineas. And now Well, I'm sorry if I sound so mercenary. We've been having a bad patch lately, and, well, I was banking on the money.
That's unfortunate. Is that the stable over there? Is that where the body was found?
Yes, there's a police doctor with the body.
Let's go, shall we?
I know I shouldn't be talking about money with Mr. Bayliss lying there.
Hello, Doc.
Hello, Inspector.
Is this where it happened, Mac?
I stabbed with a pitchfork from behind. I was stabbed at least a dozen times. It's quite horrible. The print men have been here.
Any luck?
No, nothing at all. You don't find any footprints in this turf.
And what about the time of his death?
It was pretty warm in that stable. I wouldn't like to hazard too close, I guess. I got here about half an hour ago. Let me see, that's 6:30. He's been dead about an hour. I would say that he was killed at 5:30 or thereabouts.
5:30, eh? I was having a drink with him at 3 o'clock.
You were now. Were you at the races?
Yes, and I backed the poor chap's horse. Oh, well, let's take a look at him. I inspected the stable. It became obvious that instead of housing animals, it was more of a place of storage. There, I saw sacks of forage, harness, saddles, and the like, and the lifeless body of Scotty Bayliss. It was difficult to resist a feeling of compassion for the man who but a few hours ago achieved one of the most cherished ambitions, to become the winner of the guineas, and yet not live to receive the tributes of the weekend newspapers. Oh, dear. Sad, isn't it?
Aye. Well, if it's all the same to you, I'll go over to Western Station to arrange for the removal of the body. There's nothing more I can do here.
Okay, Mac. See you back at the yard.
Good day to you, Mr. Simpson.
Good day, Doctor. Have you got transport?
I thank you. My car's at the other side of the stables.
All right, Mr. Simpson. I'm ready to take your statement. Oh, by the way, I saw you at the unsaddling, didn't I?
Yes, naturally.
Yeah. Oh, well, let's go from there, shall we? What did you do then?
Now, look here, Inspector. You don't think that I did it, do
Mr.
you?
Simpson, now, don't be alarmed. Everyone is suspect until we get to the killer. Now, after the unsaddling of Gay Wastrel, what did you do?
I came back here.
Immediately?
Yes. Mr. Bayliss asked me if I'd like to join him in a drink, but I always make it a golden rule to put my horses in the horse box and take them back to the stable as soon as possible. Well, after the way she ran, I knew Gay Wastrel would become favourite, the Silver Challenge Cup.
Mm-hmm. And what time did you get back here?
Oh, about 3 o'clock. It's only a 15-minute drive from the course. The race was over at 2:30.
Well, go on, and what happened?
Well, usual. Ted, that's one of the grooms who drove the horse box, helped me to stable the girl. I took my car and drove home.
What about the groom?
Well, he and his wife live in a cottage on my land.
Who was left behind?
No one. My house adjoins the stables. It's only 250 yards away. At 6 o'clock, I picked up Ted to feed the animals.
I see. Is that your car over there?
No, that belongs to Mr. Bayliss. I run that station wagon.
So it comes to this. The race was run at 2:15. The unsaddling took place about 2:30. You got back here by 3, stabled the animal, and left for home with your groom. Is that right?
Yes.
And you say that the last time you saw Mr. Bayliss alive is when the winner was being unsaddled.
I swear it.
Can you prove that you left the racecourse soon after the race?
Yes. The traffic cop on duty at the gate is a regular. He'll remember me.
What I can't understand, Mr. Simpson, is this. Why should the killer lure his victim here? Why the stables? Tell me, what about your groom?
Ted, Inspector? Oh, never. Mr. Bayliss had been very generous to Ted. We've had many owners in these stables, Mr. Dawes, Mr. Gilby. None of them have been as generous as Mr. Bayliss. Why should he want to kill him?
Somebody did. All right, don't look so alarmed. I don't think it's you. But I have a sneaking suspicion who that somebody is. reassured the trainer of Gay Wastrel that he was not number one on the list of suspects, I asked him to show me the layout of the place. A survey made it clear that the stable grounds were completely shut off from view. They could not be seen from either the main house or the groom's cottage. I decided to have a word with Ernest Giles, my host at the races.
I'll help you all I can, Carr, but it won't be much.
How well did you know Bayliss? Did you know him very well?
I wouldn't say very well. I liked the man. We only met outside the racecourse.
What I'm trying to find out is whether this murder is a gambling killing or not. All we know about Mr. Bayliss is that he's the owner of a fairly successful boot factory. He's a bachelor, and he owns half a dozen horses trained by Simpson.
In which case, you know as much as I do.
See. I understand that you, as the architect, were responsible for some of the extensions at Sandown.
Yes, I was.
Now, what I'm trying to find out is the possibility of going from Sandown Racecourse to Westerham, avoiding any of the main gates or roads.
Well, that's easily answered. Come over here, Inspector. Now, there's your map of Sandown.
Yes.
Now, up here to the northeast is Westerham, and there are quite a number of the trainers are there. You see, it's only 7 miles away. Now, a car would leave the racecourse through this opening here between the trees.
Yes.
Cut through this ground, be a bit bumpy, but easy to do. And that would take one onto the old dirt road. Good heavens, yes. That way, one would come out by Simpson's racing stables.
That's interesting. Very interesting. Now, supposing you had to go to Simpson's stables, is that the route you'd take?
Well, most certainly. It cuts off about 4 miles. Imagine the traffic after a Saturday afternoon's racing. One took the main road.
Yet Simpson... Oh, I see. Simpson wouldn't want to drive his horse box over that bumpy road.
No, of course not. Not with an expensive animal like Gay Wastrel in the box. Now, I come to think of it, I remember Bayliss asking me to look at a yearling he'd bought at a sale. We left the racecourse and took that old road.
Oh, it gives us a lead, but also a headache.
Oh, why?
Well, our highly efficient X-branch will have to check on the movements of a lot of people. People who left the racecourse.
Including me.
Including you, Giles. No, but quite seriously. Whoever did this thing will be concerned to establish his alibi. What about the winning jockey, for instance?
Leatherby?
Yeah.
I saw him leave with Bayliss.
You did you? What time was that?
Well, you were there, Inspector. Oh, no. You left a few minutes before. Soon after we all toasted the winner in the steward's room.
And you say the jockey left with Bayliss?
Yes. Listen, Inspector, I don't know what you're thinking, but Leatherby used to ride for me when he was an apprentice. I'd stake my reputation on the fact that there's no straighter jockey racing.
Oh, you may be right, Giles, but Bayliss left about 3, and he's found dead 2.5 hours later. I'm going to have a word with Leatherby.
Mr. Bayliss? Oh, I don't know anything about the boss's death. Why question me?
Because I'm hoping that Mr. Bayliss did or said something in your presence which could give me a lead. You would want the murderer caught, wouldn't you?
Oh, yes, of course.
You didn't say that with any conviction.
Well, listen, Governor. I don't know why you've come to see me, but I don't know anything about it, see? Well, I hardly knew the gent. This is the first time I rode for him.
Oh, is it?
Yes, it is. The trainer, Mr. Simpson, booked me for the ride.
He did he? I understand that after the unsaddling and the awarding of the cup and the drinks in the steward's room, you and Mr. Bayliss left together, is that right?
That's right, Inspector. It wasn't long after you left. I remember you going.
What time was that?
Oh, I'm not sure. About 3:30, I suppose.
Where'd you both go to?
Well, I had no more riding engagements that day. Mr. Bayliss told me that if I won, he'd have a nice present for me. He said he'd meet me at the members' lounge. Well, when he saw me ready to go after the steward's drink, he said, "I'll come with you." Well, he came with me to the members' lounge. There was no one there, and he said, "I'm glad we'd settled our differences." He gave me a cheque for 200 quid for winning the race.
Differences? What differences?
Well, that's something rather personal.
Don't be a fool, Leatherby. He's been murdered, don't you understand? You're involved.
No, wait a minute. You don't think that
All I say is, just be completely frank with me. What were the differences about?
Well, sir, I was offered the mount on insulated. I was about to accept when Mr. Simpson said that Mr. Bayliss would like me to ride Gay Wastrel.
Go on.
Well, sir, I knew the breeding of Gay Wastrel. I knew she'd had the beating of every other horse, so I agreed to ride the filly. And Mr. Bayliss seemed very pleased. He said to me, I want you to win that race.
I want you to win that race more than anything in the world. I've never had a big win. Look, if you're first past the post, there'll be an additional 200 for you.
Whew, thank you, sir. If she's anything like Mr. Simpson says she is, she'll win easily, sir. I believe she broke the course record in her trial gallop.
Ah, that's quite true. I'm glad you're taking them out. Very pleased indeed. They tell me that you know the course better than any other jockey. That's a very tricky man at the fore, you know.
I know it, sir. But I'll win, don't you worry.
I see. But you said there were differences.
Yes, sir.
Well, speak up. What were they?
Well, sir, I don't like to tell tales about the dead.
What were they? Come on, out with it.
Well, Inspector, about a week ago, Mr. Bayliss sent for me.
Weatherby, I've been hearing some disconcerting rumours concerning Mr. Dawes' filly insulated. They say she's developed a sensational turn of speed.
Oh, don't you worry about that, sir. They're a different class. Well, there's nothing in Insulated's breeding that comes anywhere near her.
Supposing I told you it would be worth £1,000 to you if you didn't win the guineas.
Are you asking me to pull her up? I've never pulled an horse in my life, Mr. Bayliss, and I never will.
You see, I'm in somewhat of a spot. Ah, the devil take him. Are you sure? Are you sure as Simpson that Gay Wastrel has the beating of the others, even insulated?
Yes, sir, I'm sure. I'm absolutely positive. Of course, if there's heavy rains...
All right. Just forget what I've said. You go in there and win.
That's all I meant, sir. Although he asked me to pull the race in the beginning, he turned out to be a true gentleman after all.
So you got your cheque for £200 as a reward for winning on Gay Wastrel?
Yes, sir.
And then what happened?
Well, as I say, we were in the members' lounge.
Another drink, Weatherby?
No, thank you, sir. Got to watch me weight, you know.
Excuse me, Mr. Bayliss.
Aye, what is it?
You want it on the phone, sir.
Oh, thank you very much. Excuse me, Weatherby.
Oh, thanks for the tip. Oh, £2 on it.
Oh, glad you won. I had quite a few quid on her myself. So I can't understand why she started at such a good price. There must have been a fortune on Insulated.
Oh, there was. Ginger Jack, who punts for Mr. Dawes, said he himself put £1,000 on Insulated at 5 to 1.
I knew I had the measure of Insulated. As soon as I called on Gay Wastrel, I could have won by 3 lengths, even more.
Yeah, I'm afraid I've got to go. I'm wanted rather urgently. Oh, Stewart here. Here's a wee celebration for you, too.
Thank you very much, sir.
I'll see you at the Tudor room tonight, Weatherby. With your wife, of course.
Thank you very much, sir. Walked out and I never saw him again.
I see. He didn't tell you where he was going or who he was going to meet?
No, sir, he didn't.
Everything that I'd gleaned so far confirmed my suspicions. I decided to put off questioning the man I suspected of the murder until all the other ends were tied up. I had another word with the helpful Mr. Giles. Giles, I understand it's a rigid rule that no outside telephone calls can be connected to members or even owners other than extremely urgent ones.
Yes, that's right. If a doctor is wanted urgently or someone attending the race meeting has a relative who's met with a serious accident, then they're the exception to the rule.
Well, then what happens? Do you put the call through to wherever they may be on the course?
Oh, no, that lends itself to a lot of abuses, particularly racing malpractices, you know. No one's allowed to talk racing on the telephone.
But Leatherby tells me that Bayliss received a telephone call whilst they were drinking in the members' lounge after the race.
Well, it must have been an internal call. That's allowed.
Oh. Is that easily checked?
Oh, yes. We're not on a dialing system, you know.
Does that mean that anyone on the course can telephone anyone else on the course?
Oh, good heavens, no. As a matter of fact, it's a privilege afforded to us, stewards, owners, and such like.
What's the procedure?
Well, one goes along to the switchboard, which is at the back of the general office, and asks the favour of being put through to the weighing room, the members' lounge, and so on.
Used much?
Oh, no. As I say, we don't like to encourage this sort of thing. But if you want to find out any more about that, Mr. Godley was on duty. He'd have taken the telephone request.
I see. Thanks, Giles.
How's the investigation going?
Fine. With a bit of luck, the case will be closed within a matter of hours. Come in. Ah, Sergeant Smith.
You're right, sir. This fellow Godley remembers Mr. Dawes asking him to raise Mr. Bayliss in the members' lounge. He says that Dawes spoke to Bayliss for quite a while, and this fellow Godley remembers him well, because he gave him a 10-bob tip.
Ah, for once generosity will contribute to the hanging of a man. And what about the car park attendant?
The attendant says that Dawes took his car out of the owner's hangar at about 4:20 and left by the north gate. That leads onto the old road.
And that leads to Simpson's stables, right? We've got enough. Ask Mr. Dawes to come and see me.
Right, sir.
Dawes was summoned for 2:30 the following afternoon. In the meantime, X-Branch and Operations were getting out all they could. Within a few hours, our informers and special agents had unearthed very interesting pieces of information. There's no doubt that using intermediaries in the underworld and those in gambling circles, Dawes had attempted to bring off a gambling coup. He'd wagered thousands. Had Gay Wastrel lost and Insulated won, his gain would have been astronomical. Had Bayliss double-crossed him? I was soon to know.
I don't know why you sent for me, Inspector.
Well, I'm checking on everyone's movements. Where were you at 5:30, the time when Bayliss was killed?
Well, you know as well as I do that the last race wasn't run until 5:20. It was on the race course.
Can you prove it? Were you with anybody?
Inspector, you obviously know nothing about racing. All of us are lone wolves. We occasionally have a drink with each other. There were over 60,000 people on the race course. And do you expect me to produce them all as alibis?
You swear you never left the course?
Could you imagine I would, with the last race not yet run?
Why did you telephone Bayliss?
What do you mean?
And why did you take your car out at 4:20?
Who
and
said
why
so?
haven't you paid your debts? You lost a lot of money on Insulated, didn't you?
Oh, that's my affair.
So he double-crossed you on Gay Wastrel, eh? Didn't you think for one moment that the reason he decided to run the race straight was that he had a conscience? That he might report you to the Jockey Club?
Report me? You must be mad. It was his idea. He got me to put a fortune on Insulated so that he could get the generous odds of 2-1 on his own filly.
What a dirty trick.
Yes. The respectable Mr. Bayliss. Why,
Are you confessing, Mr. Dawes? Because if you are, I must warn you that He didn't confess then, but he did later. There's no doubt that his allegations were correct. What Leatherby regarded as a change of heart in the owner of Gay Wastrel was really a change of approach. Bayliss realized that with Dawes and his gambling promise plunging all the money on Insulated, he would get very good odds on his own horse, and that would pay him to run the race straight. A nice piece of double-cross that cost him his life. Dawes gave me a semblance of a clue soon after the race. Do you remember how he gave himself away? Well, listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you. Well, what was it that Dawes said that registered with me to the extent that I felt he was involved? It was this. After the unsaddling, Scotty said,
I'll book the Tudor room at Claridge's for a celebration tonight. You're all invited.
Strangely precipitate under the circumstances.
Why strangely precipitate under the circumstances? Surely, as a favourite, he anticipated he was going to win and made arrangements accordingly. Unless he was not supposed to anticipate a win. So I found Mr. Dawes's remarks strange under those circumstances. And the moral, racehorse owners never interfere with a jockey riding lest you get pitchforked into trouble. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblets Cheese Twists, with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook.
Pussy Sophie
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. I don't think it's in my province to comment on the problems confronting the authorities concerning the so-called places of entertainment, which only get into their stride, or, to use modern parlance, start swinging, when most people are ready for bed. Of course, I'm referring to nightclubs, a certain kind of discotheque, and the like. Whenever accounts are published which tell of lawlessness, or drug pushing, or what have you, the reaction of most people is, why don't they close the place down? Now, there are two answers to that. In the first place, it would be wrong to penalize the owners of an establishment if they were entirely unaware of the wrongdoing. And in the second place, a very much more important answer is this. It's far easier for those who protect the country's morals and laws to keep an eye on known members of the underworld when these characters are allowed to rendezvous at places to which the general public are admitted. All over the world, there are well-known meeting places which continue to flourish, although many of their clientele are gangsters and crooks of the worst variety. Close these places down, and these unsavory characters would continue to foregather for their enjoyment, but at spots hidden from the eyes of the law. Take a club that was quite famous in its day. For some obscure reason, it was known as Le Lapin Bleu. Why it was known as the Blue Rabbit, and why in French, I've never been able to discover. The man who ran it was a particularly unpleasant character known as Gloomy Gilbert. He met his deserts one day, although it wasn't the law that caught up with him. However, let me tell you the story, which I've called Death on the Counterfoil. It was some minutes after Big Ben had struck the hour of midday when Scotland Yard was alerted of Gloomy Gilbert's death. The head waiter of the Blue Rabbit, to give it its English title, dialed 999 and told the control officer that he'd found his boss lying on the floor of his office with his head bashed in. Accompanied by the worthy Sergeant Jackson, I rushed to the scene. So, you found the body,
Yes, sir. I knocked at the door, got no answer. I shouted out to Mr. Gilbert there was a gent to see him, and still no answer. I opened the door, there he was, lying there, just as he is now.
As indeed he was. Gloomy Gilbert was lying astride an expensively carpeted floor. The dried blood and the dark bruise above the temple told its story only too well. Yet there seemed to be no sign of struggle. There was very little on his desk except an inkstand, calendar, a blotting pad, and a diary. I asked Jackson to wade through the man's effects as I continued questioning Bertrand. Now, you say a man wanted to see Gilbert. Who was he?
I don't know, sir. I must have shouted out when I saw Gloomy Gilbert lying there like that. Anyway, when I ran down the stairs to dial 999 from the blower in the hall, he'd gone.
I see. Well, didn't he say something like, my name's George or something? I want to see Mr. Gilbert?
No. Lots of people come here to see the old so-and-so. They didn't introduce themselves to me, you know. They just said, Alf wants to see him, or Bert, or Charlie, or Lord Muck.
You seem rather pally, Lord.
Oh, no, Inspector. Not so pally when they come out of this office, believe me. I don't know what goes on in here. I've got a pretty good idea.
So have we. I remember the man when he ran the Purple Club. Just a minute. Perfume. Ladies' perfume. Who else was here this morning?
Oh, I can't tell you exactly, sir. I'm down in the basement. The front door's usually open. I saw the manager take a man called Fred up. That's about all.
The manager? Where's he? Is he around?
Yes. I think he's having a cup of coffee round the back. Come to think of it, I can smell perfume, too.
Can you smell perfume, Jackson?
Yes, sir, I can. You think a woman's been here?
Well, in the days of Sherlock Holmes, it would have been a logical conclusion. Not these days. Some of the stuff that men put on their hair and their cheeks would make a room smell like Madame de Barry's boudoir. You found anything interesting?
Yes, sir, but there's plenty of stuff to look through here.
And keep at it. Tell me, Bertrand, wasn't Gilbert married? I can look up his records, of course.
That's right, Governor. About 2 years ago. 6 months was all she could stick him for. And she walked out.
Do you know if there was a divorce?
No. Now, look, what are we going to do with him? Is he going to lie there?
We're awaiting the arrival of Dr. McPherson, our senior police surgeon. Now, that'll be all for the moment. Oh, you won't go away for a while yet, will you?
No. I'll be upstairs if you want me.
Doesn't like us very much, does he, sir?
Don't suppose he likes anybody, poor devil, working in a dump like this. All right, Jackson, what have you found?
Oh, lots of papers in the safe, sir. Membership lists, bills.
Well, get hold of the bag, bring the stuff back to the yard. Is that all?
The usual IOUs, sir.
IOUs. Good, they might prove interesting. Gloomy Gilbert wasn't the sort of man to lend anybody anything unless he got extortionate interest for it. No murder weapon inside?
No, sir.
Oh, well, we'll seal up the office, let the print boys give it the once-over.
Hello? Here's a checkbook, sir.
Huh?
Look at this, sir. Gloomy Gilbert issued 3 checks today.
Indeed. Plot thickens. Let me see. What's the counterfoil say? Yes, one to H.A. Henshaw. Another one to Smith Odie.
Oh, I don't believe it, sir.
What?
No one could be called Smith Odie.
Well, here you're doubting Thomas. Look. A. Smith Odie, £160.
Yeah, so it is. That's funny, sir. The third one just says the letter P.
Yes. So we know that at least 3 people saw the dead man this morning. Now, assuming he signed these checks in sequence, Gloomy Gilbert was alive when Henshaw and Smith Odie left. The last check to be written was in favor of a Mr. P, whoever that is. Let's see who that is, Jackson.
Right, sir.
Please, please. The waiter say you're still here. I wait. I very little sleep. I work here all yesterday until 3 o'clock this morning.
What do you do? What's your name?
I'm the manager. My name is Theophilus Papadopoulos. They call me Papa for short.
Sensible idea. Now, tell me, what do you know about this?
I know nothing. I come here this morning to fix the accounts, and Bertrand, the head waiter, he tell me the boss is killed.
Been here all morning?
Yes. I come here at 10 o'clock to work on the accounts, and I leave at 12 to eat lunch.
Well, don't you eat here?
Here? Mr. Policeman, this is a nightclub, not a restaurant. You drink the wine, you dance with the girls, you...
Yes, I know what you do here. Did you work on the accounts with Mr. Gilbert in this office?
Yes, I tell you, I leave at 12.
I see. And when you left, was there anybody with Mr. Gilbert?
No, but a man, he went outside.
Oh? Who? Any idea who he was?
No.
I bet my non-existent brother had you do.
Many people come here. They have business with the boss. I don't ask questions.
But you've seen the man before. It's written all over your face. What are you frightened of, man? Well, do you know him?
He come at night. He come here with friends.
Oh, don't make me drag everything out of you. Come on, man. What's his name?
They call him Freddy. I do not know his full name.
Freddy. All right. Now, tell me, Mr.
Theophilus Papadopoulos.
Oh, yes. Do you know a man called Henshaw?
Sure, I know him. He's the man we buy the wine from.
So he was here this morning,
Mr. Henshaw, in the morning. No, Mr. Henshaw sleep in the morning. He sent a boy for a check.
For £152.16 and 8 pence.
That's right. How you know?
The counterfoil of the checkbook. There was a second cheque made out to A. Smith Odie for £160. Know anything about that?
No, it's private business with the boss.
All right, Mr.
Papadopoulos.
Right, Mr. Dopoulos. Mr. Smith Odie, is he the man you saw waiting?
But I tell you, I only know Miss Freddy.
And?
Please, he lying there. It gives me the, how do you say, the willies.
Never mind that. There's a cheque made out to a person with the letter P. Can you throw any light on the matter?
Throw light? I throw a fit if you're going to ask me questions about things I don't know. I'm a nightclub manager. Mr. Gilbert, he pays me. He just not like me asking questions. Not in a place like this.
All right, Mr.
Papadopoulos.
Thank you. You're sure that when you left, Mr. Gilbert was alive?
Please, what do you say? You think I killed him? What for? He's my boss.
Having a boss like Gloomy Gilbert is enough to make anyone want to commit murder. All right, that'll be all. Just leave your address in case we need you again, Mr. No, don't. I've got it. Papadopoulos. Good day to you.
Good day.
He looks pretty scared, sir, doesn't he? Yes, but anyone working in a place like this must be scared of policemen. All right, wait until the police surgeon arrives. See that the print men do their stuff, Jackson. I'll go back to the yard. We've got to trace these 3 check holders. Carr speaking.
Information you wanted, sir?
Oh, yes, right, Ops.
Alfred Smith Odie, 36 Glanfield Avenue, Cricklewood. No known occupation. Known to be a frequenter of gaming houses.
Hey, wait a minute. Alfred Smith Odie. I bet it's our old friend Alfie, boy. Yes, he lived in Cricklewood. This is getting interesting. Very interesting. Anything else?
Yes, sir. Gilbert married Margaret Townsend, daughter of the chairman of European Chemicals Limited.
I'll bet that pleased Mr. Townsend. Anything else?
Yes, sir. About 18 months ago, Mrs. Gilbert asked for police protection. Inspector Winslow warned Gloomy Gilbert to leave his wife alone.
Got her address, Ops?
Yes, sir. 18 Thamesview Mansions, Richmond.
Fine, thank you. I think I'll have a word with Mr. Smith Odie.
I don't know what you want to see me for. I haven't done anything.
Well, let's take first things first, Mr. Smith Odie. By the way, is that your real name?
Yes, of course it is.
The new one, isn't it?
What do you mean, a new one? What's all this about, Inspector? You come into my home.
No, I shouldn't use that high and mighty tone if I was you. Don't you remember me before I was made a member of the murder squad?
Murder?
Yes, murder. That's why I'm here. A murder's been committed, Mr. Smith. Or would you prefer Smith Odie? The tough, swaggering gambler seemed to shrink before my very eyes. His entire body seemed to sag. He looked at me with open mouth, white-faced, speechless. Aren't you going to say anything, Mr. Smith Odie?
I don't know anything about a murder. All I did was change my name from Smith to Smith Odie. That's no crime, is it?
My dear man, I never suggested it was. Now, have you been to the bank this morning?
Yes.
To the Piccadilly branch of the London Commercial Bank?
Yes, to cash a cheque.
For £160 made out by Gilbert of Le Lapin Bleu?
Yes. Look, nothing's happened. To Gloomy Gilbert, I mean.
What time did you leave, Gilbert?
Just before 12. I was in a hurry to cash the cheque. I needed the money. I borrowed it from
you. You borrowed £160?
That's a joke, Inspector. I borrowed £200 from him for a month. 20% interest with the first interest payment taken off the cheque.
So you got £160 and you have to pay him £200 next month?
Yes.
But you won't be able to pay him now, will you? The man's dead. He's been killed by someone.
Look, I lost 220 quid at Mario's last night. That's enough for me. I'm cleaned out. Not everyone.
Just a minute, Alfred. Where are you going? You owe us 220 quid.
Yes, I know. I'll call round at your place with it this afternoon.
Don't give me that. Come on. Forgot. 220 quid.
Oh, don't be like that. Put that razor back. Look, I've got 60 quid. I was keeping it back for the races. Take this. I'll bring you the rest by 4 o'clock.
You know what will happen to that ugly mug of yours if you don't. All right, 4 o'clock. Where are you going to get the money? Gloomy Gilbert again?
That's why I went round to see Gilbert. That's why I let him put the screws on me, charging 20% interest. What could I do?
You could promise him the 20% interest, let him make out the cheque in your favour, let him cancel the crossing on the cheque so that you get the cash, and then you could bash him on the head so that you didn't have to return the money. Of course, I didn't believe that a man like Smith would commit a murder in broad daylight with others on the premises for the sake of £200. I was looking for a deeper motive, waiting for some kind of reaction from the gambler which might give me a lead. It came, but not the kind of lead I expected.
Why don't you ask her?
Her?
Yes, that hoity-toity piece Gloomy Gilbert married a couple of years ago.
Go on.
Well, as I was rushing out of the club to cash the cheque...
Oh, look out. Look where you're going.
Oh, I'm sorry. Why, Mrs. Gilbert? Don't you remember me?
Remember you? Should I? Why?
No, I attended your wedding reception. Here at the Blue Lapang, when you both came back from Tangiers.
Well, that's something I'd rather not be reminded of.
Well, he's up there if you want to see him. Excuse me, I'm in a hurry.
So this took place outside the club?
Yes, it did, Inspector.
I see. All right, Smith, don't leave town, will you? If there's anything else you'd like to tell me, you can always get me back at the yard. Come in. Ah, Jackson.
Dr. McPherson's report here, sir.
Ah, good. What does it say?
It wasn't a blunt instrument as we thought, sir.
What?
Something rather pointed.
Oh?
And Dr. McPherson says he was struck on the temple artery. That's why there wasn't much blood.
I see. Did he hazard a guess what kind of instrument?
No, sir. He's a bit puzzled by it. Now, here's a photograph of the wound.
All right, Jackson. Well, I'll have a word with Dr. McPherson later.
I've also got the print report, sir. Prints all over the place. They say it's going to be a pretty hopeless job. Oh, by the way, sir, they found a number of IOUs that we hadn't come across.
Really?
They were stuck behind the desk in a secret drawer.
Carr speaking.
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes?
Mr. Theophilus Papadopoulos.
Oh, well done. What have you found?
Arrived in UK from Greece 15 years ago. No criminal record. Opened a cafe, went bankrupt. Was taken over by Gloomy Gilbert.
That's interesting. I bet he pledged his soul to Gloomy, probably paying off his debt. That's a motive for murder. I think I'll have another word with our Greek friend. Okay, thanks, Ops. Sergeant, it's a long time since we paid a visit to a nightery. Now, follow me, Jackson.
Oh, Mr. Inspector, you come to visit us. You want to enjoy yourselves. A table for the gentlemen.
No, Mr.
Papadopoulos.
Oh, yes. No, we haven't come here to enjoy ourselves. We've come to talk to you. Well, isn't there anywhere we can talk quietly?
Through here.
Thank you.
Look, Inspector, I tell you all I know.
I don't think you've been completely frank with us, Mr. Papadopoulos. Now the matter's too serious for us to start exchanging pleasantries over your name.
What do you mean?
I'll tell you what I mean. What happened to the clock?
Clock?
Yes, clock. Look, whoever killed Gloomy Gilbert didn't plan to do so. No one's going to commit a murder like that in the middle of the day. The killer would be seen entering and leaving the building. He killed on impulse, so he didn't have a murder weapon already planned.
Why you tell me all this?
One thing that struck me as I looked at the body, there was no watch. No watch on his wrist. No fob watch and no clock. There was one on his desk, wasn't there? Well, wasn't there a square desk clock, one that could cause this kind of wound? Look at this picture, Mr. Papadopoulos.
The clock? The clock?
You're getting repetitious. What have you done with it?
I don't know. I didn't think of it. I didn't notice it was not there.
Sergeant Jackson, bring in the head waiter.
Right, sir.
You must believe me, Inspector. I hate Mr. Gilbert. He ruined me. I work here night and day, so I get back the IOU I gave him, but I did not kill him.
Look, Inspector, I told you, Sergeant, I'm very busy. What do you think we're doing? Having a holiday? What happened to the clock on Gilbert's desk?
Oh, I don't know.
Didn't you notice it was missing?
Oh, yes, I did. All right, you can look at me like that. I don't care. I didn't want to get involved in nothing. I'm like the three wise monkeys. See nothing, say nothing, and hear nothing.
Charming. How do we know that you were telling the truth when you say he was dead when you walked into his office? How do we know that you didn't pick up the clock and bash him on the head with it?
You don't know, because I didn't do it. What for?
Then why didn't you report that the clock was missing from the desk?
Well, I don't know. I don't know whether I noticed it properly or not. It just wasn't there, and that's it.
But where is the clock?
Well, how do I know? Maybe you took it away with you when you bashed him in.
Why, you can't stop it, you fools! That's better. Isn't one murder in Le Lapin Bleu enough? Can I use the phone?
Go ahead.
Either of you got any objections to my searching your rooms? I can always get a search warrant, you know.
Search as much as you like.
And you, Mr. Papadopoulos?
Search if you want.
Of course, the fact that they were willing to have their rooms searched robbed us of any hope of finding the clock. This in itself proved very little. If either one was guilty, he'd had ample time and opportunity to dispose of the murder weapon. By the time we'd finished, the night was making way for the dawn, and I was thankful to get a few hours' sleep.
Morning, sir.
Morning, Jackson. Anything come through?
Just confirmation from the bank that Smith cashed his check at the time he stated.
What about Mrs. Gilbert? Her name's Margaret. The Counterfoil showed initial P. Could be Peggy, short for Margaret.
No knowledge of a check. Oh, by the way, sir, you did say that you'd pay her a visit this morning.
Yes, I did. I'm going now. Order a car, will you? Are you telling me, Mrs. Gilbert, that I'm the first to tell you of your husband's death?
I've told you, haven't I? I've not read the papers or listened to the wireless or anything. The first I heard of it was when you came in here 10 minutes ago and told me. I'm quite staggered. I don't know what to say.
You seem to be taking the news very calmly.
Well, why not? I haven't been living with my husband for the past 18 months. I loathed and despised the man. You don't know what he did to me, how he made me run away with him. I'd have gone back to my father after I'd been married just a few days. He's strict, very hard, and he didn't want me back. I stuck it out for about 6 months, and then I left him.
I see. You visited your husband yesterday morning, didn't you, Mrs. Gilbert?
I?
Come now, Mrs. Gilbert, you were seen. Besides, I noticed the perfume you're wearing is the one I could smell in his office when we arrived there.
Yes, I went to see him. He owes me a lot of money. Money I had when I ran away with him. I went there to get some money I needed desperately.
Desperately?
I was convicted last week for dangerous driving. I was fined £60 with £7 costs and a week to pay it in. The week expires today. If I hadn't paid by 3 o'clock today, I'd have gone to prison. So I went to him to get the money.
And he wrote you out a cheque for £67.
Yes. How do you know that?
Your Christian name's Margaret, isn't it? I suppose your husband used to call you Peggy.
You seem to know a lot.
Not at all. It explains the letter P on the counterfoil. Tell me, how much money have you got in your bank account, Mrs. Gilbert?
Hardly anything. £5 or £6, I think. That's why I wanted a cheque from Gilbert, so that I could draw some cash. You can't pay a police court fine by cheque. And if you don't believe me, Inspector, here's the cheque.
Yes, it's a missing cheque. Seems to be quite in order. When did you leave the club?
Oh, I only stayed a few minutes. I really couldn't tell you the exact time. You see, I was in such a hurry. I took the tube and went straight to my uncle from there.
To your uncle? Where does he live?
In Hendon. You may have heard of him. He's the only one of the family who still talks to me. He's Dr. James Wilbur.
And then?
Well, I was unlucky. My uncle wasn't there. He'd been called to Birmingham, and he wouldn't be back before tomorrow afternoon. So I came straight back here.
Anybody who can confirm all that?
Well, you said yourself that I was seen at the club. My uncle's housekeeper will confirm that I was at Hendon at 1 o'clock and stayed there for about an hour. I had lunch with Mrs. Hopkins. That's my uncle's housekeeper. Then I came straight back here. And I haven't set foot out of this room since.
Mrs. Gilbert, I'm taking you along with me for questioning.
What do you mean?
I think it's best to take some clothes with you. We're allowed to keep you for 48 hours, even if you are innocent.
I am innocent, I tell you.
I think you're probably innocent of murder, but you're certainly guilty of manslaughter. Now, will you come with me, please?
What will they do to me?
Would you like to telephone your solicitor?
No. No, I'll tell you. I didn't mean to kill him. I went for the money and I can't tell you the suggestion he made. He put his arms around me. To have £67 worth of fun, he said. I tried to push him away, but he was too strong for me. I managed to get one arm free and, well, I picked up the clock and I struck him with it.
Where is the clock, Mrs. Gilbert? Did you take it away with you?
Yes. Yes, I put it in my handbag. Oh, Inspector, I didn't mean it. I really didn't.
Do you think she'll get off, sir?
Yes, with Dr. Macpherson's help. There are scratches on her body to bear witness to her written statement that they found skin tissue in the dead man's fingernails. No, she'll get off all right. Funny thing is, the clue which convinced me that she was the killer also pointed to her innocence of premeditated murder. Well, listeners, what was the clue? Not sure? Then listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you. Well, what gave Mrs. Gilbert away? It was this.
Oh, hardly anything. £5 or £6, I think. That's why I wanted a cheque from Gilbert, so that I could draw some cash. You can't pay a police court fine by cheque. And if you don't believe me, Inspector, here's the cheque.
Mrs. Gilbert felt she didn't dare pay the cheque in. In her panic, she decided not to use the cheque and so rushed out to see her uncle, and then decided that she would go to prison rather than be involved in any way with her husband's death. If her husband was alive when she left the club, why did she not rush to the bank and cash the cheque? Well, I'm glad that she was found not guilty and that her act was one of self-defense. And the moral of the story, men, careful of the cheque you issue. It might recoil onto your own head. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblets Cheese Twists, with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook. The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. Man proposes, but fate disposes. No, I'm not about to embark on some profound philosophical thesis. It was just that as I was gazing through my casebook in order to find a story in which my line of investigation and the surrounding circumstances differed from those I've related recently, I came across a number of crimes that might have gone into the unsolved section of our files had it not been for some chance act that no one could have anticipated. It is this seemingly trivial and unpredictable intervention in the course of human activity which makes the perfect crime almost impossible. Had not a dear old lady dreamt that there was gold underneath the cement floor of the garage and paid for it to be dug up, the body of the previous tenant, Mrs. Mayhew, would never have been discovered, and her husband would have gone unpunished. Had not a dog, being exercised, decided to go chasing after a cat in Boreham Woods, Olive Henderson's body would have remained undiscovered until the following morning, by which time her killer would have escaped overseas. As it was, George Barker was arrested as he was about to board a ship. Take the story I'm going to tell you tonight. Had a holidaymaker not inserted his sixpence in the telescope on the top of Marlow Cliffs, he would not have seen Stephen Mannering disappear from the dinghy from which he was fishing, would not have raised the alarm, and his body might never have been found. Now, let me tell you about it. I've called my story The Waters of Death. The holidaymaker was a Mr. Patrick Scott. He rushed to report the incident and to seek assistance. Both he and those who went to rescue the man from the sea thought that they were taking part in a rescue operation as a result of an accident. Certainly they did not expect to find Stephen Mannering dead, nor that his death was caused by a blunt instrument and not by drowning. Carr speaking.
Operations here, Inspector.
Oh, who or what is it this time?
Devon County Constabulary seeking assistance. Someone identified as Stephen Mannering. Coshed on the head and thrown into the sea.
The sea, you say? Where?
Marlow. It's a nice time of the year, sir.
Yes, it is indeed. Are they expecting us down there straight away?
Yes, sir. A body was found yesterday afternoon. Sergeant Matthews is in charge of the local station.
Right. Well, tell him I'm on my way. And first, I want to talk to this holidaymaker, Patrick Scott.
Well, now, this is the spot, Inspector.
Ah, delightful spot it is, too. Oh, this is the telescope.
Yes. Hit me quite a shock, I can tell you.
Yes, I'm sure it did, Mr. Scott. Now, you put your sixpence in this machine like...
Yes.
So?
That's right, sir.
Yes. And you got a magnificent view of the bay. Yes, indeed, it is a magnificent view. No boats or anything at the moment.
Well, there wasn't any yesterday afternoon except the one dinghy.
Well, you couldn't tell. You couldn't see anything clearly unless you looked through this telescope. Did you focus the telescope on the dinghy all the time?
Oh, no, Inspector. No, I arrived at the Marlow Cove Hotel yesterday morning.
Yeah.
Just started my holiday. After tea, I thought I'd take a constitutional along the cliffs. I saw this telescope, and I thought I'd have a deco at the bay. Well, it was most extraordinary.
Yes, I know you've given one statement to Sergeant Matthews. Would you mind telling it to me again?
Nothing to tell, really. I mean, at the time, there didn't seem anything particularly exciting about a dinghy with a man in it fishing, you know.
Just a minute. Did you say fishing?
Oh, yes, I could see that clearly enough. It was a bit of a surprise when we fished him out of the water and found that somebody had bashed him on the head. I mean, there wasn't anybody near the spot. And I know the sergeant looked at me as though I'd had a drink or two because it just didn't seem to make sense. Of course, I recognized him at once.
Yes, he was staying at the same hotel. Had you spoken to him?
No, not really. I saw them in the morning when I checked into the hotel, and then I heard them as I was unpacking my things.
Heard them?
Well, I suppose every couple has a row now and again. Not that I know much about it, being a bachelor.
Oh? You heard Stephen Mannering quarrelling with his wife?
Yes, it was a bit embarrassing for me. You know, these modern hotels, the walls are as thin as cardboard. I didn't want to eavesdrop. Well, there seemed to be three of them, really, all having to go at each other. His brother...
Just a minute, Mr. Scott. You said he and his wife and his brother.
Oh, yes. I'm sure it was his brother. They all seemed to be having to go at each other.
Could you hear what it was about?
As I say, I wasn't paying much attention. Something to do with shares. I could hear something about accountants and divorce.
Divorce, you say?
Yes, I heard that distinctly. I decided then that I should go downstairs. I didn't hear anything that might be of any help to you, I'm afraid.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. What happened when you rushed to get assistance?
Well, I ran as fast as my feet would carry me to the jetty. Luckily, Mr. Hayes was there with his boat. So I jumped in and we went after him.
If you say he fell out of the dinghy, he might have been drowned by now. I can see the dinghy, but I can't see any sign of Mannering. Are you sure it was Mannering?
No, I couldn't see his face or anything. It's that funny kind of duffel coat he was wearing at the hotel this morning.
Well, keep your eyes peeled. Here, what's that? That's him. It is Mannering. Here, grab that coat. Ah, good.
The water must have been quite buoyant to have kept him afloat.
No, Mr. Scott. He was dead before he went into the sea. Otherwise, his lungs would have filled with water and he'd have drowned. Now, it's a lucky chance that you happened to watch the incident through this telescope. Well, thank you, Mr. Scott. Let's get back to the police car and I'll drop you at the hotel. I was as puzzled as the Criminal Investigation Department of the Devon Police. Here was a dinghy in the middle of the bay, with no other boat in sight, if Mr. Scott could be relied upon. And yet, this extraordinary mystery develops. We know he was killed before he fell into the water. The local police surgeon said someone had given him a tremendous blow and cracked his skull. But how? Who? Yet the witness is absolutely convinced that there was nobody near the place. I decided to start with Scott's interesting story of the quarrel.
It'll all come out. I'm so ashamed. Sergeant Matthews has just rung me.
Oh? What about?
Oh, well, you'll know it too very soon. We were staying here at this hotel as husband and wife, but we weren't legally married.
Oh.
That didn't mean anything. Stephen and I couldn't get married. But we loved each other.
His wife wouldn't give him a divorce?
She couldn't care less about him. It was my husband that put a spanner in the works.
Who is your husband?
Alan Phillips. He calls himself an actor, although he hasn't had a part since last Christmas. He's a ham, my husband, on the stage as well as in real life. When I told him that I wanted a divorce, he put on an act, talking about marriage being a sacred contract, never to be dissolved and all that. So Stephen and I thought, well, if we can't go to the registry office, we just have to do without it. Doesn't make any difference to me.
I see. Now, what happened here yesterday morning?
Stephen's brother turned up.
Name?
Derek. Came to see the horror of his brother living in sin on holiday.
I understand you all quarreled.
Understand. You mean all the nosy parkers in the hotel were listening with their ears glued to the keyhole? Yes, we quarreled. There was Derek, the pillar of society, threatening to throw Stephen out of the family business unless he went back to his wife.
And your husband, I beg your pardon, Mr. Mannering?
You may well ask. 100 times he used to swear he'd make any sacrifice for me, and that miserable little crawler actually considered going back to his wife. Oh, I shouldn't have said that, should I? I'm sorry. But don't you see, now he's been killed, don't you see where it leaves me? What it makes me?
Have you any idea who killed him?
No. Yes, I have. Why should I shield him? Stephen's father made a peculiar will. The shares of the company weren't to go outside the family, should one of the 3 shareholders, that is, the mother, Derek Mannering, and Stephen, die without leaving children. Then the shares would have to go to the remaining members of the family.
And Stephen Mannering has no children?
That's right. So his shares will go to Derek and the mother. Quite a coincidence, don't you think, Inspector?
I see what you're getting at, Mrs. Mannering, or rather I should call you... What's your married name?
Phillips.
Yeah. Tell me something about your movements yesterday, Mrs. Phillips.
Stephen said he was going fishing.
What happened to the brother?
He wouldn't even stay for lunch. Went off with a triumphant grin on his face.
Because Stephen had agreed to go back to his wife?
Yes. He said he'd go fishing. He hired a dinghy belonging to this hotel.
And what did you do then?
Me? I stayed here in this room.
How long?
I really don't know. You mustn't ask me these questions, Inspector. Say for an hour or so. First, I wanted to leave here immediately. I'd already written a letter to Stephen, but then I tore it up and thought I'd have another chat with him when he came back. So I waited in the hotel lounge. I had a couple of drinks at the bar there. The barman will confirm that. Then I went to the terrace and read my book.
Mr. Scott happened to see the empty boat just after tea. Do you remember what you were doing at that time?
Yes, I was here on the terrace.
Doing anything in particular?
Reading a book. Now listen, Inspector.
Now, let's not cross verbal swords, madam. I'm only trying to get to the core of the mystery. Your husband, or rather the man you wanted for your husband, has had his skull cracked open and his body thrown into the sea. You'd like us to find the person who did it, wouldn't you?
Of course I would.
I know I said some nasty things about him. I did love him. Now my whole world is topsy-turvy.
Will you go back to your husband?
No. I don't know where I'll go, but I certainly won't go back to my husband.
When do you propose to leave?
Well, there's nothing here, is there? I thought of going back to London tomorrow.
Well, I wonder if you'd kindly stay here at Marlow until, say, tomorrow night. Might want to get in touch with you again.
Yes, that's all right. I won't run away. I wouldn't know who to run to.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Scott. Oh, I've forgotten you were next door. Do you mind if I have another word with you?
By all means, like to come into my room?
Well, if you don't mind.
Do you like a drink? Keep my own private supply.
No, thanks. Fact of the matter is that I can't get over this business of you seeing a dinghy in your telescope and Mannering fishing, and then he disappears.
Oh, you mean there must have been another man there to crack him on the skull, eh?
Precisely. Now, let's pinpoint it. Did you traverse the telescope from side to side?
Yes.
And then you suddenly saw that dinghy coming along?
That's right, yes. It just come round Brooker's Head, sailing across the bay.
And there was just one man in the boat?
Yes.
Couldn't another person have been hidden by the sail?
Well, I suppose it would have been possible. Mind you, I didn't pay much attention to it.
Well, at least this is something. I don't believe in miracles or conjuring tricks. No. If you saw Mannering in the eye of your telescope and in the next few seconds he isn't there, you'd have seen any other occupant of the dinghy. I don't know. Man has his head smashed in while alone in a little dinghy crossing the bay. Doesn't make sense, does it, Mr. Scott?
No, I suppose it doesn't. Now, look, Inspector, I'm no sailor, but couldn't he have knocked his head against something on the boat? I mean, those sailing boats have all sorts of masts and things that's swinging about in the air.
No, Mr. Scott, after my discussion with Sergeant Matthews and the police surgeon, we know that Mannering was brutally hit over the head with such force that it couldn't have been an accident. Now, is there nothing else you can think of?
Yeah. Now, wait a moment.
Yes?
Well, on the other side of the bay...
Well?
Yes. There was a car, a black car. I'm not sure about it. Just had a glimpse of it.
You say it was the other side of the bay.
Yes,
now, how would you know it was a black car? Have to be a powerful telescope.
Well, it's only a small bay.
That's fair enough. Here, wait a moment. The other side of the bay. If we were here 3 years ago, isn't it all marshland over there? Doesn't a road lead from the village to that point?
Yes. I haven't been over there yet. But according to the local guide, it's known as Dead Man's Point.
I don't know how you do it. I just don't know.
Do what?
Well, cook the meals you do on your housekeeping budget.
When you're a housewife, you learn all the tricks. Like today, I bought a big supply of Pret shortening. It's good. I know lots of girls who don't have to budget, but they won't use anything but Pret.
Well, what do you use it for?
Almost everything. Roasting, baking, and, of course, pastry. Pret is the shortening for pastry, you know.
Well, darling, I think you're a wonderful cook.
Thank you.
My mother was a great cook, too.
My mother's a better cook than your mother.
Nobody can cook as good as my mom. When it comes to cooking, mothers go down in history. And when it comes to pastry, tender golden roasts, light crispy fries, Pret shortening stands alone among women who care.
My mother cooks with Pret.
Were we really onto something? Or was the dramatic name, Dead Man's Point, influencing my desperate search for a clue? Whatever my reasoning, I decided to concentrate on that aspect. Look, Sergeant Matthews, I know you haven't got a large force in a small place like this, but Dead Man's Point must have some significance. Why is it called that?
Well, I believe at the time of the Armada, they found a dead Spanish sailor there. Well, what do you want us to do, sir?
Well, Scott says he saw a black car.
Rather a sticky place to drive a car. The road peters out, and all there is a marsh.
All the more reason. Find out if anybody's been seen in a car like that. Check the petrol station in the village. In a small place like this, every stranger's conspicuous. See whether anybody was here who attracted the attention of the people in the village.
Right, sir.
Try the pub. Try the verger at the church. Lots of people visit the old church. Well, you know the usual routine.
Yes, sir. I'll do that, sir.
While the local sergeant set in motion the questioning of the villagers, I got through to London and invoked the aid of operations. Now, this is what I want you to do, Ops. I want you to get through to X branch. I want you to find out everything concerning the dead man, Stephen Mannering, his wife, or rather, a Mrs. Edith Phillips, who had been living with him, her estranged husband, Alan Phillips, apparently an unsuccessful actor, and the dead man's brother, Derek.
Very good, sir. How's the inquiry going?
Oh, it isn't at all at the moment. Well, we have one slight lead that might get us somewhere. Still, we've solved cases that seemed worse than this. Now, get cracking, there's a good chap.
Righto, sir.
Sergeant Matthews. Well, I hope you don't mind my sitting in your chair using your phone.
Not a bit, sir.
Any joy?
I think so, sir. I find something that might be of use.
Good.
First of all, the driver of the Newton Abbot bus remembered a passenger he had yesterday morning who came off the London train.
Mm-hmm.
It was a woman, and he said she was a bit strange-like.
Oh?
The way she was dressed, he said. She wore flat shoes, a large hat, and a suit, which, so he said, must have been 20 years out of fashion.
Huh, that's interesting. Go on.
Apparently, the woman made inquiries about where to find the Marlow Cove Hotel. But when she got off the bus, she made straight for Hatton's garage and hired a car.
Uh-huh.
She also inquired about a boarding house where she could stay, and Hatton mentioned Mrs. Mackenzie, who takes in boarders.
I see.
Well, the long and short of it all is that she did turn up at Mrs. Mackenzie's, took a room, paid for 3 days in advance, and then set off in Hatton's car, which is a black saloon.
Ah.
She returned the car early in the evening, and Hatton said she'd only done about 12 miles. She took the bus back to Newton Abbot, and that was the last anyone saw of her.
Well, didn't she go back to this Mrs. Mackenzie?
No, sir. She didn't leave any luggage behind. But you see, sir...
There's a gleam in your eyes, Sergeant Matthews. What is it?
Well, sir, Hatton said that when this woman returned the car to him, the wheels were caked with mud.
Mud, eh?
And the only muddy place we have round here is that marshy bit on Dead Man's Point.
That's interesting, Matthews. Very interesting. I'll wager my non-existent bowler hat to that telescope on Marlow Cliffs that Mrs. Mackenzie will have some rather vital bits of information.
Mind you, Inspector, I don't know that I can help you, but she certainly was a mysterious guest.
Why mysterious, Mrs. Mackenzie?
Well, she comes here saying she wants to spend 3 days painting, pays her money in advance, and then disappears without as much as saying, "Thank you, but I've got to return home rather unexpectedly," or something. Do you not think that's rather strange, Inspector?
Oh, I certainly do. Tell me, when she came to stay, did she look at the room?
Look at the room. She just sat here for a few minutes, lugged her suitcase out again.
Just a minute. Why did you say lugged?
Oh, because I could hardly lift it when I tried to give her a hand.
I see. The painter's palette and easel isn't all that heavy.
Or neither a woman's clothes, which she may have had in it.
And so the $64 question is, what was she carrying in that suitcase? Can you describe the woman for us, Mrs. Mackenzie?
Oh, aye. She was about 6 feet tall, a little on the stout side. She wore a rather flowery hat, a muffler, and that dress of hers. It was a two-piece that must have been made before Sergeant Matthews here was born.
What was her voice like? Was it a sort of high-pitched, squeaky voice?
You mean it might have been a man dressed as a woman?
Yes, madam. There are scores of cases where... Well, let's not indulge in idle conjecture. Did you see her drive off?
I saw her drive the car round the corner, but from there she may have gone anywhere. Tell me, why do you want to know all this, Inspector? Is it anything to do with the dead man they found the day before yesterday? Someone told me that his wife was staying at the Marlow Cove Hotel, but they say she isn't really his wife.
I'm sorry, I can't tell you anything about it. Now, thank you very much for your information. Come on, Matthews, we've got to go now. Maybe some news from operations.
Derek Mannering caught the 8 a.m. fast train to Newton Abbot. He is known to have returned on the 1:30, arriving Paddington 4:20.
Well, that lets him out. We know that the man was alive at that time. What about Edith Phillips?
Interesting point, dear sir.
Yes?
It's known that she created a disturbance at the Green Lantern restaurant 4 weeks ago. She was arrested for striking Derek Mannering with a bottle and was bound over the following morning to keep the peace.
Anything else? What about her husband?
The local manor says there's nothing known against him except he's heavily in debt in the district. The local publican and wine merchants say that they refused him credit.
Right. Anything else?
Nothing further, sir.
Okay, thank you. Oh, if you need me urgently, I'll be back at the yard tomorrow. I think I better have a word with the estranged husband. Mr. Phillips, I'm a police officer. May I come in?
Yes, of course.
Go.
Through here, please.
Yeah.
Oh. And what can I do for you? Is it something to do with the death of Stephen Mannering?
Oh, you know about it?
Of course, it was in yesterday's paper. Do sit down.
Thank you. You knew Mannering, I understand.
Oh, yes, I knew him. My wife and I met him in Yugoslavia last year.
When did you last see him?
Months ago. I can't really recall the date. Oh, yes, it was at some party in our club, the Underwater Club.
And since then you haven't seen or heard of him?
No, I haven't.
What about your wife? Has she been in touch with him?
Now, look here, Inspector. You said you're investigating the case. You must have found out by now that my wife has left me and is living with him, so why ask these questions?
All right, then. So there's no need to beat about the bush. What did you do when you heard that your wife was leaving you for Mannering?
Gave it up as a bad job, Inspector. A wife who can do that to her husband after 15 years of marriage isn't worth bothering about, don't you agree?
You didn't make any effort to get your wife back, then?
Well, I wrote to her. I even rang her, but it was no good. And to be quite honest, Inspector, it had happened several times before, and I've always taken her back. This time I'd had enough. I've got to draw the line somewhere.
Right. But I wouldn't be wrong in saying that the death of Stephen Mannering didn't upset you unduly.
Of course you wouldn't be. Well, what did you expect me to do? Die of a broken heart because that so-and-so had kicked the bucket? I never did like the man.
All right, Mr. Phillips. I'd just like to know from you what you were doing last Tuesday.
Tuesday? Well, let's see. I didn't go out at all. I was here all the time. I stayed here from Monday night until Wednesday morning. You see, I've got a part in a new play. I was learning some of the lines.
And what's the play called?
Summer's End. One of these kitchen sink dramas. But it's quite a good play, really.
And what about food? What about a charwoman?
Well, I had all the food I needed in the fridge. The charwoman comes in twice a week on Mondays and Thursday mornings.
So there's nobody who can confirm that you were actually here in this flat on Tuesday?
No, I'm afraid not. One normally doesn't always have to prepare an alibi, does one, Inspector?
No, of course not. This picture on the mantelpiece, that's you, isn't it?
Yes, that was taken while I was in the Navy.
Ah, you're a frogman, weren't you?
That's right.
Now, look here, Mr. Phillips. On the day Stephen Mannering was killed, a strange woman appeared in the village. From the description, it may appear, I say it may, mind you, that she wasn't a woman at all, but a man dressed up as a woman. Now, for an actor, it'd be quite easy to do that, wouldn't it?
Hey, steady.
Now, hear me out. We got a very good description from the owner of the boarding house where that woman took a room. And I must say that the description fits you perfectly, Mr. Phillips.
I don't know what she's told you, but this is preposterous. How could that woman's description possibly fit me?
It's a very good description, Mr. Phillips. I put it to you that you took the night train to Newton Abbot. Then you took the bus to Marlow, where Mannering and your wife were staying. Knowing Stephen Mannering was fond of sailing, you watched for an opportunity to kill him while he was actually in a boat.
Rubbish. There isn't the slightest grain of truth in it.
Isn't there? When you saw that Mannering had taken a dinghy out from the Marlow Cove Hotel, you took your diving equipment, which you'd brought from London. What did you have in the case, Mr. Phillips? Oxygen bottles?
This is quite
Don't interrupt me, Mr. Phillips. You then drove the car you'd hired from Hatton's garage to Dead Man's Point. When you saw Mannering sailing across the bay, you put on your diving outfit, swam underwater to his boat, knocked him over the head and pulled him into the water, correct?
It's all lies. I wasn't near the place. I didn't even know Edith was there with him. I told you, I'd been here in the flat all the time.
Mind if I search your flat? I haven't got a warrant, but I can easily get one. A sergeant could be here.
Why do you want to search my flat?
Well, I'd expect to find an olive green muffler, a flowery hat with a broad brim and a bow, and a woman's two-piece costume.
All right, you win. I loved Edith. No matter what she'd done to me, all I wanted was to get her back. I thought that once Mannering was dead, she might... Don't you understand, Inspector? The thought that she was living with this man drove me mad. It's like the last line of a play. All right, Inspector, you've solved your case. Have you got your handcuffs ready?
I don't think it'll be necessary, Mr. Phillips. Just pack a few things, come with us to the station where I propose to charge you with the willful murder of Stephen Mannering.
You were very sure of me, weren't you? I suppose you knew I'd killed him all along.
Good heavens, no. You were suspect, obviously. But you gave yourself away. You made a silly mistake. Well, listeners, what was Alan Phillips' foolish mistake? Did you spot it? Not sure? Well, listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you.
I know this is your favorite program, love, but shouldn't you be baking for tomorrow's birthdays?
There's no hurry. I'm taking the easy way. I'm baking 4 maypole cakes in one batch.
4 maypoles? You mean they're all going to be the same?
Same light, fluffy texture, same moist flavor, yes. But they'll have different frostings and fillings. You know, chocolate, orange.
I know. You're trying to blind me with domestic science.
It's very simple. I'm making my usual foolproof maypole margarine cake 4 times, that's all.
Maypole has its own light blending texture that gives you light-hearted confidence, cake after cake. If it's worth doing right with pure, light-textured maypole margarine. No doubt about it, maypole margarine, a truly great product.
Well, listeners, did you notice how Phillips gave himself away? If you remember, I told Philip. Now, hear me out. We've got a very good description from the owner of the boarding house where that woman took a room. And I must say that the description fits you perfectly, Mr. Phillips.
I don't know what she's told you, but this is preposterous. Now, how could that woman's description possibly fit me?
See it now? How did Phillips know that the owner of the boarding house was a woman? I never said so. It was a foolish mistake, wasn't it? One for which he paid dearly, since he was sentenced to life imprisonment, as he deserved to be. Oh, the moral of the story: never go fishing when there's a skin diver about. You'll never know who is on the other end of the line. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblets Cheese Twists, with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook.
Was ist so viel Tafel?
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. It will not have escaped the notice of regular listeners to my Casebook of Crime that there are clearly defined organizations to deal with matters of British security. Now, when I say security, I don't just mean it in its generally accepted sense, that is, safeguarding the military and political secrets necessary to a country's defense. I mean security in all its ramifications. Keeping a country and its people secure from the effects of lawlessness, industrial unrest, economic upheaval. From time to time, my stories have featured the ramifications of MI5, or the Special Branch. Yet, despite opinion to the contrary, any death where murder is suspected is handled by the Criminal Investigation Department of a police force, and not by what are commonly known as the Cloak and Dagger Boys, even if the persons concerned are known to be actively engaged in political or diplomatic negotiations of the most confidential nature. Why all this? Because the story I'm going to tell you tonight concerns the death of someone who, in his lifetime, became one of Britain's most distinguished Foreign Office officials. His name was Sir Rowland Makepeace. I've called my story The Threads of Death. unusual aspect of Sir Roland Makepeace's death can be gauged from the way operations brought matters to my notice. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector?
No, who's been murdered this time?
Well, sir, we don't know that he has been murdered.
He? Who in the name of goodness is he? And if a murder hasn't been reported, why are you telephoning the duty officer of the murder squad?
Well, sir, it was first reported to the Foreign Office.
Foreign Office?
Yes, sir. We've just had a Mr. William Banbury from the Foreign Office on the line. He's coming down to see you, sir.
Mr. Banbury, is he?
That's right, sir. Seems as though there's some doubt as to whether the man found dead was murdered or committed suicide. You may have heard of him, sir. His name is Sir Roland Makepeace.
Makepeace? Oh, yes, I've seen his name in the newspapers. How was he killed, do you know?
No, sir. Wouldn't give any more information.
Oh, well, if he wouldn't, he wouldn't. All we can do is await his arrival. Mr. William Banbury could not have been bettered as the epitome of the British Foreign Office official. Tall, with a slightly stooping academic air and a deceptively slow manner of speech, he painted a word picture that was succinctly clear in a matter of minutes.
A servant found Sir Roland hanging from a rope less than 30 minutes ago. Now, Inspector, there's nothing to indicate that he was murdered. Without going into the whys and wherefores, I must tell you that Sir Roland was head of our Eastern European division and was on the point of preparing a memorandum that would profoundly affect the member states of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
Mr. Banbury, you wouldn't have got in touch with Scotland Yard unless you yourself were pretty certain that this gentleman was murdered. Have you any other reasons for suspecting foul play other than some foreign power wanting to stop him issuing his memorandum?
It's not quite as simple as that. Oh? I myself think he was murdered. Assuming it was suicide, we still need your help. I might as well tell you that the servant who found the body is a member of our security organization.
Well, how can we be of help if we do decide the gentleman committed suicide?
Well, it's now 9:30. It's going to be absolutely impossible to keep Sir Roland's death a secret. By midday, the papers are going to carry the story. Now, if it's suicide, certain overseas newspapers will play it up tremendously. They'll say that Sir Roland took his life because he didn't want to be a party to wicked intrigue against the Balkan states. You realize that this memorandum he was preparing was due to be presented to NATO in 10 days' time. It must be murder.
Because Sir Roland Makepeace was not the sort of man to take his own life?
Well, frankly, at the moment, I'm not concerned with the dead man's reputation. Inspector Carr, we want it to be murder. If we can demonstrate that Sir Roland Makepeace forfeited his life, died because of his efforts to reach an understanding with Yugoslavia, we can go to the conference table with the knowledge and show that one of Britain's top Foreign Office officials was murdered by the enemies of Yugoslavia as well as Britain. On the other hand, if by then the inquest brings in a verdict of suicide, the ground will be cut from under our feet.
Can't you prevent the inquest?
Impossible to do. I wish we could. But the law says that an inquest must be held within a reasonable space of time after death. If we break the law, the boys on the other side will play that up too. Get the message?
Loud and clear. Except for one thing. Supposing I investigate his death, and my conclusions are that this gentleman took his own life. What happens then?
We at the Foreign Office will have to bow to the inevitable. I'm hoping and praying it is murder.
Well, we'd better get cracking. I assume you've brought me all the relevant facts concerning Sir Roland's age, background.
Of course. I've got his personal security file here.
Good.
You'll find ample reasons for rejecting the theory of suicide. He was a man in late middle age, a charming wife, 3 married children, 5 grandchildren. Was completely integrated in every way.
No financial worries? Gambling, anything of that sort?
None.
Okay. What's the address?
106 Ensley Gardens, Knightsbridge.
Who's in the house now? In other words, who knows of Sir Roland's death?
No one except Lady Makepeace and the household staff.
Local police haven't been brought in?
No, you see, 2 of his staff are highly trained security men with an elementary knowledge of first aid. Sir Roland was dead when they cut him down.
Who cut him down?
The butler.
All right, Mr. Banbury, leave it to me. This is the very first time in my checkered police career that I'm going to the scene of a death hoping that the person lost his life because of a deliberate act of murder. have you sent anyone from security?
Yes, there'll be a chap outside, Miller. He'll meet you and take you in.
I don't want to arouse more curiosity than necessary, but I have to arrange for fingerprint experts, photographers. Of course, the body will be examined by our own police surgeon.
Of course.
And one other thing, mustn't take this amiss. While I'm in charge of the investigation, I am in charge. In other words, I don't want any of your plainclothes men coming up to me and flaunting MI5 cards. Security or no security, the scene of his death will be my zone of investigation, and I will give the instructions, right?
Perfectly right.
Just one last thing. Where was the body found?
In his study.
Excuse me a moment.
Yes, Inspector?
My compliments to the senior police surgeon. Tell Dr. McPherson that an extremely urgent case has cropped up. Would he meet me at transport in 5 minutes?
Very good, sir.
Well, I'll get back to Whitehall. Terrible, terrible business. If you need me urgently, Sir Roland's valet will get me on the special line.
Special line?
From their residence to security.
Oh, right. Thank you very much. If I need you, I'll call on you. Together with my friend, the senior police surgeon, I set out for Insley Gardens, giving the worthy doctor all the information vouchsafed by Mr. Banbury. We were met by Banbury's MI5 man, Miller.
Study's on the right, gentlemen. You're Inspector Carr, I take it.
Yes, that's right. This is Dr. McPherson, senior police surgeon.
How do you do? Lady Makepeace is resting. Poor woman, she's quite distraught. I gave instructions that no one was to touch anything. That's the study.
Oh. Now then, let's check our watches. What time do you make it, Mac?
10 minutes past 10.
You, Miller?
Ditto.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to get the estimated time now?
Yes, Mac, and try not to touch the clothes. The dead man was lying on a sofa that ran along one side of the study wall. In the center of the high ceiling was a chandelier, baroque in its splendor. From it dangled a thin nylon rope. About 2 feet away was an overturned occasional table.
Well, he seems to have taken the precaution of removing his jacket and tie. I'm afraid I'll have to loosen his collar.
Well, there's no reason why you shouldn't. It was the rope, all right, wasn't it? It's a pretty ugly wheel. Not the sort of thing one wants to look at 10:30 in the morning.
It looks suicide, all right. But why remove the jacket and tie?
And why not the shoes? I should have thought that it would be suicide, particularly the meticulous sort of individual Sir Roland appears to have been, would have removed his shoes before stepping onto what looks like a highly expensive and beautifully polished table. Look, Mac. Look at that dried mud on his shoes. It was raining cats and dogs all night.
I don't know. A man so worked up as to be on the point of hanging himself wouldn't worry about spoiling a table.
That's not the point. Once a person plans his suicide, which he did if we accept suicide, and goes to the extent of removing his jacket and his tie, it would be almost a reflex action to remove his shoes. Now, it's pretty obvious that when he was cut down, he was placed on that sofa.
I can tell you about that.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I heard voices and I came down. They should have told me you were here. It's all like something out of an American film, isn't it? I still find it difficult to accept. Are you some of my husband's colleagues?
I wish I could have introduced myself under better circumstances, Lady Makepeace. My name is Carr, Inspector Carr, New Scotland Yard. This is Dr. McPherson, our senior police surgeon.
How do you do?
How do you do, Lady Makepeace?
I suppose you've come for information. Is it for the inquest? Will they say that he took his life while of unsound mind? I don't believe it. Roland was tired, overworked, worried about the NATO conference. Oh, I'm sorry.
Is there somewhere we could talk, Lady Makepeace?
Yes, of course. Come through here.
I'll leave it to you, Mac. When you're finished, you can take the car and the driver. I'll ring when I'm ready to leave.
All right, you are.
Perhaps we could talk in the music room.
You say your husband was overworked, tired. Was he depressed at all?
Sometimes. His was a thankless job, Inspector. So selfish. I keep thinking what the publicity is going to do to my children and my grandchildren at school. Please sit down.
Thank you. Well, of course, we shall see to it that there is a minimum of publicity.
The thought of an inquest terrifies me. People will be talking about my husband as though... oh, forgive me.
And publicity is inevitable, Lady Makepeace, whenever an inquest is held, but there may not be an inquest.
But...
Lady Makepeace, it seems to me that there is a strong possibility that your husband did not take his own life.
I don't understand.
I can't justify it at the moment, but I think your husband was murdered.
Oh, how horrible. Then they followed him. Oh, I must have known something like this would happen.
Eh?
Yes, strange people.
You realize, Lady Makepeace, that a man of such importance would have security people following him in order to protect him?
Protect him? How protected was he? I knew it. I couldn't accept the thought that Roland killed himself. Even if he was on the verge of a nervous breakdown, he'd never do a thing like that.
Do you think he was?
I don't know. He used to come home, say he had an uneasy feeling that people were following him. People who didn't belong to security.
I see. I'm sorry to have to ask you this, Lady Makepeace. When did you see your husband alive last?
Yesterday, about midday. Oh, dear. I've got a feeling I'm deceiving you, Inspector, that I'm not telling you the truth.
I gazed at the grey-haired lady sitting upright in her chair and wondered whether she was holding something back, something vital to my investigation. Why did you use the phrase, not telling me the truth, Lady Makepeace?
Because I would rather my husband was the victim of a murderer than the humiliating thought that Roland was willing to leave us all just like that. We who loved and respected him so much. It must have been murder, yet it looked like suicide. Oh, I'll never forget the sight as long as I live. All those shouts from the butler.
Good heavens! Lady Makepeace! Lady Makepeace! My lady, come quickly!
What on earth's the matter, Hobson?
It's Sir Roland. He's hanged himself.
I rushed into the study. Hobson cut the rope. Then I went to my room. I didn't want to lose control in front of the servants.
May I suggest, Lady Makepeace, that you go and rest. And thank you for spending so much time with me. I'll go and catch Dr. McPherson. He's probably still in the study.
I'm about through. What a way to end one's life. And they say he was a brilliant diplomat. Did you learn anything?
He was murdered, all right, Mac. There's absolutely no reason for this man to have taken his own life.
Who knows what prompts a man to commit suicide? For all we know, he might have been selling secrets to a foreign power and was afraid of discovery. I estimated time of death about 2:30.
Now, you've been reading too many lurid espionage stories, Mac. Oh, well, I'll make my report to that Foreign Office, Johnny. I am now convinced, Mr. Banbury, that Sir Roland Makepeace was murdered.
Good heavens. Terrible thing to say, but I hope you're right. An awful thought to contemplate, but better than the knowledge that he committed suicide. The audacity of it. To kill one of our senior diplomats in his own home. I'll notify security and let them take over.
Why? If you remember, I took on the investigation under the strict condition
But now it's different. Our special branch...
The circumstances are not different at all. You've placed me in charge, and I'm far from finished. But I never give up halfway through an investigation, Mr. Banbury, and I don't propose to start doing so now.
But what about the inquest?
I'll give certain evidence and convince the coroner and jury that Sir Roland was murdered by some person or persons unknown. That is, if I don't have my suspects under lock and key before then.
You say suspects. That suggests more than one involved.
I think so. Now, please don't ask any more questions, Mr. Banbury. At this stage, I'll not be able to provide you with satisfactory answers. But I will in due course. Never fear. I displayed a hearty optimism I didn't exactly feel, because I didn't want Mr. Banbury to use his secret powers to deprive me of the results of the investigation so far. We removed the body to the police mortuary, and there I voiced my suspicions to Dr. Macpherson. I'm reasonably confident that the suicide was staged. Now, were you able to tell whether Sir Roland was alive when he was strung up, Mac?
Oh, he was alive, all right. Otherwise, the blood wouldn't have seeped through. Had he been dead, the heart would have stopped pumping.
Mm-hmm.
And just look at those spots of blood on the man's neck.
Yes, I see. But he wasn't conscious, even if he was alive.
Still think the suicide was a fake, do you?
More than ever. Now, be a good chap. Have another look at his scalp.
Right.
Must have been stunned or chloroformed or something.
Just a minute. Stunned.
Stunned?
Aye. Run your fingers over the back of his head.
All right, yeah.
You feel that bump? Well, I should have noticed that before.
Oh, nonsense. Not with that thick mat of grey hair. Recent bump?
There's no question about it. If that was an old... No, he could have hurt his head days ago. The bump would have subsided. He was hit less than 24 hours ago. I'd stake my reputation on it.
Don't save it for the inquest. You're a great guy, Mac. I think I'll go and have a word with that butler. Do you live on the premises, Mr. Hobson?
Yes, I do, sir. I and my wife, who acts as cook general, occupy the 2 attic rooms.
And did you hear anything at all during the night?
Well, I awoke at about 1 or so. I thought I heard a taxi.
Why taxi? Why not an ordinary car?
Because I heard a voice say, thank you, and then the taxi drove off.
Tell me about the Makepeaces. Were they happily married?
Devoted to each other, sir.
All right, Mr. Hobson. I want you to tell me exactly what happened. You shouted, Lady Makepeace, come quickly, Sir Roland has hanged himself.
Yes, that's right, sir.
Then what happened?
I rushed to get a knife and cut the poor gentleman down.
Did you knock over the occasional table?
No, sir.
Now, according to your statement, apart from putting Sir Roland on the sofa, you didn't touch anything.
No, I did not.
Who notified the police?
The chauffeur, Patterson, did.
All right, thank you. Oh, is there anything else you can tell me?
Well, what is there to say?
Well, nothing at the moment. Thank you. Taxi, you say?
You want a general call for a taxi driver who dropped a fare at 106 Ensley Gardens. Very good, Inspector.
Yes, I want you to get through to the Foreign Office, too. Find out what time Sir Roland Makepeace left Whitehall and what transport arrangements were made by security.
Right, sir.
Quickly as you can. Yes?
Can I come in?
Oh, just the man I want. Oh, please do come in, Mr. Banbury. I was about to telephone you.
Any news?
Plenty. Sit down.
Thank you.
It's now a foregone conclusion that Sir Roland did not commit suicide. In my opinion, the murderers had nothing to do with the machinations of some foreign power.
But that's incredible. I mean, who...
Oh, never mind that now. According to Lady Makepeace, her husband was working under such pressure that he had a room at the Foreign Office where he occasionally stayed the night.
Yes?
Excuse me. Yes?
I telephoned Whitehall, sir. Security says Sir Roland telephoned his wife at about 9:15, telling her that he would be staying the night at the Foreign Office in order to complete the memorandum on the Balkan Conference. However, he called for a Foreign Office car at 2:15.
I see. Thank you. Did you know that Sir Roland was due to spend last night at the Foreign Office?
I saw him there at 10 o'clock. He told me that if he didn't complete his memorandum, he'd work through the night. But he obviously didn't do so.
It's less than 10 minutes from Whitehall to Ensley Gardens. That means that the driver dropped him at about 2:25. Unless... Well, let's see what happens about the taxi. So, this is your statement, Mr. Baines. Oh, would you care to read it through?
All right, sir. In response to a telephone call received at a taxi rank at the corner of Brook and Sackville Streets, I proceeded to 8 Incadogan Square. I rang the bell. A gentleman answered immediately and asked me to take him to 106 Ensley Gardens. We arrived at the destination at approximately 1:20. He paid me off, and I drove back to the rank, and that's all I know.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baines. Sergeant, we're calling on 18 Cadogan Square. In the meantime, get through to control, find out if the occupant of the flat is home. You, Mr. Baines, will come with me for purposes of identification. I'll see that you're suitably recompensed for loss of time.
What on earth's all this about? I was just on the point of going to bed.
All right, Mr. Baines, was this your fare?
That seems, sir. Will somebody please tell me...
Inspector Carr, New Scotland Yard. Here's my warrant card. You took a taxi at 1:20 this morning. You took it to 106 Ensley Gardens.
Well, so what? Is that a crime?
That's what I'm trying to find out, Mr. Duke. Oh, your name is Duke, isn't it?
So it says. Yes, my name is Duke. I don't know what all this is about.
Who did you go to see at 106 Ensley Gardens?
Well,
I think you'd better come with me. There are one or two questions we want to ask you. Oh, on second thoughts, we won't go back to the yard. We'll call on Lady Makepeace. Sorry to have had to telephone you at this atrocious hour. You didn't waken Lady Makepeace, I trust?
You said it was unnecessary, sir. Mr. Duke.
Hello, Hobson.
Won't you come through, gentlemen?
Thank you. Let's go into the study, shall we? Did you let Mr. Duke in last night, Hobson?
Last night? No, sir. I didn't see Mr. Duke last night. Through here, gentlemen.
When did you see Mr. Duke last?
I've only seen this gentleman once or twice. Why, sir?
Got your own key, Mr. Duke?
This is nonsense. Key?
Who let you in?
Well...
Oh, come on, Mr. Duke. You said you called round last night. Mr. Hobson, the butler, was asleep. Who let you in?
Rosalind. Lady Makepeace.
My compliments to Lady Makepeace. Would you come down, please?
Sir.
Do as I say, as a good chap.
Very good, sir.
Duke. Your face is familiar to me, Mr. Duke.
I suppose I'm permitted to ask what this is all about.
Don't tell me you haven't read in the newspapers that Sir Roland has been found dead.
I heard it on the radio.
Then why do you want to know what it's all about? What do you think I'm doing here? Well, I'll be... Flash, Duke. I haven't seen you since you used to work the boats. I remembered him all right. Flash Duke. Started off in life as a professional dancing partner for the transatlantic shipping line. Took to card shopping, gambling, confidence trickery. It's all beginning to fall into a pattern, particularly when Lady Rosalind arrived.
I resent being dragged from my bed, Inspector.
Mr. Duke tells me that he paid you a call at 1:20 last night.
Rosalind, the taxi driver,
I might have known. You contemptible little gutter snipe. The first sign of danger and you confess everything.
Shut up, you idiot.
But the damage was done. I arrested them both. Poor Sir Roland Makepeace. While he was busy serving his country, this charming grey-haired grandmother was being escorted by Flash Duke. Whether he hit Sir Roland with a blackjack on impulse, as he said in the trial, and then strung the husband up in order to fake a suicide, or whether the whole thing was premeditated from the beginning in order that Lady Makepeace should inherit Sir Roland's not inconsiderable wealth, was not clearly established. Both paid the penalty for the crime. But what was the clue that convinced me it was murder and not suicide? Not sure. Listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you about it. How? Well, listeners, what was the clue? If you remember, Dr. Macpherson and I looked at the shoes. Look at the mud on the shoes. Rain cats and dogs all night. Yet the overturned occasional table was as clean as a new pin. Got it now? Of course, what really happened was that the poor husband arrived back, Duke coshed him, tied one end of the rope to the bracket of the chandelier and the other round the neck of the unfortunate Foreign Office official who was strangled to death. The moral of the story, ladies, if you decide to string your husband along, that's your business. When you string him up, that's ours. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblets Cheese Twists, with Hugh Ross as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook.
Enjoy brighter radio listening with Blaupunkt Radiogram's automatic pre-select tuning.
Was ist auf die Tafel?
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. The other week, I went to see a show put on by Sarah Churchill. I suppose, like others, I was drawn by the magic of her illustrious father's name and the fact that her very arrival in South Africa brought back a whiff of nostalgia for those dramatic days when the late Sir Winston's indomitable spirit geared Britain for ultimate victory. Of course, I don't propose to comment on Sarah Churchill's success or otherwise as an artist, but as I sat watching her recite her poems and sing her songs, I reflected on the fact that so many leading British families had produced offspring who certainly did not conform to pattern. Watching Miss Churchill, I remembered the trouble the police had with her cousin, Edward Romilly, who once hoisted the red flag over the exclusive Whites Club and led rather wild demonstrations in Trafalgar Square against the then British government's foreign policy. It also reminded me of a case of murder in which the victim was a highly talented scion of one of Britain's wealthiest industrialists. Randolph Maybrick did not indulge in politics. He was a very fine writer with an acute social conscience. Yet his very curiosity and concern for his fellow man was to cause him to be bludgeoned to death. The investigation into his murder is the theme for tonight's story, which I've called The Final Chapter. At the time when Sergeant Jackson found the body lying in the gutter, it appeared to be just a shabbily dressed corpse. Shine your torch on him, will you, Jackson? Yeah, this is no tramp. Look at those hands. Look at the fingernails. You just take a closer look at that face, huh? Fine face, that. Sort of face. Hey, just a minute.
Sir?
I've seen this face before. All right, let's take a look at the back of the head. To an experienced member of the murder squad, the lethal blow was an all too familiar sight. The matted hair, the trickle of blood staining the collar. But something was not familiar in an investigation of this sort. Despite the congealing blood, the gaping wound, I was astonished at the way the man's hair had been cut. It was much longer than was the prevailing fashion, and it appeared as though the barber had exercised considerable care. Then there were the man's well-kept hands, manicured fingernails. Strange. Look at that ill-fitting suit, cheap shoes, shirt. Something doesn't gel, Jackson. It's almost as though as though he's in fancy dress.
An actor, do you think so?
Could be. All right, Jackson, get the police ambulance, take him over to the mortuary. I don't think we'll have much difficulty in identifying the body. I was wrong. There were no records as to his fingerprints. Neither the shirt nor suit helped, since both had been mass-produced. And finally, we decided to publish the man's picture. That produced immediate results. Yes?
Go, please. Sir Richard Maybrick, Inspector.
Oh, come in, Sir Richard. Do sit down.
Thank you. I warned him. I told him...
Sir Richard, I cannot but express my deep sympathy in your loss. I'm a great admirer of his work. As soon as we published his photograph in the morning paper, half England seemed to be dialing 999, his publishers, admirers.
He had everything to live for. Randolph was my only son.
Yes, he was a wonderfully warm, human person.
And yet, he's dead. But why? I'm told he wasn't robbed.
Well, Sir Richard, we're assuming he wasn't robbed. According to our senior police surgeon, Dr. Macpherson, your son was attacked at about 10 o'clock the night before last. There's an archway just as Gresham Lane ends by the embankment.
Oh, yes.
It could well be that somebody hid in the archway, waited till your son had passed him, then struck him from behind.
It's unbelievable. Inspector Carr, my son was the gentlest of men. He was a happy man. I didn't oppose his decision to become a writer. His contributions to college and varsity magazines proved he had a talent which had to be encouraged. And now he's gone. 27 years of age. He had so much to offer the world. For the first time since my wife died 7 years ago, I'm glad she's not here. Now, I've been to identify the body. You said you wanted to see me. Well, I don't think there's much more I can tell you, Inspector.
Forgive me, Sir Richard. Would you want your son's murder to go unpunished?
No, of course not.
Then you have a great deal to tell me.
Then you don't understand.
Oh?
My son lived his own life. I made him an allowance, and he went his own way. Well, he'd return to Maybrick Hall at Easter and Christmas time. I rarely saw him other than at those times.
All that we've found on him, a couple of pounds, some silver, a handkerchief, fountain pen, writing pad. Now, we have to start from somewhere, Sir Richard. We have to try and determine why your son was done to death. We have at this moment every available constable trying to find out where your son stayed. You've no idea?
None at all.
No idea why anybody should want to attack him?
Well, unlike myself, Randolph had a great love for his fellow man. I doubt if he had an enemy in the world.
You know how he was dressed when he was found?
Yes, and I'm not surprised. He stayed at lodging houses, doss houses. He couldn't very well mix with the poor and the scum dressed in a Savile Row suit. I have seen him dressed as he was when I identified the body.
In those particular clothes?
Well, if not those, clothes of a similar kind.
I see. When did you see your son last?
3 weeks ago, to my great relief. We had a party to celebrate his engagement.
Why relief?
Because, Inspector, I was afraid that his guilt of having a rich father and his genuine sympathy with the underprivileged would cause him to do something stupid.
Such as what?
Well, convince himself he'd fallen in love with some girl that needed saving. I think you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yes, I think I do.
And I don't misunderstand me. You've read my son's work. Despite it all, he had a clear and level-headed approach to things.
Yes, I'm sure he did. I've already told you, Sir Richard, I admired his writing very much. You say you haven't seen him for 3 weeks. What about his fiancée? Surely you must...
Oh, Marjorie was quite willing to accept my boy on his terms.
Did she see him often, do you know?
Well, Marjorie dined at the hall last Wednesday. I haven't spoken to her since.
Her name, telephone number, Sir Richard?
It's Brockmore 783. It's Marjorie Amory.
Yes, sir.
I want you to locate on the phone a Miss Marjorie Amory, telephone number Brockmore 783.
Right, sir.
Forgive me for asking you this, Sir Richard. You're an extremely wealthy man. Was your son to be the main beneficiary in your will?
Yes. Apart from a number of charities and bequests, I left everything else to Randolph. I worshipped the boy. Oh, I had it all tied up in trusts. Otherwise, he'd be inclined to give it all away.
What happens now?
I don't know. My solicitor wanted me to make some provision, but I couldn't envisage my son dying before me. Well, why?
Just looking for a motive. Had your will been worded differently, your life might have been in danger. Excuse me. Carr?
Miss Amory on the line, Inspector.
Right.
You're going through, miss. Speak up, please.
Hello. Hello?
Inspector Carr here.
I know. It's all so... Well, the first thing I knew about it was when I saw this morning's paper.
I'm sorry. It's the only way to get a quick identification.
I telephoned Sir Richard. Poor man.
He's with me at the moment.
Oh, it's not true, is it? This is all...
I'm sorry to have to telephone you like this, but if we're to catch the man who killed your fiancée, we have to work fast. When did you see Randolph Maybrick last?
Saturday night.
What did you say, this Saturday night?
Yes. I went up to London and... Oh, this is only...
2 nights ago, yes. Miss Amory, please, I have to talk to you urgently. Can I ask you to come to Scotland Yard? I'll send a car for you if you like. It's not...
No, I've got my own car. Scotland Yard, that's near Whitehall, isn't it?
Yes. In fact, go down Whitehall, take the first narrow turning to the left, as if you're making for Westminster, and tell a policeman that you want to go to F Block.
Right. I'll get there as soon as I can.
Thank you very much. Oh, Miss Amory's coming here. She tried to telephone you this morning.
Yeah, poor girl. Well, I've had most of my life. These two had so much to live for. Well, if there's anything more you...
No, thank you. I'll see you out. It was with a great deal of admiration that I saw Sir Richard Maybrick's departure. Not once did he reveal the deep anguish and sense of loss he was feeling. A widower who had read in a newspaper that his only son, one of Britain's outstanding young writers, had been beaten to death by an unknown assailant. The investigation was well underway. Yes?
Operations here, Inspector. We've traced Maybrick's movements on Saturday night, sir.
Yes?
The commissioner at Deborah's Club in Curzon Street recognized him at once, sir.
Deborah's Club? In those clothes?
Oh, apparently not, sir. He was with a very lovely-looking young lady.
But where he's been staying, still no trace?
Nothing's come through from X-Branch yet, sir.
Thank you.
Miss Amory, sir.
Oh, hello, Miss Amory. Made it in very good time. Do come in, sit down.
Thank you.
What about a cup of coffee?
No, thank you. I'll be all right. At least I hope so.
Hope so?
I'm trying not to cry again, Inspector.
Oh, don't mind a hardened old policeman. If you feel like crying, you do so. I had to do this to you. It seems your fiancé led such a Jekyll and Hyde existence.
He didn't really. He just didn't want to embarrass anyone. Even the clothes he wore.
Where did he live in London?
He kept a small flat in St. John's Wood. He didn't want to... Well, it's where he kept his suits and things. But you know, he was halfway through his book. He said it was 10 years since George Orwell had written his novel about, well, what they call the other half. Oh, Inspector, it's such a waste. He was such a wonderful man.
I'm not just trying to console you. I've read his work. He was a wonderful man. But we have to be practical. We have to get hold of the person who killed him. And to do this, we have to find out why and who. His father hasn't been able to help us very much.
Poor Sir Richard. They were poles apart, father and son. Yet they loved and respected each other. They really did.
Yes, I'm sure. I'm sorry to have to ask you this very trite question, but have you any idea who would have tried to kill Randolph?
Yes. Yes, I have. I was afraid for him, but I didn't think it would happen this way.
Could it be true? Could this pale-faced young lady, gazing at me with her tear-filled eyes, give me a springboard from which we could catch the killer? You said that you were afraid for your fiancé. What do you mean when you say you didn't think it would happen this way? What happened? Why were you afraid for him?
Last Wednesday, I'd gone over to dine with Sir Richard.
Yes.
Well, Randolph said he was on to something important, and he'd try to motor down if possible, but he would telephone.
And did he?
Yes, just after dinner.
You don't know how happy I am knowing that I'm going to have you as a daughter-in-law, Marjorie.
Not half as happy as I am. Oh, I do love him. I really do.
And we both do. You must promise to produce me a grandson as quickly as possible. You know, somebody to take over Maybrick Enterprises.
Do you mind very much about Randolph?
Well, I did at first. Now, but don't you tell him. I'm proud of him. Although I can't understand half the things he writes about.
Oh, that'll be Randolph now. Hello?
How's my long-suffering fiancé? Sorry I couldn't make it, love.
So was I. Oh, I haven't seen you for ages. Randolph, why don't you come and spend the day tomorrow?
I'd hope to. Well, the truth of the matter is, darling, that I've acquired more material than I bargained for.
Oh, what do you mean?
One picks up a stone in search of a lizard and finds a reptile. Who said that? Sophocles?
Oh, darling, what are you talking about?
Well, you remember I said I was on something important. I am. I don't propose to turn myself into a police informer. On the other hand, my book is going to have the kind of shape I'd never bargained for.
Oh, darling, stop talking in riddles. When am I going to see you?
I know I've neglected you disgracefully. Let's become bourgeois. I'll adorn myself with the trappings of the rich and we'll trip the light fantastic endeavors.
Oh, wonderful. But won't I see you before then?
No, my love. Come to the flat 7-ish on Saturday. Fully gowned and in your right mind. Is father there?
Yes, I'll call. Sir Richard took the phone. Believe it or not, Inspector Carr, I felt slightly apprehensive then.
Why?
I don't know. Something in his voice.
You say that you had an idea who would try to kill Randolph.
Well, perhaps that was an exaggeration, but Randolph told me something. That, you see, the night before, when we were... Oh, darling, isn't this bliss? Well, isn't this better than traipsing round the slums in old clothes?
No, Marjorie.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I'm not breaking my promise. When I'm Mrs. Randolph Maybrick, you can put on your sackcloth and ashes and go rushing off to the sewers as often as you like. Providing you take a bath when you come home. Oh, I do love you.
And are you? You do understand, don't you? If I'm going to be the sort of writer I want to be, I can't just imagine what people are like from some ivory tower. I've got to mix with them, live with them, share their...
Darling, you've explained it all to me, and, well, I want you to go on doing it. I'm proud to be the girl that the great writer...
Oh, well, up-and-coming Shakespeare. We don't often see you in places such as this. In fact, one doesn't see you, period. And how is the beauteous Miss Amory?
Hello, Lester.
Aren't you going to ask me to join you for a drink?
Won't you be deserting your table?
Oh, well done. Yeah, I was testing you out, Randolph. Still turning the other cheek, eh? Being polite, even though we hate each other's guts. Nice to see you again, Miss Amory.
I haven't seen him since Caroline's going out party. You two went to school together, didn't you?
Yes. He doesn't know it, but I saw him a few days ago.
What is it, Randolph? Why are you looking like that?
Indirectly, Lester Rawlings has been keeping us apart, my love.
What on earth do you mean?
Did you know that I've been working as a navvy at the Thames Docks?
That's nothing new, dear. You've been a car washer, road labourer, commie waiter.
All grist to my literary mill, my sweet. I saw friend Lester, but he didn't see me, fortunately.
Why, fortunately?
And because, my darling, had he recognized me, my life would not be all that secure.
Oh, darling, our favourite tune. Let's dance.
Certainly, my sweet. Although as a dancer, I make a very good bottle washer.
You see, Inspector, that was just 2 nights ago.
That's interesting. Very interesting. Tell me more about Mr. Lester Rawlings.
Well, I don't know very much. You know how it is. When I had my first coming-out party, he was one of the eligible young bachelors. His father was a great friend of Daddy's. Well, I never did like him. The only reason we ever got to know each other was because he told me he was at Eton with Randolph.
When did you see this Lester Rawlings last? Before your Saturday meeting, I mean.
Oh, not for months and months. As you can imagine, Randolph loathed the usual kind of social party.
Is there anything else you know about him that might help us?
No.
Well, one last word. When you left Deborah's, did you both go back to Randolph's flat?
We were engaged, Inspector.
Look, I'm sorry. It's rather important. You see, if your fiancé went back to his flat alone, he could have been followed.
I went back. We had a drink and a cigarette together, and then I drove back to Brockmore, and that was the last time I saw Randolph.
You're sure there's nothing else you can tell me?
Positive.
How many people would know where Randolph kept his pied-à-terre?
I doubt if anyone. Randolph swore me to secrecy, and, well, he said he didn't want his father and his publishers or anyone to know that he had a permanent base in London. He loved his solitary state. I found him the flat.
Oh? How long ago?
Last month. He used to cart his other clothes around, and, well, it seems silly.
And what was the address in St. John's Wood?
16 Cricklewood Avenue.
That's right, sir. Quiet-spoken gentleman he was. Told me he was a writer. Told me he needed somewhere to keep his things and that sort of thing. Oh, quite a shock when I saw his picture in the paper this morning.
Weren't you surprised when he didn't return to his rooms?
Oh, no. He gave me some of his books to read. Well, a lot of it was beyond a man of my education, but he knew what he was writing about, all right. Very fine, polite young gentleman he was. Come, Inspector, I'll show you his room.
The rooms were clean and comfortable enough, yet far removed from the comfortable splendor of Maybrick Hall. A small sitting-room bedroom comprised what Miss Amory described as his flat. The only concession to a man of his intellect was the enormous number of books to be seen. In the cupboard was sartorial evidence of the man's Jekyll and Hyde existence. Overalls, corduroy trousers, dinner jacket, patent leather shoes, and hobnail boots. Going through a man's personal papers and private correspondence is an unpleasant but necessary part of any murder investigation. In one of his pockets, I found a ticket from the Imperial Casual Labor Agency.
Yes, Inspector. I recognised his picture at once. I telephoned 999, I did, but it'd already been identified.
They told me at the agency that you were the foreman in charge of the work gang.
Yes, casual labour. Loading up the Queen Carolina.
The Queen Carolina?
Yes, that's right, sir. Well, you must know about her. Goes up and down the Thames. They didn't half put away some food and liquor, I can tell you.
Oh, yes, sort of nightclub on the river.
That's the ticket, sir.
How long did this job last?
Only 2 days. Some did scrubbing, some did loading.
What about Maybrick?
Oh, I knew him as Smith. Of course, that wasn't his real name. But when you're a foreman of casual workers like that, you learn to mind your own business. Of course, I knew he was educated and that sort of thing. But he knew how to work, except he wore gloves. He said he might want to do some typing one day.
Oh, don't worry about my wearing gloves. Got to look after my hands. Need to do some typing sometime.
Oh, blimey, here's the gaffer.
Oh, I'm off. I don't want him to see me.
Afternoon, sir.
Oh, look, haven't you chaps finished yet? My office is a positive disgrace.
Well, we'll leave you that till last, sir. Here, Fred, you go in and fix the office, will you?
Don't worry, Fred, I'll do it.
I could see that he'd called to say he'd go below deck because he didn't want the gentleman to recognise him.
And did he?
No, I don't think so. Anyway, it was none of my business.
You used the word gaffer, meaning the owner. What was his name?
Mr. Rawlings, sir.
The plot thickens.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Never mind. Then what happened?
Well, we got the Queen Carolina ready, and then we all, well, some of us went home and some of us had a drink.
I see. According to the agency, the man you knew as Smith worked all day Tuesday and all day Wednesday. Is that when Mr. Rawlings came aboard? Wednesday afternoon?
Yes, sir.
And is that the last time you saw Maybrick or Smith?
Yes, sir. We said goodbye to each other in the pub.
Oh, you went off to a pub?
Yeah. I was a bit surprised, really. I shouted who was coming for a drink when I paid him off, and he said he would. We had a drink at the Millbank Arms. You know, come to think of it, he was a bit excited about something.
Oh?
Yeah, he said that the Queen Carolina was a wolf in ship's clothing. That made me laugh, that did. But when I asked him what he was getting at, he just drank his drink and pushed off.
Thank you very much, Mr. Starling. Thank you very much indeed. Securing the necessary warrant from the Port of London Authority, I instituted a thorough search of the floating nightclub, knowing that Maybrick would not use a phrase such as a wolf in ship's clothing for nothing. He didn't.
Lord be blowed. There must be over £500,000 worth of morphine.
There must be, and there is. All right, Sergeant. Get back to X Branch. Get onto narcotics. They'll want to know what vessels have been in the vicinity. It's my guess that the drugs we've got aboard the Queen Carolina by means of magnetic mine. Anyway, that's narcotics affair. I'm still concerned with murder, particularly as we now have a motive. We'll pull in Mr. Lester Rawlings. Mr. Rawlings, I suppose you've a good idea why I've asked you to come to Scotland Yard. Where were you on Sunday night?
I was on board my ship. Why?
That's very interesting. Fancy asking me why. Are you trying to tell me that an intelligent man such as yourself hadn't linked our request that you visit us with Maybrick's death? When did you see him last?
Last Saturday night at Deborah's in Curzon Street.
His body was found in Gresham Lane, less than 300 yards from where your nightclub was moored.
Well?
What time did you go aboard the Queen Carolina on Sunday night?
I couldn't give you the exact time, about 11.
Well, we were wondering if you might have seen or heard anything. After all, you knew Maybrick well. Might even have cut through Gresham Lane. His body had been lying there for about an hour.
Even if I did, I wouldn't take any notice of a man dressed like a tramp. I can't help you.
We think you can. You haven't seen Maybrick since last Saturday night?
No, I have not.
You're lying. I called you an intelligent man, Rawlings. You're not. You're a stupid fool. You've given yourself away. I'm arresting you on a charge of murdering Randolph Maybrick, and I now warn you... Well, listener, he did make a foolish mistake, didn't he? Even the most intelligent of criminals slips under interrogation. Did you notice where he slipped? Not sure? Well, listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you.
Kostet op die tafel. How you hear the children yowl when they hear the dinner bell.
Yes, indeed, especially when you serve them food cooked with maple margarine. I've chosen something rather special for tonight's maple menu. Let's start off with cold tuna avocado surprise, served with a bowl of crisp, crunchy Niblets cheese twists. To follow, vineyard chicken with rice, green peas and marrow rings. Sounds delicious, and I can assure you it is. Something cold to end off the meal, homemade chocolate ice cream. If you would like a free copy of this delicious Maypole menu, just write to Maypole Home Dinners, P.O. Box 89, Johannesburg. And remember, there's more to the flavor of good food cooked with Maypole margarine.
Well, listener, how did Rawlings give himself away so foolishly? It was this. You might even have cut through Gresham Lane. His body had been lying there for about an hour.
Well, even if I did, I wouldn't take any notice of a man dressed like a tramp.
It was a giveaway, wasn't it? In the first place, Rawlings declared that he hadn't seen Maybrick since his encounter at Deborah's. Then how would he know that the dead man was dressed like a tramp? The few times they met were under such salubrious circumstances as to cause Maybrick to wear more conventional clothes. Of course, he had recognized him on the Queen Carolina. Oh, it all came out in the trial. Maybrick returned to the vessel on Sunday, having accidentally come across a consignment of drugs. He warned Rawlings that he was going to inform against him and then went ashore. Rawlings followed him and attacked him with a hammer. Oh, the moral of the story: if you're a writer, don't be casual about your labor. You'll not only be down, you'll be out. For keeps. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblets Cheese Twists, with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook.
Enjoy brighter radio listening with Blaupunkt Radiogram's automatic pre-select tuning.
Kostet op die tafel.
makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. A fortnight ago, I told you of an investigation from my epic casebook of crime, during which we at Scotland Yard became almost bogged down in an overabundance of clues. This brought forth a letter from a keen and regular correspondent, Mr. Albert Woods, who complained that because of the surfeit of clues, he failed to spot the vital one, the one that eventually led me to the murderer. Fair enough. Tonight, I'm going to tell you a story where there were only 3 suspects. One of them had to be the killer. And it was an investigation that might have proved abortive had it not been for one important factor. Well, I'd better not tell you too much about it now, except to say that I've called my story Too Close a Shave. Just come on duty. What happened?
Man identified as Ernest Longley, sir. Found with his head bashed in.
Found where?
A cheap hotel in the East India Dock Road, sir.
Docks, eh? Sailor?
Yes, sir. We found papers on him. He just come off the Flying Albatross.
Where's the body now?
Still there, sir. Name of the hotel is Wellington, 164 East India Dock Road.
Anybody looked at the corpse? Do they know when he was killed?
No, sir. The information's just been flashed through.
All right. I came up in the lift with the chief surgeon. I'll ask Dr. McPherson to come. Keep your eyes skinned, driver. We're near the spot. Yes, sir.
164, you say? We're reaching the hundreds now. You know, I haven't been down this part of the world in ages. Must be as polyglot a district as you'll find anywhere.
Sergeant Thompson will be on the lookout for us. He's a good man, Thompson. He's in charge of the sub manor. Oh, here we are. Pull up, driver.
Morning, sir.
Morning. Seems as though you've got a nice, juicy murder on your hands, Sergeant.
Seems like it, sir.
I bet they keep you busy down here.
Oh, they certainly do, sir.
Salubrious-looking establishment. Before we go in, let's have your side of the story.
Oh, certainly, sir. Now, I'd just come on duty. The manager of this so-called hotel rang me to say there'd been a murder committed.
I noticed you say so-called.
Well, you know what it is, sir, in a place like this. We pulled them in for every petty contravention.
Yes, quite. Go on.
Well, I nipped over here with Constable Jones. What's all this?
Up there, first floor, room 16. Give me quite a turn. Best room in the hotel he had. Blood all over it.
You say there was a murder committed?
Yes. Bashed his head in with a poker. He's lying there beside it.
Who bashed his head in?
Well, how do I know?
All right, show us where the body is. Who is he? Commercial traveller?
No, come off the Flying Albatross. She docked last night.
Did he have anybody with him?
Well, I don't know what you mean.
Come off it, you know what I mean. Did he have a girl with him?
Now, look here. This is a respectable... Here's the room.
Blimey. He's had his head bashed in, all right. Constable Jones, you'd better get through to the yard right away. We didn't touch anything, Inspector. We've got the print man working.
I see. What time did this sailor book in?
Oh, according to the manager, about 7 o'clock.
All right. Let's go in.
Like to lose me with job, this is. Having a murder on the premise.
Your name's Mills, I believe.
Yeah, that's right, Inspector.
Haven't I seen you somewhere before?
Me? Not unless you've been to sea. Retired ship's mate, that's me.
All right, Frank Mills, How long have you been out?
I thought you wouldn't recognise me.
Oh, really?
But I did get to sea, mind you.
As soon as I came out in the moor, prisoner's aid got me a job as a ship's cook.
And when did you stop being a ship's cook, Frank Mills?
2 years ago, when I got this here job. Got a bit too old for the sea. I've been straight ever since.
If I remember rightly, you were sent up for robbery with violence.
Inspector, you're not going to bring that up against me, are you? Yeah, I'm no murderer.
We'll see. Lead us to the body. The room was very much as I'd expected. An iron bedstead with blankets that looked as though they could do with a cleaning. An interesting point to observe was that the bed was made up. Obviously, it had not been slept in. The body of a middle-aged man lay face downwards on the floor. Fixed to the wall was a cheap wash basin, above it a glass ledge, and above that a mirror. Lying by the body was an iron poker. Oh, it won't take you long to discover the cause of death, Mac.
It's staring at us.
Hmm.
Somebody certainly gave his cranium a wallop, didn't they? It's stuffy in here. Do you mind if I open the windows?
Yeah, I'll do it, sir.
Even in this heated atmosphere, the body's stone cold. He's been dead some hours, all right. Hey, look at this, Inspector.
Huh? A lobby. Dried soap suds. Just a minute. Hey, look at this shaving brush. Caked with shaving soap. What does that suggest?
Well, he was actually starting to shave, or was in the process of shaving, and then he was attacked.
Come on, Mills. Who was with him last night? And don't waste any time with your nonsense about being a respectable hotel.
No one, I swear.
When did you see him last? Midnight, 1 o'clock?
I swear with my hand on the heart, I never saw him after he booked in at 7 o'clock.
How many people you got staying here?
No one.
No one.
The Wilhelmina was due in at 4 o'clock and the Dutch Cargo Shipping Company put their crew in. I can prove it to you. I've got the letter booking the rooms. You see, we only do a passing trade.
Passing trade. Quite a euphemism, isn't it?
Eh? What, Inspector?
Never mind. Mills, you're an old lag. You know the score. A sailor's booked in at your hotel and he's had his head bashed in. There's no one on the premises except you. Do you realize...
Of course I do. But I didn't do it. I swear it to you.
We'll see about that. Did anybody ask you for the use of any one of the rooms to entertain, shall we say, a friend?
No. Two blokes come in. They asked if they could book rooms.
What time was that?
About 6. I told them I only had one vacant room because of the Wilhelmina docking today.
What's that got to do with the booking of rooms last night?
Well, the Wilhelmina was due in last night. Don't you hear on the wireless about gale warnings? Hasn't all been blowing up here?
I'm giving you a get-out, Mills. Let's pretend for the moment you didn't bash his head in. What happened? Did you come in this morning, find him dead, and go through his pockets?
No, I swear.
Oh, come off it. He's just signed off. He hasn't had a shave in days. He wouldn't arrive in the hotel without a penny in his pocket. Where's his luggage?
I don't know. I swear I don't. I'll tell you. He came in, asked for a room, signed the register, told me he was off the Flying Albatross, and that was that.
Didn't you ask him to pay in advance? A joint like this?
Of course I did.
You did? And did he?
Yes, he gave me 12 and 6. All the coins he had.
Did he take the money out of his pocket or a wallet?
Not out of a wallet. Oh, I know what you're getting at, Inspector. Of course, he'd been paid off.
Son Thompson, did you get this man's identity from Mills?
Well, sir, he didn't have to, Inspector. I runs this place proper, I tell you. It's in the register. Ernest Longsley, American citizen, present address, Flying Albatross.
Did you know he was coming here?
No, sir, I swear I didn't.
All right, Sergeant. Take him downstairs into his cubbyhole, get him to make a full statement.
There you go, sir.
Out you go.
Now, look, Inspector,
Out you go. There's a good chap.
Well, you don't think he did it, do you?
Why'd you say that, Mac?
The way you ushered him up to the room, he seems to be the one and only suspect.
True. Can you tell the approximate time of death?
Approximate? No. For a sailor, he certainly didn't seem to like fresh air. But I'd say about 10 or 12 hours ago.
Let me see. It's somewhere about 9 o'clock last night.
Aye, somewhere in that region.
If Mills is telling the truth about the time of the man's arrival here, I'm sure he is. It's too easy to verify. He must have gone out again, then returned later. Looks as though I'm in for a little foot slogging around the docks.
You won't be needing the body, will you?
No. Oh, but make sure that your boys don't touch the poker when they're removing the corpse.
You know, it's strange seeing a fireplace and a poker in a place like this.
Not really. This was quite a salubrious district in the days of the sailing ships. I bet this was once the home of a merchant skipper or a retired slave trader.
Oh, well, I'll be getting along. Are you coming?
Not for the moment, Mac. I'll just stick around and see if I can find a little spot of illumination. With the departure of the police surgeon, I studied the room more closely. Apart from the bed, its clothing, toothbrush and shaving equipment, there was little else to hold my attention other than the obvious murder weapon and its victim. I bent down, examined the face. It was strong, rugged, with the typical creased eyes of a man who'd spent many, many hours scanning the horizon. There was a tinge of grey in the hair, the jersey, the heavy navy blue suiting, all told of his profession as a man who once sailed the seven seas. The case against Mills was formidable, at least so the Crown solicitor would say. I began to look elsewhere for the culprit. You there! You the skipper of this vessel?
Sure, I'm the skipper. What do I look like, the greaser? If you come to sell something...
Hey, Ned, what's that? Oh. Who's this?
This, madam, if you're referring to me, is Inspector Carr, New Scotland Yard. I've come to talk about a murder.
What's the soppy doffle? How you hear the children yell when they hear the dinner bell.
Yes, indeed, especially when you serve them food cooked with maple margarine. I have chosen lobster thermidor as the main dish for tonight's maple menu. Let's start the meal with Parma ham and pineapple, served with a bowl of crisp, crunchy Niblets cheese twists. To follow, lobster thermidor, rice, and a French salad. Round off this delicious meal with orange pudding and a cup of strong, fragrant coffee. If you would like a free copy of this mouth-watering maple menu, just write to Maple Home Dinners, P.O. Box 89, Johannesburg. And remember, there's more to the flavor of good food cooked with maple margarine.
As I set foot on the deck of the Flying Albatross, I took a quick look at the young lady who had wondered as to my presence. She was blonde, good-looking in a brash sort of way, and the mention of New Scotland Yard had taken all her perky self-assurance away from her.
New Scotland Yard?
Yes, I'm investigating the murder of a man who I believe was a member of this ship's crew. According to a document found on him, he was a Ernest Longley.
Hey, wait a minute. What did you say? Ernest? Ernie, my first mate, murdered?
He was murdered, all right. What's your name, Captain?
Ashton. Edward Ashton. Say, look, Inspector, I was a little rude to you just now.
No, that's all right. Anybody else aboard?
No, sir. There's none. Well, we only dropped anchor yesterday, and I signed everybody off. Well, I thought my friend here...
Yes, I got the message. Did you know where Longley spent last night?
No. No, I didn't.
What is it, miss? By your expression, you did.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that crack?
Nothing, miss. Nothing, other than the fact that you seem to be trying to tell me something.
Better tell the inspector about what happened on board last night.
What did happen on board last night?
My first mate was insubordinate. He had a... well...
Quarrel?
Yeah, that's right.
I see. When did you see him last, Captain Ashton?
Soon after we were all paid off by Mr. Hockman.
Hockman?
Yeah, he came aboard and paid us all off. You see, Inspector, we've had a very tough voyage. We were at sea much longer than expected. Everything battened down for nearly a week. By the time we docked, the ship's office was closed. Mr. Hartman came and paid us all off.
Well, what's that got to do with the quarrel?
Well,
He doesn't like to tell you, Inspector, so I will.
Go ahead.
I've been friendly with them both, see. For days I've been waiting for the albatross to come in. As soon as I heard she was in dock, I came over to say hello.
What happened?
Don't you think you ought to tell him, Ned?
Yeah, I don't mind telling you. But I'll tell you if you tell me how Ernie got murdered. Where? Why?
Do you know a place called the Wellington Hotel in the East India Dock Road?
Never heard of it. What is it? Pub?
No, small, unlicensed hotel. Do you know it?
Of course I know it. I've born and bred in the East India Dock Road. Not that I've ever been inside it.
Well, he was found in one of the rooms with his head bashed in. Now, what's the story, Captain?
Well, after we'd paid off the crew, I went to the first mate's cabin.
Hiya, Skip. You gone?
Yeah. I'll be glad to get my feet. What are you doing with that suitcase?
What do you think? You don't think I'm going to stay aboard tonight, do you? Let me see. Some shaving tackle, dough.
You want to be careful with that dough, Ernie. You got 6 months' pay there.
I will. What are you doing tonight? You staying ashore?
Oh, it depends. I got me a date. Except by now she's all tied up. She should have been in the Sailor's Arms. Why don't you come in for a drink?
Yeah, I might do that. All depends on the girlfriend. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Ernie!
Nancy, why you... Oh, gee, it's good to see you.
Don't you have a shave on this boat?
Give us a kiss.
What is all this? Nancy, what gives? Last time I was in docks, you promised me that...
What about the three of us going have a drink? It's great to see you both.
My pal. My first mate. So that's why you wanted your shaving tackle. Here!
Shouldn't have done that. Throwing his case in the water like that.
Mr. Ashton, sir, if you weren't the skipper of the Flying Albatross, I'd pick you up and I'd throw you...
Now, look, I'm sorry, Ned. But you should have done what Ernie did. He sent a note to the pub with one of your crew. How was I to know?
Well, you should have done. You know, I've got work to do.
And then what happened?
Well, nothing, I swear it. I didn't murder him. I was angry as all get out when you've been at sea and...
Go on.
Well, what do you mean? Go on.
Captain Ashton, someone bashed in your first mate's skull. You had a quarrel with him. Are you sure that that's the last time you saw your first mate alive here aboard this ship?
No, I'd better come clean.
That's better.
I didn't want to take a rap for a matter I didn't commit. When Nancy here and Ernie walked off the Flying Albatross, well, yeah, I was kind of lost. I was banking on an evening out with Nancy, so what? Well, I knew where Ernie would go, the Sailor's Arms, where all we American sailors go. I walked in and saw them sitting there, and... Well, I didn't tell you this, Nancy. I pretended I didn't see Ernie when I came up to you.
Are you saying that you walked into the Sailor's Arms, you saw Longley sitting with this young lady, you saw him get up, leave the pub, and you went over?
Yeah, I was a bit surprised.
Look, Inspector, let me tell you this.
No, if you don't mind, miss. By the way, what is your name?
Nancy Toppin.
Well, if you don't mind, let Captain Ashton tell his story. Go on, please.
I'd better, Nancy. This is too serious. Well, Inspector, as soon as I saw Ernie walk out of the pub, I went over. Where's he gone? You want a drink?
Oh, he's gone to fix a room for himself. Either at the American Sailors' Mission or somewhere. He looks terrible. Hasn't had a shave in days. I'm sorry, Ned, really I am. Do you know, he sent me a note and... Well, he's going to spruce himself up and then he's going to take me to Gino's.
Oh, that tough giant. What about later, kid? You won't be with him all the time, will you? I can give you a better time than him.
Sure you can. Well, I can't get out of it now. But I'll ditch him with some excuse. And I'll meet you at Wylung's place. Okay?
Well, I had a few drinks and I left and met Nancy again at Wylung's.
Now, just a minute. Let's get everything in sequence. What time was this when you had a drink at the Soda's Arms?
About 6:30 to 7:30. I went home and repaired the odd damage, and I met Ned at the other place, Wylung's.
What time?
About 9.
What time did you stay there till?
Well, I might as well tell you. We stayed there a few hours, and, well, I came back here with Ned.
I see. Neither of you ever went to the Wellington Hotel?
No, of course not.
Well, I'll be sending the worthy Sergeant Jackson over. Please don't either of you leave until you made a statement. The Sailor's Arms, you say?
Yes, Inspector. Are you the first mate of the Flying Albatross has been bumped off, eh?
He has, and I want your help. You see, so far as we can gather, the last 3 persons to see him alive were the manager of the Wellington Hotel.
Ah, Frank Mills, eh?
Yes, that's him. But I also understand that there was the skipper and a girl, if one can describe her as such, named Nancy Topping.
Ooh, the toughest baby that ever took a sailor for a ride.
Ah?
I'd bar her from this puppy if I could, but what can I do? You know us, Inspector. This is a tough joint. We try to keep it so that the guy comes ashore needing a drink and doesn't get rolled for his money.
And do they?
Well, when light-fingered Nancy's around, they do. It's an old trick of hers. All right. I might as well tell you. I was just going to stop it, except this chap's captain come over and I don't interfere.
Stop what?
Well, I served him with the drinks. Then I saw him hand over his wallet, you know. Give me your money to prove you're going to turn up later, huh? Of course, he'd had one over the apron. I saw her do it. I'd be back to the bar, cleaning the glass, and I saw her in the mirror.
Go on.
Yeah, you may think what you like, Inspector, but there were some characters in the bar that would have cut my throat if I'd said anything, you see.
Oh, no.
Why do you say that?
Because, my good friend, you've robbed me of the motive for murder. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes?
They were at Wylung's all right, sir, 9 o'clock.
Did you get any luck with the other line of inquiry?
No, sir. Everyone's been questioned. They never saw him.
I see. I think I'd better have a word with Frank Mills again. When Longley booked in, did he have a parcel with him? Anything at all?
No, Inspector. No.
And are you sure that you never heard him?
No, we went up to his room and that was it.
What'd you do?
Well, I know you won't believe this, but I went to the pictures all on me own.
What time did you get back?
About 11. I went straight to bed. I swear it. I didn't see the poor chap till I went to bring him his tea in the morning. Look, I didn't kill him, honest, I didn't.
With his protestations of innocence still ringing in my ears, I went and had a word with Sergeant Thompson. Are you absolutely certain, Sergeant, that no one saw Longley later that evening? Has every bartender, shopper, and a dockside dive been questioned?
Yes, sir.
Of course. I'm out of my Chinese mind. Sergeant, do you know this girl they call Light-Fingered Nancy?
Nancy Topping, one of the smoothest operators on the docks.
Is she in the local rogues gallery?
Yes, we've got a picture of her, sir.
Good. I'm sorry to do this to you, Sergeant, but I want the East London CID to take her picture. Yes?
Operations here, Inspector. She's been recognized.
She has?
Yes, sir. She was found...
Never mind. That girl knows too many sailors. We've got to work fast. She didn't kill to defend her virtue, but she killed him all right, and we've got to find out why. Hello, Miss Topping. I think you've met Sergeant Thompson.
What do you want?
What you took from Ernest Longley.
I mean, his wallet. He gave it to me.
But he didn't give you the more valuable item, did he? All right, Sergeant, take your men, search the flat.
No, he did. He gave it to me in the pub. What was I want with diamonds?
Nancy Topping, we're arresting you. Take her away, charge her, give her the usual warning.
Go in. Hello, Mac. I hear that you've caught the person who wielded the poker. Yes. Seems that our American sailor was a little foolish. Whilst in his cups, he showed Miss Nancy a diamond that he was smuggling into the country. It's worth many thousands, intended for some fence in Hatton Garden. She had other ideas. She went round to the hotel that night. Had to be her. Luckily, we've got evidence to prove it. You see, when I first looked at the corpse... Well, listeners, as I promised at the beginning of this story, there were only 3 possible suspects. But what made light-fingered Nancy the only possible culprit? Not sure? Well, think around it, listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you.
How can anyone make a peanut butter that's really different from any other peanut butter? It's not easy. But Yum Yum is a new kind of peanut butter. A peanut butter that's so smooth, it spreads easily. So creamy, it almost melts in your mouth. In fact, new Yum Yum is so different, we don't even call it peanut butter. We call it Yum Yum Super Creamy Spread. Yum Yum, the super creamy spread with a true peanut taste. Have you noticed how the sunflower always faces the sun? That's how the sunflower seed gets all its goodness, from the sun. Epic Pure Sunflower Seed Oil is made from nothing but the finest sunflower seeds to give you all the golden goodness of sunshine. So the next time you want golden goodness in a pure sunflower seed oil, before you say oil, say Epic.
Well, listeners, why did it have to be light-fingered Nancy? Now, if you remember, Mills said, "He give me 12 and 6, all the coins he had." We know that Longley's wallet was taken from him. And I saw him hand over his wallet, you know. You give me your money just to prove you're going to turn up later. We also know...
I shouldn't have done that. Thrown his case in the water like that.
Yet when we surveyed the scene of the crime, there was a shaving brush still caked with soap and traces of soap on the dead man's bearded chin. He couldn't have bought them himself when he went out again. We traced every possible shop. It was then that I realized that he must have asked Nancy to purchase some shaving cream on her way to the hotel. The moral of the story? Sailors, don't go on the spree with dockside ladies. They're inclined to give it too much of a bash. Good night.
Shell, Theatre of the Air.
The Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. Motor racing is fast becoming one of the major spectator sports in the world. As a young boy, I used to go occasionally to Brooklands to watch Sir Malcolm Campbell, Seagrave, and the various other giants of the period. But in recent years, apart from glancing at newspaper reports of the major events, I cannot class myself as one of those highly informed about the sport. Nevertheless, when I received a call from the Kent County Constabulary informing me that Rick Lester was dead, apparently murdered, and asking for immediate assistance from the yard, I knew who they were talking about. Rick Lester was one of the brightest of that select galaxy of stars, the Grand Prix drivers. And since he had signed a contract with the Turnbull racing team, it appeared to be a combination with world champion written all over it. But let me tell you about it. I've called my story, The Grand Prix is Death. Taking Sergeant Jackson with me, I arranged for a car and left at once for the Grand Prix circuit at Brands Hatch. Well, Jackson, strikes me that this might be a case where some specialized knowledge may be useful. What do you know about motor racing?
Oh, I'm not an expert, sir. But these last few years, since British cars and drives have been showing the foreigners the way around, I've certainly followed it rather more closely. Read one or two magazines which deal with it and that sort of thing.
Oh, I suppose they're all at Brands Hatch for the British Grand Prix, hmm?
Yeah, that's on Saturday. Just the official practice sessions they're holding today and tomorrow.
And Lester was one of the brighter boys, hmm? Still, it's a dangerous sport. If someone told me that he'd been killed in a smash, I wouldn't have been surprised. But murder?
Yes, sir. Does seem odd, doesn't it? Mind you, there are a lot of people who have been surprised if he had a smash. One of the safest drivers of the Formula One car. Had a wonderful record.
Oh, here we are. That must be the Turnbull pit over there, where the other police cars are parked. They look a bit out of place in these surroundings.
Inspector Carr?
Yes.
Oh, hello, sir. I'm Jones, Kent CID.
Glad to know you.
Glad you were able to get here so quickly. This is a wretched business. Someone like Lester, well, it's national news. Our chief constable thought the best thing would be to call him in at once.
Oh, tell me about it. Oh, and make it simple, Jones. It's not easy to concentrate with this din going on.
Oh, this is nothing, sir. Very few of the cars are out now. You should hear it when they're all out on the circuit. Well, it happened about 2:30. Lester had been out testing the car, and after some 20 laps, he came in, got out of the car, and picked up a drink from the pit counter, and that was that. Looks as though it was cyanide.
Cyanide?
That's what our doctor says. You can still smell it in the paper cup he used. The official report should be through any minute. We had the body taken down to the mortuary, sir. There was no reason to keep it here.
But cyanide? Wouldn't Lester have noticed it as he started to drink? Are you sure there isn't a chance of suicide?
Well, I suppose at the moment we must consider suicide as a vague possibility, but why, sir? Doesn't seem to be any reason.
Oh, have to check on that.
And as to the smell, it seems it was a habit of Lester's to get straight out of a car and grab his fruit juice. It had been waiting for him on the pit counter. I should think he could have swallowed quite a bit before he noticed anything was wrong. And of course, by then it was too late. Anyway, Inspector, have a look at the setup and talk to Clive Turnbull. He can tell you more about it.
The Turnbull pit was a dejected place. Several mechanics were standing in a group, talking in lowered voices. Lester's car remained just where he'd stopped it at the end of his practice run, and Clive Turnbull was slumped on a small canvas stool with his head in his hands. Leaving Jackson to take statements from the mechanics, I asked Turnbull if there wasn't somewhere a little more private where we could talk. He suggested the circuit manager's office.
You won't be disturbed in here, Inspector.
Mr. Turnbull, I'm a little out of my depth on the subject of motor racing. Perhaps you could fill in the background as to yourself, your cars, and exactly how Rick Lester fitted in.
Yes, of course. I used to be chief designer for the Thompson Group.
Mm-hmm.
Had a lot of ideas about design which were too way out for mass production. And a few years ago, an uncle died and left me a sizable fortune. So I took a chance to do what I'd always wanted to do, design for myself. Dived right in at the deep end and constructed my first Formula One car.
See?
Oh, I was lucky. Some of the ideas really worked. Mind you, that first car was primitive compared to the ones we're racing at the moment.
And Rick Lester?
Well, there again, I was lucky.
At first, I had to take what I could get. Then, last year, I signed Oscar Nevin. Well, he's good, I'll admit that. Drives to win, but temperamentally, he was no good for what I wanted. And after what happened at Monza last year, I tore up his contract.
Monza?
Yes, the Italian Grand Prix. Let himself get caught up on the eve of the race party and turned up at the circuit quite incapable of driving. I had to withdraw the car and put out a cock and bull story about him being suddenly taken ill. I'd got to know Lester well, and we thought on the same lines about car development and racing. And this year, he refused to re-sign with Tomasini, although he was offered a better contract and came to me.
And you worked well together?
Wonderfully. That's why we've been having such a successful season. You see, Inspector, a Formula One car is a very sophisticated lady. To get the best out of her, there's got to be a complete understanding between the people who dress her up and the person who actually takes her out.
And Lester supplied the link, and Nevin didn't?
Yes. That was something Oscar never understood. Didn't help him to like Rick any better, quite apart from blaming him for the Monza fiasco.
How was that?
Well, Rick took Nevin to the party. What if he did? Rick never intended that Oscar should make a night of it.
And what's happened to Nevin since?
I don't quite know how he lives. Oh, he gets the odd sports car drive now and then, but the true story of Monza was pretty well known in our little world, and he's never had another Formula One drive. Just seems to hang around on the fringe. Point of fact, he was in our pit for a few moments this afternoon.
You still speak to him?
Well, what's over is over. Though at the time I could cheerfully have killed him. And he's just his own worst enemy.
Getting back to today, do you think that there's any chance that it could have been suicide?
Oh, that's impossible. Oh, apart from getting the best out of his car, Rick hadn't a worry in the world.
You're probably right, but we had to check. There may have been something on his mind that even you didn't know about.
Well, if that was so, plenty of places on the circuit where he could have just kept his foot down and wiped himself out. That's the way Rick would have done it, doing the thing he loved. Oh, today was quite normal. He stopped the car and went straight for his fruit juice.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Turnbull. Oh, there may be some more questions later on, but that's all for now. After Mr. Turnbull had left, I sat thinking over what he had told me. Suicide did seem unlikely, but if not, why murder? And who was responsible? Carr speaking.
Jones here, Inspector. I've just got the doctor's report. It was cyanide, and there are still traces in the cup he used.
I see. Did the doctor say anything else?
He hasn't had time to do a full check, sir, but there doesn't seem to have been anything organically wrong with Lester.
Thank you. What about the cup?
It's been checked for prints, smudges mainly, but we'll try to match them with people who are known to have handled it.
Good. Let me know if you find anything. Come in. Jackson, any news?
Oh, nothing much, sir. Hundreds of people could have had the chance to doctor that drink. On a day like this, there are no end of unofficial people wandering about in the pits. Newspaper men trying to get information, people from other teams, the pit marshals walking along in front of the counter, and just ordinary spectators who really have no right to be there. But it is difficult to keep them out.
Yes. Oh, it doesn't help as much, does it?
No, sir. The actual pit crew had been busy. Earlier on, Lester's car had had a bit of trouble with the metering system on the fuel injection. And then, when they'd sorted that out, they were all watching or timing the car. It beat the lap record 8 times in the 20 laps.
And no one noticed anybody touching the cup?
No, sir.
Oh, there's not much to go on. I'll go through all the statements later, probably talk to the mechanics. Mr. Turnbull did give me something that might be a lead. See if you can find one of his ex-drivers, Oscar Nevin. He's here somewhere.
Nevin? Oh, they had a bust-up last season, didn't they?
Yes.
But it was Turnbull he fought with. Now, why should
I don't know, but it might be a lead.
Yeah. Right, sir. If he's here, I'll find him.
The more I heard about this case, the more difficult it seemed it was going to be. The method had been very clever. Obviously, there were dozens of people who had had the chance to drop the cyanide into the cup with very little chance of being spotted.
The cyanide itself might help to simplify things. After all, it isn't the easiest poison to obtain. But I foresaw a vast amount of questioning and checking in front of us. It wasn't long, though, before I was able to start on the process. Jackson soon returned with Oscar Nevin. Sit down, please, Mr. Nevin. It's a very sad affair.
Very. But I don't see how I can help, Inspector.
Possibly not, but we're going to have to question everyone who was in the Turnbull pit this afternoon.
Oh, I was only there for a few moments. I never went near his grapefruit juice. I just looked in to see whether he'd sorted out their fuel problem.
You used to drive for Mr. Turnbull, I gather.
Yes. And with Rick dead, I probably will again. That car's fast, but you've got to have someone with real ability to handle it.
You aren't driving at the moment?
I haven't got a regular formula drive. There are a couple of teams nibbling, but we're still working out details of a contract. Mind you, there's plenty of sports cars stuff. That keeps me busy.
Mm-hmm. Does it pay well?
Well enough. And I pick up a little extra selling stuff to the papers. They always go for the inside stuff, you know. That's what I was doing this afternoon, nosing around to see if I could pick up a story.
Any luck?
A few bits and pieces. The boys are more likely to talk in front of me than the regular press.
I gather you weren't exactly friendly with Rick Lester.
I suppose someone has told you about the Monza incident. At the time, I shot my mouth off and blamed Rick. I suppose in a way I still do. I'd planned to go to bed early that night. You need all your wits about you on a pig of a circuit like Monza. And it was Rigg's suggestion that we went to this party. But looking back on it, it certainly wasn't his fault that I had too much to drink.
So you made it up?
Never really talked about it, Inspector. You asked me if we were friendly. I don't think I've ever been friendly with another driver. It doesn't pay, you know. Sooner or later, there comes a time when you have to carve them up out on the track, and you can't do that if you feel sentimental about them.
In your opinion, was Rick Lester a good driver?
Oh, yes. One of the best. But only one of the best. He'd win if everything went right for him. But the real top boy is the one who will battle through to win against the odds. I think he made driving too much of a thing of sticking to a set plan.
Like this thing of always having to have a drink the moment he got out of the car?
Yes, that too, I suppose. That was more like a signature tune. I suppose we all have something like that. I always stick a couple of cigarettes in the pocket of my overalls. No matches, of course. But if I'm stuck somewhere out on the circuit, there's always someone who'll give me a light.
Yes, I see. So you think you might drive again for Turnbull?
I might. Obviously, he hasn't asked me yet. But he's got to find someone. And formula drivers don't grow on trees.
Well, thank you, Mr. Nevin. Sergeant Jackson will take your address in case there's something else we need to ask you about. Despite his assurance and rather obvious good looks, which I'm sure made him a success with women, there was a slight desperateness about Oscar Nevin, which made me wonder whether things weren't going quite as well as he made out. The local police said they would provide an office for me. But before leaving, I went to have a last look with Jackson at the now deserted pit.
What exactly are we looking for, sir?
Oh, let's go through this rubbish by the pit counter. See if there's anything that looks out of place.
Wouldn't it be better for the local boys to sweep the whole lot up and sort it down to the station? The light's not going to last here much longer.
That's a good idea, Jackson. Well, you get that organized while I go through my notes. See you at the station. The office, which the Kent County Constabulary had provided me with, was quite adequate, and in any event, I hoped that my investigations in the Brands Hatch area were not going to take too long. I'd hardly settled in when Sergeant Jackson arrived.
A bit cramped, sir.
Why, it's not quite like the yard, but it'll do.
We've got all the rubbish from the Turnbull pit area. What are you hoping to find, sir?
I'd be more than interested in any glass.
I'll tell them.
And just because we're away, there's no need for them to go to sleep at the yard. There's something which will keep them all busy.
Scotland Yard operations.
Carr speaking.
Oh, hello, sir. How's the motor racing?
Noisy. I want an all-stations inquiry. Check on all chemists for any unusual sale of cyanide over the last 4 weeks.
Righto, sir.
While they're about it, they might as well list all sales of the stuff, whether regular or not, for the period.
Righto, got it, sir.
That'll keep them on the hop. Yes. I don't expect much from it, but has to be done.
Oh, you never know, sir. I'll go and type out the statements.
As in so many investigations of a murder or any other crime, hours are spent sitting at a desk reading and rereading reports and statements, endeavoring to see whether some point has been missed, which will provide the vital lead to set us off in the right direction. The following morning, I was doing just this when the phone rang. Carr speaking.
Jones here, sir. Could you come across to the lab? I think we've found what you're looking for.
I'll be right over.
Oh, we had no luck last night, sir. Nothing in the stuff we brought back from the circuit seemed the least bit out of the ordinary. So at first light this morning, we went back with a suction machine, one of those glorified vacuum cleaners, and lifted the top layer of dirt.
What'd you find?
Just come over here, sir, and look through this microscope. Here we are, sir.
Ah, that's more like it. Thin slivers of glass. What do you make of that curve in the one on the left?
Well, sir, I thought it might be part of the end of a small capsule.
That's exactly what I think. Have any of these bits been tested?
Well, our chemist is working on them now, sir, but the fragments are very small, you know.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh, that's all right, Bell. This is Inspector Carr.
Oh, good morning, sir.
Morning, Bell. Any luck?
Oh, it's very difficult with such small fragments, sir. Especially when they must have had at least 18 hours exposure.
Yes, indeed.
But I think there is ample proof that they have been in contact with cyanide.
Some of the pieces were at last beginning to fall into place. I now knew the probable means whereby the cyanide was introduced into the drink, but I was still as far away as ever from knowing who did it. There seemed to be nothing more I could get from the statements taken the day before, so I decided to go over the story again with the people concerned, starting with Clive Turnbull. Sorry to have to go over all this again, Mr. Turnbull, but sometimes the memory plays strange tricks. I thought perhaps something new might have come to your mind.
Nothing. I've gone over the period again and again in my mind. Naturally, I've pulled the team out of the race.
They haven't fixed a replacement driver?
No, it's not going to be that easy.
When I was talking to Oscar Nevin, he hinted you might recall him.
That's what he probably hopes. As I explained, quite apart from what happened in the past, he's not the right driver for my cars.
Could he be vindictive? Have you ever heard him utter threats?
Against Rick?
Yes.
Oh, no, never. Oh, besides, that's ridiculous. If he wanted to put his knife into anyone, surely it'd have been me. I sacked him.
Oh, it's just an idea. Tell me, this drink of Lester's, I gather it was a regular habit. Everyone knew about it,
Yes, I suppose they did. It wasn't really a gimmick, as some people try to make out. Although Rick was beautifully built for a driver, he sweated a great deal in the car and always came in with a thirst. He was just replacing the fluid he lost.
I see from my notes that it was actually Archie Mather who poured it. I think I'd better have a word with him.
Now, look here, Inspector. You've got to get the dirty swine who killed Rick. He was the greatest lad that ever got into a car. Now, you can keep your Fangios and Sterling Mosses. Rick could have knocked them all into a cocked hat.
Well, I'm sure you're right, Mr. Mather, and I promise you I intend to find the culprit.
You do that, and I'll help you string him up my tail.
Yes, but at the moment, perhaps you could help me find him. Just calm down and go over the facts once again.
All right.
You've worked for Mr. Turnbull for some years.
I started with him when he set up on his own.
As a mechanic?
That's right, but now I specialise on suspensions. Of course, we can all do any job on the cars, but my special department is on the suspension.
Very important department, I gather.
Why, it is. Mind you, we had that car handling so well, it was like a train running on rails.
See. So there was nothing to upset him yesterday?
Not mechanically, as far as my side of it went.
Hmm?
Mind you, it had been a pig of a day in other ways. We were late at the circuit for a start. The transporter had a puncture.
Transporter?
It's the big truck that takes the cars. It's fitted out like a workshop inside. It means we can do almost any repairs on the spot. Then, of course, there was the fuel injection trouble.
You were the one who actually poured out the drink for Lester.
Aye, I was. And there would have been a fair old row about that if he wasn't dead.
Row? Why, what was the matter?
It wasn't orange. Rick always wanted pure orange juice. And for some unknown reason, the shop where he always picked it up was out of it. Oh, we were late and there was no time to go anywhere else, so I just had to take the grapefruit. Not that he didn't like that, mind you, but it was always the orange juice he wanted when he got out the car.
I see. I suppose you get to know the drivers well.
You get to know their habits. But with Rick, since he joined Turnbull's, it's been just like a happy family.
So if he had any worries or troubles, you would have heard about them. What about women? He wasn't married, I gather.
I don't think he had a worry in the world. And he didn't care about girls, at least not seriously. He always said that cars were temperamental enough for him. Aye, cars were his only love.
Yes, that's the impression I gathered from Mr. Turnbull. Well, thank you, Mr. Mather. Talking to the people most concerned with Rick Lester seemed to have done little except to fill in some detail to the background of this case. And I was wondering what my next step should be when suddenly I remembered something and knew I had the answer.
Strange.
Is Sergeant Jackson there?
Yes, sir. I'll put him on. Yes, sir?
Jackson, take every man Jones can spare and find Oscar Nevin.
Here, man, sir.
Pretty sure. Be gentle with him, though. I don't want him in being frightened and doing something silly. Tell him there are a couple of points I want to clear up.
Right, sir.
Come in.
Mr. Nevin, sir.
Oh, come in, Mr. Nevin.
Now, look here, Inspector. I really can't see why you've got to drag me down here. I've told you all I know, and I've got a job to do.
Yes, that's just the point, Mr. Nevin. I don't think you have told me everything. For a start, where did you get the cyanide?
Cyanide? I don't know what you're talking about. Are you seriously suggesting I had something to do with Lester's death?
Yes.
But this is nonsense. You can't have any proof.
I think I have. Oscar Nevin, I'm charging you with the suspicion of murdering Rick Lester, and I must warn you that anything you say may be taken down. Yes, I was sure I had the proof. Did you notice the slip of the tongue which made me so sure? Well, listen to the commercial, and I'll be back in a few minutes to tell you. Well, did you spot the clue that led me inevitably to the murderer of Rick Lester? It was during my first interview with Nevin.
I don't see how I can help you, Inspector.
Possibly not, but we're going to have to question everyone who was in Turnbull's pit this afternoon.
Well, I was only there for a few moments, and I never went near his grapefruit juice.
Well, there you are. Unless he had been very near to that cup of fruit juice, how did he know it was grapefruit? Remember, Archie Mather had told me that Rick Lester always insisted on pure orange juice. Later, Nevin made a full confession. He had obtained the cyanide in Germany some time before, where it was being sold as a souvenir of the type of poison some of the war criminals used on being arrested. He was in serious financial trouble and thought that if he could eliminate Lester, he would go back to Turnbull and once again be on the road to success. Oh, the moral of the story? Well, Ever since Eve, there's always been a risk of poison in the fruit. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblets Cheese Twists, with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook.
When you hear the Springbok gong, the time will be 9:30.
Enjoy brighter radio listening with Blaupunkt Radiogram's automatic pre-select tuning.
Kos is op die tafel.
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. Regular listeners to the Epic Casebook of Crime will appreciate the important role played by the informer. Of course, nobody loves a man whose motives for supplying information stem not out of regard for law and justice, but are the purely mercenary ones expressed in rands and cents. Sometimes, of course, an informer will squeal on his friends and one-time associates in order to achieve immunity from the consequences of his crimes. Whatever the reasons, the very mention of these people's names leaves a very nasty taste in the mouth. That's why the London police call them narcs or squealers or grassers, all of them terms of utter contempt. But there is another kind of informer, the type of person who seeks neither financial gain nor protection from his own misdeeds. The man who will shop another out of revenge. He is the sort of individual one has to treat with considerable caution, since his information may be invented to create havoc in the life of someone he dislikes. That's why, when I first received a warning telephone call, I treated it with a certain amount of suspicion. But it led to a strange episode in my life in the murder squad, an episode which I've called Warning Anonymous.
Have you noticed how the sunflower always faces the sun? That's how the sunflower seed gets all its goodness, from the sun. Epic Pure Sunflower Seed Oil is made from nothing but the finest sunflower seeds to give you all the golden goodness of sunshine. So the next time you want golden goodness in a pure sunflower seed oil, before you say oil, say Epic. How can anyone make a peanut butter that's really different from any other peanut butter? It's not easy. But Yum Yum is a new kind of peanut butter. A peanut butter that's so smooth, it spreads easily. So creamy, it almost melts in your mouth. In fact, new Yum Yum is so different, we don't even call it peanut butter. We call it Yum Yum Super Creamy Spread. Yum Yum, the super creamy spread with a true peanut taste.
The telephone call came through just as I was about to leave for home at approximately 5:30 one Friday afternoon. Carr speaking.
Ops here, sir. There's someone on the line. Says he wants to talk to you personally, sir. Says he's got a tip-off.
Tip-off? Well, that's not my department. Put him through to X-Branch.
Insists on speaking to you, sir. Says he knows you're the murder squad. Says it's a matter of life and death.
Oh, one of those, is he? Trying to trace the call, are you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Good. Well, I'll try and keep him talking. Put him through.
Right, sir. You're going through. Speak up, please.
Inspector Carr,
Yes? Well, what can I do for you?
does the name of Gunner Kane mean anything to you?
Gunner Kane. Should it?
It was you that got him life. 15 years ago it is.
Oh, Gunner Kane, of course. Well, what about him?
I just want to tell you he's out. He's gonna kill the judge that sentenced him and the lawyer that double-crossed him.
Why do you want to tell me all this? Oh, is he going to kill me, too?
Ain't that enough? Oh, I see. You'll keep me talking. I'm speaking from a call box. I'm leaving now. Tell your blokes they needn't bother looking for fingerprints on this telephone. There won't be none. Goodbye.
Just a minute. He's hung up. Yes?
That call came from a telephone box in Leicester Square. Leicester Square station, sir. Car's on his way.
Radio them not to bother. He's rung off.
Right, sir.
There is something else you can do for me.
Yes, sir.
I want you to get me all you can on the Gunner Kane case.
What, sir?
Some time ago, I was a sergeant at the time. He shot and killed a constable. I helped to get him convicted. Life. He was a lucky man.
Lucky, Inspector. Life, sir.
Very lucky. The government suspended capital punishment for a time. Well, now he's coming out of jail. All this is very interesting. Do you know what they called the case at the time, Ops?
No, sir.
Well, of course you don't. Why should you? It's a long time ago. They called it the case of the undiscovered loot. There was over £100,000 in £1 notes. No one knows what happened to them, including Gunner, if he was to be believed. I'd give anything to know who that informer was, telling me Gunner's out and he's about to kill the man who defended him. All a bit strange. Obviously, the undiscovered stolen money has something to do with the call. Carr speaking.
Ups here again, sir. You wanted Mr. Bailey. We've got him on the line, sir. Speak up, please.
Thank you. Mr. Bailey, my name's Carr, Inspector Carr. Do you remember me?
Why, yes, of course. Haven't seen you in years. How are you, Inspector?
Fine. How are you?
I'm all right. There's a note in your voice. Shouldn't I be?
Remember Gunner Kane?
What? What do you say? What about Kane?
Came out of Parkhurst Jail this morning.
No. But he was up for life. It's a minimum of 20 years. He's not due out for another 5.
That's what I thought. As a result of a telephone call, I've been making inquiries. There was a riot in the jail. He saved the governor's life, got a 5-year remission. He's out all right.
So why wasn't I warned? Now, this is...
Why are you so worried, Mr. Bailey? You defended him, remember?
Have you forgotten? You presented the case for the police. Surely you must have read of the marriage.
Married?
Yes. I married his wife, Sheila.
Oh, you did you? How long ago was that?
It's over 13 years ago.
Took me over an hour to trace you, Mr. Bailey. I see you're no longer practicing law.
No. I've been running this hotel for the last 10 years. And I shall have to demand police protection.
Why? Because you married his wife? She divorced him, didn't she?
You don't understand. I knew Gunner better than anybody. I defended him, didn't I? He's a killer. A vicious swine that'll stop at nothing. Come to think of it, Inspector Carr, you're the murder squad. Why have you contacted me? What's it all about?
Somebody phoned the yard to tell us that Gunner is out of jail and was about to live up to his nickname. He is gunning for you.
Now listen, Inspector. You've got to help me. Who was it that telephoned?
I don't know. Could have been Gunner himself. But if I were you, I wouldn't go out alone at night. Keep your windows locked. After all, he has got a motive for revenge. It could be 2 things. 100,000 smackers or a wife.
car's outside, Inspector. I still don't know why you haven't pulled Gunner in.
No, because it isn't necessary. A man that kills a policeman doesn't just walk out of the prison gates, sniff the free air, and is allowed to go his own way. No, he's been tailed ever since the prison gates shut on him. He's been warned I'm coming to see him.
Oh, I suppose I should have baked you a cake, knowing that Sergeant Carr was paying me a visit.
Inspector now, Gunner. It's been a long time.
You talk about a long time. How long do you think it is in a jail?
If you think I feel sorry for you, think again. You shot and killed P.C. Ballantyne. You're a lucky man you're not in a wooden box.
So what do you want? Revenge? Because I shot a fellow policeman? I've done my time, ain't I?
Yeah, you've done your time. You served your punishment. They tell me you shed a lot of guts. Saved the governor's life. No black marks. Full remission of sentence, including an additional 5.
So what? But what are you really after? The 100,000? No one ever did find it, did they?
Quite true. There's a small matter of 100,000 quid unaccounted for.
So I heard in jail. Don't think that I was surprised when the flatty shadowed me all day. Now you come to see me. Oh, save your breath. I don't know where the money is. Except... Well, except that double-crossing Bailey. He stole my wife. How do I know he didn't take the loot?
So you don't know where the loot is?
Every few months, if it isn't a copper, it's an insurance bloke. I keep telling everyone I don't know. That's what was killing me, stuck in jail for all those years. For doing a job and then not getting a nickel out of it.
You were stuck in jail for killing a policeman.
Yes, I know. I'm lucky, I suppose, I didn't swing. Everybody keeps telling me that. Sure, I'm lucky. But I didn't mean to kill him, you know that.
Let's not go over that again. You shot a constable to evade arrest. That's murder.
Yes, I know. Well, I learnt my lesson, didn't I? You'll never get me inside again. I'm going straight.
What are you going to do to Bailey?
Why'd you ask that? Has he got the money? If he has, I'll kill him, so help me, I'll kill him.
That's what somebody told me you were going to do. Kill Bailey. Where were you at about 5:30 yesterday?
Now, come off it, Inspector. There was 2 flat feet standing right beside me when I had my first whiskey in the Holland Arms.
Why did you threaten to kill Bailey?
Did I? Oh, I suppose I might have done now and again inside. Wondering.
About what? Your wife or the 100,000?
Oh, you can keep Sheila. Anyway, I couldn't blame her knowing I was going inside for life. 15 years a long time. Long enough to cool off any woman.
So it is the 100,000.
I don't know. But if he didn't take it, who did?
There were only the 2 of you involved in the robbery. You and young Stocky Swanson. He was killed.
And Bailey. He wasn't in on the snatch, but he talked to Stocky before the youngster died. If you're after the 100,000, it's no good coming to me. So am I. I don't know where it is, but I mean to find out.
At the moment, I'm not after anything in particular. I'd like to wrap up the case that started 15 years ago. But, Gunner, I'd rather prevent murder than punish the murderer. Get the idea?
Be your age, Carr. Do you think I want to go back inside?
Or swing? They brought capital punishment back, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Let's go over the day you did the snatch. You handled the 100,000, didn't you?
Yeah. Everything was going fine. If it hadn't been...
I know. If you say you haven't got the money, and I don't think you have, who took it?
Well, you know how it was.
Look at it. The Bow Industrial Township. Mile after mile of smoking factories.
Factories need wages, and we're carrying 100,000 pounds worth. That's what gives us our job.
Without these factories, they wouldn't want the services of Strong Old Transport Limited.
We're due there in 10 minutes.
Only another mile to go.
What has happened? Right, you just stay where you are if you know what's good for you. All right, Stocky, take their keys. Right. Come on, hurry.
My mate, what's happened with my mate?
He'll live. Now, don't move. You've only got a few scratches.
Here you are. I've got it.
Right. Let's get in the car and scram.
Hey, what's going on here?
Come on, start up the car. Get out of the way, you fool. through that farm gate.
There you are. Where is he, Gunner?
We're in some private wood. Here, stop the car.
What you gonna do?
I'm going to hide the swag. This car's hot. Look, we'll put the money there. We'll dig a hole by that tree. Now get back on the main road and then ditch the car.
Let's hope we don't forget where we put that 100,000 swaggers.
It's hot money for wage package. Neither of us will go near that spot for 6 months. We'll grab it and skip the country. Me, Sheila, and you. Okay, kid?
Okay. Hey, look in the mirror. We've been tailed.
Step on it, then.
I'm going as fast as I can. There's a cop car in front, too.
Get off the road, you fool. Get off the road. Jump the curb.
It does your heart good to bake a maple cake, then see them ask for more.
Feather light, fine textured and rich tasting. That's how your cakes will turn out every time you use maple margarine. Maple margarine is rich in flavor, rich in vitamins too.
It does your heart good to bake a maple cake, then see them ask for more.
Maple.
It's got lift. It's got lift. Purine pastry's got lift because purine is pure. Purine pastry is light, fluffy, and full of lift.
With Purine Pure Cooking Fat, you get the taste of your own good cooking.
You know what happened, Inspector Carr. Kid died in hospital and I went up for life.
Yes, I know. You after the judge?
Me? The judge? What for?
That's what we were tipped off.
I'll tell you straight, Inspector. There was only 3 people who knew where we hid the money. Stocky, me, and I told my wife, Sheila. When she got there, the money had gone, so she said. Then she marries the guy that's supposed to defend me. I'll tell you this, if I find that they took the money, I'll do them both. I swear it. I'm warning you now in advance.
I don't believe they did double-cross you. You know he was struck off the rolls about 2 years after you went inside. They run a second-rate hotel in Croydon. If they'd got the money, all they had to do was to skip the country and live in luxury for the rest of their lives.
Well, that's all very well. The way I hid that money, nobody could have found it accidentally.
Yet there is someone else. Who sent that mysterious phone call? That's what I'd like to know. My need for this knowledge became acute less than an hour after my talk with Gunner Kane. Yeah?
Operations here, Inspector.
Oh, what is it this time?
Bailey, sir. Gunner Kane case. Found shot. Bullet through his head. Gunner Kane's been picked up, sir.
You don't say. Where's he being held?
Croydon, sir.
Right. I'll be right over.
I didn't do it, Inspector. I swear I
Where's
didn't.
Mrs. Bailey?
I can tell you that, sir. As soon as she heard that the gunner was out, she panicked and went and stayed with her sister in Dublin. She's there now. Made a statement to the Dublin CID less than 10 minutes ago.
Oh, that clears her. What's the story? No, you speak first, Kane. How did you come to be picked up?
I've been framed. It's a dirty police trick. They still believe I got the money.
Cut all the nonsense. What happened?
Well, about an hour ago, I get a telephone call, see? Some geezer, he says to me...
Gunner Kane, I've been trying to trace you for a long time. You go along to Bailey tonight. You'll learn all about the 100,000 quid.
How do you know? Who are you?
Never you mind. You're not going to let him get away with it, are you? You don't want poor old Stucky Swanson to die for nothing, do you? Meningeal hemorrhage ain't a pleasant death, you know. He'd have wanted you to
What are you saying? Who are you?
I'm saying that if you get to Bader's house exactly 9 o'clock tonight, I'll see to it that you get your 100,000. See you later. 28 Park Road, Croydon.
Hello? Hello?
And so you went to 28 Park Road, Croydon, did you?
Yes, I did. It's only about 30 yards away from the hotel they managed. There's a light on in the porch. I goes through, front door's open, and I hears a shot. Well, I didn't know what to do for a moment. I mean, I rushes into the sitting room, no one there. Looks in the bedroom. There's Ernie Bailey with a bullet through his head. Gun on the floor. I was about to run out, and a couple of digs nabbed me.
The doctor looked at the body?
Yes, sir. He'd been killed within a matter of minutes of arresting Kane. The gun had its number filed off. It was all right.
The sort of gun you use, eh, Gunner?
Ah, must have been mad to fall for a telephone call. Look, I didn't do it, Inspector.
We've taken a quick powder test, Inspector, but it looks very much like the gunner's fingerprint on the gun.
Oh, I know. I kept telling them before you arrived. I picked the gun up. I was in a daze. Then I dropped it again.
You there? Were you tailing Kane?
Yes, sir. We saw him go into the house. We heard the pistol shot and rushed and arrested him.
Gunner, you killed a policeman, and I see no reason to go out of my way to protect you. They'll have to pull you in on circumstantial evidence. Maybe you'll be safer inside. We'll hold you for questioning. That means you'll have the usual privileges. When I find the killer, we'll set you free.
But, Inspector, you mean to say that...
I've said what I have to say. All right, take him away. Jackson, you come back to the yard with me. As the worthy Jackson and I drove in the police car, I kept dwelling on the anonymous call I'd received. But what about Gunner Kane's story? Could have made the whole thing up, of course. It could be. But all the factors suggested otherwise. Back at the yard, I used our vast and highly efficient machine to turn back the clock. I want you to take careful note of the dossier X branch is prepared for us.
Right, sir.
Now, I want to know the hospital Stocky Swanson went to, who attended him, everything.
Very good, sir.
My compliments to Inspector Wilson. I want this to be made top priority operation.
Right, sir.
I want to be informed as soon as you get something definite, whether it's day or night.
It'll be done, sir.
Good. Jump to it. The most exciting moments for a detective are when he knows instinctively that he's on the right trail. That from then on, it's a matter of patience, time, and success. Yes?
Operations here, Inspector. Got what you wanted, sir?
Good man.
We've got the admittance card when young Swanson was admitted to the Bow District General Hospital. He arrived at 12:20 p.m. and died at 2:30 a.m. the following morning. The people who attended him are Dr. Alfred Parsford and Nurse Margaret Lent.
Yes, well, I'm retired now, but of course I remember it. It isn't often one gets mixed up in a highway robbery and murder case. Was he conscious when you attended him? No, he was not. No, I gave him some X14, that cerebral wound caused by the accident. He remained conscious or semi-conscious until he died the following morning. They telephoned to tell me he was dead about 2:30. The duty surgeon certified him dead.
The night orderly told me the patient was in a very bad way. By the time I got to him, he was practically gone. We had anticipated it, of course. It was only a question of time.
And so it went on and on. Not an easy task, trying to trace all those who were connected with the admittance of a young bandit, however remotely. Then came the search for the orderly, who was on duty at the hospital that fatal night. He was now a middle-aged man living in the highly respectable town of Leamington Spa. As the police car sped through the lodge gates along the avenue of trees to come to a stop outside the type of dwelling known as a country gentleman's residence, I knew that my investigations were drawing to a close.
Mr. Collins, you were at one time a hospital orderly at the Bow District General Hospital.
Yes. It's a long time ago. Why do you ask me?
Long time ago or not, you were the night orderly that called the duty surgeon to the dying Swanson.
Swanson? Who was he? I don't remember anyone called Swanson.
Come, Mr. Collins, one of the most dramatic hold-ups ever known in British criminal history. There you were by the bedside of this young bandit and you don't remember.
Oh, yes, I do remember something about it now.
That's better. Well, let me jog your memory a little further, Mr. Collins. As a male nurse, it was your duty to keep an hourly log as to the condition of the patient brought in on an emergency.
Oh, yes.
Well, I've got your log with me. It says 12:30 a.m., gave patient half a gram of X14 as prescribed. Patient delirious. Do you remember him being delirious, Mr. Collins?
Well, how can I? It's 15 years ago. If I write that on the hospital log report, then it was, sir.
I noticed that some 4 weeks after this occurrence, you resigned from the hospital.
Yeah, that's right.
Mr. Collins, we've been checking up on you pretty thoroughly, and despite your undoubted affluence, we can't trace your means of support.
I don't know what you're getting at. I'm one of the major shareholders in Leamington Engineering Works. I own all the land on the bluff. I don't know what you mean when you say you can't trace my means
I'm
of
sorry
support.
if I've not made myself clear. You were a penniless young hospital nurse, and yet you found it possible to give up your employment in great comfort. Why did you warn me that Kane might kill Bailey?
I don't know what you mean. Me warn you?
You said that now that Kane was out, he would go gunning for the judge and Bailey. Why? Why did you? Come on, don't stall. On the very day he left...
I didn't telephone anybody.
Who said anything about telephone? How did you know I was telephoned? But since I'm here, I'll do a bit of telephoning.
Number, please.
Inspector Carr here. I want to know whether anybody put through a trunk call on the 21st to Stepney 8654.
Very good, sir.
Phone it back here, will you?
Right, it won't take long.
Well, I did telephone London. I wanted to inquire about... I heard that this fella Kane had... he come out of jail.
That was a very careless thing to do. Why should you be interested in Gunner Kane?
Well, he was involved, wasn't he?
Did you go up to London that day?
No.
Collins, you're a fool. The station master saw you. You caught the 3:45 p.m. to London. Up... Go. Don't move, Collins. Hello?
Inspector Carr? Yes, there was a telephone call from the number you're speaking at.
That's all I want to know. Where'd you get the gun from?
What gun?
The gun you shot Bailey with.
You're mad, I didn't.
Albert Collins, I arrest you on a charge of murdering Ernest Bailey.
I don't mind telling you, Inspector. I thought I was a goner. Bloke with my reputation with me fingerprint on a pistol and Bailey lying stiff at me feet.
You're lucky that Collins made 1 or 2 silly mistakes, such as mentioning a telephone call. When how would he have known how I was warned about you?
I believe he's pleading guilty.
What else could he do? You see, all those years ago, when we were looking for the stolen money, no one dreamt that the clue lay in a general hospital. Bailey used his brains. He knew that if his wife wasn't lying, someone else must have known about the £100,000, where it was hidden. But who could it be? The money was hidden on the spur of the moment, not many minutes before you and Swanson crashed the car. Oh, you were shaken all right with compos mentis. Swanson caught his head on the steering wheel, badly hurt. Bailey worked it out that it must have been somebody at the hospital. He traced the orderly, began to blackmail him. Collins reasoned, if ever Bailey told you what happened to the money, the ex-hospital nurse's life would be a short one. That's why he hit on the scheme of getting rid of both of you by telephoning me that you were out and threatening Bailey's life, and then telephoning you so that you'd be near the scene of the crime when he shoots Bailey. He knew we'd have you tailed, and as soon as the shot was heard, my boys would rush in and arrest you. It's funny that I never thought of the hospital before. Would have saved Bailey's life.
What put you onto the orderly this time, Governor?
Oh, it's quite simple, really. You see... Well, listener, did you notice the clue that led me directly to the hospital orderly? Simple, really. Not sure. Listen to this, and then I'll be back to tell you.
How you hear the children yell
Yes, indeed. And here's a maple menu that will have them sitting at the table before the bell rings. Appetite-teasing brinjals, deep-fried in wholesome maple margarine, a touch of garlic, nutmeg, rice, and tomato sauce, topped with crumbed Niblets cheese twists. The main dish, Bengal lamb curry and rice. And to finish, marshmallow pudding, an old-fashioned dessert that I'm sure will be a hot favorite with the whole family. To round off the meal, a cup of piping hot coffee. Delicious. If you'd like a free copy of this mouth-watering maple menu, just write to Maple Home Dinners, P.O. Box 89, Johannesburg. And remember, there's more to the flavor of good food cooked with maple margarine.
Well, what was the clue that led me to the hospital where Stocky Swanson was admitted so many years ago, and then to the killer of Bailey? Well, if you remember the mysterious voice telephoning Kane in order to incriminate him in the murder he didn't commit, said,
"Never you mind. You're not going to let him get away with it, are you? You don't want poor old Stocky Swanson to die for nothing, do you? Meningeal hemorrhage isn't a pleasant death, you know."
That was his undoing. He talks of young Swanson's injuries 15 years ago and uses a phrase like meningeal hemorrhage. It had to be somebody who not only was at the hospital at the time, but someone directly acquainted with medical terms. The moral of the story: never hide stolen loot in a hospital. It'll go to your head. Good night.
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. When Harold Spencer was found slumped over his desk with the back of his skull cracked open, the brutal murder made sensational newspaper copy. Yet his death was more than something for the reporters to write about or his relatives to grieve over. He was a world-famous philatelist, known to stamp collectors the world over as a man of great integrity and the possessor of a personal collection that was reputed to be worth a fortune. Why all this? Well, it was a case which I shall long remember for various reasons, particularly because of the characters involved. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story The Conjurer's Illusion. It was the murdered man's wife who reported the killing. She telephoned Bedford Row Police Station, who in turn sent an immediate signal to the murder squad at Scotland Yard. Carr speaking.
Operations here, sir. Murder's been reported.
Metropolitan area?
Yes, sir. Bedford Row Station just came through. Mrs. Sheila Spencer says that she found her husband with his head bashed in.
Bedford Row. Spencer? Not Spencer the stamp dealer.
That's right, sir. The station has sent out a couple of men.
What's the exact time?
It's 20 minutes past, sir.
All right, I'll be over. Spencer's at 18 Bedford Row occupied a building worthy of the quiet dignity of the profession. Luckily, my good friend Dr. Macpherson was already on the scene. As I emerged from the police car, it seemed difficult to realize that I was about to gaze upon a victim of a savage killing. Queen Anne gabling,
the latticed windows, the almost ecclesiastical entrance, all contributed to the atmosphere which conveyed the quiet dignity appropriate to the pursuit of stamp collecting.
Good evening, sir.
Evening, Constable.
Dr. Macpherson and a lady are in the office. It's just along the passage, sir, where the light is showing.
Thank you, Constable.
Here comes Inspector Carr. Hello, Inspector.
Hello, Mac. Mrs. Spencer?
Yes. My poor Harold.
I did suggest to Mrs. Spencer that she went home, but she insisted on staying. Thought you might want a statement.
Well, there's no need to detain you here, madam. Let me send you home in a police car. We'll take your statement later.
No. I want to make my statement now. The Congo issue. It's gone. They've killed my Harold, and they've stolen...
There's no doubt about it, gentleman, Mac.
None at all, Inspector. He's dead, all right, I'm afraid.
Well, all right, madam. If you are ready to make your statement, may we start at the beginning? How long have you been here?
I got here just after 11. You see, I was so worried.
Well, just a moment. You got here just after 11, and then what happened? How did you let yourself in?
I have a key. I work here with my husband. We went home together, had an early dinner, and then Harold decided to come back to work on the Congo perforated...
Stamps?
Yes.
What time did he leave home?
Just after 8 o'clock. Mm-hmm. He promised he'd be home by about 9:30. I tried phoning him. Well, it was just after the 10 o'clock news. I kept phoning. I must have picked up the receiver and dialed at least a dozen times. Then I got panicky. Yes. I called a taxi and came over here. I let myself in with the key. I could see the light was on in Harold's office. Opened the door and... Oh, my poor Harold.
What did you do then?
I was afraid to touch him. I didn't want to believe what my eyes told me. I phoned the police right away.
You're quite right. You say that you arrived just after 11.
Yes.
And you said something about the Congo issue, something about it being stolen.
It has, Inspector. It is not here.
Is that all that's been taken?
I don't know. But it was in the safe. And it's gone.
The safe was as old-fashioned as the building and the office furniture. It was one of those combination safes, worked on the rather prehistoric gear and click principle. I knew at least 24 cracksmen with sandpapered fingertips who could crack it in less time than you could say Congo.
You see, Inspector, they've all gone, all of them.
But if your husband was working on them, they wouldn't be in the safe.
I don't know. Do you know, this Congo perforated issue was worth over £100,000. That is the entire Archer issue.
Archer?
Inspector, I see you know nothing about philately.
No, I'm afraid not.
Let me explain. Congo was one of the first countries to be given a perforated issue. An Irishman named Henry Archer invented a machine. They experimented with this new Archer perforation, which means easy tearing. But something went wrong, and the entire issue was withdrawn. It's one of the greatest collections, if not the greatest in the world. My husband was preparing it for dispatch. It had been sold to Gregor Papadoulos.
Was the collection insured?
Oh, yes, of course. Don't you understand? This is the first and only Lumumba issue.
It was obvious that the bereaved woman was stunned by a double loss. Whether the loss of her husband was more overwhelming than the loss of the Congo issue, we were yet to find out. But there could be no mistaking her distress. Mrs. Spencer, there's nothing you can do here tonight. Why don't you let me send you home in the police car? Perhaps you'll allow me to call on you tomorrow.
Oh, you must find that issue. My poor Harold.
We'll do our best, Mrs. Spencer.
You've got to find who did it. I suppose I've talked more about the Congo issue than the murder of my husband. We've been married for 20 years, and I loved him with all my heart. I'll leave now, Inspector. Good night.
With the departure of Mrs. Spencer, we began our search for clues. Not that I had much hope in that direction. Those who plot the theft of a £100,000 stamp collection are hardly likely to leave clues around, particularly when they're prepared to murder. By the time Dr. Macpherson had finished his examination, we were ready to leave.
It's the usual blunt instrument.
Yes.
Possibly a hammer.
I see, Nick.
Struck down at approximately 9:30. Do you mind if I arrange for the removal of the body?
No, not a bit. We're just about through.
Did you get anything?
Yes. Yes, as a matter of fact, we have.
Oh?
Come over here. Quite incredible, isn't it? Everything securely barred and bolted in the front. And look at this window, leading out into the alley.
Aye, that's right.
All that was needed was a thin nail file, and up goes the window catch. The killer closes it and walks out of the front door as large as life. Disguised, I'll bet. There's something else, Mac. Whoever climbed through that window was wearing a woolen coat. A fine thread of wool, this. You never know. And that's something we din into every would-be detective. Never ignore the slightest possibility. You never know. Back at Scotland Yard. All right, Jackson. The lab should be able to tell us the kind of wool this is, the sort of mill it came from, and if the fates are kind, the name of the manufacturer who made the coat. The fact that there might be 100,000 similar overcoats is something we won't think about right now. All right, get busy.
Right, there, sir.
Yes, Inspector?
I'll get through to Criminal Records Office, see if there's anything under the name of Harold or Sheila Spencer.
Right, sir.
And get X-Branch to let it be known that the whole metropolitan area has been alerted.
Right, sir.
Be in the interests of the underworld to tip us off if they hear anything. They don't like impetuous characters who add murder to their snatchings, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't suppose I'll be wanted again tonight, but if I am, I've gone home to get a bit of shut-eye. Yes.
A call has just come through from Bradford, sir.
Oh, the woolen thread?
Yes, sir. The labs worked on it last night.
Hmm?
It's the most expensive kind of wool there is. Bradford Wool Industries, sir. Never used in mass production, only sold in lengths.
Oh, that's a help.
Now, more than that, sir. Labs say that this came off a skein that was only milled 2 months ago. The entire output was only 6 dozen lengths. Went to Levy and Anderson, Savile Row.
Come on, what are we waiting for?
Yes, that is quite true. We have an exclusive contract with Bradford Wool Industries. It's a very expensive material.
Well, I want the names and addresses of every one of your customers who's had an overcoat made up of this material in the last 2 months.
But, sir, these things are rather...
Come on, Mr. Fuller. We've no time to waste. I left Jackson to collate the information and had a talk with the head of X-Branch.
Oh, no. We have our list of those who might be concerned in receiving sparklers, paintings, antiques. But do you know, I doubt very much if the underworld has such a thing as an organized fence, specifically for storing stamps.
Well, why not? Oh, I know they're hot. But if the boys are willing to risk stealing a Michelangelo or a Picasso, if there are rich enthusiasts willing to pay hundreds of thousands of pounds for something no one will see except themselves, which they know to be stolen, why not a megalomaniac keen on stamp collecting?
Why not, indeed? All I'm saying is that neither Interpol nor the FBI nor ourselves are aware of any stamp-thieving group. Not that the wide boys are averse to lifting a costly specimen if they get the chance. But that's something else entirely.
Oh, I think I'll have a word with this year's president of the Royal Philatelic Association.
Yes, I read about the murder and the theft. Terrible business.
It is indeed, Sir William.
Knew Spencer for 30 years. It was at their wedding 20 years ago. Great loss to philatelists.
There goes the phone. Be a good chap and answer it for me. What with this arthritis, I'm not as spry as I used to be.
Certainly, sir. Hello?
Inspector Carr there?
Speaking. Oh, is that you, Jackson?
Sorry, sir. Didn't recognize your voice. There were only 14 overcoats. We've investigated 13 of them. There's one to go.
Huh?
Ex-Brian's told me where you were, sir, so I thought I'd phone you right away. You see, a coat of the wool was made for Sir William Lasbury.
I see. All right, Sergeant Jackson, thank you.
For you, I suppose.
Yes, Sir William. Well, I think I'll be getting along now. That was a nice overcoat I saw in the hall stand.
Should be. Deuced expensive.
Oh?
I knew it was worth it. You don't get wool like that very often these days.
Under the pretext of admiring his purchase, I looked for the slightest tear. It was there, all right. There was no doubt that the thread of wool taken from the scene of the crime came from the overcoat belonging to the president of the Royal Philatelic Society. Sir William, a murderer. The thought was fantastic. Yet if there was one thing we members of the force are taught, it is that a suspect must be treated as such, whoever he may be.
There's something on your mind, Inspector. What is it?
How long have you had this overcoat, Sir William?
Not very long. Here's my man. He'll be able to tell you. Phillips. When did I take possession of this overcoat?
Oh, 8 weeks ago, sir. I've still got the delivery chit. Why, sir?
This is Inspector Carr, New Scotland Yard.
Oh, good day, sir.
Phillips has been my prop, servant, and friend for 30 years.
Shrewd Sir William. He could tell that I was after something and that the overcoat was exciting my thoughts. If he didn't wear that coat on the night of the murder, who did? Phillips was about the same height. And yet... Are you interested in philately, Mr. Phillips?
Oh, I couldn't be working for Sir William all this time and not be, sir.
And this overcoat, Sir William, has it been out of your possession at all?
Good heavens, no.
With respect, sir, it has. What about the time when you left it at the Guildhall?
When was that?
The same night he got the coat. You remember, sir?
Yes, I do remember that. Seemed a bit chillier earlier on, but by the time I left, it was such a pleasant evening, I forgot my coat entirely.
What date was this?
April the 23rd.
April the 23rd. And you retrieved the coat the following morning?
I went and got it, sir.
Oh, since the murder was only committed 3 days ago, that's not going to help us any.
If I may say, with all due respect, sir, Sir William is a most absent-minded gentleman.
Yes?
He's left this coat lying about so many times. Oh, just a minute, Inspector. Only last Tuesday. I said the overcoat was like some conjurer's trick. Now you see it, now you don't.
What do you mean by that?
You remember, sir, when you had that conference here last Tuesday?
I do. What of it?
Well, sir, you know, the following morning your overcoat was gone.
It was it?
Yes, sir. It came back by special messenger Thursday morning. The gentleman took it by mistake.
Sergeant Jackson, find out the name of the messenger who took a parcel to Sir William Lasbury's address last Thursday.
What is it?
And I want a list of all the members of the committee who attended the conference at Sir William's residence on Tuesday night.
Right, sir.
In the meantime, I'll have another word with Mrs. Spencer. Mrs. Spencer, you said that the Congo collection had been sold and that your husband was preparing it for dispatch to Athens.
Yes, that is so, Inspector.
Was this common knowledge? Was it publicized in the newspapers?
Oh, no. We kept it a secret. In fact, the only person who knew was the president of the society. Oh, what's new, Inspector? Is there any hope?
The murderer has been a little too smart. We'll get him all right. That I promise you.
The collection?
Well, that depends on a number of things.
You're quite sure that no one knew of the sale other than Sir William Lasbury?
Quite sure. We have no employees. There were just the two of us. I did all my husband's correspondence.
I see. Thank you, Mrs. Spencer. I'm sorry to have disturbed you. If there's anything else you can think of that might be of use to us, you can reach me at the yard.
Bad luck with the London messenger officer.
Huh?
The youngster who delivered the parcel didn't do it officially. It says he was stopped in the street, given 10 bob, and asked if he would deliver the parcel around the corner.
I thought something like that had happened. Couldn't recognize the man, I suppose?
No, sir. All muffled up. Well, the kid was so bowled over by the 10 bob, he didn't stop to look at the man in case he changed his mind.
Oh, well, I'll have another word with Sir William. You know, sir, climbing through the window like that, striking Spencer, was the act of a desperate man. Supposing Spencer had turned round a second earlier, supposing he was seen. Somebody wanted to get hold of the Congo collection quickly before it was sent to Athens. Did you know it was going to Athens, sir?
Of course. It was the duty of Spencer to notify us of such a sale. All members are honor bound to keep all societies up to date as to the movements of unique collections. Spencer told me, and I informed the committee, or swearing them to secrecy, of course.
And by now you'll have gathered that the murderer was wearing your overcoat.
I suspected something of the sort.
I have to ask you, sir, where were you at approximately 9:30 last Wednesday night?
Where all men of my age should be, at home. And I can tell you something else, Inspector. If that is the time Spencer was killed, Phillips has an alibi, thank goodness.
Huh?
He was here. We played chess together until I retired at 10:30. And gets a little lonely as one enters the winter of one's years. I suppose you're thinking of the possibility...
I'm thinking of the possibility that the two of you planned the robbery. He gives you an alibi, you give him one. I'm thinking that... What's the use? I don't think anything of the sort. If you say Phillips was with you, then that lets him out too.
What do you do now?
Question the members of the committee.
I was giving a lecture at the university. Why do you ask?
Wednesday night at 9:30. Extraordinary question. I was in bed.
I'd gone to Stratford to see The Merchant of Venice.
Despite an appearance of vagueness and absent-mindedness common to a certain type of intellectual, the members of the committee were men of a high intelligence quotient. It would have been easy to fake an alibi if one went to sufficient trouble. Mr. Angus Buchanan, for example, who said he was at the cinema. He could have left unobserved and returned within the space of half an hour without anybody being any the wiser. Jackson, I want every member of the committee here at Scotland Yard at 6:30 this evening, with the exception of the president. And don't take no for an answer.
What is it?
And I want that messenger boy here at 6:15.
I've got the idea, sir.
All right, lad, it's up to you. Now, Sergeant, those that go out will take that door there. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Send Mr. Angus Buchanan in.
Right, sir.
Go in.
Oh, come in, please.
Oh, there you are, sir. I've still got the parcel. I couldn't deliver it.
Parcel? What parcel? Delivered where?
Well...
All right, Sergeant, take Mr. Buchanan through. Send Mr. Masters through.
Right, sir.
Go in.
This way, please.
Oh, there you are, sir. I couldn't deliver that parcel.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, sir, the coat you asked me to deliver to Brook Street.
Overcoat? You must be mad.
All right, hold him. Mr. Masters, we're holding you for questioning in connection with the murder of Harold Spencer. James Masters dined at his club that night. That was his alibi. It was but a quarter of a mile from Bedford Row. Borrowing Sir William's overcoat the night before in order to create a false trail, it was he who climbed through the window, killed Spencer, and stole the valuable collection. Of course, he deliberately caught the overcoat on the beading of the window pane. Not only did young Fred recognize his voice, he trapped Masters into giving himself away. Did you notice it? Perhaps the final nail in Masters' impending coffin was the porter at his club. Oh, yes, I recognize that overcoat. Mr. Masters was wearing it last Wednesday night. Yes, we had enough to secure a conviction, particularly when they found the collection wrapped in brown paper in Master's private safe. I was rather amused at Sir William's question.
What I can't understand, Inspector, is why you were so sure I was innocent. We philatelists can be quite fanatical.
Well, that was an easy question to answer. Could you? And what about the murderer's slip of the tongue? Did you notice it? Well, listen to the commercial, and I'll be back in a minute to tell you. Well, listeners, did you spot the murderer's slip of the tongue? It was this.
You know, sir, the coat you asked me to deliver to Brook Street.
Overcoat? You must be mad.
Now, the messenger never mentioned overcoat. I knew that the murderer would be the only one to react violently to such a statement, and that proved to be the case. Masters was so shaken at the sight of young Fred Cousins that he lost his control, and that was the beginning of the end. Oh, the moral of the story. Keep away from other people's postage stamps. You'll get licked in the end. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblets Cheese Twists, with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook.
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Press Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, Niblets Cheese Twists, Halverine Bread Spread, and Blossom Yellow Margarine present
The Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. On all sides, we hear of acts of heroism and noble selflessness, only to be counterbalanced with horrible newspaper stories of a battered baby or a cruel and senseless murder, of torture and mayhem. Happily, one can discern a very marked change in the attitude of the public. I myself witnessed an attempted robbery by a youth wielding a dagger, which was foiled by a passer-by, whose quick and courageous intervention prevented not only an act of robbery, but possibly murder. The public are showing a greater sense of responsibility and cooperation in assisting the police to enforce law and order. I'm prompted to say all this by the latest circular from my old friends at Scotland Yard. Just before Christmas, 2 men were seen leaving a car outside the Home Office building. Within minutes, the bomb went off in the car, injuring a number of people nearby. Now, as a result of information given by several witnesses, Scotland Yard issued what is known as a photo fit picture. The impact was tremendous. Within a matter of days, these descriptions of the 2 men, all varying, yet all making a composite photograph, resulted in the arrest of Kieran and Marlin Coyle. The photo fit is, of course, a development from what was known as identikit, and the success photo fit is achieving rests solely on the ready cooperation of the public. Time was when there was an attitude of, I don't want to get involved, it's no affair of mine. As I've said, the changing world is forcing respectable citizens to wake up to their responsibilities. That wasn't the case when a man known to his associates as Sidney the Spender was murdered. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story Consignment for Death.
Pick a pack of blossoms, get it from fresh taste today. When your breakfast gets them waking in the morning. Blossom. For the sandwiches you're making in the midday blossom. For your roast and baking in the evening blossom. Pick a pack of blossom.
Blossom yellow margarine.
Pick a pack of blossom.
For sandwiches that burst with health and farm-fresh taste.
Pick a pack of blossom.
For frying eggs to a golden turn. For dabbing on your vegetables, carrots, peas, potatoes.
Pick a pack of blossom.
For baking and roasting and spreading on crisp, warm rolls. And satisfying your family with its farm-fresh taste.
Blossom helps a busy mum. Make sure today you're choosing it, using it. Blossom, blossom. Pick a pack of blossom.
Pick a pack of blossom.
Sidney Bramshaw was found by his housekeeper early one morning as she went to take her employer his pot of tea.
Mr. Bramsell! Mr. Bramsell! Come on, Spender, you weren't all that late. I heard you come in. Mr. Bramsell! Sleeps like the dead he does. Oh, well, let's hope you're decent. Mr. Now, keep calm, Jesse Moore. Keep calm. Don't touch nothing.
Police?
Oh, police? Something horrid has happened. There's been a murder. They've murdered Spender. I mean, Mr. Bramsell. He's lying there on the carpet with his throat cut. He was such a lovely fella. I'll never get another job like this one.
Did you telephone the police immediately?
As soon as I opened the door and I saw he was lying there, I dropped my tray and I ran downstairs to telephone. Oh dear. I've got the shivers, I have.
Mrs. Moore, isn't it? Isn't that the name you gave?
Yes, that's right.
Well, I don't think you need come into the room. Why don't you go down and make yourself a cup of tea and put plenty of sugar in it?
That's all right, Doctor. I'm a bit shaky, but I'll be all right. There. In that room. Look at him.
Dear, dear. What an unpleasant sight to come upon, Mrs. Moore.
Is this bedroom window always kept open?
Well, yeah, in the summer. Mr. Bramsell was a great one for fresh air.
I see there's a very convenient drain pipe. Well, Mac?
A very sharp instrument indeed. If I had to hazard a guess, I'd say it's either an old-fashioned type of razor or a razor blade fixed to a handle.
No wonder they used to call them cutthroats.
Yeah.
What time did he come home last night, do you know?
Early. I heard the church clock strike 12. I haven't been sleeping well lately. But then I heard a taxi pull up and I heard Mr. Bramsell say, "That's all right, keep the change." Quite as a church mouse he was. Always considerate with Mr. Bramsell. Of course, he didn't know I was awake.
You heard him pay off a taxi. Oh, that'll be very useful. Well, then what else did you hear?
Well, I heard him close the door.
Are you sure you heard Mr. Bramsell shut the front door?
Yeah, and put the chain on it.
Well, how can you be sure of that?
Well, because the chain was on when I got up this morning.
You didn't hear any other voice other than your employer's?
No, he was on his own, I swear to that.
Mrs. Moore, it's not yet 9 o'clock, and I've missed my morning cuppa. I wonder if you'd mind making some tea. I'm sure that Dr. McPherson could do with some.
Aye, that's a good idea. Now, and here, Mrs. Moore, take this pill. Go on, it's only a sedative.
Well, all right, Doctor, if you say so. I'll give you a shot when the tea's been made.
All right.
Tough old girl, there. Anyone else would have passed out, but not her. Insists on coming back to the ghastly scene. The scene of the crime was indeed ghastly. Sidney Bramsell was a short, rather corpulent individual dressed in pajamas made from a rich green silk. His almost bald head and curved stomach would have made ideal material for some good-humored cartoonist, were it not for the red stain on the pajama jacket and the horrible wound.
It's difficult to say at this stage, Carr, but he's been dead for at least 5 or 6 hours, I'd say.
Chances are more than that, Mac. What would you say to 7 or 8 hours?
It could be.
I'm taking into consideration the housekeeper's statement. If he arrived just around midnight, did his ablutions, his shoes are placed neatly on the shoe rack, I assume he put away his suit tidily, the bed hasn't been slept in.
Which means that the killer waited until Bramsell went into that bathroom, stood ready to strike, and when Bramsell was about to get into bed, he killed him.
Yes, I think it's about the measure of it. Which means we've got to find the taxi man who brought him home. Shouldn't have much difficulty there. Something worrying you, Mac?
Aye, there is. You know, I've been mixed up with brutal assaults and murder for over a quarter of a century, and I've never become inured to this sort of thing. Seeing a sight like this, I mean.
A man with his throat cut? Neither have I. Our feelings may have become blunted over the years, but let's pray we never become so insensitive as to be able to look at a thing like this without a feeling of revulsion. But that's not what's worrying you.
Oh, it's the housekeeper. She's under emotional stress, all right, but to be able to talk to us so calmly with her boss lying there in a pool of blood...
She's a tough woman, all right. Just a minute. Moore. Jessica Moore.
What's crossed your mind?
The Moore case. Mrs. Moore was found not guilty. Her husband went inside for 10 years, having been found guilty of robbery with violence. They used to keep a lodging house near the Millwall docks. Many a drunken sailor had reason to regret seeking their hospitality. You realize what this means, Mac? We've only got her word for it. The open window may be a blind. She may have left the front door open. There may have been something in this house of great value.
Except what, Carr?
Except she must know that we always check on the person who first discovers the dead body. I'm going to take a look around the back. Can you come with me? Well, Mac, if the killer did gain entry through the bedroom window, he'd either have to use a ladder or climb this drain pipe. Take a look at this.
Yeah, that paint's very soft.
That's been newly painted. No one could have climbed that pipe without leaving some kind of mark, even though the paint is dry.
It's pretty evident that no one did.
And how are they going to get a ladder? They'd have to climb over the brick wall separating this garden from that one. Let's go over and take a look. Now, the street running parallel with this is called Ross Avenue. We'll have to find out whether anyone had access to that house. although it's extremely unlikely.
The culprit is hardly likely to knock at the door and say, "Can I take a ladder through your back garden over the wall to Mr. Bramsell's house, eh?"
Pity it didn't rain during the night. The soil would have provided us with a footprint or two. Oh, let's try the back door.
Please, up.
Oh, well, she's opened it for us. Mrs. Moore, no sign of any forced entry. No tradesman's entrance. There's just this door leading onto the garden.
Oh, we always keep it locked. I've just unlocked it. And the key was inside the lock, so no one got in through this back door.
Oh, let's go and have his tea. When does your husband come out, Mrs. Moore?
Not for 2 years. If he keeps his nose clean. I'm scared, Inspector. Terrified. I knew you'd tumble to me, but I wouldn't harm the spender. He's been marvellous.
Now, you realize the position you're in. You say that the chain was on the front door, so no one could have gained entry that way. And even if they did, how could they put the chain back on the door?
Through the window. The open window. He had to come in that way. It had to be.
Otherwise, things look pretty black for you, Mrs. Moore. Because nobody climbed into that first floor bedroom window. There's nowhere to get a grip on the outside except by using the drain pipe, and that's been newly painted.
I know it was. It was painted a couple of days ago.
While you were waiting for the cops, you must have had a look around. What's been pinched? An old campaigner like yourself, that's the first thing you'd look for, wouldn't you? Did Mr. Bramsell keep any valuables in the house?
Valuables? What, jewels, antiques, that sort of thing? No. Always said he didn't go for possessions. Mind you, he always had quite a bit of money on him. That's why they called him the spender. They didn't call him that for nothing. He had art as big as the docks he did. Believe me, Inspector, I didn't do him in. I loved him. Came all the way down to East End India Dock Road.
I don't go for what Alan did, but I do remember when you and he had that cafe in Victoria Road. I got many a free meal from you both after I lost my job with Sampson's. What are you going to do, Mrs. Moore?
What can I do? I have to leave here by Friday, the latest. Every farthing we had went in solicitor's fees. I'm skint, broke. I'd go and scrub floors, except there are so many foreign girls about. It's good of you to call Mr. Bramsell. It isn't everyone who remembers a good turn.
Now, look, I've got a house in Lewisham. My housekeeper's had to go into a home. She's a very sick woman. I need someone to look after it. As soon as I read the verdict in the paper, I thought of you.
You mean you trust me?
They found you not guilty, didn't they? It'll be a good job. It's 6 years since I left this district. Things have gone well for me. I'll pay you a reasonable wage.
He was the nicest, kindest bloke you could ever wish to meet.
What business was he in?
He's got a warehouse. He imports kiddies' toys, that sort of thing. He's got an agency from behind the Iron Curtain.
I see. Where is this warehouse?
Millwall Docks, not very far from where we used to have our lodging house.
Now, you referred to him as the Spender. Was that his nickname?
Yeah, everybody called him the Spender. He didn't mind it. It wasn't only because he was so free with his money. He was no fool, not by a long chalk. But when it came to tipping or helping someone out, well, he was known as a Spender everywhere he went.
Did he gamble, Mrs. Moore?
No, he used to say it was a mug's game. I don't think he ever went on a race course in his life.
What about cards, roulette, that sort of thing?
I tell you, he hated gambling.
Then what was his weakness?
Girls. That was his weakness. The number of kids who've taken him for a ride.
Has he got a current girlfriend?
Yeah, but I don't know who she is.
Then how do you know?
You could always tell by his aftershave lotion. If he wasn't going to meet a girl, you wouldn't tell he'd got any on. But when he said, "I won't be home for dinner, Mrs. Moore," and he'd stink the place up with his aftershave lotion, I used to think, oh, well, he's got somebody else on tow.
And what about last night?
You could smell it a mile off. He went to see a girl last night.
He did he? That's interesting. That's very interesting.
Pick a pack of blossom, get it from fresh days today. When your breakfast gets them waking in the morning, blossom.
whether spread on toast or frying eggs to a golden turn, Blossom Yellow Margarine tastes the way your family loves it. Light and fresh.
All the sandwiches you're making in the midday Blossom.
Give your busy, hungry family their sandwiches with Blossom. They can taste the farm-fresh flavors, good and healthy.
For your roast and baking in the evening Blossom.
When your family's at supper, they'll enjoy a roast with the touch of Blossom. They'll love it on their vegetables and spread on crisp, warm rolls. So give them all the farm-fresh taste of Blossom.
Blossom helps a busy mum. Make sure today you're choosing it, using it. Blossom, Blossom. Pick a pack of Blossom.
Pick a pack of Blossom.
Neither Dr. Macpherson nor I had the slightest doubt but that Mrs. Moore was innocent of the actual killing. But at this stage, everything pointed to the possibility that she was an accomplice to the murder. With the arrival of the photographers and the print men and the removal of the body to the police mortuary, the entire resources of the murder squad concentrated on solving the mystery. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes, Ops.
Sidney Bransell, age 58, well thought of in the East London patch. Nothing known against him, sir. Bachelor, no immediate relatives. Parents died in Lithuania during the war, sir. Known to subscribe liberally to local charities, is known by his associates as the Spender. Owns and operates the Bramshill Trading Company, Thames Walk, Millwall Docks.
Thanks, Ops. I want a tale put on his housekeeper, Jessica Moore. I want to know where she went last night, what time she got home, the lot.
Very good,
And
sir.
organize a vehicle. I'll go down to the trading company.
Mr. Lane. That's right, sir. You must be the gentleman from Scotland Yard, the one that telephoned.
I am. As I told you, I'd be grateful if no mention was made of this. The press will have it within an hour or two. Now, you said on the telephone that Mr. Bramsell left this warehouse at 5 o'clock.
That's right, sir, he did, yes.
Did he tell you where he was going?
No, just told me to make sure the place was locked up.
Who else works here?
Sadie Farmer. She's gone out to get some milk. She'll be back soon.
How long have you been working for Mr. Bramsell?
Ever since he opened this warehouse, just on 6 years.
Mm-hmm. And what happens here?
Well, we don't sell to the public. We have travellers on the road. They come in for their stocks, and out they go again.
Oh, I see they all come from Czechoslovakia.
Yes, that's right. Yes. A lucky break for the boss. There's one of the largest toy factories in the world in Prague. Mr. Bramsell was their sole agent. Don't have much difficulty selling this stuff. Not too expensive, mass-produced.
Does your boss have any enemies?
Mr. Bramsell? Oh, I should hardly think so. He's been good to me. Good to his housekeeper, too. Her old man's still in jail.
How do you know that?
Well, she told me. She used to sometimes come out here with sandwiches and things, just before Christmas, you know. The rush. Things got pretty hectic there.
So there you have it, Mac. The late Sidney Bramsell seems to have been a highly successful, good-natured, happy individual with not a care in the world. According to X-Branch, she was seen at the Silver Slipper, tripping the Light Fantastic from 8 to 11:30. We traced the taxi driver, who says that he dropped some young female at 21 Bradley Street, Stepney, and then proceeded to Bramsell's residence, arriving at about midnight.
Confirming what Mrs. Moore says.
Yes. I suppose someone could have taken a ladder to that rear window. We've had a sergeant questioning the occupants of the house facing Bramsell's. They seem highly respectable.
Yeah, nothing seems to have been taken unless, there seems to be a murder completely without motive.
Now look at these reports. 18 plainclothes men, 22 uniformed policemen. Not one has come up with a glimmer of a clue. No suspicious character seen anywhere near the house. No, it has to be Mrs. Moore. And yet
she's been mixing with criminals most of her life. Would she be fool enough to say that the chain was on the front door? Would she not go down the back and use the heel of her shoe to make false clues? Put some markings on the drain pipe, some mud, the soil on the window ledge, or...
I know, Mac, I know. It just doesn't add up. We questioned the girl he was with. Apparently, poor lonely Mr. Bramsell belonged to something known as the Friendship Club. She got £10 for tripping the Light Fantastic with him. Can't see her even remotely connected with the murder. Why? How?
Come, Carr, this is not like you. We don't know why, but we do know how. You were given a full report of the medical examination.
Yes, I know, Mac, I know. But when I say how, I didn't mean... I'd better have another word with Mrs. Moore. Mrs. Moore, I don't think you murdered your boss, and if you are an accomplice...
I'm not. Believe me.
No, I don't think you are. My colleague, Dr. McPherson, has given ample reasons why you shouldn't be suspected. But somebody got into this house. How? And you're the only person who might be able to tell us. Now, did you open the door to anyone at any time?
No.
What happened when your boss came home from work?
I don't know exactly. I went down to the fishmonger to get a piece of plate for my supper as the boss was going out.
I see.
When I gets back, he was in the parlour having a drink.
Oh, there you are, Mrs. Moore. You remember what I said as I was having dinner out?
Oh, yes, I remember, Mr. Bramsell. This is for me, for my supper. I'm sorry I wasn't here when you got home, but you're a bit early.
Yes, I got young Harry Lane to give me a lift in his Mini. I was in a hurry, and there were certain problems we had to talk about. Oh, well, get the bath running, will you? There's a good soul. I'm shaking the old light fantastic tonight. No, it's not shaking, it's tripping. You wait till you see her. Oh, I wouldn't mind taking a trip with her.
I ran his bathroom, and then I went and cooked my supper. I eat in the kitchen when I'm on my own. As I was eating it, he opened the door and said, "Well, I'm off." Bless his heart. You could smell that aftershave lotion a mile away.
And that's the last time you saw him alive?
Yeah, as I told you, I only heard him when he come in and put the chain on the lock.
You should be grateful for that, Mrs. Moore. Otherwise... Never mind. Did you obey my instructions and check on your employer's belongings?
I went through everything in the house, checking everything. If something valuable was pinched, it must have been something that the spender had without my knowing it.
Well, I've been through his papers, and I don't think there was anything stolen. Except I noticed on his diary next to the telephone a mark which said F796D. Any idea what that could mean?
I saw it. I thought it was the number of a motor car. No idea.
Well, I'll be... The shaving lotion.
Shaving lotion?
Your boss shaved, didn't he? You talked about the lotion, but what about the razor? I've just realized that there was no razor in the bathroom. There was a brush, soap. What sort of razor did Mr. Bramsell use?
A cutthroat.
And it's no longer there. The poor chap had his throat cut with his own razor. I'm going to take that page from his diary with the numbers F796.
What do you think those numbers represent, Carr?
I don't know. Could mean anything. Except right now I'm clutching at straws. There's one thing I do know. When the killer first entered that house, he didn't plan to murder.
What makes you say that?
Well, the very crudity of the killing, the missing razor demonstrated. Surely, had he planned the murder in advance, he would have made sure he would have the means to kill. You can't see him saying, well, I wonder if there's a razor about the place. Particularly a cutthroat razor. No. Wait a minute.
You thought of something?
Yes. I remember seeing packing cases in the warehouse with similar numbers. I wonder...
What do you wonder?
Supposing the culprit was in the house searching for something. Aye. Supposing he hears Bramsell returning home. He nips into the bathroom, waits until his victim gets undressed, puts on his pajamas.
That's very different from your previous theory that Bramsell went into the bathroom first. No, he didn't. Of course.
What have you thought of, Mac?
Mrs. Moore kept going on about how heavy-handed her boss was with the aftershave lotion. She didn't exaggerate because when I examined him, which was hours after he'd shaved, I could still sniff traces of it.
Well?
Well, he was hardly likely to apply the lotion after he'd washed and cleaned his teeth just prior to going to bed. Now, that substantiates your theory that Bramsell never went into the bathroom.
And the man never went to the house in order to kill. He hid in the bathroom, probably hoped to make him his getaway. Seized the razor, probably, as Bramsell opens the bathroom door, killed him.
Aye, but aren't you forgetting one thing? The chain on the inside of the front door. Now, unless Mrs. Moore is covering up for the killer and she puts the chain on, how did he get out the house?
Easy, the window.
Aye, but we both agreed.
We agreed that no one could have scaled the drain pipe without leaving some telltale marks behind. It would have been a simple matter for the intruder to have jumped from the first floor without leaving any traces or hurting himself.
Aye, that's true. Mrs. Moore said he kept the window open in summer. He could have landed on the paving leading to the back door.
Or, if he did land on the flower bed, smooth it over, jump over the wall. I think I'll have another word with the people in Ross Avenue.
And there's frightful business, Inspector, frightful.
But we believe the killer made his getaway through this house. Is your back door leading to your garden kept locked?
No, it isn't. No one can get access to it unless... Oh, I see what you're getting at. Come to think of it, there was some soil in the hallway. I was blaming our cleaning woman for leaving it like that.
Oh, now we're getting somewhere. But what about your front door? Is it bolted on the inside?
No, it's one of those self-locking jobs. What with 4 grown-up children...
Say no more, sir. Thank you very much.
What about the killer? Does it mean I must bolt and bar all my windows? I don't want the same thing to happen to me.
It won't. He'll be behind bars within the hour. Ah, Mr. Lane, just the man I want to see.
Oh, what can I do for you, Inspector?
These cases, all marked with the letter F. What are they?
Dolls, why?
What happened to case F796D?
Unpacked.
And the contents? Well, what happened to the contents?
Well, delivered to customers.
He found you out, didn't he? That's why you killed him. Slashed the poor man's throat with his own razor.
What about it?
I'm arresting you on suspicion of having murdered Sidney Bramsall, and I duly caution you that...
So the unsuspecting Sidney Bramsall was having his warehouse used as a clearinghouse for drugs, is that it?
That's right. The stuff would be placed inside the dolls. An ordinary consignment of dolls would contain one case specially marked, so that Lane would be able to remove the dolls and hand them over to the drug ring. Apparently some glamorous young female persuaded him to start smuggling, and by then he was hooked. Poor old Bramsall didn't die in vain, though. Our narcotics boys will have smashed the biggest drug ring since Snowy Phillips.
To kill in such a clumsy, brutal fashion. How did he get access to the place? We know how he got out.
Oh, it's simple. A piece of soap. While his boss was otherwise engaged, he took an impression and had a key cut. Funnily enough, what he couldn't take an impression of was Bramsall's safe. Only he knew the combination, and he kept a record of it at home. In the safe was the doll that was to be handed over to the police. He warned Lane that he would have to do this. Luckily for us, the young man lost his head when I first questioned him. He was so busy dissociating himself from his boss's activities that he told a very stupid lie. Well, listeners, did you notice Lane's stupid lie? A lie that was to cause me to link the number on the telephone diary with the possibilities of his being the killer? Not sure? Then listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you.
Pick a pack of blossoms, get it from fresh take today. When your breakfast gets them waking in the morning. Blossom. For the sandwiches you're making in the midday blossom. For your roast and baking in the evening blossom. Pick a pack of blossom.
Blossom Yellow Margarine.
Pick a pack of blossom.
For sandwiches that burst with health and farm fresh taste.
Pick a pack of blossom.
For frying eggs to a golden turn. For dabbing on your vegetables, carrots, peas, potatoes.
Pick a pack of blossom.
For baking and roasting and spreading on crisp, warm rolls. And satisfying your family with its farm fresh taste.
Blossom helps a busy mum. Make sure today you're choosing it, using it. Blossom. Blossom. Pick a pack of blossom.
Make a pack of Blossom.
Well, listeners, once again, a demonstration that sometimes it's the silly, unbelievably foolish little mistake that unravels some of the most bewildering murder mysteries. If you remember, you said that Mr. Bramsall left this warehouse at 5 o'clock. Did he tell you where he was going?
No, just told me to make sure the place was locked up.
And yet Mrs. Moore told us that when she arrived back at the house after shopping for her supper...
I'm sorry I wasn't here when you got home, but you're a bit early.
Yes, I got Harry Lane to give me a lift in his Mini. I was in a hurry, and there were certain problems we had to talk about.
The problems, of course, referring to Bramsall's discovery that he was an innocent importer of drugs. Despite his full confession as to killing his employer, but pleading that he wasn't responsible for his actions, Lane was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment. But before the trial took place, the Narcotics Bureau had swooped on various so-called toy shops, but which were, in effect, drug-pushing centers. 14 of these despicable peddlers were put behind bars. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Niblets Cheese Twists, Halverine Bread Spread, and Blossom Yellow Margarine, with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook.
Posse op die tafel.
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. Tonight's story shows why a detective has to draw a very clear line of distinction between assumption and a definite clue. To assume something is to take something for granted without regard to fact. This a policeman has to be very careful about. A clue is a very different kettle of fish altogether. At the police college, they'll tell you that clues revealed during an investigation are facts or basic principles that serve as a guide. But these are concrete things like fingerprints, false alibis, and so on. Not that assumption is not important. Of course it is. But what is equally important is that line of demarcation between what one assumes and what one knows to be a positive fact. In every murder investigation, one makes a number of assumptions. I will freely admit that in tonight's story, we got onto the track of the killer eventually not because of the clues. In fact, we had too many of them, but because I worked on a basic assumption which led me to the identity of the murderer. Let me tell you about it. It concerns the strangulation of a young woman. A story that I've called Crossed is the telephone line. The Middle Temple at the Inns of Court, which is the Middle Temple of what is known as Lincoln's Inn and Gray's Inn, with its quiet, peaceful, if somewhat bleak, legal atmosphere, is hardly the place where one would expect to find the victim of a brutal killing. Yet that is where Marjorie Heathcliff met her death. You're Sergeant Berry?
Yes, sir. Bow Street Police. I've taken statements from the man who found the body, the caretaker.
Where are they?
In that office over there, sir.
I see. According to operations, the man's name is Kramer, and the cleaners are Mr. Newman.
That's right, sir.
I'll present him with my compliments. Tell him I won't be a moment. Dr. McPherson and I will take a look at the body.
Horrible. You know, Inspector, I've been associated with violent crime, brutality for more years than I care to remember. But a sight like this, a young woman in the prime of life, still makes my blood boil.
As well it might. The body was lying on the floor of what looked like a neat and tidy office. But there was nothing tidy about the corpse. The full horror of the crime that was done to her was there, expressed on her face. She was lying on the floor, her knees drawn up, her arms tucked under her, as though she was using her office floor as a place to rest. It was when I looked at the corpse from another angle and was able to see her face that the full horror of the crime became apparent. Her eyes seemed to be popping out of her head. Her jaw sagged down from an open mouth, her lips blue, the color of her skin an ashen white. All unmistakable signs of strangulation. Poor girl. How old would you say she is, Mac? 25, 26?
Somewhere around there, I should say.
What's your theory?
Well, judging from the position of the body, it looks as though she was walking to the front office when somebody attacked her from behind. You see here, Inspector, she was killed with either a piece of string or a length of cord or something.
The place been searched? Have they found anything?
No, not a thing as yet.
She doesn't seem to have put up much of a struggle.
No, it doesn't look like it. We'll take the body back to the morgue with us. We may find something in her fingernails. It doesn't look like it, though.
All right, then, you do that, Mac. I'll have a word with this Mr. Kramer.
about time, too.
Oh, I'm sorry to have kept you. Are you Mr. Kramer?
Yes, sir, I am.
And you're Mr. Newman, the caretaker?
Yes, sir, I am. It's like something out of the movies, ain't it? We are. I'll never be the same again.
Mr. Newman, I'm sorry to trouble you. Now, why don't you go and make yourself a nice cup of tea? I'd like a word with this gentleman here.
Yes, sir.
Now, sir, what were you doing here?
I came here by appointment. If that's Marjorie Heathcliff lying out there, then she's the one I'm supposed to see.
Had you met her before?
No, she phoned me at my hotel.
When was this?
About 4:30 this afternoon. You see, these guys, Wright, Simpson, Cheatham, they act as my English lawyers.
Yet you say you've never met the girl.
Listen, Inspector, I'm on a multi-million-dollar concern, and I'm not easily rattled. But you don't come across a dead body every day of the week, do you now?
No, I don't suppose you do.
I come to think of it, she said I'd seen her before, when she telephoned me at the hotel, I mean.
Well, let's get back to basics. You say that this young woman, Marjorie Heathcliff, telephoned you?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I'm being sued for divorce by my wife, Elaine. She's asking for $1 million alimony. That's why I'm over here right now. When the telephone rang, I thought it might be my ex-wife. Hello?
Mr. Kramer, there's a lady on the phone. Wants to speak to you urgently.
If that's my ex-wife, tell her I want nothing to do with her. Tell her to speak to my lawyers. Tell her
It's a young
anything.
lady named Marjorie Heathcliff. She says she's from Wright, Sims and Cheatham, your solicitors.
Oh, that's different. Put her on, please.
Hello, Mr. Kramer.
Speaking.
It's Marjorie Heathcliff here. You remember, sir, I was taking down the notes of the consultation this afternoon.
Yeah, what is it? Has something come up?
Well, sir, do you remember how disappointed you were that the private detective hadn't been able to get anything on Mrs. Kramer?
Well?
Well, I've just found a letter in the office from your wife to one of the partners. Sir, you know if you can prove infidelity, she can't hope to win her case.
Yeah, I know. She's too smart for us all, and now she's trying to get me for $1 million.
Suppose I tell you, sir, I've got written proof. She's been having an affair with one of my bosses. I found a letter to prove it. It's dynamite. It's addressed to...
Well, are you trying to tell me that she's having an affair with one of my lawyers who's supposed to be fighting the case for me?
Quick, sir, I can't talk anymore. They're buzzing for me. Everyone goes at 6 o'clock. I usually stay on to do a bit of swatting. There'll be nobody here except me. I must fly. See you tonight.
Hello, Miss Heathcliff. Hello.
Call's rang off, sir.
Now, let me get this right, Mr. Kramer. The girl had come into possession of some information vital...
Vital, sir, is almost an understatement. If that girl had been able to give me the information I needed, she'd have been set up for life. I don't know whether you've been reading the newspapers, Inspector, but my wife is better known as Elaine Talmadge. At least she was an actress until she latched onto my bank account.
Well, there's a motive, all right. It looks as though somebody strangled her to stop her giving you the information you wanted.
Well, can't you see what this means, Inspector? If what this girl Heathcliff said on the telephone is true, that my wife has been having an affair with one of my legal representatives...
Let's leave that line of inquiry at the moment. You came here because of a telephone call. And what time is it?
About 20 after 7.
Now, just a moment, Mr. Kramer. You say that this girl telephoned that she had some shattering information at approximately 4:30.
I know what you're going to say, Inspector. The fact is, I had an urgent call booked to New York. This you can verify. I didn't get the call until about 7 o'clock.
So you got here at about 7:20. Then what happened?
Why, I paid off the cab and saw somebody go through the front door.
Always keeps the blooming lights on, they do. A waste that goes on in this place. Are you looking for something, sir?
I've got an appointment with Miss Heathcliff.
Oh, so that's why the lights are on. Well, that's her office through there. Come, I'll show you. Blimey! Miss Heathcliff! Police!
The girl had something to tell me, and somebody strangled her so that she couldn't tell anybody anything.
I see. Tell me, Mr. Kramer, did you find the letter?
Letter? What letter?
Oh, come, Mr. Kramer. Neither of us is a child. You say that the girl had evidence that could ruin your chances of winning the court case. Something that could cost you $1 million. And you asked me, what letter? Didn't you have a quick look around for the vital piece of information that Marjorie Heathcliff talked about?
Yes, sir, I did. I sent the caretaker out to get a cop, and I had a quick look around, but I never found anything.
Well, at least you're being frank. Sergeant!
Sir?
See that this gentleman and Mr. Newman are transported to their respective homes.
Right, sir.
But I demand to see the police.
Well, your demands are being met, sir. Come in. I'm Inspector Carr, New Scotland Yard.
Sorry, my name is Sims.
You're darn tootin' right, Mr. Sims. Tell me, Mr. Sims, what did you do with it?
Do with what, Mr. Kramer?
Don't give me that. What did you do with the evidence? That's why you killed Marjorie Heathcliff, isn't it?
Whatever the motive behind the American's outburst, it certainly didn't produce the expected reaction from the man who had just been accused of murder. He gazed at his accuser with an expression of dignified hurt and said,
Mr. Kramer, you're beside yourself.
Beside myself, am I? Let me tell you something.
Sergeant Berry, take Mr. Kramer back to his hotel. The car's waiting for you, Mr. Kramer. Good night.
You haven't heard the last of this, Sims.
None of us has heard the last of each other. All right, Mr. Sims. Did I hear your partners outside?
Yes, you did.
Come through, gentlemen.
Well, Mr. Wright, Mr. Cheatham, this is Inspector Carr, New Scotland Yard.
I won't waste your time, gentlemen, so let's get down to brass tacks. It's now 8:40. Did you all arrive here together?
Yes, we did.
Yes. Did none of you go home?
Well, I didn't. There was a law society meeting at 8:15. I'd never have got home and back in time, so I stayed in town.
That applies to me as well. I assume it applies to us all. We all live outside London. It was an annual general meeting, a very important one.
Well, how is it you all arrived here together?
Obvious, isn't it? Your highly efficient Metropolitan Police traced us to the Law Society. The meeting hadn't started. We were having a drink when the police sergeant informed us of the shocking incident and said that you wanted us here immediately.
In fact, we drove here in a police car.
Mr. Sims, Mr. Wright, will you please wait in the other office? The body will be removed by now.
But how did it happen, Inspector? How was she murdered and why?
With respect, I'll do the questioning. You supply the answers.
Are you being influenced by Kramer's extraordinary outburst? The tone in your voice seems to imply that you suspect one of us.
Mr. Wright, you are a solicitor. You know that in a situation like this, we suspect them all and then start eliminating. I'd like to question each one of you alone, if I may.
It does your heart good to bake a maple cake, then see them ask for more.
Feather light, fine textured and rich tasting. That's how your cakes will turn out every time you use maple margarine. Maple margarine is rich in flavor, rich in vitamins too.
It does your heart good to bake a maple cake, then see them ask for more.
Maple.
It's got lift. It's got lift. Purine pastry's got lift because purine is pure. Purine pastry is light, fluffy, and full of lift.
With Purine Pure Cooking Fat, you get the taste of your own good cooking.
And so, for the next hour and a half, I questioned each of the partners in turn. Dr. Macpherson's first examination showed that the girl had been strangled at about 7 o'clock that night. But the examination was a superficial one, and one would have to allow half an hour's error. Only one of the partners had a satisfactory alibi for the time between 6:30 and 7:30.
I left my office at 6 o'clock. I called in at the Aldwych Arms. I stayed about an hour. Somebody recognized me? Doubt it. Place was crowded. I then walked to the Law Society. Got there about 7:45.
I heard Big Ben chime, 6:30, when Justice Oxbury's driver called for me to go to White's Club. I had a case to discuss with Mr. Oxbury. We did this at the club. Justice Darling then dropped me at the Law Society at about 20 to 8.
Pleasant evening as I left my office, and I thought I'd walk to the Tate Gallery. They had a new Bruckner I wanted to see. Time did I leave my office? Well, soon after Sims. Around about 6:30. Then walked to the Law Society, got there about 7:30. That's where I met my partners.
I warned each of them that they would have to make themselves available for further questioning, and they departed. By then, it was nearly 11 p.m. There was little more I could do. The next stage of my investigation would be a matter of the background into the lives of all those connected with the dead girl. That meant routine. That meant I could go home for a night's sleep. Carr?
Morning, sir. Operations here.
Morning.
Got the information you want, Inspector?
Good, far away.
Archibald Wright, age 42, married, 3 children, lives at Howard's End, Penn, Buckinghamshire. Local police say devoted father, husband, married 14 years.
Next.
Malcolm Cheetham, age 39, married, 1 child, lives at Aventure Cottage, Surrey. Rumours of quarrels, but no suggestion of divorce. Can't find a link with Mrs. Grammer, sir, but the next one's interesting.
Huh?
Daniel Sims, age 45, divorced, no children. Stephanie Armitage, who became wife of Silas Kramer, was cited as correspondent.
Excellent. Anything on the two of them?
No, sir. Sims lives at a block of flats in Chelsea. Ex-branch say that he and Mrs. Kramer weren't seen together.
Well, never mind. You found the link we're looking for. Well done. Come in.
Busy?
No, come in, Doc. Come in.
Yeah. Got the latest lab report on the Heathcliff girl.
That's fine. Sit down. Anything interesting?
Only from one point of view, Inspector. It's now confirmed that she was attacked from behind. It didn't need any kind of strength to kill her. There were fine strands on the poor girl's neck. It wasn't a rope or string, but silk. I don't suppose you've managed to find anything, huh?
No. It's more than likely the killer took it with him. I've heard some good news. Oh, no.
Oh, what's the matter?
Oh, what a fool I am, a blithering fool. I thought we were about to close the case, and it's as wide open as ever.
But how? Why?
Oh, I won't bore you with the details. If Kramer was telling the truth, and I think he was, the killer must have been one of the 3 partners.
A member of the bar? Oh, that's hardly likely.
It's very likely, Mac. There's no reason for him to... Now, why should Kramer, why kill her? He wouldn't know the movements of the other members of the staff, the moment's notice, nor would he go back to the scene of his crime once he got away undiscovered.
I walk in here, you're as cheerful as a cricket. Suddenly your face drops. Now, what is it?
Oh, one of the 3 partners had a strong motive for killing the girl. She was about to give information that would have ruined his career, robbed his chances of sharing $1 million, and possibly ruining his love life.
Strong a motive as I've ever heard.
You're certain that the girl was killed between 6:30 and 7:30 in the evening, right?
Right.
I closely questioned the 3 of them. One had a watertight alibi. The other 2 gave accounts of their movements. They can't be corroborated.
Well, that certainly narrows the field down, doesn't it? After all, one of them could have hidden themselves in the office, waited until all but the Heathcliff girl had gone, and strangled her. 2 very good clues, motive.
There's one snag. Whoever killed the girl was on intimate terms with Kramer's wife. Marjorie Heathcliff was going to name him by showing Kramer a letter to prove this. She was murdered before she could speak.
You're leading up to something, Inspector. What is it?
Just this. We know one of the partners had an affair with Mrs. Kramer before she married, possibly still having an affair.
Then why are you waiting?
Because he's the one with the cast-iron alibi. Cast iron it seemed to be. Justice Oxbury was certain that Sims had been with him between the vital hours of 6:30 and 7 p.m. Then something hit me. There was another possibility. Mr. Wright, as the senior partner, have I your permission to spend an hour or 2 in your offices? It might give me some sort of lead.
Oh, do what you wish, Inspector. I realize that we're all under suspicion. All I want is for you to solve this case as quickly as you can. Setting us all into nervous wrecks.
I sympathize and understand. Now, sir, how many have you on your staff?
3 clerks, 2 typists, and a switchboard operator. Apart from the 3 of us, of course.
May I look around?
Oh, please do.
What with the 3 clerks in their black alpaca jackets, seated on high stools in stiff collars, they looked as if they'd walked straight out of a Dickens novel. As they pored over their parchments and ledgers, I decided that they were not likely to play any part in the drama. I had a talk with the switchboard girl. What happens if somebody wants to telephone? Do they ask you for the number?
Oh, yes. We've only got 4 extensions, so you can't exactly say that I'm overworked. Mind you, I do a lot of typing as well.
At about 4 o'clock, Marjorie Heathcliff telephoned Mr. Kramer, right?
Yes. I got her the number.
Are you sure you did? She didn't dial the number herself?
No. I remember it, you see. There was such a mix-up.
Mix-up?
Yes. One of the partners was ringing for me to get a number. Yes, Mr. Sims. Mitchell and Company, just hold on, please. Hello? Yes? Yes, Marjorie? Mr. Kramer? At the what hotel? All right, dear, just hold on. What do you mean you've got a fortune on your hands? Wait a minute, I've got to get a number for Mr. Sims. What's all the excitement about? Well, hold on, Hello? Yes? Oh, Mr. Sims, yes, Mr. Sims, I'm getting your number right now. That was the last time I spoke to her alive. Isn't it terrible?
What did you do? You got Mr. Kramer for Miss Heathcliff,
Yes, sir. You see, Mr. Sims' number was engaged. So while I was holding on for Mitchell and Company, I got through to Mr. Kramer's hotel.
I see. Were there many more calls?
No, 2 going and 1 incoming, that's all.
You sure?
Positive, sir.
What were the incoming calls?
Well, there was only 1 for Mr. Wright, his wife.
And the outgoing call?
Well, I record those. I've got them in my book. Here you are, sir. Mr. Sims phoned Justice Oxbury to remind him of that appointment that evening. And...
Well?
Oh, I don't know who the other call went to, sir. Mr. Sims asked me for a line.
Good. Thank you very much. You've been very helpful. At last, what looked like a jigsaw puzzle became a pattern. I needed to question Mrs. Kramer in order to be certain. Mrs. Kramer? I'm inquiring into the death of a Miss Marjorie Heathcliff. You read about it in all the papers, I suppose?
Yes, I have, Inspector, but I don't think I can help you.
How well do you know Mr. Daniel Sims?
I know that the firm of Wright, Sims, and Cheatham are acting for my husband.
Is that all? Have you never met or spoken to Daniel Sims?
What has that got to do with...
Please answer my question.
Well, I knew him a long time ago.
You're an intelligent woman, Mrs. Kramer. And a very good actress. But let's not waste time. He got divorced because of you, didn't he?
I said we knew each other a long time ago.
Madam, are you trying to tell me that Sims didn't phone you the afternoon of the evening the girl was killed?
Who said he did?
Supposing I tell you that the switchboard girl...
Dare she listen in?
So you did talk to him?
Yes.
And did he mention to you the letter that Sims so foolishly left lying around? A letter that the dead girl could have got £1,000 for?
I don't know anything about the letter. He did mumble something. I don't know what he was talking about. I was very busy. Everyone knows that switchboard girls have very vivid imaginations. He didn't mention the Heathcliff girl.
Where were you between the hours of 6 and 7:30?
I don't know. I think up at the West End shopping. Why?
Madam, I have a search warrant here. We never found the incriminating letter, but I did find a not insignificant link in the chain of evidence. It was a number of loose pearls in a dressing table drawer. Is that what you did? Remove the silk thread to use on that poor, unfortunate girl?
I didn't do it. He must have done it. I know nothing about it.
By then, I was sure that she was the murderess, but I had to get final proof. Why did you phone Mrs. Kramer on the afternoon of the murder, Sims?
I didn't.
Didn't you? You overheard Marjorie Heathcliff tell Mr. Kramer that she had a letter proving you were having an affair with Mrs. Kramer. Proof that destroyed all hope of getting that $1 million settlement. You heard the girl say that she would wait for Kramer in her office. It was you that urged your lover to commit murder. You're as guilty as she is. Even with your cast-iron alibi, you'll swing, Sims. Swing for the murder.
No. Yes, I warned Stephanie what was happening. But I swear to you that I didn't know that she was going to do this terrible thing. When I heard of the murder, well, I knew what had happened, but I was not an accomplice to it. I had no idea that Stephanie would drive to our offices and strangle this girl. I swear it. When Stephanie confessed to me,
She confessed to you, did she?
Well, congratulations, Inspector. I hear that Mrs. Kramer and Sims are accusing each other now, each saying the other was responsible.
Yes, each is as guilty as the other. They'll both pay the penalty, all right.
How did you get on to the woman?
It's a funny thing. We had definite clues involving Sims, but as for Mrs. Kramer, there were no facts to go on. But there was a strong assumption.
An assumption?
Yes, it was this. Well, listeners, do you know what that assumption was? Not sure? Well, I'll be back to tell you after you've listened to the commercial. Well, listeners, as I told you before the story commenced, there are times when assumptions are as important as facts. What was the assumption in this case? We knew that Sims asked the switchboard girl for a telephone line. Why? It was this. He didn't want anyone to know that he was visiting his lover. And who else but Mrs. Kramer? Then there was the silken thread used to kill the girl. Having worked on an assumption, the thread was the clue that a woman was involved. Sims and Mrs. Kramer were sentenced to life imprisonment. The moral of the story? It's this. Girls, the reward for selling an office secret is poor. All you'll get is the string of the pearls around your neck. Good night.
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. About 6 weeks ago, I aired a letter from a listener because its content had, in my opinion, a relevance to these dramatized stories from my casebook of crime. Here's another in the same genre. It's from Mr. Basil Lamprey of 14 Jessica Avenue in Berea. Among other things, he says, "Last night you spoke of a senseless murder without any sort of motive. As one who was a policeman for nearly 14 years, I write to tell you there can be no such thing. It may not always be obvious, but there is always a reason." Of course, Mr. Lamprey, the dictionary definition says inter alia, some inner drive, intention, or impulse that causes a person to do something or act in a certain way, proving Mr. Lamprey's point. There must be some motive. But when relating the story of that particular murder, I said there was no apparent motive. A vastly different kettle of fish. I mentioned this gentleman's letter on this particular occasion because tonight I'm going to tell you of a motive for a murder so complex as nearly to blind us to the obvious. I've called my story Death in the Wife's Name. It's very rare indeed for Scotland Yard to receive its first intimation of a murder from its own senior police surgeon. But in fact, that's what happened on the Mancliffe case. Carr?
Dr. McPherson on the line, sir. Says it's urgent.
I'll put him through.
You're going through, Doctor. Speak up, please.
Carr?
Hello, Mac. What's on your mind?
Murder, I think.
Well, if you think it's murder, then I know it's murder. What's it all about?
I wish I knew. The occupant of the flat next to mine says his wife died in the bath. It looks to me suspiciously like the bride's in the bath case.
Oh? Where's the husband now?
He's still in his flat with a pretty young woman. It's all rather extraordinary. I gave him the usual story that there would have to be an inquest. I'd be sending a police officer to take a statement from him. I'm telephoning from my own place. As I passed Mancliffe's door, which was wide open, I heard this woman say, "Don't just
Stand there. Ring for the police, a doctor. Do something.
Can I help you in any way? What? Oh, you're from next door, aren't you? Dr. McPherson?
Yes, that's right. I don't mean to intrude.
Intrude? His wife's lying dead in there, and you say intrude.
Dead, you say? Where? Through there, in the bathroom. I put in. She must have fainted.
Oh, dear me. Did you let the bathwater out?
Yes, I didn't know what to do. She was lying there with her head under the water.
Let me see now. It's a bad business. Dead, all right. There'll have to be an inquest, and the police will want statements. May I use your telephone? Yes, of course. Well, you got here quickly, Carr. Yeah, I tell you, Inspector, that woman didn't have heart failure or faint in the bath. She was drowned.
I see. The same method used by Smith in the brides in the bath case?
Yeah. There are distinct bruise marks around each ankle. Ventricular hemorrhages. Someone grabbed her by the ankles, forcing the poor woman's head and shoulders into the water.
Well, let's see what hubby has to say for himself. Oh, do you know him well, Mac?
Not at all. He moved next door with his wife about a year ago. Frankly, I avoided any friendly overtures. I don't like the man.
Well, let's not prejudge the issue. Shall we go? The worthy police surgeon and I walked the few yards separating the two apartments. As soon as I walked into the Mancliffe's residence, I knew that Mancliffe had come within the police orbit at some time or other. Standing next to him was a young woman dressed in black. She made little attempt to hide the blazing hostility she felt for the bereaved man. My name's Carr, New Scotland Yard. By the way, did you know that Dr. McPherson was our senior police surgeon?
Well, I knew he was a doctor working for the government, but that's all.
Mind if I go through him?
That's what you're here for, isn't it, Inspector?
Come on, Mac. There's something particularly gruesome about a naked corpse lying in an empty bath.
Look at those ankles. It's quite obvious that her legs had been yanked into the air and down went her face.
Any idea as to the time it happened?
That's the difficulty. I think not more than an hour ago.
Who's the young woman out there? Have you seen her before?
No, looks an open and shut case, doesn't it? Who else but the husband will have access to the bathroom while Mrs. Mancliffe was in her bath? Or for that matter, how would anyone get in the flat?
That's true. Well, let's see what he's got to say for himself. Mr. Mancliffe, Dr. McPherson tells me that it is his opinion that your wife did not die from heart failure, but that she was drowned.
You mean she fainted in the bath and became unconscious?
You tell him, Doc, will you?
Mr. Mancliffe, your wife became unconscious, all right. But there is every indication that she struggled with her feet before she passed out. As a result, the person holding her ankles had to squeeze tightly in order to retain his grip. There are definite signs of skin abrasions as a result, you see.
You mean she was murdered, Mr. Mancliffe? How long have you been home?
About half an hour.
And where was your wife then?
Where I found her in the... You don't think that...
Please, Mr. Mancliffe, isn't it obvious the spot you're in?
Are you suggesting that I killed my wife?
I'm not suggesting anything. You say that you arrived back about half an hour ago. What happened?
I came in with Mrs. Morris here.
Just a minute. You two came in together?
Yes.
Go on.
When I walked into the flat, noticed that Edith's hat and coat were in the hall. I called out to her that Carol Morris was with me. I got no answer.
Yes?
Then I noticed that the bathroom door was open. There she was. My first thought was to try and get her out of the bath, but Mrs. Morris, she seemed the more competent one. She let the water out and then suggested I call a doctor. Luckily, our next-door neighbor heard us and came in.
You mean Dr. McPherson here?
Yes.
Had you two been out together?
Yes.
For how long?
All the afternoon we've been having litigation.
Litigation?
My husband committed suicide over Oliver Mancliffe. This swine ruined us. I took him to court.
Then it hit me. Of course, the case of Morris versus Mancliffe. Both partners had been disbarred and could no longer act as lawyers. I remembered reading of the suicide of Emmanuel Morris. The situation was becoming intriguing, to say the least. I seem to remember something of the litigation you're talking about. Dr. McPherson is of the opinion that Mrs. Mancliffe was killed between the hours of... let me see, what's the time now? Okay, between the hours of 5 and 6 o'clock this evening. Are you saying that this gentleman was in your company all that time?
Yes, that is what I'm saying. Oh, don't misunderstand me. Oliver Mancliffe is quite capable of murder. After all, he murdered my husband. Oh, Manny wasn't murdered in the legal sense of the word, but this swine drove him to suicide.
Now, just a moment. You say you arrived together. Where had you been?
Mancliffe and I reached some sort of agreement. We went over all the documents in my house. As this cunning swine ruined my husband by putting every cent he's got in his wife's name, we came back here to get her agreement.
I see. Mr. Mancliffe, despite Mrs. Morris's alibi, you're a very strong suspect. Now, don't interrupt me. You may be a victim of circumstance. Have you any idea who would want to kill your wife?
My wife and I went our own ways. As Mrs. Morris so charmingly put it, Edith held the purse strings. I knew she was having an affair with someone, and frankly, I didn't care.
What's his name? What is his name, Mr. Mancliffe?
Basil Axted. He's the solicitor who acted for my wife.
Just can't believe it. Edith, drowned in her bath? He did it. He knew that Edith was going to change her will. She said so only yesterday.
Really? You're a man of the world, Mr. Axted. I've been making inquiries, and there's no doubt about it that you and Edith Mancliffe were lovers. True?
Well, what of it?
I've also discovered that Edith Mancliffe was worth a considerable amount of money. Was there any possibility of the two of you marrying?
Oh, don't make me laugh. Do you think that swine would give her a divorce? Don't you know that he put every cent he'd got in her name because of the Clanville Investment Trust scandal?
But surely if Mrs. Mancliffe wanted her freedom, she could have bought it, given him half or something?
What good would it have been to him? Mrs. Morris was awarded something like £120,000. He declared himself bankrupt, been preparing for it a long time. And the investors lost their money. He and his partner were disbarred. It broke poor old Manny Morris's heart. Straight as a die, that bloke was. His partner was fiddling the books right under his nose. That's why he blew his brains out. Couldn't stand the disgrace. Now do you see why Mancliffe wouldn't give his wife a divorce?
And what happens now she's dead?
Well, at least he gets the money.
You're her solicitor. How much of the money?
You must understand, Inspector, that this will was drawn up some years ago. 4, to be exact. It merely states that she leaves her entire possessions to her husband. And then she added a codicil about 2 years ago. Mark you, she was going to alter it.
Please, Mr. Axted, let's stick to essentials.
Well, about 2 years ago, she added a codicil, leaving a bequest of £50,000.
To whom?
To me.
So, you had a motive for her death, too, had you?
Nonsense. Look here, Inspector. Edith was coming to this office to draw up an entirely new will. And if you must know, she was going to leave me the lot. She was much younger than her husband, and I never thought I'd live to inherit it.
But with her sudden death?
You may not believe me, but I loved that woman. Edith made this generous bequest, but I was not after her money, and I did not kill her.
Where were you between the hours of 5 and 6 yesterday?
5 and 6. Let me see. Well, this may sound a bit silly, Inspector. I went home at about 5 o'clock, switched on the radio, and fell asleep in front of the fire.
I see. And later, weren't you expecting to see or talk to the woman you loved?
As you promised to telephone, we'd vaguely planned supper together.
But she did not telephone you.
No.
Didn't that worry you?
Not really. It's happened before. Oliver doing one of his sadistic acts, staying around in the flat, even though he himself was probably anxious to go to his fancy bit.
Do you mean Mrs. Morris?
Mrs. Morris? Oh, you can't be serious, Inspector. I've acted for Mrs. Mancliffe, and I know what Mrs. Morris is like. She loved Manny Morris. She swore to get even with Mancliffe. She hates his guts.
And yet she swears that Mancliffe was with her during the time that the unfortunate woman was being murdered.
Then you must accept it. Why should she try to protect Mancliffe?
But you mentioned a fancy bit, the term you used. Has he got a girlfriend?
Well, I suppose you could call her that. She's a chorus girl. Calls herself Star Treadway. I wouldn't put it past her to bump off her fancy boy's wife.
A murdered woman whose death will enrich the husband she loathed and the man she loved. The husband has a cast-iron alibi. The shrewd, intelligent solicitor could only protest that at the time that Mrs. Mancliffe was being murdered, he was snoozing in front of his fire. Perhaps her money was not the motive at all. I thought I'd have a word with the lady who called herself Star Treadway.
Yes?
I'm looking for a Miss Treadway.
Well, she's not here.
But I was assured that she lived here.
Who are you?
I happen to be a police officer. Carr, New Scotland Yard. So I won't.
Oh, you better come in.
Thank you. May I ask your name?
It's Miller, Joe Miller. And I've never been in trouble with the police in my life.
I'm sure you haven't. There's no need to be defensive, Mr. Miller. That's a nice picture over there. Is that Star Treadway?
Yes, it is. Taken when she was appearing in the Lovables.
I take it that Star Treadway's real name is Miller.
Yes. Yes, it is. Fay Miller. And I'm her father. Is it about what I read in the paper this afternoon?
Mrs. Mancliffe, yes.
Well, thank goodness my Fay is out of it all.
I'd like a word with her, if I may.
Oh, you'll have to go a long way.
What do you mean?
I saw her off at the airport on Tuesday night.
Where's she gone?
New York. I told her there was no future with this Oliver Mancliffe. I was out to be her father. I told him, too. Kept promising to divorce his wife and marry her. Marry her? He hadn't got 2 pennies to rub together, except what his wife gave him. What sort of man is that? Oh, thank goodness they decided to take Bubble with Joy to Broadway.
Bubble with Joy?
Yes, you know, the show with Joy Manship. They asked my Fay if she'd like to go, and she accepted. She knew that if she kept on seeing this Oliver Mancliffe, I'd have done for him. Have to make her poor mother turn in her grave.
Do you mind telling me on what airline she travelled?
I'll tell you anything now. She's out of his clutches. Anglo-American Airways. He killed his missus, I'll tell you that.
It's just a routine question, Mr. Miller. Where were you between 5 and 6 the night before last?
Where was I? Where I always am. At the Daily Echo. I'm a machine minder.
Well, that's that. Sorry to have taken up so much of your time. I think I've got some heavy telephoning to do.
Yes, sir.
Put me through to operations.
Going through.
Operations.
Carr here. The Mancliffe case.
Yes, sir.
We're getting nowhere fast. Get through to Anglo-American Airways. Find out if Star Treadway was a passenger on Tuesday night. She's probably flying under her proper name, Fay Miller. That's the name that'll be on her passport.
Right, sir.
And I want everything you can get on Basil Axted, Joe Miller. Are you taking the names down?
Oh, yes, sir.
Mrs. Carol Morris, and, of course, Oliver Mancliffe. I want them photographed. I want every available man to foot slog, call on taxis, shops, bus stops. I want to know if any of them were seen anywhere near Clifton Mansions round about 5:30.
Oh, very good,
And tell them it's a matter of extreme urgency.
Oh, right away, Inspector.
Yes, come in.
You busy?
Oh, am I glad to see you. Come on in, sit down. Let's have a talk. Oh, brain's going round in ever-decreasing circles, Mac.
I brought you the blow-up from the lab.
Oh, good.
Here. Now, you see those marks?
Mm.
There's no question this photograph will be Exhibit A when he goes up for trial.
He? Who?
Well, I think it would have to be a man. I don't think any average woman would have the strength to yank those legs upwards.
Oh, fair enough. Well, now we've established it's a male. Who? Mac, why do you have to live in such a secluded block of flats? Why couldn't you have lived somewhere where there are people around?
What? Still no eyewitnesses, eh?
Not from the local boys. I put X-Branch on the job. I was phoning operations when you came in. If only that Mrs. Morris... Oh, but she couldn't be lying. She couldn't be protecting Mancliffe.
Oh, come, Inspector. What are you saying? Yeah, since I've become personally involved in the woman's death, I've been looking up the newspaper accounts. You know, those are the swindle. And this man, Emmanuel Morris's suicide. You know, she hates Mancliffe. Has X-Branch tried to link the two together? You know, emotionally, I mean.
Oh, we've been through their movements with a tooth comb. In point of fact, we've discovered some letters Mancliffe wrote to Mrs. Morris saying that her financial demands were verging on blackmail.
Is he telling the truth when he says nothing was taken from the flat?
Why should he lie? If he could prove burglary, that strengthens his innocence. All my instincts tell me that... I'm mad. I'm stark staring mad. Of course he killed her.
But what about Mrs. Morris?
She's lying. It's a fake.
What reason? What motive?
Never mind. I'll tell you later. But all my instincts tell me that he's the killer.
Hey, but can you prove it?
No, of course not. Neither can I prove that the alibis are fake. We've been so convinced that Mrs. Morris was an angel of innocence that we haven't concentrated enough on that lady. Mac, I think we're getting somewhere at last.
Can I help you?
Is this Mrs. Morris's house?
Yes, it is, but she's away. She's away at work. She won't return until after 6 o'clock.
Oh, dear. Isn't there anyone in, do you know?
No, not a soul. She does all her own housework and cooking. It hasn't been easy for her since her husband died. Terrible business.
Huh? I see you're working in the garden, are you?
Garden? Oh, yes. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I live next door. You might say I'm a gardener. Not that I expect any payment for it, being retired. Well, she can't afford to employ a gardener. I enjoy pottering around here now and again, spend most of my time out of doors.
Were you pottering around last Thursday, around about 5:30?
When she found that woman dead in her bath? Yes, I read all about it. A terrible experience for her. In the flat of the man that caused her husband to commit suicide, too.
Oh, you know all about that, do you?
Oh, of course I do. I remember when Mary and Carol Morris first moved into this house. He was a gentleman through and through. Even though they said he couldn't practice as a lawyer anymore.
It's a pity that Mrs. Morris didn't stay at home that Thursday afternoon. She'd have been spared all this publicity.
That's what I think. Tell me what she was doing there. Yeah, I was here, working in the garden that afternoon.
What did you say?
Why? I just said I was here, working in the garden the day Mrs. Mancliffe was killed.
All afternoon?
Yes. It was exactly a week ago. I spend every Thursday afternoon here. Well, that's why I'm here today.
Did Mr. Mancliffe ever come to this house?
You must be joking. There I am, rambling away. Who are you?
Oh, my name's Carr, Inspector Carr, New Scotland Yard, and I can't thank you enough.
Go through. Ah, Mr. Mancliffe. So they found you.
What is this? Why did that sergeant drag me here?
He didn't drag you here, Mr. Mancliffe, and it's no use you assuming that holier-than-thou look. I'm detaining you under the Act.
Detaining me? You must be out of your mind. Do you mean to say that I'm under arrest?
Only for purposes of questioning, but I think I'd better give you the usual warning that anything you say may be taken down and used in evidence.
As a solicitor, I know my rights. You forget I'm a legal man.
Of course. Sergeant, take this gentleman into the charge room next door. He may make any telephone calls he wishes.
Right, sir. Inspector, you make yourself the laughing stock of the force.
Yes?
She's here, sir.
Oh, good. She can come straight in. Her accomplice is in the charge room. Yes? Oh, our police surgeon and witness. Come in, Mac. Come in. Sit down. She's on her way up.
Sure you want me to stay?
And I'm a
Yes.
business woman, and I don't know why I'm being treated like
Oh,
this.
come on through, Mrs. Morris, and I'll tell you.
Inspector Carr, I have a living to make, you know. What is the meaning
All
of
right, Sergeant, you may go. Frankly, I'm trying to make up my mind whether to charge you with collusion, which means a murder rap, or the lesser charge of attempting to defeat the ends of justice. Were you and Mancliffe lovers, after all?
You're joking,
Yet you gave him a false alibi. You protected him from being punished for a fiendish and brutal murder. Didn't you know that that nice neighbor of yours would be working in your garden, as he does every Thursday afternoon, would see who entered or left your house?
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Morris. Your alibi isn't as watertight as it.
Oh.
It's a bit late for tears. Did you assist in the woman's murder?
Oh, not you don't understand.
No, I don't. Enlighten me.
I got this terrible letter from him. I'm desperately short of money, you see. It was my husband's, and it belonged to my husband. Oliver Mancliffe made everything over to his wife. I thought I'd throw myself on her mercy. Go and talk to her. I got to the flat, rang the bell. There was no answer, and I tried the door. Mrs. Mancliffe? What?
Stay away from there, you fool!
No! No, what have you done? What have you done? He was wearing a rubber apron. It was quite obvious what he'd done.
And yet you were prepared to give him an alibi.
Yes. Yes, I was.
You're under arrest, and I give you the usual warning.
I never would have believed it.
Well, if she hadn't left the front door open, they might have concocted an even stronger alibi. But you hearing her shout, "Call a doctor..."
What's going to happen to her?
Oh, just had word from the Crown solicitor. What with her husband's suicide and the fact she's morally entitled to all that money, which the law doesn't permit her to get, the public prosecutor has decided to drop the charge of causing a public mischief by attempting to defeat the ends of justice. In fact, she will be the public prosecutor's star witness.
Yeah, I'm still confused. Why did she give the alibi in the first place? She obviously hated Mancliffe.
She had a very strong motive indeed. It was this. Well, listeners, I wonder if you've guessed the motive prompting Mrs. Morris to fake an alibi for the man she hated. Not sure? Then listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you. Well, listeners, what possible reason could Mrs. Morris have for shielding Oliver Mancliffe? It was this. As he pointed out to her when she walked in on what was the completion of an act of murder, everything that the Mancliffes owned, a considerable sum, was in Mrs. Mancliffe's name. He stood to inherit in the event of her death, but the law says that if it can be proved that the main beneficiary was responsible for that death, he does not inherit a farthing. Money reverts to the Crown, except for any other bequests that have been made. Do you see it now? So long as Mancliffe was a free man, there was every chance of Mrs. Morris getting some monies. With his arrest, she wouldn't. Oh, the moral of the story. Careful how you dispose of your assets to your wife. You may be throwing out the body with the bathwater. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblets Cheese Twists, with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook.
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, Niblets Cheese Twists, Halverine Bread Spread, and Blossom Yellow Margarine present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. As I searched through my casebook for a suitable investigation, and by suitable I mean one that would lend itself to radio dramatization, I was again reminded of how excited I became as a young man when someone gave me a copy of Soren Kierkegaard's book on philosophy. This 19th century Danish writer said, in effect, that nothing is ever said, done, or created without its having a rippling effect. In other words, no action or incident can remain within itself. Does that sound obscure? Well, let me point to the investigation you're going to hear tonight. It concerns the circumstances leading up to the murder of Gilbert Bronson. All right, we found the killer, and the dossier was stamped crime solved. Yet this murder was to result in the rounding up and destroying of the Kestrel gang, some thousands of miles away. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story, Death is No Accident.
Take a pack of Blossom, get it from Fresh Taste today. When your breakfast gets them waking in the morning. Blossom. For those sandwiches you're making in the midday Blossom. For your roast and baking in the evening Blossom. Take a pack of Blossom.
Blossom Yellow Margarine.
Take a pack of Blossom.
For sandwiches that burst with health and farm-fresh taste.
Take a pack of Blossom.
For frying eggs to a golden turn. For dabbing on your vegetables, carrots, peas, potatoes.
Take a pack of Blossom.
For baking and roasting and spreading on crisp, warm rolls. And satisfying your family with its farm-fresh taste.
Blossom helps a busy mum. Make sure today you're choosing it, using it. Blossom. Blossom. Pick a pack of Blossom.
Pick a pack of Blossom.
Gilbert Bronson escaped death by inches, only to be murdered within the precincts of Charing Cross Hospital. However, let's start at the time when the murder squad first became aware of his existence, or lack of it, since by then he was dead. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes, Ops.
Extraordinary thing. Man shot dead in Charing Cross Hospital.
What?
Baxter. Admitted to the casualty ward half an hour ago. The registrar's just phoned through to say that somebody's murdered their patient.
Well, I'll be... Telephone transport, organise a car.
I just can't believe it. I didn't leave them alone for more than 5 minutes or so.
No one's blaming you.
No, indeed not. I've just come from the registrar. He told me how upset you were, Miss Collins. Now, please don't be. The fact that you logged the patient in the admission book doesn't make you at all responsible.
But he was my patient. I was preparing for his x-ray. Dr. Ellis
That's
told
all
me...
right, nurse. I'll take a statement from the doctor myself. Now, you brought the patient in by ambulance, didn't you, Dr. Ellis?
Oh, yes, I did. We received a call for an ambulance. The police said that a man had been knocked down by Cambridge Circus. I was on casualty, and so I went with the
Make way. Make way for the stretcher bearers. Can't you see the doctor's trying to get through?
Here he is, Doctor.
All right, George, hold it for a minute.
Right.
He's obviously unconscious, but we'd better not try and get him on a stretcher until I've taken a look at him. Yeah. How did it happen, Constable?
I don't know. I saw him running across the road, and then there was a screech of brakes, and this chap knocked him down with his lorry.
Knocked him down? I didn't stand a chance. Went right across the red light. Ask anyone. Lots of people saw him. You did, sir, didn't you, sir?
Yes, sir, I sure did. Seen him run right under the man's wheel.
Now, take it easy, chaps, when you lift him on the stretcher. I think he's concussed. Looks as though he caught his head on that curb. We won't know what damage until we get him under X-ray.
I think he's going to be all right, Doctor.
I think so. We'll be able to take a look at him in about 5 minutes. Charing Cross isn't far. We put the man in the ambulance, brought him through here to casualty.
Yes.
I was able to make a closer examination, and I didn't think it was at all critical. I doubt if there was any kind of bone fracture or internal hemorrhaging, but I gave instructions to Nurse Collins here for immediate X-ray. Well, here he is. Been shot right through the heart at close quarters. You can see the powder marks here on his chest.
I didn't hear anything. I was in casualty dispensary preparing an injection for...
Don't distress yourself, Nurse Collins. There's no reason why you should. You probably used a silencer. Modern ones are most effective.
Whoever shot Bronson must have followed the ambulance. How would he know where the unfortunate man would be? Do you see that door, Inspector?
Yeah.
I'll bet he came into this ward from that door. Otherwise, you'd have had to pass casualty reception, Sister Kingsley, who's on duty, myself.
Yes, I see. And that door leads out into Harper Street.
Yes, come, I'll show you.
That's it. Well, if he didn't gain access to the casualty section this way, he most certainly left through this door. Now, Doctor, the registrar has given me the admission card. You wrote down Gilbert Bronson, address 42 Golden Square.
Yes, that's right. Went through the patient's pockets. He's got his passport with him, and you'll find a letter addressed to him at that address. He's an American, as you'll see by his passport.
You'd have made a good police officer, Dr. Ellis.
Oh, why do you say that? We have to go through their pockets to find out something about the patients. When we know that the condition is not critical, we wait until the patient is sufficiently recovered to find out religion, next of kin, that sort of thing.
No, I wasn't referring to that. I marveled at the detailed description you gave me. What happened when you arrived at the ambulance?
Isn't that what you wanted?
Yes, of course. But it was astute of you to realize that the killer must have been among those milling around the scene of the accident.
Yes, I did realize that. You see, when the patient was being wheeled into hospital, his face could not have been recognized by either a member of the hospital staff or by anyone receiving treatment. It was a nasty gash, as you can see, so I put a loose bandage on it while he was in the ambulance.
And he was like that as you removed him from the ambulance, through to reception, and wheeled him into this ward?
Yes.
Well, thank you, Dr. Ellis. Thank you very much indeed. Without your statement, we'd have spent fruitless man-hours questioning everyone remotely connected with the hospital. You see, I was right about your having qualities that make a good policeman. Now, let's have a look at the times involved. The police constable's report said that he was run down by this truck at 4:25.
That's right, Inspector. We always make a note of the time the emergency calls come through. It came through at 4:27.
And you booked patient in at what time?
I've got it here. 4:34 p.m.
Well, so you see, we didn't waste much time.
Thank you. And you, Doctor, and you, Nurse, wheeled the unconscious man into this ward?
Well, let's say the two hospital orderlies who acted as the stretcher bearers did that.
Fair enough. Did you go through all his pockets?
I did. We have to make a list of everything, which we show to the patient when he recovers consciousness and is able to agree and sign that it's correct. You'd be surprised the number of patients being discharged from hospital who claim that they've been given less cash than when they came in.
Well, can I have a look at the list, please?
Yes, it's on that little table there.
Apart from the unusual fact that he was in possession of his passport, the contents of Bronson's pockets proved to be of little interest. Some money, cigarette lighter, handkerchief, ballpoint pen, an envelope containing a letter from a firm of estate agents confirming his termination of tenancy at his apartment in Golden Square. Well, I'll take these, Doctor. I'll give you a receipt, of course.
By all means. Oh, but what about his next of kin? Who does that?
Oh, don't worry about that. We'll see to it, Doctor. Oh, does that telephone work?
Yes, you just pick up the receiver and ask for a line.
Thanks. Oh, quick work.
given it to me automatically.
Operations.
Oh, Ops? Carr. Speaking from Charing Cross Hospital.
Yes, sir.
Man named Gilbert Bronson was shot dead between 4:34 and 4:40 p.m. I want the policeman who reported Bronson's accident at Cambridge Circus to be brought to the yard, say, in an hour from now.
Very good, sir.
And get through to Colonel Grantley at the American Embassy. Find out all you can. Where is it? Oh, yeah. His passport was issued in Detroit 4 years ago. Number G7063521. Got that?
2-1. Yes, sir.
Okay, Ops. Now, if I'm wanted urgently, you may be able to get me at 42 Golden Square.
You're home early.
Uh,
I'm so sorry. I thought you were the governor.
Mr. Bronson does live here.
Oh, yes, but you never get him in this time of day. Never gets home before 6 or sometimes later.
I see. Your name is...
Look, now, if you're selling insurance...
I'm a police officer, madam. Here's my warrant card.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, but you have to be careful, don't you? I mean, a woman alone in the flat. You policemen do warn us not to let strangers into the place. You know, only the other day, there was a woman robbed and molested round the corner from here in Archer Street.
Yes, you're quite right, Mrs...
Mopley's the name. Gladys Mopley. Been working for Mr. Bronson for 2 years now. American gentleman. Oh, get me standing here talking away. Where's me manners? Do come in, sir.
Thank you. At this stage, I knew nothing of Gilbert Bronson's background, why he was in London, or anything about him. One thing became apparent, however. Bronson's means must have been substantial to have been able to afford such a luxuriously appointed apartment. The carpets, the furniture, the odd paintings on the wall may not have been in the best of artistic taste, but they were certainly expensive-looking. I knew that the garrulous Mrs. Mopley would be a mine of information, one of those compulsive talkers who can prove invaluable in a police investigation. Tell me about your employer, Mrs. Mopley.
Oh, I say, he hasn't done anything wrong, has he?
I'm afraid he's met with an accident.
Oh.
We have to find out his next of kin.
Accident? Oh, dear. When I woke up this morning, I had a feeling it was going to be one of those days. He ain't hurt, is he?
I'm afraid so. In fact, you may as well know that your employer is dead.
Oh, dear. Such a kind man he was. Always a nice smile. Of course, it's not as great a loss as it might have been.
Oh, why do you say that?
Well, he gave me notice. Not because I was unsatisfactory. He said I was the best cook he'd ever had. Mind you, I didn't cook for him often, but sometimes.
Just a minute, Mrs. Mopley. You say he gave you notice. Was he leaving the country?
Yes, that's right. He told me this morning.
Well, I'll be off, Mrs. Mopley.
Oh, Mr. Bronson, you didn't touch those nice kippers.
I'm not hungry this morning. Mrs. Mopley, I'm afraid I shan't need your services after Friday.
Oh, dear. Friday. Well, it's only Wednesday. What?
Sure, I know. Here, I may as well pay you now. How about, you'll need a month's notice, and there's, How about this?
£100? Oh, so I don't know what to say, really.
Don't say it, just take it. Here.
Thank you.
But if anyone telephones or anyone asks for me, just tell them I'm gone away, huh? No, I'm not catching a plane till Friday, but I don't want anyone to know that.
He looked, well, I thought he looked frightened. Maybe it wasn't in an accident. Maybe he committed suicide.
No, Mrs. Mopley. He was murdered. And you're going to help me find the killer.
Take a pack of blossom, get it from Fresh Taste today. When your breakfast gets from waking in the morning, blossom.
Whether spread on toast or frying eggs to a golden turn, Blossom Yellow Margarine tastes the way your family loves it, light and fresh.
All the sandwiches you're making in the midday blossom.
Give your busy, hungry family their sandwiches with Blossom. They can taste the farm-fresh flavors, good and healthy.
For your roast and baking in the evening, Blossom.
When your family's at supper, they'll enjoy a roast with the touch of Blossom. They'll love it on their vegetables and spread on crisp, warm rolls. So give them all the farm-fresh taste of Blossom.
Blossom helps a busy mum. Make sure today you're choosing it, using it, Blossom. Blossom. Pick a pack of Blossom.
Pick a pack of Blossom.
Of course, I verbally pandered to Mrs. Mopley's obvious sense of the dramatic. Nevertheless, it was meant. After all, he was giving up his apartment. And, when accidentally knocked down by the truck, he was carrying his passport. It was a reasonable assumption that Bronson was running away from something, or someone. Come in.
Police Constable Brown reporting, sir. It's about the accident.
Oh, yes, Brown. Well, come on in.
Thank you, sir.
Sit down, Brown.
Thank you, sir.
I've read your accounts report, Constable Brown. Clear and concise.
Thank you, sir.
You know the man was later shot dead in Charing Cross Hospital.
Oh, yes, sir. Nasty business, that was.
Now, I want you to try and remember whether there was anybody at the scene of the accident who looked at all suspicious or seemed to recognize the man who was knocked down.
No, sir. I remember asking if there were any witnesses, and at least half a dozen said they saw it. I entered in their names, sir, for insurance purposes. I didn't think there'd be any chance of the driver being charged with negligence.
Yes, I know. I read all that in your report. There was an American standing by. Now, Dr. Ellis can't identify him. He was far too busy attending to Bronson. Can you? Do you remember an American? I believe he spoke to you.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, I remember this American coming up and saying that he saw the accident. The driver appealed to him. He was about 5'11", maybe 6, on the heavy side, wearing horn-rimmed glasses and a trilby hat.
Oh, dear.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Heavily built American tourists wearing horn-rimmed glasses are to a penny at this time of the year. Hair, eyes, complexion?
Oh, fresh complexion, sir. Brown hair and brown eyes.
Well, thank you, Constable. Excuse me, Brown. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes, Ops.
X-Branch reports that Gilbert Bronson, registered at the American Embassy, gave his occupation as an antique dealer.
Yes?
He applied to the authorities for a resident permit, and this was granted 4 years ago, sir.
I see.
Criminal records report that nothing is known against him. He spent a great deal of time at race meetings and at nightclubs, but as far as is known, sir, no known female companion.
I see. Well, thanks, Ops. His passport says Detroit.
Yes, sir.
Now, get through to the FBI, see what they know about him.
Right, sir.
Quickly as you can. Now I've got a job for you, Brian.
Sir?
You're being seconded to the murder squad until the killer's been found.
Oh, right, sir.
Obviously, we've got to aim for the American who was standing by. Could be that this man was after Bronson. Saw him in the street. Bronson knew that he was being pursued, and in his fear, he ran across that busy intersection with the lights against him. Now, if this American is our man, he'd need transport to get to the hospital. Get the message?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, I want you to go to room 48. Describe this American looker-on as best you can, get them to draw up an identikit, and then go foot-slogging to all the taxi companies. You know exactly the time the accident took place. Can't be all that many American tourists calling for a cab at Cambridge Circus on that day, at that time.
Yes, very good, sir.
On your way, then. Time's of the essence. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes, Ops.
We got the information, sir. Gilbert Bronson lived at 48 West Chester Avenue, Detroit.
Right.
Antique dealer. Came under suspicion 8 years ago, but he was cleared by the local precinct. Left Detroit hurriedly.
Did he?
Captain Robinson is of the opinion that Bronson may have been involved in $1 million bank robbery at that time, but Captain Robinson says he came to the conclusion after Bronson left the state, sir.
Well, that's interesting, very interesting. Thanks, Ops.
Oh, just one other thing, sir.
Yes?
X-Branch reports that Bronson was known to bank at the Soho branch of the Midland and Scottish.
Most charming gentleman, Mr. Bronson. Bought and sold antiques, I believe. Certainly a very good customer. Always had a few thousand to his credit. Never asked for an overdraft. I read the account of his murder in this morning's paper. In a hospital, of all things. Unbelievable.
Yes. Yes, it is unbelievable. But true for all that. Now, sir, I've been through the man's effects at his apartment. I can't find anything that tells me about his business, except for the fact that he seems to make a monthly trip to Paris. But exactly where and to whom, I don't know.
I'm afraid I can't help you there, Chief Inspector.
You say he's always had a few £1,000s to his credit. Seems to have spent well. Where does the money come from? Did he pay in checks, banker's drafts? What?
Oh, now, let me see. I've got the ledger here. Yes, here we are. Bronson. Oh, extraordinary thing.
What's extraordinary?
Well, sometimes he paid in as much as 2,000 in sterling, sometimes in French francs, sometimes in Italian lira.
I think you'll find that is the reason for his monthly trips overseas. He'd probably got hot dollars, or rather had, and he converted them into foreign currencies before the FBI got on his tracks.
Good gracious me. I often wondered how he might...
I wasted no further time discussing the various possibilities. The man was shot dead, and it began to look more and more like an act of revenge. I decided to put a personal call through to Detroit. You see, Captain Robinson, as far as we can gather, this Gilbert Bronson's sole means of support were monies he brought back to Britain in various foreign currencies. Now, you told our X-Branch that he was suspected of being involved in a bank robbery.
That's right, Chief Inspector. I was a lieutenant 8 years ago. One of the hoodlums, Jake Hobson, shot dead. 2 security guards wounded, but the rest of the masked gang got away with a cool $1 million. Not a nickel been seen since.
Do you think that Bronson was one of the gang who raided the bank?
Oh, no. That's just hindsight and unofficial, you know. Bronson's father's still mayor of the city, and, I wouldn't want...
I get the message.
Yeah, okay. Bronson's sister Jean was seen everywhere with Jake Hobson. Bronson leaves town same day as the robbery, just disappears. Figures?
Figures.
Seems he was given the dough to hide while it cooled off, and, picture clear?
Very, very. Thanks. Oh, what about the Bronson girl?
Mayor's daughter? You must be kidding. A dozen other things, she says. Get it?
Yes, I do. Thanks. Any thoughts about the rest of the gang?
Oh, none, but judging by your telex, could be they were responsible. Oh, these characters have long memories.
And longer arms, by the looks of it.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Captain. You've been very helpful.
No, not a bit. Say, if you do trace the killer, it'll give us a lead.
Oh, we'll keep you informed. Bye.
Yeah, bye.
Found him, sir. The American.
Good, Constable.
Yeah, picked up by a taxi, cruising near the scene of the accident. Took him to the corner of Arthur Street.
By the hospital.
Right. At 4:40 p.m., a man answering to his description got into a taxi at the Bow Street taxi rank and asked to be taken to Bolton's hotel.
Well done, Constable. Did you go to the hotel?
Oh, yes, sir. Registered as Arthur Gould, a Detroit address. He's with a group, the Elks, on a fortnight's package tour. Leaves on Saturday.
Clever.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Well, suppose Bronson is traced by the gang at long last, huh? Suppose they hired a professional gunman to assassinate the man who cheated on them.
Now, it is a sad fact that our immigration boys are much more casual with holiday groups from respectable clubs. You see, if the gunman traveled alone... Get it?
Oh, yes, sir.
Right, then, let's not waste time. I'm looking forward to meeting him. Have him picked up.
Go in, Mr. Gould. Keep telling I don't know what all this is about. I must not hear about this.
Sit down, Mr. Gould. I said sit down. That's better.
I keep asking this guy, what do you want to see me for? I mean, the guy's entitled to know why he's been picked up.
I'm not sure that picked up is the right phrase. You remember Police Constable Brown? You were at Cambridge Circus when a man was knocked down. You offered to help?
Sure I did. So what? I mean, the guy was an American citizen. Natural thing, I should want to help.
You're coming with me.
Now, take that to dispensary, and Sister will give you... Oh, hello, Chief Inspector.
Can I have a word with you? It's rather urgent.
Of course. You run along, Mr. Baker. Sister will take care of you. Oh, what can I do for you?
Now, can you identify this man? Have you seen him before?
No, I don't... Yes, I do. He was walking to the outpatient's bench when I was wheeling to x-ray that poor man.
She's crazy. I never saw this day before in my life.
Handcuffed. Inspector, the handcuffs...
Yes, nurse, he is. And we'll require you and the doctor as witnesses.
Yeah, this Arthur Gould is unknown in the States. FBI gave us the lowdown. Served 7 out of 10 years sentence at Hawkhurst for assault. Known as a muscle man for Slugs Taylor, who controls the numbers game on the West Coast. Now then, Inspector Carr, if you can get that guy to sing, we may catch up with the bank robbers.
He's already sung, Captain.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. As soon as we showed him the gun and the silencer found in his hotel bedroom, he sang like a canary.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Does the name Tom Kestrel mean anything to you?
Well, are you kidding? Every time we pull Tom and his brother Nick in, somebody pulls a political wire and they laugh in our faces.
Yes?
Yeah. Well, you see, the trouble is people are afraid to talk. Well, you know how it is. They're afraid what might happen not only to them, but their families.
Of course.
Yeah. Hey, how many beans did Gould spill?
Oh, plenty.
Yeah?
He's incriminated the entire Kestrel clan.
Don't say, huh?
Now, the confession's on its way over to you today. You may not be able to pin the bank robbery onto them for lack of evidence, but you can get them on being accomplices to Bronson's murder.
Well, that's good enough to me. Gotta hand it to you, Chief Inspector.
It was easy, Captain, once we caught up with Gould.
Oh.
He incriminated himself when he was picked up and came to the yard. The killer said... Well, listeners, how did Gould incriminate himself? What did he say to reveal his guilt? Not sure? Listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you.
Take a pack of blossoms, get it from Fresh Taste today. When your breakfast gets them waking in the morning. Blossom. For the sandwiches you're making in the midday blossom. For your roast and baking in the evening blossom. Take a pack of blossom.
Blossom Yellow Margarine.
Take a pack of blossom.
For sandwiches that burst with health and farm fresh taste.
Take a pack of blossom.
For frying eggs to a golden turn. For dabbing on your vegetables, carrots, peas, potatoes.
Take a pack of blossom.
For baking and roasting and spreading on crisp, warm rolls. And satisfying your family with its farm fresh taste.
Blossom helps a busy mum. Make sure today you're choosing it, using it. Blossom, blossom. Take a pack of blossom.
Take a pack of Blossom.
Well, what was it that Gould said to me when I had him pulled in? If you remember...
I keep asking this cop, what do you want to see me for? I mean, the guy's entitled to know why he's being picked up.
You were at Cambridge Circus when a man was knocked down. You offered to help.
Sure I did. So what? The guy was an American citizen. Natural thing, I should want to help, isn't it?
You're coming with me. Do you see Gould's foolish statement declaring that the unconscious man was a fellow American citizen? How did the gunman know the accident victim's nationality if he'd never seen him before? A foolish remark to make. Although, of course, we were convinced of Gould's guilt by the time he was picked up. Bronson knew he'd been traced by the gang a few days before when he was told an American had questioned the caretaker of the block of flats. He decides to run. The gunman spots him near Cambridge Circus and gives chase. The rest you know. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Niblets Cheese Twists, Halverine Bread Spread, and Blossom Yellow Margarine, with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook.
Cosa soppy double.
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. Regular listeners to this series will have observed that it is not unusual for senior members of the murder squad to be asked to conduct investigations into activities which are not usually their province. Some will remember my being asked by the Commissioner of Police to head the team assigned to the task of finding the missing Latin American diplomat. Another was the case of the strange suicide of a brilliant Foreign Office official. In other words, there are times when the Commissioner feels it necessary to invoke the entire machinery of the yard in the national interest. Why all this? Well, it's because of the extraordinary publicity surrounding the claim to one of Britain's oldest earldoms, when an American named Ralph Marriott arrived to claim the title. He promised that for every £50 share invested in his fund, the sender could hope to receive a 100% profit as soon as the inheritance became his. This upset the establishment quite considerably, as you can imagine. Questions were asked in Parliament. The Home Secretary was asked to look into it. He invoked the aid of Scotland Yard, and the Commissioner delegated me with the task of probing Mr. Marriott's motives and integrity. Strangely enough, although the Commissioner suggested I absent myself from the murder squad whilst looking into Mr. Marriott, it proved to be impracticable. In the process of probing, I uncovered a murder. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story Death Most Known.
What are you thinking about?
Oh, I was just thinking about the week we spent in that dilapidated old beach shack and the fun sandwiches you concocted. You had a thing about Yum Yum peanut butter, which you mixed with,
Crisp bacon. My Yum Yum special.
It was great. And then there was the honey. I must say, honey and Yum Yum taste very good.
It's good, healthy eating. Hey, what are you thinking about now?
Just thinking a Yum Yum sandwich would taste very nice right now.
Smooth, creamy Yum Yum peanut butter. Memorable because it's the peanut butter that remains creamy, from the first pat to the last bit right at the bottom of the jar. No wonder little boys, and dads too, enjoy scooping it out by the fingerful.
Yum Yum. This is nice.
For all we knew, Ralph Marriott could have been the epitome of honesty, that he was just seeking financial support for his rightful claims to the succession. Consequently, I couldn't very well ask him to pay us a visit at the yard. Mahomet went to the mountain. Mr. Marriott?
Yeah, I take it you're Inspector Carr.
Yes, sir. My warrant card?
Oh, I don't need to see that now. You come on in.
Thank you.
I mean, you're not arresting me or anything like that,
Good.
or are you?
No, sir, no. As I said on the telephone, the Home Secretary is a little bit worried about all this publicity.
Now, you said something about my inheritance. Any question you happen to ask, I'll be happy to answer them.
Well, it's very good of you, sir. I've been through your papers. There's no reason at all why you shouldn't be in this country or why you shouldn't lay claim to the title. Frankly, Mr. Marriott, what is worrying us is the advertisement.
Well, how come? It's all on the up and up. I need dough. I spent every dime I possess practically in legal fees and what have you. I may have to take my claim to the House of Lords.
Take a look at this advertisement, Mr. Marriott. You're offering a return of £100 for every £50 invested.
So? There's nothing wrong in that, is there?
Well, you only need a few hundred people applying for shares and bang it go your inheritance.
Inspector, have you come here to ask me to withdraw my advertisement?
No, sir. I'm here to establish your bona fides.
You mean my right to the estate? Okay, fair enough. I'm the last of the Merritts. The Earl died suddenly intestate. For something like 8 months, the local attorney in Merritshire has been trying to find the next of kin. Well, I'm that guy. I understand the estate is worth well over $1 million.
Have you seen the local solicitor?
Sure I have. You don't think I'd invite these good British people to invest in my inheritance fund unless I was pretty sure of the outcome?
Forgive me. That's what the Commissioner of Police is worried about. That's why I'm here. Do you mind if I ask you to show me proof of your inheritance?
Not one bit. As soon as you mentioned Scotland Yard, I thought I'd have the papers ready when you arrived. Now. There you are. It's all in these papers. Inspector, you may not know, but our family goes back over 200 years when old Joshua Merritt was born.
I gathered it was a pretty old family.
Well, he was born in Plymouth on September 9th in the year of our Lord, 1752. Now, they didn't have birth certificates in those days, of course.
Of course. The births were usually entered in the parish register of the local church.
That's right. Unhappily, this church containing particulars of great-grandfather's birth was destroyed in that terrible air raid you had during the last war.
So I assume you've got other proof.
Oh, sure. Here, now take a look at this Bible. Look at that here in the flyleaf. It's pretty faint, but it says very clearly, on this day, the 9th September, in the year of our Lord, 1752, my dear wife, Rebecca, was delivered of a male child whom we've named Joshua.
I see, and that was your great-grandfather.
That's right. Now, sir, if you take a look at this genealogical tree, which I've had drawn up at great expense, you'll see the whole story. You see, my great-grandfather had a brother who was 2 years older. Now, he inherited the title of Viscount. Now, this is what caused the split. My great-grandfather decided to emigrate to Virginia around about the year 1800. Now, that's where my grandfather was born. If you look further along, you'll see the family tree down to my birth in Wyoming in the year 1910. The English branch of the family have all died out. I'm the sole survivor, the male one anyway, and that's why I'm here in London to claim my inheritance.
And you say there's no other claimant?
Well, look for yourself, Inspector. My dad was killed in the First World War. All the others have died out. No, I'm the only survivor of the entire Merritt clan.
It's fascinating. Never seen a family tree going back as far as that.
Oh, I don't suppose you have, Inspector. It cost me many thousands of dollars in research, applying to the College of Heralds, Somerset House, but, well, it's all been worth it.
Yes, it looks like it, Mr. Marriott. Or should I say, my lord?
Oh, not yet. Not yet, friend. See, doesn't it just kill you? Me with my Wyoming accent all decked out in ermine. Well, sir, is there anything else you want to know?
No, everything seems perfectly straightforward. Oh, I must confess we are a little unhappy at this advertisement.
Oh, degrading for the British aristocracy, eh? Okay, I get the message. I've received enough dough to pay all the fees I need. You can go back and tell your commissioner there'll be no more soliciting. I'll withdraw every advertisement. Mind you, there's an exception to every rule. How about you, Inspector? Would you like to gamble on me for the tune of 50 quid? Okay. I was only kidding. I'll show you to the door.
Not being a member of the Royal College of Heralds or an employee at Somerset House, where Britain's births and deaths are recorded, I was in no position to question the highly impressive documents produced by Mr. Merriott. Yet there was a sort of challenging, triumphant air about him as he showed me to the door. My antennae told me that all was not according to Hoyle.
Yes, Inspector?
Operations, please.
Going through, sir.
Operations here. Oh, Ops, the Merriott inheritance. The Commissioner wants it to have top priority.
Right, sir.
I want a man put on him night and day. He may be as pure as the driven snow, but until his claim is heard, we can't take any chances.
Very good, sir.
And get through to X branch. I want to know who granted him a visa to enter Britain, how long he said he was intending to stay, the lot.
Right, sir. What do you think about this inheritance claim, sir? What do you think...
No, Ops, you ought to know better than that. I have no thoughts on the matter at all. But I'll tell you one thing.
What's that, sir?
I'll wager my non-existent bowler hat to that promotion you're expecting that there's more to this gentleman than meets the eye. I want to know who his bankers are, all about this inheritance fund he's created, the lot.
Very good, sir.
Come in. Oh, hello, Jackson. Oh, what joy did you get from the solicitor fellow?
Well, they're a very old and reputable company, Inspector.
Mm-hmm.
I spoke to the senior partner. They were commissioned by a firm of Wyoming attorneys to act for Mr. Merriott, which they did in good faith.
Why good faith?
Well, sir, Mr. Turnbull Sr. had the shock of his life when he saw the advertisements, inviting people to gamble on the success of Merriott's claim to the inheritance.
I see. Did he pass any opinion on the genuineness of the claim?
Well, that's just it, sir. He thinks the whole thing is fraudulent. He says he would like to pull out, but he daren't without risking a court action for damages.
Damages?
Well, if he refuses to continue to act as Merriott's English legal representative, that would cause people who invested to become suspicious.
Yes, fair enough. Oh. Carr?
Ops here, sir, the name of the bankers you wanted. It's the National Countess, Mayfair branch.
Well, I hope there's nothing wrong, Inspector Carr.
Not as far as I know. The fact is that the situation is so unusual, Mr. Palmer. We want to establish that this man is not running a very clever confidence trick.
Indeed. I was almost tempted to invest 1,000 myself. I mean, it isn't every day that one has a chance to have a personal interest in an earldom, is it now?
You say 1,000? Well, the advertisements are inviting 50s.
Oh, 50s? Oh, he's got a few of those. He offered me a slice at 5,000. I thought my superiors would not look kindly on the manager of their largest branch becoming personally involved.
You hold the books of this investment fund. I'd like to have a look at them, if you don't mind.
Oh, dear. Oh, that's rather putting me on the spot. A client's personal finances.
Please, Mr. Palmer, let's not indulge in any banking niceties. You'll be in a greater spot if the fund that you're handling grows to enormous dimensions and it blows up in your face.
Why, do you
Please,
think
Mr. Palmer, don't ask me what I think. Let's take a look at the books. There's a good chap. I was astonished. Sir Reginald Arbuthnot, £5,000. The chairman of Britain's largest chain of furniture stores, Rudolph Kessel, £10,000. Numerous entries of 3,000 and 5,000. And then Mrs. Agnes Croxley, the young widow of the millionaire racing driver killed at the Grand Prix in Monte Carlo, £60,000. 60,000? That's crazy.
Well, Mrs. Croxley is one of our clients. She lives around the corner in Curzon.
But this is nonsense. Croxley left something like £2 million. What would she want to invest money to? How did she come to invest this money? Did she answer an advertisement, or were you acting on behalf of Mr. Merriott?
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, come off it, Mr. Palmer. Bank managers frequently recommend sources of investment.
Well, I did happen to mention it to Mrs. Croxley.
And recommended it?
Well, yes.
For a commission?
Well, why not? There's nothing wrong in that. It is all arranged after banking hours.
Now I'm beginning to see daylight. There's something like £128,000 contributed by people who want a stake in his inheritance. Even if he fails in his claim, he's cleared himself at least 100,000.
If you're suggesting that I would be a party to anything fraudulent,
just a
Carr,
moment. I thought I made it perfectly clear to you that no one is imputing unlawful practices. Now, I wonder if I may use your telephone. I'd like to make an appointment to meet Mrs. Agnes Croxley. Something else on your mind, Mr. Palmer? What is it?
Well, it's supposed to be kept confidential until after the claim has been resolved. You won't find Mrs. Croxley at all unhappy about her investment in the inheritance fund. You see, she's going to become the Countess of Merriotshire. They're going to get married.
Introducing Marmaduke and Henrietta. I say, Henrietta, what's that white stuff you're putting in the pastry?
Snowflake flour, stupid.
No, the other white stuff.
That's Pret shortening. Don't you know shortening when you see it?
Well, of course I do. That pastry is getting shorter all the time. What do you want to put Pret in the pastry for, Henrietta?
Because I can't fit it in the fridge.
What's the matter? It's too long, I suppose.
No, the fridge is too short.
Now, what's that white stuff you're putting in the pastry?
Pret shortening?
No, the...
You mean the flour?
No.
Oh, my gosh, it's the fridge.
Tell me, if you didn't put that Pret shortening in the pastry, what would happen?
You'd get a long face.
I say, does that mean your fingers get shorter as you mix that Pret shortening into the pastry?
No, but your smile will get wider when you taste the pastry made with Pret.
It just didn't add up, particularly after making a transatlantic call to James McGrath, a senior member of the American Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Marriott, you say? Why, sure. He hit the headlines when he told reporters that on his trip to Europe he was staking his claim to the title of the Earl of Merriotshire.
Did you get the information I telexed you about?
Yeah, they're an old and respected family. You can take it from me, Carr. The guy's as clean as a whistle.
Then I give up.
Come again?
No, never mind. Thanks for your trouble. Look, I may have to contact you again later.
Anytime, you know that. Goodbye.
Bye. Did you hear that, Jackson?
Yes, sir. Looks as though we have to tell the commissioner the man's in the clear.
In the clear nothing. The man's a crook. I just can't understand it. Hey, what about this Mrs. Croxley? What time am I meeting her?
At 3 o'clock this afternoon, sir.
I really can't see what this is all about. Really, Inspector, it's all perfectly clear.
As clear as mud. Why should Mr. Merriott need an additional £60,000 to finance his claim?
Well, isn't that his affair and mine?
No, madam. The granting of an earldom is the nation's affair, and we don't like the idea of Mr. Merriott laying the odds at even money, so there was a horse race. Why, if you financed him to that amount, does he need to advertise as he does?
Look, Inspector Carr, Mr. Palmer told me of your suspicions. He also told you that Ralph Marriott and I are getting married. Under the circumstances, don't you think that your visit is in rather bad taste?
Oh, that's a risk I have to take, Mrs. Croxley. You see...
No, I don't want to hear any more.
Mrs. Croxley, I was a fan of your husband's. He was one of the few young industrialists who wasn't just concerned with the balance sheet of his company. He really loved motor cars.
And he died because of it.
It's true, madam. Let me put my cards on the table. I have no concrete evidence that Mr. Merriott is anything but what he claims to be. An American citizen of British heritage seeking his rights to that heritage.
The tone of your voice says otherwise.
It reflects what my instincts tell me. Have you ever stopped to wonder why a man should fritter away half of his inheritance? I have the figures here, madam. An edict in Chancery was issued inviting claimants, those who regarded themselves as rightful heirs to the estate. The old Earl died without issue and without a will.
You're not telling me that, Inspector.
Please listen to me. There are 18,000 acres of land, a country house, and other assets. The whole amount comes to close on £500,000.
Well?
Mr. Merriott has collected already £128,000. Now, why should he want to hand out all that money? Remember that he's got to pay to people like Sir Reginald Arbuthnot £10,000. Sir Reginald's 5 plus the 5,000 profit. Does it make sense to you, madam? Couldn't he have just taken your money and used a little of it for legal fees and whatnot?
What do I care about this money? What are you trying to say to me, Inspector Carr?
Mrs. Croxley, with every respect, I am suggesting you do not come to any firm arrangement with Merriott.
But Palmer told you. We're going to get married.
It isn't for me to comment, but I think you'd be well advised to keep that possibility a secret until the inheritance is resolved. It was not a pleasant task, shaking the confidence of the young woman. I did it to soften any future possible blow that might befall her later. Now my antennae were really working overtime. I had to resolve the obvious contradictions emerging from my inquiries. A message from operations assisted greatly. Carr.
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes?
Please have interesting information, sir.
Ah?
Marriott's arrival in Britain.
Go on.
Arrived on the Queen Mary, June the 14th, sir. Booked in at the Royal Southampton Hotel with the next army friend of his, a Mr. Harold Landon.
And what about immigration and so on?
All satisfactory, sir. But 2 days later, his friend was drowned.
What?
Hired a ketch, capsized. Inquest, verdict, accidental death.
And what about Merriott?
Clung to a lifeboat, sir, was picked up by a fishing trawler.
Oh, the plot thickens. Thanks, Ops. Oh, one other thing.
Sir?
Get through to McGrath of FBI. Give us the lowdown on the man who was drowned. What was his name?
Harold Landon, sir.
That's him. Quick as you can. Bye. Yes. Oh, hello, Jackson.
I've got all the material from the Royal College of Heralds, sir.
Good. And what about the Bible? Did you hand that into labs?
Yes, sir.
You didn't tell them what I suspected, that it was a forgery, the inscription?
No, sir, I didn't. But judging by the FBI's report, this character's as straight as a die.
You must be joking. He's going to marry a woman with a couple of million in the bank. Why should he talk all those rich guys into investing thousands in his inheritance fundraising? He must be phony. Why ask his bride-to-be to give him £60,000? She'll marry him whether he succeeds to the title or not. At least she would if she could. All right, Jackson. I'm puzzling you as I'm puzzling myself.
Yes, sir.
Everything points to Merriott being a liar. He must be married already. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the money off her. I'll bet my non-existent bowler hat.
Oh, don't say it, sir. You'd lose your bet this time. He's not married.
Not?
No, sir. It's all there in the genealogical tree. It's also in his dossier that the FBI sent us.
Oh, no. Well, now, nothing makes sense. Except... Call transport, get me a car. I'm going down to Southampton.
Oh, yes, Inspector. They both signed the register. Yeah, I'll show you. Now, let me see. Oh, yes, June. Here we are. Mr. Merriott, room 406, and Mr. Landon, 408.
Let me see. Yeah, but they're both in the same handwriting.
I beg your pardon, sir. Oh, I see what you mean, yes. Just a formality. I recollect it now. Mr. Merriott rushed to get a drink. Or was it the other way round? Anyway, one of them signed all the particulars for both.
Was it the other way round? That's it. Mr. Beverley, you are a great hotel manager. Well, in future, I suggest you allow your guests to sign for themselves. I wonder what Mr. Merriott has to say about this. Mr. Merriott, tragic the way your friend died.
Yeah, it sure was. We met up with each other in the army, and what do you know? He was in the next cabin to mine in the Queen Mary, so we decided to spend a few days together before we lost sight of each other for another 10 years.
Instead of which, he was drowned.
Yeah.
Mr. Merritt, would you mind letting me have a look at your passport?
My passport? I showed it to the immigration officials.
I'm a police officer, Mr. Merritt. It comes within the bounds of my duty.
Okay. No need to get riled. If you want to look at my passport, you shall do so. Here it is. There you are.
Thank you. Not a bad photograph. I'll borrow this passport for a few days, if you don't mind.
Yeah, you give me that.
You're a fool, Mr. Merritt. Don't you know I could pull you in for assaulting an officer of the law? That wouldn't please your fellow peers in the House of Lords, would it? I'll give you a receipt for your passport. You'll have it back in a day or two.
Yes?
Oh, Mr. Merritt, the Scotland Yard here, sir. Is Inspector Carr with you?
With me is an understatement. Yeah, it's for you.
Oh, very kind.
Now, look here.
Save it. Hello?
Jackson here, sir. We got a reply to that radio picture you asked me to send off, sir. It isn't a picture of Marriott at all. It's a photo of the other chap, Landon.
Yes, Jackson. Look into that robbery in the High Street.
What did you say, sweet?
Good. I'll take the shopkeeper's statement later. Bye. Oh, no rest for the wicked. Where were we? Oh, yes. Thank you for the loan of your passport. It'll be in safe hands. The safe hands belonged to a laboratory assistant in our forensic division. A powerful microscope revealed what I'd already suspected. Marriott's picture had been removed and replaced with that of Landon.
Oh, that about clears it up, sir.
Not quite. I've got a feeling that our claimant to the earldom is not only guilty of fraud and impersonation, but also murder. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes?
Home Office has agreed to an exhumation order, sir.
Right. Although the order will have to be in the name of Landon, the body was once called Marriott.
Beg your pardon, sir. Oh, excuse me a minute, sir.
Huh?
Somebody's just come in. Oh, yes. What a name. Oh, good. I've got the inspection on the line. FBI, sir.
Yeah?
Harold Landon. 3 prison sentences, all for forgery. Last sentence at Tucson, Arizona. 3 years in the state penitentiary for forging negotiable stock.
That's it? Anything else? What about his family?
Married, sir. 3 children. Wife obtained order against him for assault.
He's married, is he? Poor Mrs. Croxley.
I can't believe it. You say he's not married at all?
No, madam. His name is Landon. He has a wife and 3 children, and you've been conned into parting with £60,000.
Blimey, sir. The balloon's going up when this breaks.
It'll go higher when we get the pathologist's report. Come in.
All right, I'll take it. Pathologist report here. Thank you very much. It's the pathologist report, sir.
Here, let me see that.
Well, I'll be...
Everyone wanted to believe the possible heir to the title. Look at this, Jackson. Definite cranial fractures showing deceased received lethal blow to the back of the head. So he murdered his ex-army comrade. It all fits in. They meet on the Queen Mary. Marriott tells Landon that he has some sort of claim to the title. Well, some sort, mark you. They arrive at the docks, they book into the hotel, and it's Marriott suggesting that Landon signs the register for them both while he got a drink, which gave the ex-convict and forger the idea. I'll go down into the cells, have a word with him. Tell him we've got another warrant, this time for murder. Well, what is it, Sergeant?
Why did you ask me to take the Bible to the labs, Inspector? What made you suspect forgery?
What, don't look so puzzled, Jackson. It wasn't brilliant detective work. As a matter of fact, when I went to the Royal College of Heralds, I learned something that made it perfectly clear that Landon had forged some writing on the Bible. It was this. Well, listeners, I won't blame you if you failed to see the forgery. Those of you who know your history might have spotted it. Well, listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you.
I know this is your favorite program, love, but shouldn't you be baking for tomorrow's birthdays?
There's no hurry. I'm taking the easy way. I'm baking 4 maypole cakes in one batch.
4 maypoles? You mean they're all going to be the same?
Same light, fluffy texture, same moist flavor, yes. But they'll have different frostings and fillings. You know, chocolate, orange.
I know. You're trying to blind me with domestic science.
It's very simple. I'm making my usual foolproof maple margarine cake 4 times, that's all.
Maple has its own light blending texture that gives you light-hearted confidence cake after cake. If it's worth doing right with pure, light-textured maple margarine. No doubt about it, maple margarine, a truly great product.
Now, I wonder if any of you spotted it. Marriott, being an honest man, felt that he may have had some claim because of his name and background. This wasn't enough for Landon. He had written in the flyleaf of the Bible. So I assume you got other proof?
Oh, sure. Here, take a look at this Bible. Now, look at that here in the flyleaf. It's pretty faint, but it says very clearly, on this day, the 9th September, in the year of our Lord, 1752, my dear wife, Rebecca, was delivered of a male child whom we have named Joshua.
I see, and that was your great-grandfather. Now, Landon may have been a clever forger, but he knew nothing about English history. You see, until 1752, Britain and her North American colonies used what was known as the Julian calendar. It was in that year that they switched to the Gregorian calendar. In other words, they substituted the calendar reform introduced by Julius Caesar for the one issued by Pope Gregory, which restored the correct date of the equinox. However, this meant a loss of a clear 11 days in the changeover. Many serfs and laborers rioted because in that first year, 1752, September the 2nd was followed by September the 14th. You see it now? The gentleman referred to could not have written that on this day, the 9th of September in the year of our Lord, 1752. There was no 9th of September. Oh, the moral of the story. Confucius says, "He who commits forgery and murder shall inherit the earth, 6 feet of it." Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblets Cheese Twists, with Hugh Ross as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook. The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. I've just returned from a hurried trip to London, where I sat in on a full day's hearing of what has become known as the Prix brothers' murder trial. As this trial has not yet reached its conclusion, to comment on it would be wrong. Nevertheless, the proceedings were quite remarkable as a demonstration, if such were needed, of the extraordinary arcane atmosphere of the underworld, with its own laws, codes, and even language. Time and time again, the judge had to stop counsel and witness in order to have interpreted some of the words used. Why all this? Well, there have been times when, for the purposes of reality, I have got characters to talk about grassing instead of informing, and a spieler instead of a gambling den. I've come back convinced that were I not to put such underworld slang into the script, it would give a false picture of the scene. The Cray brothers' trial reminded me quite vividly of another case. The murder and the circumstances were vastly different, yet the principal characters involved were identical. All of them lived and had their social life within 1 square mile of that area in the East End of London known as Stepney. I've called my story The Gates to Death. Wolf Larkin was mowed down by a submachine gun within minutes of emerging from Pentonville prison after serving a 10-year sentence for robbery with violence. Naturally enough, the murder squad of Scotland Yard received the news within seconds of the murder. I was summoned to the governor's office.
Come in. Ah, Carr, come on in.
Oh, there, sir. Long time no see.
Inspector Carr. Hey, what is this? A frame-up? Don't you give me no third-degree stuff. You can't keep me in here without a warrant.
I've explained to you 1,000 times, Mr. Russell, we're not keeping you, as you put it. We've asked you to await the arrival of Inspector Carr so that you may be able to assist him in his inquiries.
Yeah, I've heard that phrase before, too. Oh, look, Governor. Wolf was knocked off right in front of the gates. There are 2 screws who'll bear witness to it. All right, so I came to meet him, but that doesn't make me a killer, does it? Oh, you'll understand, Inspector Carr. Whoever did for Wolf will do for me if the buzz is that I'm helping the cops.
Look, I'm afraid you've no choice, Russell. You are witness to a killing, and as such, you have to make a statement.
You can't keep me here. I know my rights.
Of course we can't keep you here. Now, don't be a fool. You know the form. If you refuse to make a statement, I can't force you. But there is such a thing as hindering the police in the course of their duties. I'd have you inside so fast.
All right. I don't know much.
We'll be the judge as to the extent of your knowledge. Now, you came to meet your friend, Wolf Larkin.
That's right. Well, I promised him I would. You know, his missus died while he was in jail. I know what it's like hearing those big gates clanging behind you. You're out in the world all alone, just holding on to your quid note and your attache case, wondering what to do and where to go. I didn't want that for Wolfsy. We'd been friends since we were nippers.
Did you correspond with him all the time he was in jail?
Yes. Mind you, he didn't write much. Well, after all, the regulations...
We know all about the regulations, Russell. What happened? Oh, is that your car parked on the other side of the road?
Yes.
What time was Larkin released, Governor?
What's the time now? Less than 20 minutes ago. That makes it almost precisely 9 o'clock. We were going to release him this evening after he'd seen the chaplain. He kicked up such a fuss saying that his friend could only be at the gates this morning at 9 o'clock, so we let him go.
I see. Thank you. And you are the friend, Fred, are you?
Yes. I saw him last Wednesday. Told him I'd got a steady job at the Stepney Green dog track. He said he thought he'd be able to fix it with the governor to leave earlier.
I see. Now, what happened this morning?
Well, I got here about 5 to 9. I parked the car.
Blimey, Slim Fred. Come to have a look round one of your old means of habitation.
I don't have to take any old lip from you or any other screw. I'm outside now, so you can go and jump in the lake for a start. But if you must know, I've come to meet Wolf Larkin.
Ah, the wolf, eh? I'll be glad to get rid of him, I can tell you. Oh, here he is now. Well, be seeing you, Larkin.
Not on your sleep, loft, you won't. Hello, Fred.
Wolf.
How are you?
Goodbye, Mr. Larkin. I trust you found our beds comfortable.
You go and get...
Yeah, okay, let's scarper. The car's just over there.
Thanks, Fred. You don't know how much I appreciate this.
Right, get him, Wolf.
Wolf! Here. Let's get him back inside, quick.
we got him back in stir. The doc told me he was dead. He was the only real pal I ever had in my life. The rotten, dirty, stinking swines, whoever they are.
You use the phrase, whoever they are. Oh, come off it, Fred. You know Stepney inside out. Who bumped him off and why?
I don't know. Why should anyone bump him off? He'd served 7 of his 10-year sentence, didn't he? I'll tell you this. I'll get the swines who did it, even if I have to...
No, Russell, you won't. We will. But we need your help. Now, you say you're going straight. You're working at the docks, hmm?
I haven't done anything schlenter for the last 3 years.
All right, Russell. There's no need to keep the governor waiting any longer. If we can have an office, sir, we'll take down Russell's statement, get him to sign it. Russell duly made his statement. It was signed and witnessed. Naturally, we put a tail on him from the moment he left. I stayed behind to have a word with the governor of the prison. This isn't going to be easy, sir. Larkin could have been bumped off for a variety of reasons. These thugs have long memories when it comes to revenge. He may have double-crossed one of his accomplices when it came to sharing out the loot. Taken a fellow gangster's Sheila from him. Oh, could be a multitude of motives.
I've got his release papers in front of me.
Hmm?
Yeah, he got 10 years for robbing the Whitechapel branch of the Imperial Bank. A security guard was disabled for life.
Oh, yes, I remember the case well. Yes, we put up roadblocks all round the area within a matter of minutes. We don't know who actually shot the guard. We couldn't prove that it was Larkin. All the others got away. Lucky for us, Larkin dived into a side street and jumped right into the arms of 2 of our men.
And what about the loot?
As far as I remember, every farthing was recovered intact in the gangster's car. The driver saw the roadblock at the top of Cable Street, stopped the car and ran. Ironically, each of the 4 of them thought the other had the swag.
And they've never been found?
No. We tried hard to make Wolf grass, but he wouldn't.
Look at this. It's from X branch, there.
Okay. Please inform us immediately Wolf Larkin is due for release. Well, there's your motive. It's a 20-to-1 chance that Larkin was bumped off because his accomplices were afraid that he might lead us to them.
By the way, that warder was a special. He was from X branch. I suppose they wanted to see who was meeting him or who wasn't.
Oh, well, it's nothing for it but the usual foot slog. I suppose the ex-branch man had a good look at the car that carried the killers. Not that it'll do much good. Oh, is he here, sir?
Yes, he's in the outer office waiting to see if you need him. I'll get him in.
Yes, sir.
No, send him in.
Right, sir.
I'm not relishing this, you know. Means going through hundreds of files that are over 7 years old. The underworld's changed a great deal since then.
Come in.
Oh, Sergeant Mitchell. I'd heard you'd gone to X-Branch.
3 years now, sir.
Good. Oh, what have you got for me?
There were 2 in the car. Nylon stockings over the heads. They were driving a black 2-door Smithson coupe, number xxxxx. Not that it'll do us much good, sir. I got through to headquarters. They found the car already. Less than a quarter of a mile from here.
It's the usual story. Stolen car, fake number plates. Oh, well, I'd better get back to the yard. Carr speaking.
Operations here, sir. Report has just come through that Fred Russell has been traced to 13 Paradise Walk, Stepney. He has a wife and 2 children. He's been in the clear for the last 3 years, as he says. Last conviction was
Yes, you can skip all that, Ops. I've got his record from CRO. What I'm waiting for is news of Larkin's buddies when he was trying to pull that bank job. What pubs did he use? That sort of thing. According to X-Branch, he wasn't a member of any known gangs at the time he was pulled in.
Forgive me, sir, but if they failed to find his associates at the time of his trial, I don't see how we can succeed
What do you
now.
expect us to do? Throw the dossier away? Mark the case of the murder of Wolf Larkin as unsolved?
No, sir, of course not.
All right, then get on to X-Branch and tell him to get cracking. They've been working on the bank robbery case until the moment he stepped out of jail. They've probably got something useful.
Very good, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry if I lost my temper, Ops, but Look, I don't quite know where to start until we've got some sort of lead. At the moment, there's just Fred Russell. I'd better hold on to that straw until something fresh turns up. I doubt whether in the whole of London there was a thoroughfare so evil-smelling and sordid as Paradise Walk, Stepney. As the police car pulled up outside number 13, it was immediately surrounded by mud-bespattered, grimy kids whose grinning faces and happy, laughing eyes demonstrated that our sociologists are not always right in pointing to the influence of one's environment. All right, driver, wait here. I don't think this is going to take very long.
Right, sir.
I'm coming. I'm coming. Not today.
Inspector Carr, New Scotland Yard. May I come in?
Look, it wasn't my husband's
Please,
fault.
Mrs. Russell.
Oh, all right. I suppose I've got no alternative.
Count.
Might have told me you were coming. Place in a terrible mess. I tried to keep it the best I can.
Don't worry about that, Mrs. Russell. We would have given you advance notice, but you're not on the telephone.
Telephone? Where do you think we get money for telephones? In here. At least the parlour looks a bit decent.
The parlour, as Mrs. Russell called it, was scrupulously clean, yet its very cleanliness seemed to highlight its poverty. A worn, threadbare woolen rug, an armchair that had seen better days, a battered old sofa constituted its entire furniture. If Mrs. Russell's husband was still an active member of the underworld, he couldn't be doing it for any financial reward.
I see you're looking at the furniture. We got this when we were married 15 years ago. Of course, these tally men come round trying to get you to buy stuff on the never-never, but not me. What with 2 kids and a husband who earns the princely sum of 10 quid a week. Takes me all my time to stay decently fed and clothed.
You didn't seem surprised to see me, Mrs. Russell. Were you expecting the police?
Well, of course I was. You don't think Fred would keep it from me, do you? And let me tell you, Mr. Police Inspector, I'm glad he's dead. Wolf Larkin had it coming to him, the swine.
Posso Sophie Doffel. How you hear the children yowl when they hear the dinner bell.
Yes, indeed, especially when you serve them food cooked with maypole margarine. For tonight's maypole menu, I have chosen as a starter soup done in true Russian style, borscht, and a bowl of crisp, crunchy Niblets cheese twists. To follow, haricot mutton served with new potatoes and green beans. Round off this delicious meal with apple charlotte, a sweet that can be served hot or cold, and a cup of strong, fragrant coffee. If you'd like a free copy of this mouth-watering maypole menu, just write to Maypole Home Dinners, P.O. Box 89, Johannesburg. And remember, there's more to the flavor of good food cooked with maypole margarine.
At last, I was confronted with someone who wanted Wolf Larkin out of the way. But why, when her husband protested such deep affection for the murdered man? Why are you glad he's been killed, Mrs. Russell?
For what he did to my husband. When we got married, Fred had a steady job working for the Stepney Wholesalers Limited. Well, it wasn't much, but we managed. And what's more, we were honest.
Go on.
When it all started, he'd bring home a new radio set, buy himself new suits, presents for me. I kept asking where the money came from.
Well, how do you like it? Fits me like a glove, don't you think?
How much did that sports jacket cost you, Fred? Where are you getting all this money from?
Like I told you, Wolf is in with the boys at the greyhound track. I've been winning it on the dogs.
All I hear about is Wolf Larkin. Do you know how many times he's been in jail? Do you know his missus does nothing but get drunk because she never knows when he's going inside again? Fred, look at me, Fred. Timothy will be born in a couple of months, our first kid. He's going to have a decent, honest father, ain't he, Fred? You're not doing anything.
I've already told you. Now stop worrying and give us a kiss.
That same afternoon, the cops came for him. Not for Mr. Iron Mighty Wolf Larkin. Oh, no, he had an alibi. Timothy was born while Fred was serving his sentence. And who was his great buddy when he came out of jail?
Wolf Larkin.
Yeah. And I'll tell you this. I was the most thankful woman in the whole of England when they caught him on that bank job. Luckily, my Fred was inside at the time. Oh, he wasn't big time. He hadn't got the brains. Otherwise, he might have been on that job, too. Inspector, you got to believe me. Fred hasn't done a dishonest thing since he came out over 3 years ago. Poor as we are, I haven't been so happy since our first few months of married life. He loves working at the dogs, even if it is a hand-to-mouth way of living.
So he doesn't possess a car?
Motor car? You must be joking, Inspector. Oh, I know what you mean. He told me he was borrowing his boss's car to pick Wolf up.
Yes, that's right, Inspector. I loaned Russell one of the firm's cars. He told me his wife was sick in hospital. He had to go and meet her. He's a steady, hard-working man. I let him borrow the car.
Was it a grey four-seater, number GHL8875?
Yes. Why do you ask?
Routine question.
Now, look, Inspector, there's nothing wrong, is there? Oh, I know all about his prison record. The fact is, it was the Prisoners' Aid Society who asked me to give him the job. We've got enough wide boys hanging around the track without me employing one.
Well, you don't have to worry about your track. A friend of his was murdered. Naturally enough, we question everyone he was connected with. Good day to you.
Good day.
Carr?
Number 16 has just come through, sir.
Yes?
Russell spent a couple of hours at the Commercial Arms talking to someone named Henry Levine and Patrick Swinton. He then went straight home.
I see. Is the man still there?
Yes, sir. He's being tailed day and night.
What about Levine and Swinton?
Levine keeps a greengrocer shop at 24 Commercial Road. He has a good record in the matter.
Mm-hmm. Swinton?
No known record, not known to the police, new to the district. Works for the Gaslight and Coke Company, comes from Huddersfield.
We're getting nowhere fast. Well, they'll have to keep at it. The killers must have warned Russell not to contact them in any way. But why? Why did he become a party to a murder? All right, Ops, don't bother to answer. I'm only blowing off steam. I think I'll have another word with Mrs. Russell. Mrs. Russell, I'm sorry to pester you like this. I'm going to be absolutely frank with you. The entire machinery of the law has failed to reveal one single clue as to the identity of the killers. Now, we're having your husband watched at this moment.
Oh, no. Now, Fred didn't do it. You know he didn't.
Of course he didn't, but he is involved. Wittingly or unwittingly, he provided the killers with an opportunity to murder. My guess is unwittingly. Now, if you'll excuse me...
You can't do this to my husband. All he's ever been was a stinking petty tea leaf, and where's he got him?
I know your husband was a petty thief, but he had a loyalty to Wolf. If I can break down that stupid, never-talk-to-a-cop attitude of Stepney, I'll save your husband from going to the gallows, but you've got to help me.
Well, what's that? What's that in that bag?
Oh, it's just a way we keep contact, our men. I told one of them to try to reach me here at 9 o'clock. What's that now? Oh, it's coming through.
Hello, Citadel. Hello, Citadel. 3-6 calling. 3-6 calling.
Right, 3-6. I'm on net. Over.
Robert has just left the track. I'm tailing him. Walking in a northwesterly direction. Indicates making for Paradise Walk.
Good. That's all I wanted to know. Over and out.
Inspector, you're treating my husband as though... Well, as though he...
As though what, Mrs. Russell? I tell you, I think he's innocent. One of our best men is shadowing him now. Wherever he goes tonight, he'll be followed. If he comes here, well and good. If not, we'll still have him in our sights. Now listen to me. Your husband knows that he helped to get his friend killed, but without your help, he won't grass. And do you know what that makes him, if he won't give us the information? An accessory to the act of murder.
Oh, no,
yes,
no.
Mrs. Russell, yes. A police officer has to learn to stifle his own emotions whilst investigating. Yet it was difficult not to feel a deep sense of compassion for this Stepney-born and bred woman who fought so long and so hard so that her family might be respectable citizens. Much depended on her reactions as her husband walked in. I could only hope that she would react in the way I wanted.
For the last time, please, the kids will wake up if there's any...
Mary? Mary? What are you doing in the parlour? Inspector, what are you doing here? Why didn't you leave us alone? It's 9:30 at night. The kids are asleep.
You left the dogs early?
I wasn't feeling well. The boss let me off.
Oh, Fred.
Look, Copper, my mate is dead. I swear it on my kids' lives, Mary's life, that I put my head on the block to see him walking through that front door. Now, why don't you leave us alone?
That's an interesting statement you made just now, Fred Russell. Why didn't you say, my mate's dead, I had nothing to do with it?
What do you mean?
Because you did have something to do with it, didn't you?
That's a lie. I'm no murderer.
Don't shout, Fred, you'll wake the kids.
Then what's he on at me for?
Because you know who killed him.
Me? You're crazy.
Oh, no, I'm not. You told the killers you were going to meet Wolf Larkin. You told them the day and the time. Who are they, Fred? They won't be able to hurt you. Your name won't even come into it, provided I've proved to my satisfaction that you...
Don't go on, Copland. I'm Stepney born and bred. I've never grasped on anyone in my life.
Give me your hand, Fred.
What's come over you?
Please, Fred.
Got to humour you, I suppose.
Now, the other one. Now, look at me, Fred. Did you mean for Wolf Larkin to get bumped off?
Are you crazy?
Then tell them, Fred. Tell them. Oh, you fool. They killed your best friend, much as I hated him. Don't you know what'll happen? What you'll become if you don't grasp a murderer. They'll catch them. They'll catch them without you. And when they'll catch them, you'll be in the dock with them.
Because you'll be guilty of being an accessory.
I'm not grassing.
Oh, listen to Lord Ironmighty. I'm not grassing. Go upstairs and have a look at your kids. Boy Scout Crook doesn't grass. So as his children can grow up having a murderer for a father.
I didn't do it.
I'm sorry, Inspector. I thought I'd won the battle with Fred Russell. For 3 years, I thought he loved me and the kids more than he loved his stinking crooks. I've lost.
Where are you going?
I'm taking the kids as far away from Stepney as I can. They're old enough to read. I don't want them to see the newspapers.
All right, stop it, Mary, stop it. All right, Copper. I'll grass. I was in the Royal Albert when Peter walked in.
Peter?
Danny the Peter.
Oh, Peter. Safes. Danny the safe cracker. Yes, I remember. Danny Parsons. Go on, Fred.
Well, he came up to me with Tony Davis.
Hello, Freddie boy. When's Wolf coming out?
Why do you want to know?
One of the boys inside tells us he's been given extra remission.
Yeah, that's right. Matter of fact, I'm going to pick him up tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Thanks, Fred. You may not know it, but you've probably saved yourself from a hanging.
Yes, I've got his record here. Prisoner 752864, Bernard Phelan. 2 years robbery. Released March the 14th this year. You can find him at the Pentonville Steelworks.
Thanks.
Sure, I told Tony that the wolf was grassing. I don't know on what. All I know is no man gets 3 years remission unless he's in with the cops.
And that was the motive. Tony Davis and Daniel Parsons were involved with Wolf Larkin in the bank robbery that earned for Larkin a 10-year sentence. Rumour went around Pentonville Prison that the Wolf was being released because he was acting as an informer. Ironically, that wasn't true. According to the governor of the prison, the Home Office had issued a directive that all remissions should be reviewed, and where a prisoner had a favourable report, should be released earlier. Part of the penal reform being instituted in Britain at the time. Tony and Danny thought otherwise. They knew that no one could touch them if Wolf Larkin, the prosecution's chief and only witness, was put out of the way. But what made me convinced from the very start that Fred Russell was implicated? Not sure? Well, listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you.
How can anyone make a peanut butter that's really different from any other peanut butter? It's not easy. But Yum Yum is a new kind of peanut butter. A peanut butter that's so smooth, it spreads easily. So creamy, it almost melts in your mouth. In fact, new Yum Yum is so different, we don't even call it peanut butter. We call it Yum Yum Super Creamy Spread. Yum Yum, the super creamy spread with a true peanut taste. Have you noticed how the sunflower always faces the sun? That's how the sunflower seed gets all its goodness, from the sun. Epic Pure Sunflower Seed Oil is made from nothing but the finest sunflower seeds to give you all the golden goodness of sunshine. So the next time you want golden goodness in a pure sunflower seed oil, before you say oil, say Epic.
Well, listeners, did you notice the clue? It was this. If you remember, the governor said...
We were going to release him this evening after he had seen the chaplain. He kicked up such a fuss, saying that his friend could only be at the gates this morning at 9 o'clock, so we let him go.
You see it now? Only one person outside the prison authorities could have known that Wolf Larkin would have been at that spot at precisely that time. Once we had ex-convict Bernard Phelan's statement, together with Fred Russell's testimony, the case was as good as proven. Both were hanged since the non-hanging bill had not yet then been introduced. Oh, the moral of the story, if you must go walking down Stepney, take my advice, keep off the grass. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblets Cheese Twists, with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook.
And the automatic choice of South Africa for the best and brightest in listening pleasure is Springbok Radio. That's right. Name escaped.
The Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates. Good evening. There can be no doubt that the last few months have made all of us sit up and look at things we took for granted with a new and, I'm afraid, rather jaundiced eye. No, I'm not going to pontificate at the way we took many things for granted, believing they would be with us as long as civilization endures, confident that our lives would become richer and fuller, and our problems of day-to-day living become less as the years go by. Instead, all the brilliant research and invention of the technocrats and the scientists crumble before the dictates of countries hardly out of their primitive shells. Then there was Watergate and the bugging of the leading French satirical journal, scandals that brought to light personalities who made the one-time private investigator as old-fashioned as the penny-farthing bicycle. Today, Fortunes are being exchanged in return for industrial, commercial, and political secrets. Technical skill has taken the place of the methods adopted by such characters as created by Raymond Chandler. All Perry Mason required was courage, an enormous appetite for women and alcohol, and reflexes that worked with lightning speed. Of course, Mason was a figment of that brilliant writer's imagination. Then, as now, the majority of private detectives are solid, patient foot-sloggers, shadowing their prey or ferreting out evidence so that someone can have grounds for a divorce. I don't suppose many of you will remember the name Percival Watson. For 15 years, he pounded the beat as a constable, and then set up as a private investigator. A drab, nondescript person whose name was to be emblazoned on the front page of every British newspaper and on the lips of every news commentator. For Watson was arrested and charged with the murder of one of the richest men in Europe. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story Murder by Assignment.
Take a pack of blossoms, get it from Fresh Taste today. When your breakfast gets them waking in the morning. For the sandwiches you're making in the midday blossom. For your roast and baking in the evening blossom. Take a pack of blossoms.
Blossom Yellow Margarine.
Take a pack of blossoms.
For sandwiches that burst with health and farm fresh taste.
Take a pack of blossoms.
For frying eggs to a golden turn. For dabbing on your vegetables, carrots, peas, potatoes.
Take a pack of blossoms.
For baking and roasting and spreading on crisp, warm rolls. And satisfying your family with its farm fresh taste.
Blossom helps a busy mum. Make sure today you're choosing it, using it. Blossom, Blossom. Pick a pack of Blossom.
Make a pack of Blossom.
I think I already told you that Watson had served his apprenticeship as a member of the force. I didn't associate the man featured in the Police Gazette as being charged with the murder of Sir Edward Stanbridge until his wife telephoned the Yard, made herself known to me, and begged for an interview.
They're all making a great mistake, Chief Inspector. You've just come out of hospital. Remember my Percy? When you were a sergeant at Vine Street? He wouldn't do a thing like that, but no one believes him.
Well, as soon as I put the phone down after talking to you, Mrs. Watson, I looked at the back files of the Police Gazette. Now, you want the truth. There's a very strong case against your husband. He was seen in the grounds of Stanbridge Court. There were fingerprints on the gun.
I know, but he explained all that. Oh, he shouldn't have broken into the house, but it was to help this woman. Oh, you must help us. Please. Please, Chief Inspector.
Oh, all right. I won't promise anything, but the least I can do is to have a chat with your husband.
All right, Watson, on your feet. Sergeant Carr. Oh, I beg your pardon, sir.
That's all right, Watson. It's been a long time. You needn't wait, Warder.
Very good, sir.
Remember me?
I don't want to be rude, sir, but as an ex-member of the force, I know my rights. I've made my statement. I'm not saying another word, not till my wife managed to get hold of Mr. Meadows.
Now, the man you claim commissioned you.
That's right.
Listen, Watson, it wasn't pleasant having to put an ex-policeman on a charge of murder. Don't you think that the entire Wiltshire Constabulary have been looking for a Harold Meadows? Besides, this is outside the metropolitan area, and my visit's a personal one for the moment. You and I worked together for 4 years. Crazy as it may sound, I believe your story.
You do so. Thank you. You travelled all the way from Salisbury to tell me this? No, I appreciate it, but I'm scared, Chief Inspector. Really, I am. I'm scared. It was 1,000,000 to 1 coincidence that I should break into that house just when there was an armed thug there.
Just a minute, Percy Watson. I've come here because that nice wife of yours called at the Yard. At the moment, your papers are with the DPP. Once the Director of Public Prosecution sets a date for your trial, we've had it. You'd have been charged already if Sir Edward hadn't managed to take a shot at you before he died.
But I didn't.
All right, I've just come from Wiltshire headquarters. I've looked through the docket. It's too nonsensical for it not to be true. Tell me about this man Meadows. Now, you've been in hospital, 3 weeks? All this must have happened nearly a month ago. Oh, the breaking and entering, I mean. When did you first meet Meadows?
I came to see him March the 12th. Said he'd just arrived from New York.
He was a member of the American Association of Private Investigators. How did you get to me, Mr. Meadows?
Well, sir, we didn't. We just looked up a list of British private eyes. So many phonies in the States. We knew the same thing operated here, so we took your name and address from your association list. As you're nearest to that swine's residence...
Swine?
Please, just let me begin at the beginning, sir.
All right.
You've heard of the Vanderbilts. Well, my client is Miss Martha Vanderbilt. She was over here last fall, and she met this guy, this smooth-talking Romeo. Well, there's no need to tell you much more, except that my client was crazy enough to send this smart operator certain letters, which, if seen by her father, will mean that she'll be disinherited to the tune of at least $10 million.
Blackmail, huh?
You'll catch on fast, Mr. Watson. I may as well tell you my client has already paid into a Swiss bank 2 lots of the equivalent of 10,000 of your English pounds. These guys never stop, you know that. Once they get hold of a sucker...
When I hate it, the blackmailer. Mr. Meadows, before I retired to Wiltshire, I was a member of the Metropolitan Police.
Me too. Most of us in this profession are ex-cops.
Well, why don't you let me go to the police? Your client won't be mentioned.
No dice. This boy knows his onions. I've got photostatic copies of all his letters, typed, of course. You'll see that he warns that if Miss Vanderbilt goes to the police or if he's arrested, his accomplices in the States have instructions to release the letters to these filthy tabloids. See now why we have to work carefully?
What do you expect me to do?
Get those letters back. The fee is 5,000 English pounds.
But I'm an investigator, not a negotiator. How?
I don't know how. All I'm authorized to say is that there's 5,000 pounds in your expenses. Here's the man's name and address. Just before my client returned to the States, she went to what was once her love nest, pleaded with him to return the letters. He just laughed. I can tell you this. The letters are in an old-fashioned safe with one of those heavy locks. Frankly, I'd be taking a look at the place myself. Foreign, huh?
Shows what greed does for you. 5,000 pounds in my expenses. Now, the place was a large seaside cottage.
Yes.
Lying in its own ground.
Casebook.
Yeah, well, I drove down to Casebook, made inquiries in the village. I learned that the man was staying at this rented cottage, and I foolishly decided to case the joint. I broke in at about 3 o'clock in the morning. Right. Where are we? The safe's open. A gun. What? There was a blinding flash, and I woke up in hospital. Don't you see, Inspector Carr? It's this other guy, it's Slapsy. He did the shooting.
Yes, I've read Slapsy Hart's statement. You owe your life to him. You're being framed, but Slapsy didn't frame you. All right, Watson, I'll get you off the hook. Hello, Slapsy.
Blimey. Here, I'm not being booked, am I? They told me in Wiltshire I could go home, but I'd be needed as a witness. I was down and out, Governor. I wasn't going to nick nothing. I was just going to break in there.
Slapsy, I'm not here to arrest you. I've asked the Home Secretary if I could take over the investigation. Well, aren't you going to ask me in, Slapsy?
Here, you're not going to pin the murder on me, are you? Just because this Watson was once so busy.
Are you going to ask me in, or are you not?
Oh, all right, come on. I didn't lodge here, you know. Fred's out.
Just as well. Which is your room?
Oh, through here. That's it. Right, I better close the door. There's a lot of nosy partners live round here, you know.
Well, what's your story?
I was married, I tell you. I come out of Wiltshire jail the week before. I eat chunks to Caister. 30 bob they give me. 30 measly bob, that's the worry. That didn't last long. Well, I was hungry. These holiday houses, they're a piece of old rope. I mean, I just...
Cut the cattle. You've been promised indemnity against prosecution. You thought you'd do a quick job of breaking and entering. I'll take it from there.
Yeah, I can't put anything over on you, can I, Gov? All right, sir. Yes, I did, yes. The place looked deserted. There was no lights on. Anyway, it was 2 o'clock in the morning. I just got through the pantry window, and I walked along the kitchen floor. Kitchen doors open. You know, here's this gunshot. Well, I didn't know what to do. If I'm found in this house, I'm down for another stretch. And if I scarper, well, then I hear somebody groaning. So, I went to go and have a look. Scared at me wits I was. And there was this bloke bleeding, something terrible. Well, there was just enough light to see a telephone. You better come quick. There's a bloke here bleeding to death. He's been shot.
What you say? Where are you speaking from?
It's the last house on Casebook Cliff, and you better bring a doctor with you. He's in a terrible bad way.
What's your name?
Well, I don't want to have anything to do with it, see. I
Better
just...
say where you are, please. I'm asking you your name.
Oh, what a mug I am.
Pardon?
My name's Hart. Reginald Bernard Hart. Heaven help me. You see the position I was in, Governor? I switched on the lights. I tried to stop the bleeding with a towel. I could see by his clothes he wasn't the occupier. I didn't see this other guy. It was when I heard the police car pull up that I see there's another bloke dressed in his pyjamas. Well, he was dead. He'd been shot too. I thought to myself, Slapsy Hart, you're going bonkers. Stone stark staring bonkers. Well, there it is. They took me to the cop station, and I was too scared of being charged with murder not to tell the truth. And now this other guy says, Watson, his name, well, he says that I must have shot the top as well as him. He had the nerve to say I was trying to frame him.
Were you, Slapsy? Did any of the big boys put you up for this?
Well, that's not true. Would I call the cops if he...
Skip it. You can't blame Watson for thinking you tried to frame him. The dead man was shot with a .38. There was one set of fingerprints on the gun that shot Sir Edward Stanbridge, and they belonged to Watson. Someone had conveniently left the gun, presumably cleaned of all prints, in the open safe for Watson to handle.
Oh, can't you see what happened, sir? This fella Watson's doing a breaking job. Toff wakes up, hears noises, goes and gets his gun, sees this bloke Watson at the safe. Watson shoots him, but before he dies, his Edward, whatever his name is, manages to fire back, and, well, that's when I come on the scene. The cops told me that the only fingerprints on the Toff's gun were those of the gentleman. They just fired at each other like some cowboy movie. Now he has the nerve to say I tried to frame him.
Friend Watson is one of the luckiest men alive. According to the medical reports, if you hadn't been there to stem the flow of blood, he'd have died within an hour or so.
I saved his blooming life, and he has the nerve to say I'm trying to frame him.
You working, Slapsy? Got yourself a job yet? Well, don't you think it's about time you went straight?
Well, I'm going to after this. I'm not kidding. I mean, being mixed up in two murders ain't funny. It's not going to be easy, though, is it? I mean, not with my record.
Well, you saved a decent man's life, and I'll help you to get a job. But first of all, I want you to come with me to Caistor. Now, don't be afraid. I believe your story. But then I believe Watson's story, too, which makes this investigation one of the most bewildering I've ever come across.
Pick a pack of blossom, get it farm fresh day today. When your breakfast gets them waking in the morning, blossom.
Whether spread on toast or frying eggs to a golden turn, Blossom Yellow Margarine tastes the way your family loves it. Light and fresh.
On the sandwiches you're making in the midday blossom.
Give your busy, hungry family their sandwiches with Blossom. They can taste the farm-fresh flavors, good and healthy.
For your roast and baking in the evening, Blossom.
When your family is at supper, they'll enjoy a roast with the touch of Blossom. They'll love it on their vegetables and spread on crisp, warm rolls. So give them all the farm-fresh taste of Blossom.
Blossom helps a busy mum. Make sure today you're choosing it, using it, Blossom. Blossom. Pick a pack of Blossom.
Pick a pack of Blossom.
Sir Edward Stanbridge lying dead. By his side, a gun containing his fingerprints. The gun that shot and wounded Watson. When they found the private eye collapsed on the study floor by the safe, there was a gun by his side, too, a gun containing his fingerprints, the weapon used to murder Sir Edward. Was I being deceived, after all? Had Watson made up an elaborate cock and bull story in order to explain his wounded presence in a strange man's seaside cottage? Was Slapsy Hart's explanation the right one?
Yeah, you can still see some of the bloodstains on the floor. Look, Governor.
Yes, I can see the stains. And you say that Sir Edward was lying over there by that wall?
That's right, Governor.
There's something wrong with every explanation. We've seen the bedroom. There's no doubt the bed had been slept in. He comes downstairs, opens this door, sees Watson at the safe. Watson turns and fires. Now, that being the case, why should the body of Sir Edward be lying by that wall? And if somebody placed the body there, it couldn't be Watson, because you rushed in when you heard the shot being fired and he'd collapsed. Nothing much more I can do here. Thanks, Slapsy. Oh, here's a couple of quid.
Oh, thanks, Gov.
Make your own way back to London. I've got to have a word with the estate agent.
Yeah, yes, that's right. Sir Edward always rented the cottage for the month of September, but this year he telephoned to ask if the cottage was available from March the 12th. I was delighted. Very few holidaymakers arrive at Caister during March.
Did he come to see you personally?
No, gave instructions to have the place thoroughly cleaned and aired, asked me to get in touch with the wine merchant, dairy, and so on. I asked him whether he would be requiring domestic help. There's ample room, you see. He said no. Frankly, I got the impression that, well, if I might say so, he wanted the utmost privacy.
I see. Did you talk to him when he arrived at Caister? Was he alone or was he with a female?
He was alone, but hinted that he was expecting a visitor later that day.
What about domestic help?
Oh, that would be Mrs. Flynn. Quite a character, Mrs. Flynn. Straight out of the pages of Sean at Caister.
Why, sure now, Mr. Goldsmith asked me to get the place aired and cleaned, which I did. I handed the gentleman the keys and asked him whether he'd want me to be waiting at table. Told him most of the tenants like to have someone around with a cap and apron. But he kind of gave me a wink and said he'd manage on his own. Or rather, they'd manage on their own. As I told the police, I never saw the gentleman again. And now he's lying there, cold and stiff.
Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes, Ops.
The FBI confirmed Winchester's statement that there's no such person as Harold Meadows, sir. Seems to confirm Superintendent Johnson's belief. Meadows was a figment of Watson's imagination, sir.
Well, Meadows may be a figment, Ops, but the man wasn't. There were no letters in the safe. It was empty except for a gun. And if Watson was trying to burgle the premises, where was the loot?
Well, sir, they did find £200 in Watson's pocket, sir.
Really, Ops, £200. It was placed there, obviously. I want to know where they shot Stanbridge.
Must have been on the premises, sir. The senior police surgeon says that they were shot within half hour of each other, sir.
He arrived at Caister on the 12th of March. According to the local manor, he was alive on the morning of the 13th because he took the milk from the milkman who recognized him from the year before. What was he doing all day on the 13th and the 14th? I'm going to have another talk to Watson. Now listen, Watson. The FBI have no knowledge of a man called Meadows, and our own immigration say that no one of that name arrived in Britain in the last few months. And what's more, no one knows him at the embassy. It isn't Slapsy Hart who's trying to frame you. No one tried to frame you.
And you believe them? You believe
Now,
that
hear me out. No one tried to frame you. They tried to murder you.
I don't understand. Why should anyone want to murder me?
Because you wouldn't be alive to tell the tale. Because even when you were dead, you'd go on the files as having murdered Sir Edward Stanbridge. That's why there were no letters in the safe, and they banked on your picking up the gun. As soon as you did that, someone who was waiting for you, hiding, shot you. In the morning, the police would be there, the unfortunate householder stood in his dressing gown from a rumpled bed, and you with the loot in your pockets. Don't worry, I've got ample proof that you didn't shoot Stanbridge.
Yeah, well, how? Please tell me.
No. I'm afraid, Watson, that you're going to be kept here in these cells. They'll make you as comfortable as possible. But whoever thought up this scheme must be a fiendishly cunning devil. If the newspapers get hold of the information that you've been released, that you're no longer under suspicion of murder, it'll frighten the real killers away, okay?
You mean I won't have to stand trial?
No, you won't. You not only have to thank Slapsy Hart for saving your life, you can also thank him for getting you off a murder rap.
Oh, I don't understand.
Never mind that now. Now, this man who came to see you, you sure it's an American accent?
Take my life on it. Look, sir, you and I were at Vine Street together, and you learned to tell the phonies. Nothing phony about that man's accent.
Fair enough. And this description you gave me, the man, 6 foot tall, rather slender in build, brown eyes, the rest you can forget. Even a cop can't see through an expert disguise.
What's going to happen now, sir?
Well, if patience is a virtue, I'm not feeling very virtuous at the moment. But I've got everybody working flat out. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes, Ops.
Sir Edward Stanbridge has left an estate worth over £11 million, sir.
Well, it's going to be a nice fillip for the Treasury. Who are the beneficiaries?
£1.5 million goes to charities, various sums to relatives, and this is it, sir.
Yeah?
On December the 10th, Sir Edward called on his solicitor and left £250,000 to a Miss Charlotte Basford.
Yes, I have it here, Chief Inspector Carr. He called to say that he was getting married after all these years, and he wanted to give his fiancée a small Christmas gift. They said he was afraid that with his weak heart, he might not get to the altar, so to speak.
Poor Teddy. He was such a wonderful man. We were going to be so happy.
It's terrible business, Miss Bashford. Did you know that your fiancé left you £250,000 in his will?
Yes. Yes, the dear boy. He was very conscious of our difference in age, as if that mattered to me. And now they've killed him. You realize, Inspector, that had I become Lady Stanbridge, I would have inherited millions.
Instead of a measly $250,000. Sorry, I couldn't resist that.
I deserved it for sounding so mercenary.
Did you know that Sir Edward had rented a seaside house at Casebook?
No. No, I didn't. I suppose the dear boy was lonely.
Oh? Such a charming fiancée as yourself?
Oh, I had to go to Chelmsford to stay with my mother. She's been very ill. He said he couldn't bear the thought of staying in his house in London. He thought he'd like to go and get some seaside air.
That's right, sir. We can confirm that Miss Charlotte Basford stayed with her parents at 71 Epping Way from March the 10th until March the 23rd.
Well, thank you, Sergeant. Oh, what about the other inquiries I asked you to make?
Well, she was not seen in the company of any man answering for that description, sir. She was seen with her brother, well known in the area, runs a hardware business.
Well known, you say. Do you know him? Can you describe him?
I know him very well, sir. He's a man about 35, married, 2 children, 5'7" or 8", heavily built.
All right, Sergeant. Thank you very much. Hello, Watson.
They tell me I'm going to be released.
Yes. By this afternoon, the papers will be carrying the story that you've been cleared of suspicion. So will the radio, so will television.
But I
didn't want the killers to take fright.
Yes.
Well, that was my idea. I've now come to the conclusion it wasn't a very good one. Listen, Watson, the scheme's all very clear. Fond fiancée persuades her rich sugar daddy of a husband-to-be that they ought to spend a nice, intimate weekend with no one to intrude into their love nest. I can't believe that he'd arrange a rendezvous with anyone else. And yet, everyone we spoke to in Caster had the impression that he was expecting a lady companion.
But he was alone. I knew that when I was casing the place.
Well, of course, Charlotte Basford has indeed a sick mother. The dutiful daughter tells her mother that she was coming home, waits till her fiancé has arrived at the seaside cottage, and then explains her non-arrival. That night he's shot dead, and you are severely wounded. They've only got to play it very, very cool, and they may get away with it.
But if she was with her sick mother...
There's a boyfriend, an accomplice, someone. But where? I'm hoping that the shock of your release might get them to do or say something careless.
But me? Why pick on me?
Just because you were there. Could have been any private eye. Perhaps they called on others before they decided on you. Now, what do you think, Watson? You must have spent sleepless nights pondering over the predicament in which you found yourself. Do you think the boyfriend was disguised? You said he was clean-shaven.
I don't think he was disguised.
All right, old chap. Let's gather up your things and drive you to your wife. Carr?
X-Branch reports, sir, that the party has not used the telephone other than to order some groceries and to telephone her mother. Nothing in the conversation at all suspicious, sir.
She's a very cool number. She's not going to be the one to panic. Obviously, our American friend is the one we're hoping will show his hand. 3 days. 3 whole agonizing days. During which time we traced one of the guns as having been stolen over 18 months before the murder. The other was licensed in the name of Sir Edward. And then it came. Over our special link came the voice telling us that the net was about to close.
Agent 453 calling. Agent 453 calling. Bird has entered Harper's tea room in Knightsbridge. She's walking towards a table where a man is seated. Slender build and could be 6 feet in height.
Received message 453. He may be a perfectly innocent citizen, but get through to X-Branch, close in. Bring them both to headquarters. Unless, when he stands up, you find him under 6 foot.
I've never been so insulted in my life. What is this nonsense about having to make a statement?
What have I got to do with all this? Listen, I'm due for a rehearsal in about a quarter of an hour. Have I not
Come and sit down.
May I ask what this is all about?
You'll learn soon enough. Take a seat, Mr. Meadows.
Meadows? My name's not Meadows. I think you're confusing me with someone else. My name's Honeycomb, Harold Honeycomb. I'm appearing at the Queen Anne's Theatre.
So that's how you managed to acquire such a delightful American accent.
What are you talking about?
Murder, Mr. Honeycomb. I'm charging you with the murder of Sir Edward Stanbridge.
It's a very painful kind of a joke.
Attempting to kill a decent, inoffensive man like Watson isn't exactly a joke. You had to go out of town to find your private eye. Or, to use one of your American slang terms, a fall guy. A London-based investigator might have seen you before, Mr. Honeycomb, alias Meadows. Oh, come in, Watson, come in. Is this your man? Hi, that's him.
You silly, stupid Carr. I told you we'd never get away with it.
Stop him! Stop him! He's trying to kill me!
A fiendishly cruel but very clever plot. Sir Edward gets bumped off as he interrupts a housebreaker at the safe, but manages to return the fire before he dies. Had you, Watson, not survived the shooting, no one would have been the wiser. But you did survive, thanks to Slapsy Hart.
Yes, I'm grateful to him now.
You should be grateful to him for corroborating your statement and helping to prove your innocence.
Well, how was that?
Well, you see... Well, listeners, did you see it? What was it that Slapsy Hart said that confirmed Watson's innocence? Not sure? Then listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you.
Pick a pack of blossoms, get it from fresh taste today. When your breakfast gets from waking in the morning. For the sandwiches you're making in the midday blossom. For your roast and baking in the evening blossom. Pick a pack of blossom.
Blossom Yellow Margarine.
Pick a pack of blossom.
For sandwiches that burst with health and farm fresh taste.
Pick a pack of blossom.
For frying eggs to a golden turn. For dabbing on your vegetables, carrots, peas, potatoes.
Pick a pack of blossom.
For baking and roasting and spreading on crisp, warm rolls. And satisfying your family with its farm fresh taste.
Blossom helps a busy mum. Make sure today you're choosing it, using it. Blossom, blossom. Pick a pack of blossom.
Make a pack of Blossom.
Well, what was it? The fact that Slapsy Hart heard only one shot. You remember he climbed through the pantry window and heard one single shot, and yet 2 people were lying on the ground. What happened was, Meadows, or Honeycomb, to give him his real name, deliberately created a noise, and when Stanbridge appeared, shot him dead. He then dragged him to the study, hid, and waited for Watson to appear. In the meantime, he takes the keys and opens the old-fashioned safe, puts the gun he used to shoot Sir Edward into the safe, waits for Watson, sees him open the safe, clasp the gun, and then shoots Watson. Left him for dead, or so he thought. It was the fortuitous arrival of Slapsy Hart that ensured these 2 friends, Miss Basford and Honeycomb, paid the penalty for their crime. Good night. The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Niblets Cheese Twists, Halverine Bread Spread, and Blossom Yellow Margarine, with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook.
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. You may have read that there arrived in South Africa recently a leading member of Scotland Yard for consultations concerning a trial which cannot be commented upon at this stage. I remembered him as a young constable who was present at one of the most sensational murder trials ever to take place. It was the culmination of my investigation into the death of a well-known member of the underworld, Lawrence Ritchie. I've called my story Murder on the Brain.
How you hear the children yell when they hear the dinner bell.
Yes, indeed, especially when you serve them food cooked with maple margarine. For tonight's maple menu, I have chosen as a starter soup done in true Russian style, borscht, and a bowl of crisp, crunchy Niblets cheese twists. To follow, haricot mutton served with new potatoes and green beans. Round off this delicious meal with apple charlotte, a sweet that can be served hot or cold, and a cup of strong, fragrant coffee. If you'd like a free copy of this mouth-watering maple menu, just write to Maple Home Dinners, P.O. Box 89, Johannesburg. And remember, there's more to the flavor of good food cooked with maple margarine.
When news came through that Larry Ritchie was found on Clapham Common with a .38 bullet in his head, I was neither surprised nor, it must be said, perturbed. You say operations that Ritchie was found 10 minutes ago?
Yes, sir. He was recognized at once by Sergeant Woods of the Clapham Manor, and he thought the squad should be informed.
Quite right. Looks like gang warfare. Some other thug belonging to some other gang will want his revenge. It looks as though we're going to have a busy time. Where's the body?
At Clapham Mortuary, sir.
Has the murder weapon been found?
No, sir.
All right, I'll send Sergeant Jackson out. Have the local boys found anything, do you know?
If they have, they hadn't reported it, Inspector.
Right, thank you.
Now, here's the file on the Wilson case you wanted to.
Thanks, Jackson. You'd better put it in the pending file. Something more urgent's cropped up.
Oh, sir?
Remember Larry Ritchie, the one that went in for grievous bodily harm?
Do I, sir? I gave evidence. Do you see that file from X-Branch? They say he's now working with the Lambeth mob.
Was, past tense. He's dead. Murdered.
Well, he certainly had it coming to him, sir, didn't he?
Certainly had. I still believe he's the man who bumped off light-fingered Morris. Shot with a .38.
That'll cause a rumpus, won't it, sir?
Certainly will. If we don't find the killer, and fast, the metropolitan area will become a shooting target for every light-fingered, trigger-happy thug. All right, Jackson. Ops has got the location, Clapham Common. They're expecting you. Go out there and see if there's anything the local boys have missed.
Righto, sir.
I'll get hold of Dr. McPherson. Take a look at the body. Accompanied by the senior police surgeon, I went over to the mortuary to take a look at the lifeless body of the man who had caused us so much trouble and worry in the past. Even in death, his features could not be robbed of their coarse brutality. Ugly-looking customer, isn't he, Mac?
He certainly is.
All those powder marks.
He was shot at close quarters, all right. Right through the temple. Take a look at the wound, Inspector. You see how easy it was to extricate the bullet.
Now, what does that mean, Mac?
Well, without going into the gruesome details, the gun was so close to the forehead as to cause a tremendously wide hole in the bone structure. I doubt if the gun was more than an inch from the man's forehead.
When did he die?
Well, I understand that the temperature last night was pretty moderate. I would say that he was shot somewhere around about 1 o'clock this morning. By the way, here's the bullet. The local surgeon handed it to me.
Thanks. And I'll send it over to ballistics, but I don't think it'll do us much good. If it was a gang killing, the weapon's sure to be stolen.
True enough. I wonder what he was doing on the common at that time of the morning.
Somebody lured him there. Somebody he knew, obviously. He wouldn't have allowed anyone to be so close unless it was someone he knew. An ideal rendezvous for a killing. Clapham Common's still one of the few lungs of London that isn't enclosed with railings and gates, except for the northern sector.
You're looking a bit despondent.
Oh, wouldn't you be, Mac? My suspects are the hundreds of mobsters in the underworld. It means thousands of questions, dozens of foot-slogging constables getting all those informers on the job. Oh, well, it's no good moaning. Back into the fray. I wasn't exaggerating. Every available man in plain clothes was detailed to mingle with the regulars at every known haunt of the gamblers, the mobsters, even the petty thieves. In the meantime, the murder squad got busy on the higher level.
Blimey, look who's here. Ah, shut up. Hello, Inspector Carr.
Hello, Lofty. Do you want to talk here?
Oh, let's use the manager's office. Here, take my cue, Bill.
Right.
You're on the wrong track, Inspector.
I'll be the judge of that. Seen the papers?
Yeah, the recent edition of the Messenger said he was found shot through the head on Clapham Common. Here, through here. Sit down, won't you?
Right.
A cigarette?
Let's not be polite to each other. I hate your guts, you hate mine.
Hate me enough to frame me?
Oh, you know better than that. Lofty, one of our informers tells us that he witnessed a little scene between you and Larry Ritchie at the Cock and Sparrow.
Oh, so what? He had it coming to him. I dressed him down a little. I told him to stop getting into my hair, that's all.
All right. You tell me what happened.
Well, I received information that this two-bit punk was getting ideas above his station, so I went over to the Cock and Sparrow where I knew he'd be.
So I said to this bookie, I'll back Tiger's Eye for £5. At 10 to 1, you owe me 50 quid. And he says to me, where's your ticket? And I says to him, I haven't got a ticket. But I've got a nice knuckle duster to dust you down with. And he says to me, oh, so you lost your ticket, did you? Well, here's your money. I then says to him, I look like having that 10 to 1 winner every Saturday.
Oh. What are you talking about, my friend Harry Blake?
Now, listen, Lofty.
Well, tough guy. How'd you like having your face slapped?
You can't do this to me.
That's funny. I thought I could. Like this.
No.
Yeah, Tony, I think some of these gentlemen don't like the way I'm treating their friend.
Now, look, we ain't got nothing to do with it.
Now, look, this is only the hors d'oeuvre, so to speak. You try running an agency in Notting Hill, and you'll find yourself in the bottom of a sewer where you belong. And you can tell your boss, Jimmy, I said so.
I see. Shimmy Evans?
Yeah.
You're too smart to start a killing in the top league. You bumped off Larry Ritchie as another hors d'oeuvre. It was warning the head of the Lambeth mob to stay in their own preserve, hmm?
Now, look, I've been expecting you. Now, I know what you think, Inspector. It isn't true. That was enough warning for Shimmy. The pasting I gave Larry.
Do you think that Shimmy Evans is going to take this lying down? Did you do it yourself? Look, Judd, I'm warning you...
Look, I'm as surprised at this as you are. Now, why should I get him bumped off? What happened at the Cock and Sparrow was only 2 days ago. Why shouldn't I have bumped him off then?
Or arranged for someone else to do it?
Ah, you know better than that. Killing's not my line,
Isn't it? I'll tell you this. If it is, the Notting Hill boys are going to be looking for a new leader very soon. Over the years, a senior police official learns never to discount his hunches. My hunch was that Judd was telling the truth, that in fact his look of concern and anxiety over Larry Ritchie's killing was genuine. I thought I'd better have a word with the leader of the Lambeth mob.
What do you want with me, Inspector?
Take that holier-than-thou look off your face. Didn't you expect a visit from the murder squad? Don't you read your papers? Aren't your gambling dens humming with the news of Larry Ritchie's slaying?
Well, of course they are, but why come to me? One of your boys will have told you what happened at the Cock and Sparrow. Lofty Judd doesn't work over one of my boys and get away with it. I don't mind telling you that we were going to do a little dusting down ourselves. We were going to pay a call on one of the Notting Hill mob.
And now?
Well, things are too hot.
But if you don't send Lofty Judd for the big drop, we'll do it ourselves.
Come on, Shimmy. Are you telling me, a police officer, that you intend to take the law into your own hands?
Come off it, Inspector. This is too serious.
What you mean is that if Larry's killing isn't avenged, your gang will think you're yellow. Now, let me tell you something. Judd wasn't responsible for Richie's death.
Come off it. Look, Inspector, you and I know each other. I'm not threatening to kill anyone. I'm too smart to think that I wouldn't get away with it. But something will happen to Mr. High and Mighty Lofty Judd. You know, an accident. Won't be anybody's fault but his own, and no one will be able to say the Lambeth boys were concerned in it.
Is that a threat?
No. It's a fact. What does he want to go kill him for? Do you know that not one of my boys has ever carried a rod?
I think I ought to warn you that I am still a police officer, you know.
I know. It's a murder squad.
Listen to me, Shimmy, and take heed of what I tell you. I don't want any violence while this murder investigation is going on. I need every plainclothes man I can get. You start anything that weakens my investigation and you won't know what hit you.
You've been funny, Inspector. Weaken your investigation? Larry was my pal.
Shimmy, supposing I give you my word that I am convinced that the Notting Hill boys had nothing to do with the shooting of Larry Ritchie. Would you accept it?
Yes, I would.
Huh? And I'll do a deal with you. No monkey business. Tell your boys there are to be no skirmishes with the Notting Hill gang. None at all. And if anything comes to light proving me wrong, you will be the first to know. Fair enough?
You got my hand on it. Shake.
You misunderstand my attitude. I want to avoid a shooting war, and I want to find the killer of Larry Ritchie, but I don't shake hands with bullies, thugs, and racketeers. Good day to you.
Darling, have you seen the paper? Larry Ritchie's been bumped off. Huh? Am I, interrupting something?
I'm just leaving.
Aren't you going to introduce me?
Oh, what for? Don't you recognise a cop when you see one?
Cop?
Inspector Carr, murder squad, New Scotland Yard.
Oh, you come about Larry. Well, I'll tell you who killed him. That swine, Lofty Judd.
Amazing, you keep out of it.
Why should I? Larry was as much my friend as yours.
Your friend, was he? Mind telling me your name, madam?
Didn't you know? Go on, Shimmy, tell him who I am.
This is my wife, Maisie.
How do you do, Mrs. Evans?
Oh, dear, I hope this isn't going to start something.
Unless you say the better.
You remembered your promise?
No, don't worry. There ain't going to be no trouble.
Trouble? What trouble?
Inspector Carr's given me his word that he doesn't think the Notting Hill mob had anything to do with Larry's killing.
But it says in the paper that he was found shot in the head on Clapham Common early this morning.
Duck!
It's all right. No need to duck. It's a brick. It's a message. Piece of paper tied to it. Shouldn't be surprised if it wasn't a message from the Notting Hill mob.
It's got lift. It's got lift. Purine pastry's got lift. Because purine is pure. Purine pastry is light, fluffy, and full of lift.
With Purine Pure Cooking Fat, you get the taste of your own good cooking. Have you noticed how the sunflower always faces the sun? That's how the sunflower seed gets all its goodness. From the sun. Epic Pure Sunflower Seed Oil is made from nothing but the finest sunflower seeds to give you all the golden goodness of sunshine. So the next time you want golden goodness in a pure sunflower seed oil, before you say oil, say Epic.
It was obvious from the white, blood-drained faces of Mr. and Mrs. Evans that they expected something much more lethal than a brick being hurled. I bent down and picked up the missile. Oh, let's see what this says. We did not bump off Larry Ritchie. Don't start anything you might be sorry for. Still think Lofty Judd was responsible?
I don't know what to think.
It's easy for him to write a note like that. Every killer says he didn't do it.
Seems you're not versed in the etiquette of gang warfare, Mrs. Evans. When one gang causes damage to the member of another, it usually is a challenge. There's nothing challenging about that note, is there?
That's true.
The two of you must be mad. Who else would bump him off? Who else had reason to?
If I may point out to you, madam, it was your husband's gang which trespassed on the Notting Hill territory. Judd...
Don't tell me about Judd. He's a killer. Can't you see? I'm scared stiff for Shimmy. If you don't put him behind bars, what's going to happen to my husband?
Nothing. If your husband is innocent. But was he? There could have been a dozen hidden motives. Motives divorced from the obvious run of gang reprisals. Messages came pouring into the yard from our placed plainclothes men and informers, telling of the seething excitement in the underworld at the possible repercussions. What were the big boys going to do? Was Larry's death about to trigger off a new wave of lawlessness? I was thankful that as the hours and the days passed, there was every indication that Evans and Judd had kept their mobs in check. And during this time, the exasperatingly slow gathering together of all the threads to make a pattern was taking place. What do you think of Judd's alibi, Jackson?
Not very good, is it, sir?
No.
There's only his wife willing to swear that he was home in bed when the shooting took place.
True, but he didn't do it. I'm convinced that neither he nor any of his lieutenants were responsible.
But somebody did it, sir.
Of course somebody did it. Sorry, Jackson. This thing's getting me down. Reams and reams of paper checking on the movements of every possible suspect. Look at this. There are 24 people willing to swear to seeing Shimmy Evans at the Cock and Sparrow between the hours of 1 and 3 on the morning of the 27th. At least 4 of them have unimpeachable characters.
Yes. We seem to be getting nowhere fast, to use your phrase.
That's true. What was he doing on the common? A thug like that's usually at a spieler or... Here, wait a minute. Why wasn't he at the Cock and Sparrow with the rest of the gang? I think I'll have another word with our friend Shimmy. Tell me, Shimmy, I want the truth. And I promise it won't go beyond these 4 walls. Was Larry on a job for you? Now, don't give me that holier-than-thou look again. If you're genuine about wanting his murder avenged, you'll come clean. What was he doing on the common? Was he on a breaking and entering job, one of the big houses, Clapham Way?
Come off it, Inspector. Breaking and entering? Do you think he'd go for small stuff like that? No, he came to me and asked me whether I was going to be at the Cock and Sparrow, and I said yes. Well, he then said that he wouldn't. He was going to play cards at the Spieler in Kennington.
Oh, which one?
Tony Savilli's place.
But he no play here? Not all night, I see him.
But of course he couldn't have been here all night. He'd been murdered in the early hours of the morning, you know that.
Now look, Senior Carr, I'm a respectable spieler.
Oh, that's funny. A respectable spieler. What do you think of that, Jackson?
Respectable spieler. Tony's joint. Yeah. What are you two trying to do? Give me the big frame up.
He was here early on, wasn't he? Now, don't stall. He was seen...
Well, he come here, yes. He come here. He not to stay long, though.
Did he play cards?
No. Stay a while, and then he go.
Do you know what the penalty is for withholding information? This is a murder inquiry, not a petty fogging visit under the Gaming Act. I'll tell you why he came here. He asked you to say that he was gambling in this joint should his boss ask.
But how you know?
Did he or didn't he?
See? It did.
All right. Talk, Tony. Take it all down, Jackson. We'll get him decided. Tony's signed statement instilled in me the feeling that every detective waits for, the instinctive knowledge that at long last one is on the right track. I knew all along there was a girl in the case.
Did you, sir?
Why? Oh, never mind that now. Yes?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes?
A 38 has been found by the LCC Refuse Department. They believe it came from one of the refuse bins in the Clapham area.
Any joy?
I don't know, sir. The registered number is...
Never mind that. Is it going to help us?
I'm afraid not, sir. It's one of a consignment of guns stolen from Hunting and Fishing Limited, Dover Street, about 2 years ago.
Hunting and Fishing? What are they doing selling pistols?
I wouldn't know, sir.
I don't suppose you would. All right, Ops, thank you. Let me have it. If the number's on it, it's going to prove quite useful.
But it's been stolen.
I know. Don't you worry about it. Send it over to the murder squad right away.
Very good, sir.
They found the gun, Jackson, as you no doubt gathered.
Won't help us much, will it?
Of course it will. It's going to be Exhibit A, as our legal friends would say.
But I don't understand, sir. It was stolen from a reputable...
But when? 2 years ago. Now, where's it been since? And how did Mrs. Evans get hold of it?
Mrs. Evans? You think she's the killer?
I'll stake my non-existent bowler hat on it.
I don't see why.
I don't see why either, not at the moment. Listen, Jackson, it all adds up. Why did Larry Ritchie tell his boss that he wouldn't be at the Cock and Sparrow because he was going to be busy at a spieler? That's number one. 2, why did he take the risk of involving Tony Savilli by asking him to act as cover-up unless there was some possibility that his boss might become suspicious? Suspicious of what?
Mrs. Evans?
Yes, Jackson. Mrs. Evans.
Inspector, I can understand Shimmy wanting to bub off Larry if Larry was two-timing him with Mrs. Evans. But why,
you
on
keep
the other...
coming back to the motive. Now, this is one of the exceptions to the rule. This time we find the killer, and then we determine the motive.
Fair enough, sir. What do we do? Pull him in for questioning?
No. I want her trailed night and day, but she mustn't have the slightest inkling that we suspect her. She's a shrewd young woman. We haven't got a shred of proof. In fact, she's made one mistake so far, or perhaps 2.
What are they, sir?
Well, for the moment, we'll concentrate on the second one. Being a woman, she didn't bother to file the number off the gun. She knew it was hot, and the chances of it being traced back to her were remote.
Yeah. I still don't see it, sir. How can we trace it back to her?
With the aid of her husband. You lied to me. Shimmy Evans, thug that you are, strong-arm hoodlum and bully that you are, I believe you.
Inspector, I can take so many insults and no more. What are you talking about?
This I'm talking about.
What?
Pick it up, Shimmy. By the laws of the underworld, it's yours.
What is this? What game are you playing?
Remember that job in Dover Street, Hunting and Fishing Limited? Why didn't you file all the numbers? I'll tell you why. You flogged the rest, but you kept this one. Oh, I don't say you were going to do a murder with it. Otherwise, you'd have filed this one as well. Which of your gang did it? Who did you instruct to bump off Larry Ritchie?
Me? You're crazy. He was a pal of mine.
Was he? Don't tell me you didn't know about Larry and your wife.
What? I got an alibi.
I don't care about your alibi. I'll break it.
What did you say? What did you say about Larry and Maisie?
I was grateful for the change in the law which allowed a police officer to apprehend a suspect for 48 hours. It had to be either Evans or his wife. Could there be collusion between the two? In the eyes of the law, they'd both be guilty. I didn't think so. I had to take a high-handed action, as far as Shimmy Evans was concerned, in order to get some proof against his wife. Evening, Shimmy. I was expecting an outburst. None?
Were you? I've been thinking, Inspector, about what you said about Larry and Maisie. What are you trying to do? I didn't kill Larry, you know it.
Let me show you something. That's a signed statement by Tony Savilli. If you were to inquire from Tony, he was to say that Larry played cards at his spieler all night. Why the need for the cover-up?
Maisie?
Right so, Shimmy. Now, see my difficulty? We know that you had that gun. It was found in a refuse bin by the common. Ballistics say that there's a slight flaw which proves that the bullet that killed Larry came from that gun.
After all I did for him and Maisie. Oh, no, I come to look at it. Why, that dirty little trick.
We have a strong motive, haven't we, Shimmy?
Not that again, Inspector. I can
Don't say it. But what about Maisie? You know that this gun was in your possession. She could have taken it and used it on Larry.
It's no go, Inspector. You heard what she said. She was asleep in bed when the shooting took place. You can't prove otherwise. You'd have pulled her in by now if you could. You better look elsewhere for your killer.
Oh, well, if she's innocent, you're guilty.
You can't keep me here more than another day unless you've got a strong case and you know it.
We'll see. All right, Sergeant Jackson, let's go. Oh, let's hope it works.
Think it will, sir?
Shimmy knows the ropes, but he's pacing up and down that cell with a murderous rage. He hasn't had a chance to speak to his wife, but his sight of her expression of bland innocence is likely to trigger him off, and her. Anyway, let's hope so. Oh, is this where she is?
This is the office.
What have you done with my husband? You must be mad.
No one's laid a hand on him, Mrs. Evans. A constable, take Mrs. Evans to her husband.
Very good, sir.
He's got a dozen witnesses.
I advise you not to say anything, Mrs. Evans. You asked to see your husband. Kindly go along with this, constable.
You wait till I tell the papers, shoving an innocent man in prison.
Come along, madam.
I'm coming. I'm coming. You're a rotten lot of...
Oh, yeah. I don't think she approves of us. Sir.
Breaks my heart. All right, constable, get ready to switch on. Got the recording machine ready, Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Go through.
Oh, darling, what have they done to you?
What are you standing around for? I'm not a convicted criminal.
All right, keep your head on. I'm going.
Darling,
Shut up, wait till he goes. You see what you've done, you rotten little tummy.
what are you talking about? You shouldn't have done that, Shimmy. You shouldn't have hit me like that.
I think I'm going to swing for the murder you committed. How long's it been going on? How many times did Larry make love to my wife? Why?
You're wrong. You don't know what you're saying.
Throwing that gun in a refuse bin. Didn't you know it was hot? Didn't you know the number had been filed? I'm not going to swing for the murder you committed, you slut.
Shimmy, I had to kill him. He forced me. I didn't want to. And then he kept saying that if I didn't let him make love to me...
Wait a minute. Why they left us alone like this? Hey? What's that? They've bugged the cell.
That's it. Come on.
It's all here, sir. We played over the recording and she signed a confession.
Well, she's no fool. It's likely to get her a recommendation for mercy. Still, just as well, it'll shorten the trial. What's worrying you, Jackson?
Just this, sir. You said you knew the killer was a woman right from the beginning. How could you have done?
I didn't say I knew. I said I was reasonably convinced. Although the clue stood out a mile. You see, Jackson. Well, listeners, what was the clue? Simple, really. Not sure? Well, listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you. Well, have you worked out why it was a reasonable assumption that Larry Ritchie was shot by a woman? Not sure? It was this.
I doubt if the gun was more than an inch from the man's forehead.
You see it now? How else could the killer get so close to the victim unless it was in a lover's embrace? The moral of the story, girls, if you're being importuned by some gangster, don't go putting a bullet through his head on Clapham. It's so common. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblets Cheese Twists, with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook.
Good evening. Many months ago, you may remember, I welcomed the appointment of Robert Mark, now Sir Robert Mark, as Commissioner of Police for the metropolitan area. If you remember, I said that Mark, if I may call him that, would prove to be a new broom with steely bristles, as indeed he has. Sir Robert Mark did something unheard of in the annals of police work. He ended a long British tradition that the police always remain on the defense when criticized. For the first time in its history, the head of the largest police force in the United Kingdom went on television and for 45 minutes argued forcefully against the tendency to think that every time a policeman gives evidence against an accused, he does so with one object in view, to secure a conviction, never mind what. Well, the shrill reaction Mark provoked, the chorus of indignation evoked from certain lawyers and others, the outraged newspaper editorials would have led one to believe that while there were a number of black sheep among the police force, you'd never find one amongst the legal fraternity. I wouldn't have mentioned any of this were it not for my story tonight, which concerns the murder of a one-time lawyer. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story Switch On for Death. The immediate circumstances surrounding the murdered man's death were as far removed from legal and criminal activities as it was possible to be, or so it seemed at the time. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes, Ops.
Calls just come through from the Toynbee mission in Whitechapel.
Oh?
One of their voluntary helpers, Mr. Charles Soames, has been found dead. The warden thinks it's murder. He dialed 999.
Huh?
He was found dead in a bath. It seems he was electrocuted.
Electrocuted? You sure it was murder, not an accident?
The warden seems to think it was murder. By the way, sir, he is a doctor. Dr. Ernest Tomlin.
Thank you for your prompt response, Chief Inspector Carr. I feel, well, I've only known Soames for the last 8 months, and I feel his death a deep personal loss.
Dr. Tomlin, are you sure it was murder?
Well, Mr. Carr, if you come through to the ablution quarters, you'll see the justification for my suspicion. I haven't touched anything. I found it difficult to resist the temptation to have poor Soames's body lifted out of the bath water, but I realized that I would be impeding the police in their investigations. Shall we go through?
Please.
The mission is practically deserted at this time of night. There's no one here except my wife, myself, of course, and Sid Peabody is a very good chap. He's a caretaker, cleaner, jack of all trades, I suppose you'd call him. Now, here, yes. The ablutions are on the left. Now, take a look at that, Inspector. An electric heater in a bath full of water on a hot August night. Besides which, if you look at the body, your experience with the murder squad will tell you that the very expression on the man's face denotes that he has been electrocuted.
There's no question of that. I see the switch is still on.
Exactly.
I understand it was you who came across the body of Soames in the bathwater and telephoned Scotland Yard.
Yes, I did, Inspector. You know about our mission, of course.
Yes, of course. Although this isn't the time to say it, I have a great deal of respect and admiration for the practical, non-sentimental help this mission gives to the poor and the underprivileged.
Well, I'm glad you said that, Chief Inspector Carr. This tragedy isn't going to do the mission any good. Although the Toynbee mission was started on the monies left by a very great humanitarian as well as industrialist, our costs have risen enormously, and these days we depend a great deal on public subscriptions and donations.
All right, sir. What's the story? Now it's 9:15, which means you telephoned the yard at about 5 or 10 to 9 this evening.
Yes, I did. You know of our work. I mean, we take great pride in the way we rehabilitate ex-convicts, help them to come to terms with people from whom they've been shut off for such a long time. As you know, I myself am on the National Committee of the Prisoners' Aid Society, and that is how I met poor Soames.
He was an ex-convict?
Yes, he was. He was sentenced to 10 years hard labor, embezzling his clients' funds. He was a solicitor who tried to play the stock market, or whatever the phrase is.
I see. Well, when did you meet him?
Every week. As you know, I believe that most lawbreakers can be restored to society, given patience and understanding. No, I took Soames the odd book. I even played chess with him in his cell and till he was transferred to Maidstone Prison. Of course, that was outside my area. Pressure of work, hundreds of others needing help and sympathy. Well, I forgot all about him until... Come in.
Remember me, Doctor?
Yes, indeed I do. Come and sit down.
Thank you. I don't want to be a nuisance, but you did send
No need to explain. I'm glad you called. Now, what can I do for you?
Well, I was released from Maidstone 2 days ago.
Now you're looking for a job. Of course, you won't be able to go back to legal work now that you've been struck off.
Which I deserve.
Indeed. But for a man who's taken a degree in law and has a knowledge of Latin, speaks French and German, well, we'll get you something. But shouldn't you have applied to the prisoner's aid?
I've not come here to ask you to get me a job. Not any job, that is. I'd like to work here.
Here? At the Toynbee Mission?
Yes. Yes, here. I know you won't be able to pay very much. All I want is a bed.
I'm awfully sorry, but really that's quite impossible. You see, the Toynbee Mission was created to meet the needs of poor, working-class people, conscious that there's more to life than filling one's belly or drinking oneself into a stupor. Our helpers are students and tutors who give of their free time to lecture or teach. All our help is voluntary, except Sidney Peabody, who acts as a janitor, night watchman, head cook, and bottle washer. All the work is done voluntarily. Besides, hardly anyone in Whitechapel attending the mission has to go a long way before they can attempt the mysteries of law.
I wasn't thinking of teaching them law, but helping them. 50% of those who go into jail do so because they don't understand the law. Forgive me, Dr. Tomlin. What's the good of teaching these people the glories of classical music or the finer points of English literature when they need to be told how to guard themselves against people like I used to be? If you open a free advice bureau, free legal advice, I'd be allowed to run it because I'm not pretending to be a solicitor, although you and I know that I'm as well versed in the finer points of law as most. That's a practical way to help the poor and the downtrodden.
Yes, I agree with you. One can only do what one can. We just haven't got the money for that sort of thing.
If you find me a bed here on the mission, that's all I want. A bed and a room. No food, just that.
Yes, but how will you live?
Leave that to me. I've had my lesson. I won't do anything crooked. I promise you.
Now, that happened 8 months ago. And if ever a man proved himself, it was Soames. He obtained employment at Potter's, that's the bookseller's.
I see, thank you. Now, it's quite obvious that someone threw the electric heater into the water, thereby electrocuting the man. Who? Who was here tonight who would be in a position to do this?
I can't understand it. I was downstairs here alone.
You came across the dead man at 10 to 9 this evening. Do any of the mission people stay behind after class?
Well, not to my knowledge, unless there's a special lecture on. No, we make a point of finishing our evening classes at 8:30. Now, most people around here have to get up very early in the morning to catch their trains and buses. Our classes are only of 1 hour duration, sometimes longer if those attending can get away from work early.
What was on tonight?
Mrs. McManus of the Adult Education Association was taking her class in elementary English. Now, I saw her off the premises. I did all the others.
How many others?
Well, we do try to limit the size of the classes. There were 16 men and women. I make it a rule always to thank the lecturer and her students, and then I see them off the premises.
Are you sure you saw them all off?
Well, yes, reasonably sure.
But what about Soames? What was he doing here?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I made it clear. No, he lives here. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday from 6 until 8. He dispenses free legal advice to anyone who wants it.
Yeah, but this is Friday.
Yes, I know. Well, as I was wishing everyone good night.
Good night, Dr. Tomlin. A most rewarding session. I'm sure everyone will agree.
Good night,
Thank
Mrs.
you
McManus.
so much.
Good night. Good night, Mr. Levy. Oh, hello.
Good night.
Hello, good night.
Good night.
Hello, Mr. Soames. Yes, you're back early, aren't you?
I thought I'd have an early night. I went to the first house of the Odeon cinema.
Oh, indeed.
All avant-garde and symbolic, and the air conditioning went wrong.
Oh, dear.
I thought I'd have a bath and swat up on the latest Law Commission's report, then have an early night.
Yes, wise man. Why don't you join me in a nightcap? I propose to make myself a cup of cocoa.
Well, I'll forego the cocoa, if you don't mind. Brings back memories of the Broad Arrow.
The Broad Arrow. Oh, you mean on the uniform?
Yes.
Well, I do have some instant coffee.
coffee. Oh, that'll do me fine. I'll just go and have a quick bath, I think. I went to the kitchen, put the kettle on, waited for about a quarter of an hour. Then I thought I'd go and warn Soames that the water was boiling. His coffee was just about ready. I knocked and shouted, no response, and that worried me. Then I opened the door, and well, I saw this.
I see. And nobody's going to use an electric heater in this weather. What is this electric heater doing here, anyway?
I don't know. Now, look, just let me show you.
Huh?
It's kept in this cupboard below here. You see there's mops and scouring powder and the usual cleaning materials.
Dr. Tomlin, no one could have come in here and plugged that electric heater into the socket without Soames observing the action. Where's the heater placed in the cold weather?
Well, it's up here, on the ledge above the bath.
I see. Yeah, that's more like it. Well, assuming Soames is in the bath, one doesn't have to assume it, he was obviously facing the window, it's still light. Someone could have placed the electric heater on the ledge and Soames would hardly notice it. Now, you see the socket is in the wainscoting below the ledge there, which means that it could have been plugged in and the heater placed on the ledge. Now, once Soames is in the bath, the killer switches on with a foot, sweeps the heater off the ledge into the bath, the job's done. By the way, have you tried any of the lights?
No, I haven't.
Well, let's try the bathroom light. Uh-huh. As I thought, in fact, it's blown the fuse.
Dr. Stanley. Doctor, all the lights seems to have fused. I just switched on the... Well, I'll be... Charlie Soames. What's he had, an heart attack? Has he been punished at last? Is he dead? 'Cause I hope so.
Sidney Peabody proved to be a large, heavily built man in his late 50s. There was no mistaking the bitter hatred and loathing as he gazed down at the naked corpse.
Sidney. Sorry, Doctor. I shouldn't have let myself go like that. Was he taken bad?
He's been murdered, Mr. Peabody.
What? This is Chief Inspector Carr. I telephoned the police.
Murdered?
Where have you been the last hour, Mr. Peabody?
What? Walking. I took a walk up Whitechapel Road and stopped at Ivy Lane to hear the speaker. Then I came back here. I went into the kitchen to make myself a cup of tea and the electricity wouldn't work. Well, I tried the light switch and that wouldn't come up. Look, I'm sorry about what I said. But Dr. Tomlin knows how I felt about Charles Soames.
What did you feel about Charles Soames? That he ought to die, be electrocuted?
I own the Duchess of York on the corner of St. Paul's Road. Charles Soames was my lawyer. He organised the sale of the property. It was going to be my pension. I was going to live on the proceeds. Then he does a bunk. What happens to me? I become destitute. I don't know what I've done if it hadn't been for Dr. Tomlin here.
Well, I'll get you to make a full statement later, Mr. Peabody. Dr. Tomlin, I'd like to phone the yard, arrange for the body to be removed. Our own senior police surgeon will take a look at it. This is a large, rambling sort of house. How many rooms are there here?
12 all told. My wife and I occupy 3 rooms on the top floor. The second floor contains lecturing classrooms. And here on the ground floor is the main lecture hall, a kitchen, a small reception office. Now, this bathroom with ablution basins. There's another small room that uses a kind of study for anybody who wants to be alone. And there are 2 rooms down in the basement that Sidney Peabody occupies.
I see. I take it you've got your own toilet facilities on the top floor.
Yes, we've got a self-contained flat.
And you, Mr. Peabody?
Oh, I've got a small sitting room and a bedroom, but I use this bathroom.
And did you attempt to use this bathroom within the last hour?
I told you I wasn't here. I didn't do it.
Now, please, Sidney, don't raise your voice. You're waking my wife.
Thought I heard noises. What's the matter? What are you all doing in the bathroom?
Please, now, don't come in, please, my dear.
Let's go.
What's happened? Who's in the bathroom? Why are you all looking so strange? Has somebody tried to commit suicide or something? Well, please say something.
Well, I was hoping to have the... Oh, dear. How am I going to tell you?
Mrs. Tomlin, my name is Chief Inspector Carr, New Scotland Yard. I'm here because your husband telephoned for assistance. Mr. Soames is dead. He's lying in the bath filled with water. He's been electrocuted. We think he's been murdered.
No. Not murdered. Well, suicide possibly, but not murder.
She was about 30 years of age. A loosely wrapped dressing gown and a total absence of makeup seemed to enhance rather than diminish the woman's undoubted attractiveness. Even in the presence of death, I couldn't help wondering the kind of male magnetism Mrs. Tomlin found in a man that must have been twice her age. The four of us went into a room that obviously served as an office. May I use the telephone, Doctor?
Yes, if you please do.
Sure.
Operations?
Carr here, Ops. There's no doubt about the man being murdered. Charles Soames, released from jail 8 months ago. I want X-Branch to give me a complete picture of what he was doing, who he was seeing, pick up all the local gossip they can find. They needn't bother about his voluntary legal aid work. I've got all that from Dr. Tomlin. He stayed here at the mission. I also want the body removed for Dr. McPherson to look at.
Very good, sir.
Look, I'm sorry to have to do this, but it's all part of the routine. I want a complete rundown on the Toynbee mission on Dr. and Mrs. Tomlin and a Mr. Sidney Peabody. Have you got that?
Aye, sir.
The man was murdered at approximately 8:30, say a quarter of an hour each way. I want to know if anything unusual occurred anywhere near the Toynbee mission. And tell Whitechapel I'll be very grateful for all the help they can give.
Very good, sir.
I'm sorry about that. You must realize that the method used to electrocute Soames and the place where he was killed makes the three of you suspects.
Oh, but this is nonsense. Anyone could come into this house. My dear husband is far too trusting. You know that in the summer months not a door is locked, not a window. I mean, anybody could come in.
What is there to steal?
I've not overlooked the fact that the ablution quarters are less than 10 feet from the front door.
Well, that's it, sir. The door was always kept wide open. Somebody could have seen Charlie Soames walking into the bathroom.
Could be, but unlikely.
Then who do you think?
Forgive me, Doctor, I'm not
possibly have
thinking anything at the moment. I'm gathering as many facts and impressions as I can. Well, in the first place, I noticed that Soames's jacket, shirt, trousers, etc. were hanging on a hook in the bathroom. His shoes and socks were there. Now, what I'm trying to say is that the unfortunate man need not have gone into the ablution wing to take a bath. To an observer, he could have gone to wash his hands. Besides, that electric heater... You did say it was stored in the cupboard during the hot weather.
Yes, it is. Sidney will bear witness to that. And he's in charge of these things.
Yeah, well, that's right. Look, he could have gone to the cupboard for something and taken the electric heater out. And then he could have slipped in the bath.
Oh, he committed suicide. You know how depressed he's been, Ernest.
Yes, indeed. He has been very depressed. There was something very much on his mind the last few days.
Well, it has to be suicide. You needn't look at me like that, Inspector. I didn't kill him. And no one could possibly imagine that the doctor or Mrs. Tomlin would...
You know, Inspector, I'm beginning to come round to that point of view myself. He felt very much the stigma of being an ex-convict, of having destroyed his own future. I don't think he could bear the thought that were he to take his own life, it would be another confession of failure. Yes, that's it. Yes. You saw the position of the bath. He could have taken the electric heater out of the cupboard and got into the bath. It would have been a simple matter for him to stretch out his left hand to reach the wainscoting where the plug was. Just a switch and he's dead. I should have thought of that in the first place.
Well, let's examine this theory. Would he so arrange things so that his suicide looks like murder? Why the heater in the bath? Why the need to electrocute himself?
I'll tell you why. Because he wanted it to look like murder. A crook like that
Please, steady, Sidney, steady. Since he came out of prison, he's done nothing but good for the community.
Now, you were here, Doctor, on the ground floor, but you never suspected anything. There were no extraneous noises. You say you were making a cup of cocoa in the kitchen.
Oh, darling, I didn't hear you. Why didn't you call me? I'd have made it for you.
I didn't want to disturb you, my dear. I used the mission kitchen.
And you were upstairs in the flat, Mrs. Thomas?
Yes.
All evening?
Yes. I heard all our people go. I had a headache, so I lay down and listened to a record of Bach.
My wife is a great lover of classical music.
Oh, that's why you didn't hear the arrival this evening. You had the music on. And you, Mr. Peabody, say that you were listening to some speaker.
Was there anyone there that you know? Anyone who'd give you an alibi?
No, there wasn't. Well, there was a large crowd listening to this bloke shoot his mouth off, but if there was anyone I know, I didn't see him.
Ah, the police ambulance outside. I must ask you all not to communicate with anyone about the murder. Naturally, we shall look for clues. Your mission house will be overrun with plainclothesmen, I fear, Doctor. And so I left Toynbee Mission, wondering whether the three of them were as innocent as they looked, whether Dr. Tomlin's prompt appeal to the murder squad wasn't an extremely subtle move to hide his guilt. There were lots and lots of questions that needed answering. I obtained the name and address of the dead man's employer. Now, I understand, Mr. Potter, that you were aware of Soames's prison record, and yet you were prepared to give him a job.
Oh, why not? He paid for what he did. He came with a check from the Prisoners' Aid Society. He couldn't have been all bad. The way he worked here all day and then gave legal aid to them that couldn't afford to employ a solicitor.
Well, in the months that he worked for you, Mr. Potter, did you notice anything unusual? Did he quarrel with anyone? Did he seem unduly depressed?
Yes, he did, now you come to mention it. Very depressed indeed. I asked him if there was something on his mind only 2 days ago, and, well, he said he'd probably have to leave the district, give up the voluntary work at the mission.
Did you ask him why?
Yes, I did. Oh, he shut up like a clam. He didn't look so much depressed as worried. In fact, he went as far as to tell me that I ought to start looking for a new assistant.
It's interesting, Mr. Potter, very interesting. Looking for a new assistant, eh? Doctor, did Soames give you the impression that he was likely to leave the mission?
Leave the mission? No, I did not get that impression. I must confess, on at least 3 occasions he looked at me as though he was plucking up courage to say something of great importance. And then he seemed to change his mind, knowing him to be a secretive sort of person, one who shies away from personal questions. Are you still thinking in terms of suicide, Inspector?
I never did think he committed suicide. No, it's murder, all right. And I think I know who did it. Mrs. Tomlin. Did you know that the poor man kept a diary?
Charles. Diary.
Why did you do it? Why did you kill him?
Everything would be all right if he would accept the situation as it was. I had no intention of leaving Ernest. I loved my husband.
Except that Soames was half his age. Handsome. What did Soames want? To tell your husband, marry you, take you away?
Oh, the fool. Why couldn't he leave well alone? Suddenly getting all holier than thou, insisting my husband be told. I had to do it, don't you understand? I just had to. If Ernest had found out, he would have killed him.
He's going to find out now. All right, Mrs. Tomlin, I'm charging you with murder. You'd better not say anything more until you've seen a solicitor.
But his diary...
There wasn't a diary. I merely asked you if you knew whether he kept a diary.
You tricked me. You tricked me.
I don't care what interpretation you put on it, Mrs. Tomlin. All I'm thinking of at the moment is that poor husband of yours.
It's impossible to believe. I trusted him so. What am I saying? I trusted Janet with my life. I should never have come to the mission.
I gave you the brutal facts, Doctor, because since I started the investigation, my respect for you has grown. Not only for the unselfish way you dedicate your life to others, but for the tremendous courage you've shown since your wife's been arrested.
I suppose the husband is always the last to find out. And yet when Charles...
Forgive me, Doctor. I believe that Soames was more sinned against than sinning. He came out of prison where he'd been divorced from any female company.
Yes, I know. Certain other incidents now spring to my mind. I've been a blind fool. You know that on my death, Janet would have inherited the entire Tomlin estate left to me by my father. And so she committed murder to keep me in ignorance of her...
Don't say it, Doctor. There's no point in upsetting yourself unnecessarily. Strange that a woman of her intelligence should make such a foolish mistake.
Mistake? What mistake? The only mistake Janet made was to marry me.
When I was questioning you, old doctor, your wife said... Well, what was it? What was it that Mrs. Soames said which was to reveal her guilt? Not sure? Listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you. Well, did you spot an exceedingly foolish utterance by the doctor's wife? Now we know that the entire electric system went out of action when the poor man was electrocuted. Yet, when I questioned her, she said...
I heard all our people go. I had a headache, so I lay down and listened to a record of Bach.
She went on to say that she didn't hear anything because of the music being played. Yet how could she listen to the gramophone record when the electricity was off? Despite a very clever defense, who tried to convince the jury that she was a foolish victim of Soames' passion, she was found guilty and punished. Good night.